In a single fateful moment, the soul traversed through time and space, unexpectedly becoming a mere spectre within the Soul clan, a target of relentless oppression. Upon awakening to the Faded Antagonist System, seizing opportunities and appropriating fortunes, he embarked on a journey of revenge that led him to ascend to the esteemed position of the new clan leader. Initially believing that the destined child, Xiao Yan, would be his greatest rival, he was astounded to discover that with a mere flick of his fingers, he could suppress and devour him. Just as the Soul clan erupted in jubilation, he gazed up at the starry sky and calmly declared, "Our journey lies within the boundless world." Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Faded Antagonist System. In the depths of a winding, shadowy stone alley, eternally shrouded from the sun's embrace, the damp moss in the corners and the faint scent of decay permeated the air, embodying the perpetual theme of this desolate settlement on the fringes of the Soul realm. A slender figure was violently slammed against the weathered wall, producing a muted thud. "Useless wretch, do you truly believe you deserve the Soul Source Dan for this month?" A group of similarly youthful members of the Soul clan encircled him, with the leader, Soul Peak, displaying an air of arrogant disdain, his foot grinding down upon a coarse porcelain vial on the ground, from which several dull gray pills rolled out, now soiled with mud. The boy, pushed to the ground, curled up in a defensive posture. His name was Solung, trembling slightly, his tattered clothing revealing several fresh bruises. Bowing his head, disheveled strands of hair obscured his eyes, while his tightly clenched fists, whitening at the knuckles, betrayed the overwhelming humiliation and indignation he struggled to contain. Such scenes had played out countless times in the memories of this body. With meager talent and orphaned at a young age, within the meritocratic Soul clan, he was nothing but a pitiful creature, trodden upon by all. "Soul Peak is addressing you. Have you gone mute?" sneered a lackey, delivering another kick. Solung suddenly lifted his gaze, and within the depths of his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of cold, unyielding malice flashed, starkly contrasting with his previous demeanor, so swift that those surrounding him believed it to be mere illusion. At that moment, the soul inhabiting this body had been replaced by one from another world. Ding! A strong sense of resentment and spatial fluctuations detected. Soul compatibility 100. The Faded Antagonist System has been successfully bound. Reward: a novice gift pack comprising a Do Huang Peak experience card. 2 instances, 10 minutes each, the Advanced Skill Soul, Devouring Finger, and the Foundational Technique. Soul Condensation Method. A dispassionate, mechanical voice reverberated within his mind. Solung paused for a moment, then a wave of ecstasy and enlightenment surged within him. A system, the quintessential feature of a transmigrator. He inhaled the cold, humid air deeply, and when he raised his head once more, the timid, cowering expression washed away like a tide, leaving only an unsettling calm that sent shivers down the spines of those around him. He gradually rose to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. The leading Soul Peak, taken aback by this sudden transformation, was seized by a fit of rage. "Oh, you dare to stand?" Clearly, the lesson wasn't enough. With that, his fingers curled into claws, imbued with a faint black aura, as he lunged at Solung's face, employing the basic Soul clan attack technique, Soul Rending Claw. Had this occurred moments prior, that claw would have undoubtedly shattered the original Solung's bones. Yet now, Solung did not even deign to glance at the impending strike. He merely willed it away. Boom! An overwhelming force, far beyond the imagination of all present, erupted from Solung's frail body. The dark Do Chi surged forth like boiling ink, enveloping him in a shroud of darkness. The immense pressure caused Soul Peak's Soul Rending Claw to halt midair, his complexion drained of color, leaving only sheer terror in its wake. "Dido Huang! No, it cannot be!" Soul Peak shrieked, his voice contorted by unimaginable fear. The lackeys behind him quaked, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Solung reveled in the tumultuous power coursing within him, a force capable of effortlessly obliterating anything in its path, and a cold, sinister smile curled upon his lips. He slowly raised his hand, the index finger gathering a ghostly light, deep and profound as if it could devour souls. "Was it with this hand that you struck me?" he inquired softly, his voice calm, yet laced with an icy chill. "And no, it wasn't me, Solung. No, my lord. Spare me, please." Soul Peak stammered, his spirit nearly fleeing in terror. Solung granted him no further opportunity to speak. With a single, decisive gesture, the ghostly light flickered and vanished, embedding itself in Soul Peak's chest. There was no cataclysmic explosion. Instead, his body stiffened abruptly, the spark of life in his eyes dimming instantaneously, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, as if all bones had been extracted from his form. That enigmatic force had obliterated his very soul. Silence, the deathly silence. The lackeys, paralyzed with fear, lost control of their bodily functions, scrambling and prostrating themselves, their foreheads colliding with the frigid stone floor, producing resounding thuds. Solung did not spare them a glance. As though he had merely swatted a fly, he bent down to retrieve the few soul-sourced on, now sullied with mud, casually brushing them off and pocketing them. Begone. With a single utterance, the group felt as though a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, scurrying away in desperation, wailing and lamenting, leaving behind even the lifeless body of their companion. Solung remained in place, eyes gently closed, absorbing the vast power within him that began to wane, yet still left its mark, alongside the newfound techniques and insights blossoming in his mind. New mission released. Retrieve the soul body remnant from the Shao family ring in Wutan City. Mission reward. Technique soul devouring method. Luck value Jiao 100. Wutan City, Shao family, ring. Solung opened his eyes, gazing at the eternally gray expanse of the soul realm, his gaze seemingly piercing through boundless space, landing upon that small city within the Gamma Empire. Xiaoyan, the fated child? He murmured to himself, a wicked smile resurfacing. Your fortune is now mine. But he took a step forward, emerging from the shadows of this dreary corner, his figure melding into the deeper light and shadow of the soul realm, his strides steady and resolute. Thus commenced the journey of the antagonist, now officially set in motion. Chapter 2. Undercurrents in Wutan City, Nalan Yanran's fortunes. Leaving behind the cold shadows at the edge of the soul realm, Hunsheng stood atop a solitary peak, his black robe billowing in the fierce wind. The fully comprehended soul condensation art flowed effortlessly within his energy sea, manifesting pure and frigid fighting spirit that was exponentially more formidable than the rudimentary techniques he had previously practiced. Although the 10-minute experience had elapsed, it had imparted a profound understanding of power, granting him a vague sensation of higher realms. Wutan City, he murmured softly, his gaze seemingly traversing thousands of miles, locking onto the tumultuous land soon to be engulfed in chaos. System, chart a course, conceal my identity. Path planning complete. Recommended exchange. Low-level illusory, soul, technique, shadow cloak. Would you like to exchange? Fortune value? Hunsheng cast a glance at his current balance of 0. Exchange. Exchange successful. Fortune value, 100. Warning, negative fortune value will increase the probability of encountering unforeseen risks. Please promptly acquire a positive fortune value. Hunsheng raised an eyebrow at the notion of negative fortune. This villainous system was rather straightforward. Undeterred by the risk, he focused his thoughts, allowing the incantation of shadow, cloak, to resonate within him. His aura swiftly withdrew and settled. The distinctive chill of the Soul Clan enveloped in a veil of indistinct gray mist, rendering him inconspicuous, his features seemingly ordinary. Without further delay, he flickered, transforming into a faint shadow that melded with the environment, racing towards the spatial passage leading from the soul realm to the outside world. Armed with shadow cloak and the route provided by the system, he effortlessly evaded all scrutiny, silently departing the Soul Clan stronghold. Days later, in the Gamma Empire, Wutan City. The city buzzed with its usual clamor, the marketplace teeming with people. Hunsheng strolled along the bluestone streets, his presence unnoticed thanks to Shadow Cloak. He accurately located the modest residence of the Shao family, but refrained from approaching too hastily. Elder Yao possessed considerable soul power, even in slumber. A reckless approach could provoke him. He needed to wait to seek a flawless opportunity that would arouse no suspicion. His gaze swept over the gates of the Shao family. Just as a youth with his head bowed emerged, his features eerily reminiscent of a face from memory, yet now exuding an air of utter desolation. A constant stream of fighting spirits spilling forth. It was none other than Xiaoyan, the fallen prodigy. A smirk tugged at the corners of Hunsheng's lips, unnoticed by anyone. His target was not the current Xiaoyan, but rather the ring he possessed. As he pondered how to proceed, a subtle commotion arose from around the corner. A few majestic black-horned steeds drew to a halt, pulling an opulent carriage. The curtain was lifted, revealing a young woman clad in a moon-white gown, flanked by guards. She stood tall and strikingly beautiful, yet her brow bore an undeniable shadow of worry and impatience. Nalan Yanran, who had come to Wutan City to negotiate her engagement's dissolution. Hunsheng's gaze settled on Nalan Yanran as the system's prompt resonated softly. Detected key plot character Nalan Yanran. Current state of mind, extremely resistant to the engagement, feeling pressured about the Yunlan sect's future, yearning to prove her own worth. Can be influenced. Branch mission issued. Incite stronger animosity in Nalan Yanran towards the Shao family. Create chaos. Reward. 50 fortune value. Mid-level shadow movement technique phantom steps. Influence? Hunsheng's mind raced, a scheme swiftly taking shape. He required chaos, a turmoil sufficient to distract the Shao family, to occupy Xiao Yan's attention, and this proud young lady Nalan was the perfect pawn. He approached stealthily, and as he brushed past Nalan Yinran, a whisper, barely perceptible yet insidious, slipped into her ear, imbued with a magnetic charm. The Xiao heir is but a waste. Yet still dares to cling to the Nalan family and the Yunlan sect, desperately clinging to life, extracting his last value. How pitiful it is for the esteemed disciple of the Yunlan sect to become a sacrificial pawn in the union with trash, reduced to a laughingstock in Gamma. With his words hanging in the air, Hunsheng blended seamlessly into the crowd, vanishing from sight. Nalan Yinran's form stiffened abruptly, her steps halted, her beautiful face instantly clouded with frost, her delicate hands clenched tightly. Those words struck like poison barbs, piercing the core of her most sensitive and resentful knots. Initially, she had merely intended to come and dissolve the engagement. Though her methods might have been forceful, she had not yet reached the point of utter loathing. But now, that stranger's words echoed relentlessly in her mind. Cling to life, sacrificial pawn, laughingstock. Each word exacerbated her perception of the Xiao family, igniting a blaze of indignation and insult. Indeed, Xiao Yin had long since been rendered a waste. Yet the Xiao family stubbornly clung to the engagement. Was it not to exploit the power of the Nalan family and the Yunlan sect? Were they to bind her, Nalan Yinran, for life to a waste? Absolutely not. Miss, el dergeye, sensinker unuswal demanor, invited softly. Nalan Yinran inhaled deeply, her gaze turning cold and sharp. The last remnants of hesitation evaporating entirely, replaced by a raging wrath and determination. Nothing, she replied curtly, her voice resolute. This marriage must be annulled. Moreover, the Xiao family must clearly understand that I, Nalan Yinran, and the Yunlan sect are not something they can aspire to tarnish. She strode purposefully towards the gates of the Xiao family, her steps imbued with a newfound determination, radiating a chilling aura of retribution. From the shadows of the crowd, Hunsheng watched with indifference as Nalan Yinran, fueled by greater fury, entered the Xiao family. Soon after, voices of contention and rebuke echoed from within the Xiao residence, the commotion far exceeding the original plot. Branch mission completed. Reward, 50 fortune value. Phantom steps acquired. Current fortune value, 50. Chaos had ensued. Hunsheng, like the most patient of hunters, turned his gaze back to the Xiao family, his soul power extending like invisible threads, cautiously probing towards the faintest aura he sensed. Yet one brimming with immense soul fluctuations, the room of Xiao Yan. His objective remained crystal clear. Elder Yao, your remnants, I shall claim. Chapter 3. The theft of Elder Yao's source. The clamor within the Xiao residence echoed faintly, mingled with Nalan Yinran's cold, resolute rebukes, and Xiao Zhan's suppressed retorts. This sudden storm of engagement dissolution had thrown the Xiao family into disarray, all attention drawn to the front hall. Like ripples on water, Huanxing's figure seeped silently from a corner. The combination of shadow cloak and the newly mastered phantom steps allowed him to move like a true spectre, evading all watchful eyes, skillfully making his way to the secluded courtyard where Xiao Yan resided. The courtyard was empty. Xiao Yan was currently suffering the weight of humiliation in the front hall. Hunsheng pushed the door open, revealing a simple room imbued with the essence of youth, alongside a faint, yet remarkably pure, residue of soul power. His gaze instantly locked onto an old garment carelessly discarded at the bedside, where a classically styled black ring lay quietly nestled among the clothes. It is it. With a flick of his fingertip, a gentle pull drew the ring into his palm. It felt icy to the touch, and upon closer inspection, he could sense within it a vast yet desolate soul space, where an exceedingly feeble soul entity flickered like a candle in the wind. Ensnared in the deepest slumber of restoration, its awareness of the external world diminished to the barest minimum. Alas, were it not for the system's task requiring only remnants, consuming you entirely would yield far greater rewards. A fleeting greed flickered through Huanxing's mind, but he swiftly suppressed it. The system explicitly required remnants. Rashly devouring the complete Elder Yao would introduce too many variables, an unwise endeavor. He sharpened his fingers like blades, the dark fighting spirit condensing at his fingertips, transforming into the thinnest, sharpest soul needle, carefully probing into the surface of the ring, entering that realm of soul space. He did not disturb the slumbering essence of the soul, but merely extracted a delicate thread from the dissipating remnants of energy that lingered at the fringes of the space. The process was silent, and for the dormant Master Yao, this minuscule loss was negligible, perhaps even less than what would occur through natural dispersion, utterly imperceptible. Mission: seize the residual soul essence within the Xiao family ring of Wutan City. Completion achieved. Reward distributed. Soul devouring technique, fortune value 100. Current fortune value 50. An obscure and intricate stream of technique information surged into the mind of Hunsheng, imbued with a domineering malevolence. dedicated to the devouring and refining of the soul's essence and various special energies. Simultaneously, he sensed a subtle shift in the enigmatic connection between himself and the cosmos, as if it had become notably smoother. Without hesitation, Hunsheng consumed that thread of Master Yao's residual essence, activating the soul-devouring technique. Buzz! Like a spark igniting in a cauldron of oil, that faint remnant, though feeble, contained a trace of the essence characteristic of a peak dozun, and was instantaneously refined by the soul-devouring technique into an unadulterated torrent of energy, surging through his limbs and bones. His long-stagnant cultivation bottleneck shattered with a thunderous roar, and his aura soared. 3-star Do Fighter, 4-star, 5-star, 6-star. He directly transcended 4-star levels. Hunsheng slowly opened his eyes, feeling the tumultuous power coursing through him, far surpassing his former capabilities. More importantly, he had entered the threshold of the soul-devouring technique. A shortcut to greatness lay beneath his feet. He cast a glance at the ring, now missing a trace of essence yet intact at its core, and casually tossed it back to its original place, as if it had never been disturbed. With a flicker of his form, he transformed into a shadow, silently departing from the Shao family's courtyard, leaving Wutan City behind. Shortly thereafter, the dispute in the main hall subsided. Xiao Yan, in a state of disarray, returned to his small room, engulfed by immense humiliation and anger that nearly consumed him. Habitually, he fumbled with the ring left by his mother, seeking a fragment of solace. However, this time, for reasons unknown, he felt as though the ring had dimmed slightly. That exceedingly faint warmth, which he could occasionally sense, seemed to have vanished entirely. Was it merely an illusion? Xiao Yan bitterly shook his head, attributing it all to his own melancholic mood. Had he truly sunk so low as to become paranoid? He gripped the ring tightly, his nails digging into his palm, blood seeping out unbeknownst to him. The humiliation of today was etched deeply into his memory. Little did he know, a crucial element of opportunity had been stealthily snatched from his life. The mentor who was destined to awaken soon and guide him toward brilliance was now shrouded in an imperceptible shadow on the path to revival. Meanwhile, the thief had long since fled. In the desolate wilderness, Hunsheng reviewed his recent gains. The essence of Master Yao had indeed provided immense nourishment, and the soul-devouring technique was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, it was still insufficient, far from enough. His gaze deepened. Xiao Yan was the child of destiny. The loss of a trace of essence might delay his rise, but it was not enough to crush him entirely. I require more. New mission alert. Proceed to the Taggart Desert. Seek the traces of the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Mission reward. Extraordinary Fire Locator Compass. Fortune value, 200. Extraordinary Fire. A fervent flame ignited within Hunsheng's eyes, precisely what I desire. In an instant, he moved employing the shadow step technique, transforming into a ghostly silhouette as he sped toward the eastern region of the Gamma Empire. A tempest of sand awaited the arrival of an unexpected guest. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's nightmare was only just beginning. Chapter 4. Fire Seizure in the Sand Sea, the Dread of Medusa. The Taggart Desert lay before him, a realm of blinding gold and desolation. The heat waves distorted his vision, as the wind whipped up the sands, striking against the faint Do-Chi barrier he had conjured, producing a soft, rustling sound. Despite the harsh environment, he thrived within it. As the soul-gathering technique activated, the thin shadow energy in the atmosphere was forcibly gathered, rendering his mind ever clearer. Extraordinary Fire Locator Compass has been issued. As the system's notification faded, a palm-sized compass, neither gold nor jade, with a faint blue glow suspended at its center, appeared in Hunsheng's hand. The compass needle spun wildly for a moment before settling steadily toward the southeast, vibrating slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, Hunsheng propelled his shadow step to its utmost limit, dashing across the undulating dunes in mere flashes, leaving behind only ephemeral traces swiftly erased by the wind. The pursuit continued for half a day, and the compass needle's tremors grew increasingly frantic. The air was saturated with a volatile and potent fire energy. Finally, at the bottom of a vast, sunken sand valley, he discovered the entrance. It was a pitch-black opening half buried by quicksand, from which scorching air billowed forth, reeking of sulfur and magma. Without the compass's guidance, it would have remained undetected. Hunsheng entered without a moment's hesitation. The passage inclined downward, delving deep underground, where the temperature escalated sharply. The rock walls gradually turned crimson, and beneath his feet, traces of solidified, yet melting magma began to appear. The terrifying flames pressed upon him as though tangible, a feat even a typical Dome Master would struggle to withstand. The black Do-Chi enveloping Hunsheng's exterior isolated him from the sweltering waves. The soul-devouring technique subtly operated, refining the scorching energy that invaded his body, nourishing himself in return. He had no idea how far he had descended, but suddenly, The path opened up before him, a vast underground magma realm unfurled in his sight. A lake of crimson lava flowed languidly, bubbles bursting and roaring. At its heart stood a solitary platform of bluish-gray stone. Upon this platform, a blue lotus quietly blossomed. The lotus was composed of pure energy, its petals vividly animated, slowly rotating. At its center, a cluster of flame, reminiscent of a cerulean sprite, danced and soared, exuding a heart-stopping force of destruction, yet breathtakingly beautiful. The azure lotus earth heart fire, and beside that azure lotus stood an exquisitely enchanting figure, deeply focused. Clad in a purple gown, she delineated an arresting silhouette. Her beauty was strikingly alluring, captivating by nature, yet her pair of lavender eyes radiated a cold authority. Presently fixated upon the blue flame, delicate hands forming intricate seals, as powerful waves of do-chi surged around her like tides. Queen Medusa, she was indeed here, preparing to forcibly seize the extraordinary fire to facilitate her evolution. Huanxing's arrival went unnoticed, as the shadow techniques and shadow step allowed him to seamlessly integrate into the scorching environment shadows. He resembled the most patient of serpents, coldly observing Medusa's every move. The moment was fleeting. Just as Queen Medusa's technique reached its zenith, her jade hand poised to touch the core of the azure lotus earth heart fire, completely entranced by the extraordinary flames. Now, Huanxing made his move. He expended his last peak Do Huang experience card. His speed erupted to its zenith, akin to a black lightning bolt tearing through space. His target was not Medusa, but rather the azure lotus earth heart fire. Encased in his right hand was a shroud of black do-chi as he reached for the source of the extraordinary fire, while his left hand flicked a silent, concentrated force of soul energy, menacingly aimed at Medusa's vulnerable back. Queen Medusa was entirely absorbed in countering the furious backlash of the extraordinary fire, completely unaware of the presence of a third party lurking nearby, and the timing was ruthlessly precise. Sensing the terrifying force behind her capable of severely injuring or even obliterating her soul, her complexion paled in horror as she forced herself to halt her collection. A torrent of do-chi surging backward to form a defensive barrier. Boom! The soul-devouring force collided with a hastily formed rainbow energy shield, erupting in a violent surge of soul vibration. Medusa's delicate form trembled violently, a muffled groan escaping her lips, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, clearly having suffered a hidden loss. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Huanxing's right hand had already seized the leaping azure flames. Roar! The otherworldly fire, imbued with sentience, erupted in a terrifying rebellion, its devastating heat instantly searing Huanxing's do-chi, causing it to sizzle audibly, inflicting excruciating pain. Yet, Huanxing's expression remained unfaltering as the devouring spirit technique operated with frenzied intensity. Devour! The chilling command escaped his lips, and an overwhelming force of absorption erupted from his palm. The azure flames, potent enough to incinerate even a Do Wang or Do Huang to ashes, found themselves in the presence of their nemesis, struggling and wailing as a substantial portion of their primal essence was forcibly torn away and swiftly drawn into Huanxing's body. Successfully acquired a portion of the azure lotus earth heart fire's essence. Mission accomplished. Reward: luck value 200. Current luck value 250. Warning: the essence of the otherworldly fire is volatile. Immediate refinement is advised. Without hesitation, Huanxing utilized the devouring spirit technique to forcibly suppress the frantically raging azure fire within him, his form transforming into a shadow as he swiftly retreated along the path he had come. Damn it! Leave the otherworldly fire. Queen Medusa's fury was palpable, her exquisite visage marred by frost and murderous intent. After laboring tirelessly to devise her plan, even risking everything to forcibly collect it, she had unwittingly fashioned a wedding gown for another, and now she had been ambushed and injured. With a wave of her jade hand, a multicolored ribbon tore through the lava like a great serpent, hurtling towards Huanxing's back. However, Huanxing's speed was too great and his retreat resolute. The vibrant ribbon shattered only the afterimage, crashing against the rocky wall and triggering a violent collapse. Dust and debris billowed, obscuring her vision. By the time Queen Medusa surged past the collapsing area, there was no trace of Huanxing left. Only the distant sound of rushing wind echoed from the depths of the passage. She stood rooted in place, her chest heaving violently, the wrath in her purple eyes nearly bursting forth. Sensing the now significantly weakened azure lotus earth heart fire, her astonishment mingled with rage. Who was this adversary? What was that peculiar force of absorption? The ruthless and precise ambush was clearly the work of someone far beyond an ordinary Do Huang. She knew nothing of this person. Whoever you are, I shall ensure you pay the price. The icy voice resonated in the searing world of magma, yet there was no reply. In the subterranean passage, Hunching forcibly suppressed the searing agony that threatened to engulf him while a subtle smile graced his lips. The essence of the otherworldly fire was within his grasp. Although it was merely a portion, with the aid of the devouring spirit technique, it was sufficient to refine and control. Xiaoyan, yet another grand opportunity has fallen into my hands. His figure vanished into the abyss of the passage, leaving behind a furious Medusa and a chaotic subterranean lava lake. Chapter 5. The First Glimmer of Prominence. In a hidden cavern at the edge of the Tagore Desert, the heat still lingered. Hunching sat cross-legged, his complexion tinged with fatigue. Yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance. He spread his palm, and a faint yet exceptionally pure azure flame flickered at his fingertips, radiating a heart-stopping intensity. This was the essence of the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire system, exchanged for the Fire Condensation Talisman. He silently contemplated. With a deduction of 50 luck points, a jade talisman adorned with intricate mystical patterns materialized in his hand. This had been part of his meticulous plan. With the power of the talisman aiding him, he could barely refine this strand of otherworldly fire at his current level. Fire Condensation Talisman has been exchanged. Luck points, 0. Placing the talisman against his chest, a wave of coolness surged through him, safeguarding his vital meridians. Hunching no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and swallowed the azure flame. Boom! Even though it was merely a strand of essence, and despite the protective talisman, the terrifying heat exploded within him instantly. It felt as though he had ingested a piece of red-hot iron, and the searing pain enveloped his entire being, sending agonizing sensations coursing through his meridians. Huncheng grunted softly, veins bulging on his forehead as he exerted all his strength to activate the devouring spirit technique. The technique, fierce and unyielding, forcibly restrained the violent source of fire, meticulously peeling away its terrifying energy like the finest surgical scalpel, painstakingly converting it into pure do qi to meld with his essence. This process was slow and agonizing. Each refinement felt like dancing on the edge of a blade. Time trickled by. In the cavern, only his labored breaths and the faint hum of energy circulation could be heard. After what felt like an eternity, the azure flame finally settled down, completely refined and absorbed by the devouring spirit technique. Huncheng exhaled a long breath, releasing a wave of heated air, feeling the do qi cyclone within him swell noticeably, along with the newfound solidity in his meridians and bones, honed by the energy of the otherworldly fire. 5-star Dome Master. With this strand of otherworldly fire essence and the devouring spirit technique, he had broken through consecutively, reaching the realm of the 5-star Dome Master. This speed was indeed astonishing, yet it remained within reasonable limits, and his foundation had become exceptionally solid due to the refinement by the otherworldly fire. Not enough. Huncheng's gaze sharpened within the Soul Clan. Competition was fierce, and without Do Ling's strength, it was challenging to establish oneself, let alone vie for resources and personnel. He needed to progress faster. He recalled the full-level comprehension of the soul condensation technique rewarded by the system. This technique focused on refining the soul and solidifying the foundation, providing little direct assistance in enhancing do qi levels, yet it allowed him to master his strength far beyond his peers, facilitating quicker cultivation and mitigating bottlenecks. First, he would reclaim some interest. With a swift movement, he combined the shadow concealment technique with the ghostly shadow steps, silently departing the cavern towards a secluded valley on the outskirts of the Soul Realm, as recalled from his memories. There lay a small opportunity left behind by a long-deceased external steward of the Soul Clan, hidden within a concealed cave, containing several soul refinement pills capable of enhancing Dome Master cultivation, along with a small sum of gold coins. The original owner had stumbled upon it by chance, but lacked the strength to acquire it. Now, it would conveniently benefit him, easily avoiding the faint restrictions in the valley. He retrieved the pills and gold coins, then once again concealed his presence, returning to the desert's edge to consume the pills and continue his seclusion. Months later, at the outskirts of the Soul Realm, the annual minor competition commenced. This was not a grand clan-wide event, but rather an assessment for the young disciples on the periphery to vie for cultivation resources. The arena was rudimentary, and the spectators were mostly clan members residing in the outer regions. Huncheng stood among the crowd, unremarkable. After months of arduous training, supplemented by elixirs, he had stabilized at the 8-star Dome Master level, not far from the 9-star threshold. This strength was considered above average among the outer disciples, yet it was far from the pinnacle. Next match, Huncheng versus Soulblade, the steward announced. Soulblade, a 9-star Dome Master, held some notoriety in the outer regions, renowned for his ruthless soul blade technique. Murmurs arose from the audience. Huncheng, that silent fellow, what a pity, facing Soulblade. He might be down in just a few moves. I heard he seems to have improved somewhat recently. Han Sheng ascended the stage with an impassive expression. Soul Blade brandished a black, ghostly blade, grinning cruelly. Kid, surrender now, or I might not be able to hold back and break your arms and legs. Han Sheng remained silent, slowly adopting a basic starting posture. You seek death. Soul Blade, insulted, roared with anger, the ghostly blade descending with a chilling rush of wind, enveloped in dark energy, cleaving downward with ferocity. The strike was vicious, clearly meant to inflict serious harm. Some of the audience had already turned away, unable to bear witness to the impending bloody scene. However, just as the blade's edge approached, Han Sheng sprang into action. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the blade by a hair's breadth, simultaneously extending a finger like a sword, striking precisely at the pulse point on Soul Blade's wrist. That single strike was swift, accurate, and ruthless. It also contained a faint yet remarkably condensed soul impact. Soul Blade felt a numbing sensation in his wrist as a chilling force surged through him, rendering his entire arm weak and limp, nearly causing the ghostly blade to slip from his grasp. He was struck with terror, just as he contemplated changing tactics. Huanxing's other hand darted out like a viper, pressing against his exposed chest. Bang! With a dull thud, the robust figure of Soul Blade was sent flying, tumbling off the stage, struggling for a moment before failing to rise. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Had he truly won? An 8-star dosher had defeated a 9-star dosher in a single strike. Moreover, the agility and precision displayed just moments ago were remarkable. On the high platform, an overseer responsible for monitoring the small competition slightly opened his half-closed eyes, glancing at the composed soul life below with a flicker of barely perceptible astonishment. This young man seems to differ from the rumors. His battle awareness and timing far exceed his cultivation level. Soul Life victorious, the overseer announced flatly. Soul Life gave a slight bow and descended from the stage, disregarding the astonished and scrutinizing gazes surrounding him. What he sought was not to draw attention here, but to reasonably showcase a portion of his value, inciting a modicum of notice from the upper echelons to secure a better allocation of training resources. Indeed, a few days later, an order was issued. Soul Life's performance was deemed acceptable, and he was reassigned to a training institute in the C district with slightly better resources, receiving an additional 3 soul source pills monthly. Mission accomplished. In a new training institute, Soul Life became even more reclusive. He utilized the slightly increased resources and the better energy of his new environment to diligently cultivate the soul condensation technique and the soul devouring technique, while also beginning to study the system-rewarded soul extinction finger. His progress was rapid, yet he deliberately controlled his outward performance to align with that of a talented yet ordinary elite. After approximately 1 or 2 years, he arduously broke through to the Great Dosha realm. This pace was considered genius level in the outer regions of the Soul Clan, enough to attract more attention. But within the broader context of the younger generation of the Soul Clan, it was not overly conspicuous. During this period, through system tasks and the covert use of shadow concealment technique, he slowly accumulated 200 points of luck value. He was like a venomous serpent lurking beneath the depths, patiently biding his time and building his strength through fragmented channels of information. He had also vaguely heard some rumors concerning the Gamma Empire. The once disgraced young master of the Shao family seemed to have regained his vigor, rapidly advancing in cultivation, and had left Wutan City. Soul Life understood that the fish had taken the bait, swimming along the trajectory of destiny. Meanwhile, his net was gradually being woven. The time was approaching. The next clan competition would be his true opportunity to ascend to the internal stage of the Soul Clan. He was determined to secure the position of candidate for the new clan leader, but that required at least the strength of a peak Dolingshi or even a Do Wong as a stepping stone. He cast his gaze toward the direction of the Gamma Empire, his eyes icy. Xiao Yan, enjoy your rise while you can. The higher you climb, the harder you will fall in the future. Chapter 6. Hidden Cultivation in the Black Corner, the Devouring of Poison. In the quiet chamber of the C District Training Institute, Soul Life slowly opened his eyes, his aura solidified, firmly establishing himself at the 1-star Great Dosha realm. Years of arduous cultivation had refined his foundation to an extraordinarily solid state, with exquisite control over his Do-Chi. On this day, the overseer of the Training Institute summoned him. Soul Life, the gaunt overseer, appraised him, his eyes reflecting a hint of detached routine. You have advanced to Great Dosha. According to clan regulations, you must serve the clan to exchange for higher-level techniques and resources. There is currently an external mission. Near the Magic Flame Valley in the Black Corner region, there exists a small, abandoned outpost of our clan. Recently, spatial fluctuations have been abnormal, suggesting the emergence of treasures or the manifestation of a spatial rift. We require someone to investigate and establish a temporary observation point. This area is perilous. Are you willing to go? Magic Flame Valley? The Black Corner region? Soul Life's heart stirred. It was a chaotic place, yet rife with opportunities, distanced from the core of the soul realm, making it ideal for him to secretly exert his influence and hasten his strength. "I'm willing to go," Soul Life replied, lowering his head. "Very well." The overseer tossed him a black token and a map. "This serves as your token and map. There should be some residual supplies within the outpost for your use. This mission is dangerous. I bestow upon you the low-level Xian rank soul technique, Poison Palm. Use it with caution. After ascertaining the situation, report regularly through the communication J talisman. Acquired. Soul Clan Outer Outpost Token, Black Corner Region Map. Low-level Xian rank soul technique, Poison Palm. New task. Proceed to the Black Corner Region Magic Flame Valley Outpost. Ascertain the source of the abnormal fluctuations. And establish an observation point. Rewards. Luck value calculated based on investigation results. Detoxification pill formula. Soul Life accepted the items, thanked the overseer, and turned to leave. A glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. An independent external mission was precisely what he craved. Days later, through the spatial passage of the soul realm, Soul Life stepped into the territory of the Black Corner region. The air was thick with the stench of blood and chaos. Following the guidance of the map, he skillfully avoided several notably dangerous areas, finally locating the long-abandoned Soul Clan outpost, concealed by a rudimentary illusion array, deep within a desolate mountain range. Inside the outpost, cobwebs were abundant. Aside from some basic living supplies and a few weak energy crystals, there was little of value. Soul Life meticulously examined the surroundings and discerned that the source of the abnormal spatial fluctuations originated from an inconspicuous stone wall deep within the outpost, where a minuscule, nearly imperceptible crack emitted a faint, strangely sweet and toxic energy. Is this a type of poison energy, and mixed with spatial power? Soul Life furrowed his brow, channeling his soul power to carefully sense the surroundings. The soul condensation technique bestowed upon him an acute perception, allowing him to recognize the extraordinary nature of this place. Behind the crack seemed to connect to a realm of extreme toxicity or the site of a powerful poison attribute expert's demise. He attempted to probe the crack with his Do Chi, only to be repelled by a chilling and malicious force, causing his entire arm to tingle slightly. What a formidable poison! Soul Life felt a thrill of delight. This poison posed a lethal threat to others, yet for him, who bore the soul-devouring technique, it was a tremendous boon. He did not immediately absorb it, but first withdrew. He reinforced the illusion array of the outpost to ensure its concealment. Then, he took out the communication jade talisman given by the overseer, infused it with Do Chi, and reported, "I have arrived at the Black Corner Region Magic Flame Valley Outpost. Preliminary investigation indicates that the source of the spatial fluctuations comes from a naturally formed minuscule spatial crack, releasing toxic miasma intermittently. With a low threat level and no signs of treasures, I request to remain here to monitor the changes in the crack and map the surrounding area." He downplayed the situation, deliberately diminishing the value of the location, aligning with the mentality of an outer disciple unwilling to stir up trouble. Soon, the Jade Talisman replied with a singular, cold confirmation. A smile crept on his Soul Life's lips. This way, he had a reasonable excuse to linger here long-term. In the ensuing days, Soul Life commenced his clandestine cultivation. During the day, he occasionally ventured out, cautiously exploring the vicinity of the Magic Flame Valley, familiarizing himself with the environment of the Black Corner region, and interacting with some outer mercenaries and scouts. Using the scant remaining gold coins of the Soul Clan to purchase information, gradually collecting intelligence on Shaoyan, the Jianan Academy, and the, among other keywords. The information was fragmented and vague, but he patiently organized it. At night, he returned to the outpost, facing the spatial crack. He first carefully drew out a wisp of toxic energy, attempting to guide and refine it using the techniques of Poison Palm, familiarizing himself with its characteristics. After a brief period of adaptation, he resolutely activated the soul-devouring technique. The overwhelming devouring force unleashed, and the pure yet toxic energy surged into Soul Life's body like a torrent. Agony washed over him once more. This poison not only corroded his meridians, but also eroded his very soul. Soul Life's complexion turned pale, yet he gritted his teeth, persevering as the soul condensation technique operated frantically to maintain clarity in his spiritual platform, while the soul-devouring technique worked tirelessly to refine the energy. The process was excruciating, yet the rewards were immense. This toxic energy was of exceptionally high quality. With each wisp he refined, his Do Chi grew more potent, infused with traces of icy poison attributes, amplifying its power manifold. His cultivation began to advance rapidly, and, simultaneously, his resistance to poison attributes steadily increased. Successfully refined unknown magical toxic energy, proficiency of soul-devouring technique greatly increased. Cultivation level raised to 3-star Great Dosher. Acquired passive, low-level magical toxin resistance. Months passed in the blink of an eye. Solung relied on the continuous influx of poisonous energy provided by the spatial rift, ascending his cultivation to the pinnacle of a 5-star great fighter. The poison palm had also reached a state of consummation, exuding a corrosive aura of toxic fighting spirit, its power rivaling that of intermediate Shin-tier combat techniques. The system prompted him to exchange for a concealment array disc. Fortune value, 150, exchange successful. Current fortune value, 50. He required deeper concealment and swifter advancement. One day, as he was diligently cultivating with the toxic energy, the spatial rift suddenly quivered violently. With a soft pop, a bead the size of a pigeon's egg, entirely black and emanating an astonishingly toxic energy, tumbled out from the rift. The moment it struck the ground, the surrounding earth began to corrode with a hissing sound. Solung's pupils constricted as a surge of spiritual energy swept through him. Detection of a high concentration of demonic poison essence crystal, containing vast amounts of toxic energy and fragmented remnants of shattered souls. It can significantly enhance soul-devouring art, but carries a risk of soul contamination. Opportunity and peril coexisted. Solung's heart raced. If he could consume this item, his strength would undoubtedly surge. Yet, the threat of soul contamination loomed. His gaze shifted multiple times, ultimately replaced by resolute determination. The path of cultivation was not one to be undertaken with hesitation. He first activated the concealment array disc he had just exchanged for, enveloping the entire outpost in an invisible wave, severing all external connections. Subsequently, he gathered all the medicinal rewards from previous tasks set aside. Taking a deep breath, he lunged for the demonic poison bead. The instant he grasped it, the terrifying toxin surged up his arm, causing it to swell and darken ominously. Agonizing pain coursed through him. Soul-devouring art. Devour. Solung roared, unwavering as he unleashed his technique, voraciously consuming and refining the energy within the bead. An even more tumultuous energy assaulted his body and soul, while countless chaotic and malicious fragments of shattered souls shrieked and battered against his consciousness. Solung's expression contorted in agony. His orifices began to ooze dark blood. Yet he relied on soul solidification art to stabilize his spirit and soul-devouring art to forcibly convert the energy, enduring the onslaught. This ordeal lasted an entire day and night. When the final trace of demonic poison energy was refined and the last fragment of soul extinguished, Solung emerged as if pulled from water, drenched in dark, filthy blood and sweat, his breath at its lowest ebb. But the next moment, a formidable aura erupted from within him. 6-star great fighter, 7-star, 8-star, finally stabilizing at the pinnacle of 9-star great fighter, only a step away from becoming a doling. Moreover, his fighting spirit became increasingly profound and dark, infused with a potent corrosive toxicity, its might astonishing. His spiritual power, having fortified against contamination, became more resilient and solid. Successfully devoured the demonic poison bead, soul-devouring art has broken through to a minor accomplishment. Cultivation elevated to the pinnacle of 9-star great fighter. Acquired passive, intermediate demonic poison resistance, toxic fighting spirit. Task: investigate the source of the anomalous fluctuations completed. Reward: fortune value 200. Detoxification pill formula has been issued. Current fortune value 250. Solung slowly opened his eyes. The feeling of exhaustion lingered, yet the brilliance in his gaze burned with unprecedented intensity. His strength had surged. With the toxic fighting spirit and various strategies at his disposal, he now possessed the capability to contend even against lower-tier dolings. After a prolonged period of recuperation, he regained some of his strength. Observing the now ineffective concealment array disc and the empty medicinal vial in his hand, he understood it was unwise to linger here. With the demonic poison bead retrieved, the spatial rift was gradually stabilizing, diminishing in value. He took out a communication jade talisman and input the information. After months of monitoring, the spatial rift has naturally healed, and the toxic miasma has dissipated. The outpost has lost its value. I request to return to the clan for a debrief. Shortly after, a reply arrived. Approved. Return immediately. Solung cleared all traces of his stay, especially those related to the consumption of the toxic energy, disguising them as natural dissipations. Then, he turned away from this outpost that had transformed him, heading towards the soul realm. It was time to return. With the strength of a 9-star great fighter, and having successfully completed the task, he should be able to truly shine in the upcoming clan competition, gaining more recognition and resources. Chapter 7. The clan competition's brilliance, entering the core. Upon returning to the soul realm, the training institute in the Bing district remained as oppressive and silent as ever. Solung submitted his task report, describing the natural healing process of the demonic flame valley outpost in an unremarkable manner. The attendant verified his cultivation, noting his peak at 9-star great fighter with mild surprise. attributing it merely to the trials in the Blackhorn region and his own diligence, offering routine commendations without further inquiry. This understated response was precisely what Solung desired. He received a meager contribution point for task completion, exchanged for several ordinary medicinal materials needed for cultivation, and once again secluded himself in preparation for the impending outer clan competition. After months of arduous training, he fully solidified his cultivation at the pinnacle of 9-star Great Fighter, his toxic fighting spirit flowing smoothly, and the poison palm became second nature. More importantly, he successfully suppressed his aura to the level of an 8-star Great Fighter using soul solidification art and his meticulous control over spiritual energy, which was a strategic adjustment he had planned for a remarkable reveal. On the day of the clan competition, the outermost, largest martial arena buzzed with excitement. Thousands of outer disciples gathered here, eager to seize this opportunity to showcase their talents and earn eligibility for better training areas. Solung blended in with the crowd, utterly inconspicuous. His gaze swept over the high platform, where several inter-clan attendants sat with indifferent expressions, evidently uninterested in this low-level contest. As the matches commenced, the battles grew intense and brutal. The opponents Solung faced in the early rounds were not formidable, utilizing his suppressed 8-star Great Fighter strength and his astute combat awareness. He easily secured victories without drawing much attention, until he encountered a fellow 9-star Great Fighter, Soul Butcher. This individual was quite renowned in the outer circles, infamous for his ferocious strength. Solung? Unfamiliar. Soul Butcher sneered, his heavy axe slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. Get out of my way. Faced with this fierce strike, Solung finally ceased to hold back completely. Altering his footwork, he executed the shadow step, narrowly evading the axe's blade, while simultaneously launching a palm strike, the black fighting spirit infused with a hint of bloodthirst, directly imprinting in his Soul Butcher's chest. Poison palm. Soul Butcher sensed the corrosive power embedded in the gust of the palm strike. His expression shifted slightly as he raised his axe to block. Boom! The palm and axe clashed, sending Soul Butcher staggering back several steps, a clear black palm print left on the axe blade, sizzling as it began to corrode the weapon. What a peculiar fighting spirit. Soul Butcher was both surprised and enraged. Gasps echoed from the crowd below. An 8-star Great Fighter actually managed to push back a 9-star peak like Soul Butcher, and possessed such a bizarre attribute in his fighting spirit. On the high platform, an inter-clan attendant slightly raised an eyebrow. Seizing the opportunity, Solung pressed his advantage, employing the shadow step like a spectre, his poison palm ruthlessly targeting vital points. Soul Butcher, despite his overwhelming strength, found himself completely suppressed, rendered helpless and in a pitiful state. Ultimately, Solung feigned a strike, baiting an opening, and delivered a poisonous palm imprint beneath his ribs. Puffed. Soul Butcher spat out a mouthful of blackened blood, staggering to the ground, the toxin spreading through him, rendering him unable to rise for a time. Solung emerged victorious. The referee announced. The arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted into discussion. Everyone began to inquire about this previously unknown figure, Solung, who possessed such a peculiar toxic technique. Solung descended from the platform with a calm demeanor, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He understood that this display was enough to pique some interest from the inter-clan attendants. In the subsequent matches, he easily defeated 2 more 9-star Great Fighters, ultimately securing the 10th place in the outer clan competition. This ranking was neither too high nor too low. It granted him eligibility for entry into the E-District Training Institute and access to additional resources, while not drawing excessive attention, fitting the image of an outer disciple with a stroke of good fortune and a touch of serendipity. During the awards ceremony, the previously arching eyebrow of the steward indeed lingered upon him for a moment longer, stating coolly, "Poison attribute combat aura? Quite rare indeed. Train diligently, and do not stray from your path." Honorable Soul accepted this with deference. Upon entering the beta zone, the resources proved to be significantly more abundant. Soul now possessed a private cultivation chamber, with his monthly allocation of elixirs doubled, alongside the opportunity to exchange for more advanced techniques and combat skills. He remained low-key, dedicating the majority of his time to arduous training, continuing to refine the residual energy of the demonic poison pearl within him using the spirit devouring technique. Steadily advancing towards the threshold of Do Ling simultaneously, he began to consciously utilize the more accessible information channels in the beta zone, keeping an eye on the happenings in the direction of the Gamma Empire. Fragmented pieces of information gradually coalesced. The 3-year agreement of the Yunlan sect, Xiaoyan's victory over Nalan Yunran, the Yunlan sect's bounty on Xiaoyan, and Xiaoyan's escape from the Gamma Empire. The mention of the Yunlan sect and the Law Protector, Soul's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, his eyes glimmering with cold light. He understood that a greater storm was brewing, and his current strength was far from sufficient to partake in it. He needed to grow stronger and swiftly. On one particular day, He utilized contribution points to redeem an opportunity to select a combat technique from the periphery of the Soul Technique Pavilion. The vast expanse of the Soul Technique Pavilion was like a boundless mist. He set a clear target, directly heading towards the section documenting various unconventional, poison-related, and even devouring techniques. Feigning to browse, his soul energy quietly spread, meticulously sensing the surroundings. Finally, in a particularly obscure corner, on a dust-covered shelf, he sensed a fragmentary black jade slip, its emanating fluctuations resonating faintly with his practiced spirit devouring technique. His heart stirred as he picked up the jade slip. Though the slip was broken, retaining only its front half, it was named Swallowing Yuan Technique, with a vague introduction stating it could accelerate the absorption of heavenly and earthly energy, but could easily destabilize one's foundation, categorized as intermediate Xian level, yet rarely sought after. To others, it was a mere trinket, but for Soul, who possessed the spirit-devouring technique capable of perfectly refining impurities, it was an exceptional aid for accelerated cultivation. Without hesitation, he chose this fragmentary slip. Upon returning to his cultivation chamber, Soul immediately began to study. Although the Swallowing Yuan technique was incomplete, its method of absorbing external energy was indeed unique. He combined the Swallowing Yuan technique with the spirit-devouring technique, and instantly, the speed of energy absorption surged several-fold. The surrounding heavenly and earthly energy within dozens of feet was drawn in like a magnet, flooding into the quiet chamber, rapidly purified and refined by the spirit-devouring technique. Merging into his being, his cultivation began to increase at a visibly accelerated pace. Months later, a faint sound of a barrier shattering resonated within the quiet chamber. Soul's aura suddenly surged, breaking through that solid bottleneck. 1-star Doling. The progression was seamless, without any hindrance. Furthermore, due to the spirit-devouring technique and the condensing soul technique, his foundation was more stable than the average Doling, and his combat aura became more refined and robust. Stepping into Doling signified that he had finally entered the mid-tier among the younger generation of the Soul Clan, qualifying him to access more core elements. He acclimated to the power of Doling, feeling the surging poison-infused combat aura within him, his gaze sharp. It was time. The resources of the Beta Zone were no longer sufficient to support his rapid advancement. He needed accomplishments, needed to be regarded with greater significance, and required entry into the true core circle to obtain more and better guidance for that destined child. He pushed open the door of the quiet chamber and headed toward the task hall. He sought to undertake a task of adequate difficulty, one that would yield significant merit. His eyes fell upon the crimson words at the top of the task board. Investigate the recent frequent anomalies of the Yunlan sect in the Gamma Empire, and their connection with the mysterious powerhouse, Law Protector. Level, dangerous. Recommendation, high-level Doling or above should form a team to proceed. A cold arc graced the corner of Soul's lips. This was it. Chapter 8, Undercurrents of the Empire, First Encounter with the Law Protector. On a winding path, the heavenly step allowed his movements to be utterly silent. He arrived several days ahead of the Soul Clan's investigative team, opting not to directly approach the Yunlan sect, but instead wandering around several major cities within the Empire and near the border of the Outcloud Empire. Through secret contact points at the periphery of the Soul Palace and deliberate encounters with some underground informants, he gathered fragmented bits of information. Overall, it appeared that the Gamma Empire had not experienced any major upheaval recently, and the Yunlan sect seemed to be operating as usual. However, whispers hinted that the sect leader, Yun Shan, had been in seclusion for an extended period, with internal affairs largely managed by the elders, which seemed somewhat peculiar. Meanwhile, activities of the poison sect in the Outcloud Empire appear to have increased. Yun Shan's seclusion and the unusual movements of the poison sect. Soul traced the rainwater with his finger across the dilapidated wooden table, contemplating that the Law Protector must have already begun making contact with Yun Shan, or at least set up spies within the Yunlan sect. Days later, he met with 2 other Soul Clan investigators. Both were 5-star Doling, their demeanor haughty, regarding him, a mere 1-star Doling with indifference. Soul, the leader, Soul Shadow, cast a glance at him, his tone cold. You will follow behind, responsible for recording any energy anomalies along the way and mapping the terrain. The core investigation will be handled by us. Understood. Soul bowed his head in acquiescence, adopting a very humble posture. The trio advanced towards the Yunlan sect. The 2 from Soul Shadow had a clear objective, heading directly towards the entrance of the Yunlan sect, attempting to locate high-level energy fluctuations. Soul trailed behind, seemingly documenting inconsequential data, yet his soul energy spread like an invisible web, quietly sensing every unusual fluctuation in the air. His caution and the keen perception granted by the condensing soul technique once again proved invaluable. Near an abandoned ancient castle, still some distance from the Yunlan sect, He detected an extremely faint yet pure and icy residue of a Soul Palace Elder's unique aura. This aura did not originate from the Law Protector himself, but rather resembled traces left by one of his soul envoys passing through not long ago. Soul felt a stir in his heart, but remained silent, quietly noting the location and characteristics of the aura. However, the actions of Soul Shadow's duo turned reckless once again. Relying on their strength, they attempted to approach the forbidden grounds at the back of the Yunlan sect under the cover of night, unwittingly triggering the enhanced defensive barrier of the Yunlan sect. Light flashed and alarms blared. Retreat! Soul Shadow shouted, hurriedly withdrawing with his companion. Several auras of Yunlan sect experts quickly pursued them. The duo of Soul Shadow found themselves in a dire predicament, even engaging in a brief skirmish with their pursuers, sustaining minor injuries before narrowly escaping. Soul had already distanced himself at the onset of the disturbance, perfectly concealing himself. He watched coldly as Soul Shadow fled back to their temporary hiding cave, his expression grim. Damn the Yunlan sect! Soul Shadow cursed, casting a resentful glance at the unscathed soul. You are rather clever. I fear my meager strength would only hinder you, my lord. Soul once again presented a jade slip containing the recorded peripheral energy data. Soul Shadow glanced at it irritably, refraining from further words, promptly reporting their encounter and requesting instructions. The response from the Soul Clan headquarters came swiftly, stern in tone, reprimanding them for once again startling the snake in the grass, commanding them to halt their actions and lie in wait. The atmosphere within the cave grew oppressive, as Soul Shadow tended to their wounds. Soul silently kept watch at the cave entrance. Just then, an unforeseen change occurred. An indescribable, bone-chilling pressure, as if capable of freezing souls, descended upon the small cave without warning. Thud! Thud! Soul Shadow collapsed to the ground, as if overwhelmed by an invisible mountain, their bodies creaking under the strain. Faces contorted with utter terror, unable to utter a word. Soul himself felt his entire being stiffen, as though his soul was on the verge of being crushed by this oppressive force. Yet, his condensing soul technique activated autonomously, barely maintaining a thread of clarity in his mind. He forcibly suppressed all thoughts of resistance and fear, kneeling on one knee and lowering his head, striving to appear as feeble as the others, yet with a subtle hint of tenacity in his struggle. A shadow, shrouded in dense black mist, emerged silently within the cave like a spectre. A chilling notion swept across the gathering, imbued with a hint of dissatisfaction and indifference. A collection of inept individuals. A hoarse, somber voice resonated, penetrating the very depths of the soul, eliciting an involuntary shiver. The two figures of the Soul Shadow trembled even more violently. The indistinct silhouette's gaze seemed to linger upon them for a fleeting moment, particularly fixating on the Soulborn for an extra half-second, as if taken aback by his ability to maintain a kneeling posture rather than collapsing entirely. Matters concerning the Yunlan sect are meticulously orchestrated. How dare you disturb the grass and alert the snake? The frigid voice bore a reprimand. Should there be another lapse, you shall become fodder for the Soul Banner. Yes, yes, esteemed guardian, the Soul Shadow stammered, fear gripping them to their core. The shadow within the black mist, the Guardian Wu, appeared disinterested in these minor players. Yet his icy gaze swept over the Soulborn once more. You, the Guardian Wu's thought pointed at the Soulborn, maintaining a relatively steady breath. Report in detail all that you have witnessed since your arrival, particularly the fluctuations in energy surrounding the Yunlan sect. A shudder ran through the Soulborn, for he recognized this as both a test and an opportunity. He kept his head bowed, articulating his observations in the most succinct and clear manner, recounting the peripheral data. The frequency of energy fluctuations and the faint remnants of presence discovered at the desolate ancient castle, meticulously outlining the information without embellishment, omitting the reckless actions of the Soul Shadow duo. The Guardian Wu listened in silence, withholding judgment. Once the Soulborn concluded, an icy stillness enveloped the cave. After a prolonged pause, the Guardian Wu emitted an ambiguous grunt, at least slightly more useful than those two inept ones. The chilling notion swept over the Soulborn again. Remember, conceal yourself, observe. Without my command, do not act recklessly. Otherwise, as the words faded, the terrifying pressure receded like a tide. The shadow and the black mist dissipated quietly, as if it had never been there. Within the cave, only the heavy breaths of the three remained. The Soul Shadow duo collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat, their faces still etched with fear. The Soulborn gradually rose to his feet, a chill coursing through his back. The brief encounter with the Guardian Wu had instilled a sense of oppression far beyond his expectations. Yet he had succeeded. Not only had he avoided inciting the Guardian Wu's wrath, but he had also left a preliminary impression due to his composure and usefulness, even receiving directives to lurk and observe. Task: investigation of the Yunlan sect's anomalies completed. Reward calculation in progress. Successfully contacted Guardian Wu without being eradicated. Gained 400 luck points. Gained preliminary attention from Guardian Wu. Reward. Low-level token of the Soul Hall. Luck points 100. Current luck points 700. A chilling black bone token fell into the Soulborn's hand. He grasped the token tightly, his gaze profound. Though perilous, this risky maneuver had proven fruitful. With this token in hand, his endeavors within the Gamma Empire would be considerably facilitated, further aiding his subsequent covert arrangements. He cast a glance at the still-dazed soul-shadow duo, a cold smirk forming within. These two fools would likely never comprehend the significance of this failed investigation to him. Esteemed lords, shall we heed Guardian Wu's command and proceed to conceal ourselves? The Soulborn inquired respectfully, his tone unwavering. The soul-shadow duo finally regained their senses. Their gazes toward the Soulborn filled with complexity, relief at having survived, yet tinged with an inexplicable jealousy and trepidation. Let us depart immediately. The soul-shadow struggled to rise, shedding any remnants of previous arrogance. The Soulborn followed behind them, casting one last glance in the direction of the Yunnan sect. Gardian Wu, Yunnan sect, Shaoyan. The pieces have quietly fallen into place. Chapter 9. Shadows of the Black Corner. An encounter on a foreign path. In the Soul Clan outpost at the edge of the Demon Flame Valley within the Black Corner region, the Soulborn slowly opened his eyes, his aura dense and composed. Having firmly established his realm at the 1-star doling level, he toyed with the Black Bone token acquired from Guardian Wu. Its icy texture seemingly capable of penetrating the soul. The affairs of the Gamma Empire had concluded, and the threads concerning the Yunnan sect had been sewn. Now, his gaze turned towards the depths of the Black Corner region. It was time to focus on enhancing himself. The chaotic energy environment here was perfectly suited for the cultivation of the soul-devouring technique and poison demon palm. He did not rush into action. Instead, he utilized the rudimentary communication array remaining in the outpost to report false movements regarding the continued monitoring of the spatial rifts in the Demon Flame Valley, securing himself a period of freedom for clandestine cultivation. Over the course of several months, the Soulborn drifted through the outskirts of the Black Corner region like a spectre. He steered clear of the strongholds of large factions, deliberately seeking out treacherous areas rife with energy disruptions, toxic miasma, or where powerful beings had previously perished. The soul-devouring technique operated at full capacity, voraciously absorbing various violent energies and residual soul fragments, steadily advancing towards the 2-star doling realm. Simultaneously, he diligently honed his Sky Phantom Step and Shadow concealment technique. In this ruthless land of the Black Corner region, concealment and speed were essential for survival. One day, he arrived at the relatively bustling Black Seal City within the Black Corner region to replenish some daily supplies. The city remained chaotic, the streets filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and the clamor of combat. The Soulborn instinctively suppressed his aura to the level of an 8-star Great Dome Master, blending into the crowd, inconspicuous. As he passed by the city's largest auction house, the Black Seal Auction Hall, he paused momentarily. Today, the auction house seemed particularly lively, throngs of people flowing in and out. Have you heard? This auction has some fine items. Apparently, a rare poison demon vine is on offer. Many practitioners of poison techniques are here. And there's a high-tier fire attribute Do technique scroll as well, drawing quite the crowd. Looks like we're in for quite a spectacle today. The chatter of passers-by reached the Soulborn's ears, stirring his interest. The poison demon vine would indeed be beneficial for his cultivation of the poison demon palm. After a brief contemplation, he altered his course, merging with the crowd to enter the auction house. He paid the deposit and chose a secluded corner in the hall, further suppressing his aura. The auction commenced shortly thereafter, the atmosphere electrifying. A plethora of pills, herbs, weapons, and Do techniques were presented, inciting a flurry of bids from the audience. The Soulborn found most items uninteresting, closing his eyes to rest, awaiting the appearance of his target. When the entirely black poison demon vine, entwined with an eerie black mist, was brought to the stage, he finally opened his eyes. Next up for bidding, a 4th-grade herb. The poison demon vine, renowned for its lethal toxicity, an excellent material for cultivating poison techniques or concocting certain special pills. Starting bid, 200,000 gold coins. The bidding erupted fiercely, clearly capturing the interest of many. The Soulborn remained patient, calmly observing the primary competitors, among whom were several with doling level auras. The price quickly climbed to 400,000. The calls for bids gradually thinned. 450,000. The Soulborn spoke for the first time, his voice hoarse and subdued. 460,000. An elder with a chilling aura followed suit. 480,000. The Soulborn raised his bid again. The elder hesitated for a moment, ultimately shaking his head and conceding. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring the gavel down, a young, somewhat anxious voice echoed from a corner in the front row. 500,000. 000. The Soulborn's gaze sharpened, his soul energy instinctively sweeping towards the source of the voice. There, cloaked in a large black robe, obscuring his features, sat a figure whose aura hovered around the 3 to 4-star Great Dome Master level, yet exuded an unusual tenacity and fervor. From him, the Soulborn detected a faint yet unmistakably familiar wave of soul energy, one that belonged to Yao Lao, though deliberately concealed. The congealing soul technique allowed the Soulborn to catch that brief trace. It was Xiaoyan. He had also come to the Black Corner region, attending this auction. Clearly, it was for that high-tier fire attribute Do technique scroll. The Soulborn understood instantly. After calling out the bid of 500,000, Xiaoyan appeared somewhat tense, leaning slightly forward. This price was likely his limit. The Soulborn remained silent for a moment. He did not necessarily require the poison demon vine. At this moment, raising the bid would certainly cause Xiaoyan significant financial strain and might even lead him to miss his target technique. However, it would undoubtedly arouse the vigilance and scrutiny of the elder Yao. To expose oneself for the sake of a mere herb would be a fool's errand. After the auctioneer inquired 3 times, he decisively struck the gavel. 500,000 gold coins. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the poison demon vine. Xiaoyan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, his body relaxing. Hunsheng, maintaining a stoic expression, withdrew his gaze, appearing merely as a common bidder who had failed. Yet his mind was racing with thoughts. Xiaoyan's presence here signified that he had escaped the Jiama Empire, and the plot was steadily progressing. His cultivation at the level of a 3-star Dome Master was advancing at a commendable pace. It seemed that the story involving the Jianan Academy and the fallen Heartflame was not far off. Hunsheng mused to himself that he needed to expedite his strength. Without lingering, he quietly rose and departed the auction house. Throughout this encounter, he had flawlessly concealed his presence, drawing not a hint of attention from Xiaoyan or Elder Yao. The 2 individuals were akin to parallel lines, briefly intersecting in the chaotic Black Corner region, yet remaining strangers, brushing past one another. Detected movement of key plot character Xiaoyan. Slight increase in plot participation. Gained luck points, 50. Current luck points, 750. Upon exiting the auction house, Hunsheng disregarded the clamor behind him, his figure melding into the shadowy alleys of Black Ink City. His objective grew increasingly clear: strength. The need for greater strength. Although the spatial rift in the Demon Flame Valley had stabilized, the vastness of the Black Corner region promised many similar locales. He needed to seek out the next source that could expedite his soul-devouring art. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan would continue his journey until the moment they truly clashed. At that time, Hunsheng would deliver an astonishing surprise. Chapter 10. Each with opportunities, dark currents surge. After the silent brush with Xiaoyan at the Black Ink Auction House, Hunsheng vanished like a droplet of water merging into the sea, completely disappearing into the intricate shadows of the Black Corner region. He paid no heed to the ensuing turmoil caused by the 3,000 thunderclaps, nor did he seek to discover how Xiaoyan ultimately extricated himself. The fortune of the destined child was never in question for him. His goal was always clear: to enhance his strength, sparing no effort to seize any potential source of power. After departing from Black Ink City, he pursued leads he had previously gathered regarding several suspected perilous locations, embarking on a more profound exploration. On one particular day, following a faint trail of energy, he stumbled upon a desolate rift situated between 2 volcanoes. The rift radiated intense heat, yet the air was strangely permeated with a chilling malevolence capable of eroding Do Qi. The 2 contrasting energies intertwined, creating a lethal zone. Scattered throughout the rift were charred bones, both human and magical beast, indicating that none of the unwary had survived. Hunsheng activated his heavenly poison Do Qi for protection and cautiously ventured deeper. In the rift's depths, he discovered an unusual skeletal remains partially buried within the scorched rock layers. The bones gleamed a dark gold, and even after the passage of time, they emanated a faint oppressive aura, clearly belonging to a formidable being in life. However, what halted Hunsheng was not the skeleton itself, but rather a peculiar plant growing at the location of its heart. The plant stalk was jet black, its leaves of vivid crimson, and at its apex, a fruit the size of a dragon's eye, half black and half red, pulsed gently, resembling a small heartbeat. Each throb causing the surrounding energies of heat and chill to alternate. Could this be the yin-yang evil core fruit? A flicker of surprise crossed Hunsheng's eyes. He had encountered similar records in the ancient tomes of the Soul Clan. This fruit required the convergence of extreme yang and extreme yin energies to absorb the residual essence of a fallen powerhouse, taking countless years to mature. Though the yin-yang malevolence contained within was extraordinarily tyrannical, if refined, it would yield remarkable effects in tempering Do Qi and reinforcing meridians. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Without hesitation, Hunsheng carefully plucked the fruit. Upon grasping it, waves of scorching heat and icy cold surged through him. Had he not been prepared and possessed the heavenly poison do chi, he would likely have been injured in an instant. He immediately sought out a relatively stable cavern within the rift, setting up a concealment formation to prepare for the consumption and refinement of the fruit. This time, the process proved more arduous than anticipated. The yin and yang malevolence clashed violently within him, as if attempting to rend him asunder from the inside out. Hunchung steadfastly focused his mind, operating the soul-devouring art at an unprecedented speed, forcibly harmonizing and devouring these two opposing energies, transforming them into the purest form of do chi. His meridians continuously cycled between tearing and mending, the pain far exceeding previous experiences. Yet, the rewards were equally substantial. His do chi became increasingly pure and condensed at a visible pace, and his meridians were widened and fortified, steadily advancing toward the realm of a 3-star do spirit. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, the energy of the yin-yang evil core fruit was finally completely refined. Hunchung opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. His aura had distinctly reached the pinnacle of a 2-star do spirit, merely a hair's breadth away from 3 stars. More importantly, the quality of his do chi had significantly improved, becoming more robust and domineering, with a heightened adaptability to energy attributes. Regrettably, he had not directly broken through. Hunchung felt a twinge of disappointment, but soon found solace. The foundation and cultivation was of utmost importance, and the benefits derived from this refinement far outweighed a mere 1-star increase in cultivation. He departed the rift, continuing to hone his skills within the Black Corner region. During this time, he also gleaned sporadic rumors regarding Xiao Yin through covert channels of the Soul Palace. He was suspected to have entered the territory of Jia Nan Academy and appeared to have made further progress in cultivation. Hunchung was not surprised by this. He resembled the most patient of hunters, silently accumulating his strength, awaiting the moment when his prey would reach its most succulent state. Sensing that his training in the Black Corner region had reached a bottleneck, Hunchung resolved to return to the Soul Realm. He needed to leverage his status as a core disciple to acquire higher-level techniques and resources in preparation for breaking through to Dowan. Utilizing a secret passage to return to the Soul Realm, he first reported to the task hall, claiming he had been monitoring the Demon Flame Valley region and had fortuitously discovered and eliminated several weak spatial fluctuation points, ensuring safety. Displaying his pinnacle of a 2-star do spirit cultivation, he garnered the satisfaction of the steward, who granted him further merit rewards. Subsequently, he immediately proceeded to the technique pavilion. This time, he had a clear objective, selecting a control-type soul technique named Poison Shadow Binding, which could condense invisible poisonous threads using heavenly poison do chi to ensnare enemies while eroding their do chi and souls, perfectly compensating for his current lack of control methods. After exchanging for the soul technique, he also redeemed a batch of medicinal pills to assist in breaking through the Do Wang bottleneck with his accumulated merit points. Before returning to his quarters in the core area to begin a new round of seclusion, he continuously refined his do chi, sharpened his soul, practiced the newly acquired poison shadow binding, and adjusted his state to its peak, silently awaiting the moment to challenge the Do Wang threshold. Meanwhile, during his seclusion, more intricate intelligence regarding the Jia Ma Empire's Yunlan sect, as well as news of a new student at Jia Nan Academy forcefully rising with a unique flame, gradually trickled back to the higher echelons of the Soul Clan, garnering some clandestine attention. The undercurrents were quietly converging in unseen realms. Hunchung understood that when he emerged from his retreat, the curtain of the stage might slowly begin to rise. Chapter 11. The Storm of Jianan. Heart of the Fallen stirs. The pursuit and turmoil in the Black Corner region had become a thing of the past. With the discreet assistance of Elder Yao, Xiao Yin successfully extricated himself from the entanglements of the Blood Sect and other forces, finally arriving at his destination, Jia Nan Academy. Stepping into this renowned ancient institution of the continent, he was immediately enveloped by the rich energies of heaven and earth, as well as an invigorating atmosphere. Towering spires, expansive plazas, and the presence of numerous young scholars all exuded the profound heritage of Jia Nan Academy. However, it was evident that Jia Nan Academy was not a haven of peace. Upon entering the academy, Xiao Yin found himself embroiled in the internal selection tournament. Compelled to showcase his prowess against formidable adversaries such as the renowned Bai Shan, Hu Jia, and Wu Hao, Bai Shan, enamored with Sun Air, directed his animosity towards Xiao Yin at every turn. The tournament was a whirlwind of intense battles, yet Xiao Yin, bolstered by his surging strength and the might of his, overcame each opponent, ultimately vanquishing Bai Shan, Hu Jia, and Wu Hao, thus securing his qualification for the Inner Academy. The Inner Academy is the true heart of the Jia Nan Academy, the heavenly flame refining tower, a unique edifice capable of accelerating cultivation while also igniting one's inner fire, became Xiao Yin's new sanctuary for training. Here, he felt the exuberance of the within him, and for the first time, he distinctly sensed the terrifying entity sealed deep within the tower, the Fallen Heart Flame. The Fallen Heart Flame, formless and intangible, specializes in heart fire, boasting extraordinary effects on refining Do Qi and enhancing cultivation speed, albeit with tremendous risk. Shielded by his, Xiao Yin experienced exponential growth in strength within the Heavenly Flame refining tower, quickly making a name for himself on the Inner Academy's rankings, earning the moniker of Flame Demon. During this period, he forged new friendships, such as with the straightforward Ziyin, while also facing fresh challenges, with conflicts against veteran Inner Academy powerhouses like Bai Cheng intensifying. His possession of drew the particular attention and covert protection of Elder Su Qian. However, the tranquility of his cultivation life was short-lived. The Fallen Heart Flame, sealed for many years, began to exhibit increasingly shorter and more intense periods of agitation. Numerous students training within the tower suffered from uncontrolled heart fire, and even some elders at the Dowang level found themselves at a loss. Finally, an unprecedented cataclysmic upheaval erupted. On that day, the entire Inner Academy was shaken to its core. The Heavenly Flame refining tower trembled violently, and a torrent of invisible flames erupted from the tower's base like a volcanic eruption, engulfing half the sky of the Inner Academy in an instant. The terrifying heat distorted the very fabric of space, sending countless students fleeing in terror. Elder Su Qian and the other elders joined forces in a desperate attempt to suppress the turmoil, yet they struggled to fully contain the rampaging Fallen Heart Flame. The invisible fire serpent raged against its seal, emitting a deafening roar, yearning for freedom. Amidst this chaotic moment, Xiao Yin felt an unprecedented pull from within him. Becoming exceptionally agitated, he gazed at the surging invisible flames with eyes alight with determination and madness. The Fallen Heart Flame was a treasure he must possess, not only for his own cultivation, but also to restore his master, Yao Lao's strength. Master, Xiao Yin roared inwardly. Little one, the opportunity has arrived, but it is fraught with peril. Yao Lao's grave voice resonated, stating that success would depend entirely on Xiao Yin's fortune. Without hesitation, seizing the moment when the elders were preoccupied with suppression, Xiao Yin transformed into a streak of azure light, charging towards the entrance of the Heavenly Flame refining tower. Propelled by the terrifying heart fire that threatened to shatter his very soul, plunging into the molten world beneath without a second thought, his figure was swiftly enveloped by the raging invisible flames. Simultaneously, far away in the core region of the Soul Realm, in a secluded courtyard, the seated Han Sheng felt a slight ripple in the surrounding space as a powerful aura gradually retracted into his body. He opened his eyes, and a fleeting glimmer of deep purple light flashed within them, emanating an imposing pressure that indicated he had ascended to a new level. 1-star Dowang. After a prolonged period of seclusion and accumulation, he had successfully breached the Douling barrier and officially become a Dowang powerhouse. The Tian poison Do Qi had grown increasingly formidable, and his soul power surged correspondingly. After briefly acclimating to his newfound strength, he rose to open the door to his quiet chamber. Outside, a shimmering communication jade talisman floated in the air. Han Sheng reached out to grasp it, infusing it with soul power. The talisman contained an urgent message from the Soul Clan's intelligence network. Emergency report from Jianan Academy. The Fallen Heart Flame sealed within the Heavenly Flame refining tower has undergone the most powerful upheaval in history, breaching some seals, resulting in significant losses to the Inner Academy. It is suspected that an individual possessing has infiltrated the molten world amid the chaos. Holding the talisman, Han Sheng's lips curled into a cold yet expectant smile. At last, it has begun. Chapter 12. The Initial Awakening of the Dowang, renowned within the clan. In the core region of the Soul Realm, at the Do Technique Trial Grounds, today was not a particularly special day, yet a considerable number of Soul Clan disciples gathered around. In the arena, two figures were locked in fierce combat, black energy swirling as their soul techniques clashed with a resounding thud. One of them was none other than the newly emerged Han Sheng. His opponent, a core disciple with a cultivation level of 3-star Dowang, named Han Yin, was somewhat renowned within the clan, famed for his lethal Ghost Cry Soul Claw. Han Yin unleashed a ferocious assault, his claw winds sharp and swift, creating afterimages that enveloped Han Sheng's vital points. Having heard that Han Sheng was a newcomer to the Dowang rank from the periphery, he held a degree of contempt and sought a quick victory to establish his reputation. However, in the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Han Sheng appeared unfazed. He refrained from wielding any weapons, instead meeting the attack with his hands enveloped in dark purple Do Qi. Employing the Tian Yu step, his form became ghostly, defleating hun yen is feels close tixbu mea intis. Occasionally, he countered with precise and ruthless palm strikes, targeting the openings in Han Yen's techniques. The collision of dark purple Tian poison Do Chi with Han Yen's black soul energy produced a hissing sound of corrosion, gradually eroding his Do Chi. What a bizarre Do Chi. The more Han Yen fought, the more apprehensive he became, sensing his Do Chi depleting rapidly. While the sinister essence within Han Sheng's palm winds sought to invade his meridians, forcing him to divide his attention to defend himself. Is that all you can do is dodge? Frustrated by his inability to break through, Han Yen roared, unleashing a surge of Do Chi from within. His claws radiating with dark light as he executed his ultimate technique, Ghost Cry Howl Soul. A piercing sound wave merged with solidified claw shadows, rushing towards Han Sheng like a vengeful spirit. This was his trump card, wielding immense power. The onlookers gasped, believing Han Sheng would be forced to retreat. However, a cold glint flashed in Han Sheng's eyes. No longer evading, he slowly thrust out his right palm, as dark purple Do Chi violently coalesced within, transforming into a miniature vortex of toxic energy. Poisonous kill palm. As he struck, there was no cataclysmic uproar, yet it carried an aura of annihilation and deadly silence. Sizzle. The sharp sound wave claw shadow collided with the dark purple palm wind, swiftly dissolving like ice meeting boiling oil. Han Yen's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an irresistible corrosive energy surge back through his Do Chi, rendering his entire arm numb and prickling with pain. Just as he attempted to retreat, Han Sheng's figure closed in on him like a relentless shadow, his left fingertip glowing with a ghostly light. Soul Extinguishing Finger. A meticulously refined strike targeting the soul shot forth, instantly aiming for Han Yen's brow. Han Yen's soul surged with terror, and he turned his head desperately to evade. The fingertip grazed past his temple. Though it did not directly hit, the overwhelming soul impact still caused his sea of consciousness to tremble violently, plunging his vision into darkness and rendering him momentarily paralyzed. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Han Sheng's right palm lightly pressed against his chest. Poof! Hun Yun, struck as if by a heavy blow, spat blood, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily at the edge of the trial grounds. Struggling a few times, he found it difficult to rise. A dark purple palm print was clearly visible on his chest, and his garments were rapidly corroding around it. An instant of silence enveloped the arena. A 3-star Do Wong, Han Yen, had been defeated, and so decisively? The opponent had not even utilized any high-level soul techniques, effortlessly securing victory with mere agility, poisonous palms, and a single soul power strike. All eyes were riveted upon the figure, cloaked in black within the arena. Han Xing gradually retracted his aura, the dark purple energy receding into his body, his expression as tranquil as ever, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Approaching Nightmare. He extended his hand. Nightmare's complexion fluctuated between shades of pallor and ashen gray, but ultimately he clasped Han Xing's hand and rose, his gaze laden with complexity as he murmured, "Thank you for your mercy." He understood that had Han Xing not tempered his strength at the last moment, that strike could have severely injured or even incapacitated him. It was merely a spar, Han Xing said nonchalantly, turning to descend from the trial ground. Following this battle, Han Xing's name swiftly spread throughout the core region of the Soul Clan. The newly ascended 1-star Do Wong had remarkably defeated the 3-star Do Wong, Nightmare, showcasing an enigmatic and formidable martial art that was nothing short of astonishing. No one dared to belittle him for his origins in the periphery any longer. Days later, the Soul Clan's Elders Hall issued a significant mission to journey to the Northwest continent to investigate the recent sharp decline in resources supplied by the Ghost-Killing Manor, a subsidiary force of the Soul Clan, as well as the cessation of communication with its lord, and to take appropriate action. The mission was classified as dangerous, with the recommendation that it be led by a high-ranking Do Wong and accompanied by several other Do Wongs. Upon release, the task instantly garnered the attention of the core disciples. Although the Ghost-Killing Manor was merely a subsidiary force, its lord possessed the strength of a Do Huang, and a sudden disappearance was no trifling matter. Soon, a team composed of 5-star Do Wong and 3 lower-star Do Wongs, including Han Xing, was assembled. Utilising un spatial passage. The team swiftly arrived at the Killing Mountain Range, where the Ghost-Killing Manor was located. The entire mountain range was enveloped in a profound silence, shrouded in a thick, unyielding aura of death, while the headquarters of the Ghost-Killing Manor resembled a ghostly realm, devoid of life. The team cautiously infiltrated, only to discover that the inhabitants had all been reduced to mummified corpses, their deaths horrific, as if every ounce of their essence and soul had been drained away. What a vicious method! The leading 5-star Do Wong, Han Xing, wore a grave expression, observing the marks and deducing, It appears to be the handiwork of the soul-devouring clan. Upon hearing the name of the soul-devouring clan, the two lower-star Do Wangs immediately changed countenance, fear evident in their eyes. The soul-devouring clan was one of the Soul Clan's mortal enemies, exceedingly inscrutable and adept at devouring the very essence of living souls. However, Hunseng's gaze flickered subtly, his soul power meticulously sensing the residual fluctuations around him. The soul-devouring technique was particularly attuned to energies of this nature. Not only the soul-devouring clan. Hunseng suddenly spoke, pointing towards an inconspicuous corner deep within the main hall, where a faint trace of violent energy, remnants of flame, seemed deliberately concealed. Upon hearing this, Hunseng stepped forward to investigate closely, discovering a barely perceptible residue of anomalous energy, his expression growing even graver. Are there others involved? Could it be that another force intends to frame the soul-devouring clan? At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. From shadows of the hall, several distorted, transparent figures silently pounced upon the team. They lacked a physical form, yet emitted piercing shrieks that directly assaulted the soul. Be cautious. It's the soul-devouring clan's soul eaters. Hunseng shouted, immediately engaging in battle. The other two Do Wangs hastily unleashed their soul techniques in defense. But their attacks seemed significantly less effective against these ethereal entities, leading to a chaotic and perilous situation. Facing the oncoming soul eaters, Hunseng's eyes glimmered with an imperceptible light. The soul-devouring technique quietly activated, emanating a consuming power directed at the very essence of the soul. As the soul eater lunged closer, it let out a terrified shriek, as if encountering a natural enemy, its movements suddenly stalling. Soul extinction finger. Hunseng thrust his finger forward, the concentrated force piercing through the soul eater. The characteristic of the soul-devouring technique within his attack managed to directly consume a small portion of its residual soul energy, replenishing himself in the process. He flickered away, employing the celestial shadow step to leave behind numerous afterimages in the hall, specifically targeting the weaknesses of the soul eaters. The combination of his poisonous Do, Chi, and soul attacks proved far more efficient than those of the other three. With his assistance, the team swiftly eliminated the group of soul eaters. Hunseng regarded Hunseng with astonishment and admiration. Junior brother Hunseng, I never expected your Do Chi to be so effective against these ghastly entities. Hunseng replied calmly, it's merely a fortunate consequence of my unique technique. After a thorough investigation, the team discovered a forcibly dismantled concealed formation in the treasure vault of the ghost-killing manor, which was entirely empty, clearly indicating that the most vital items had been taken. In conjunction with the evidence at the scene, it was almost certain that the soul-devouring clan had conspired with another unknown force, plundering the ghost-killing manor's resources and silencing them. With the mission accomplished, the team returned to the Soul Realm to report Hunseng's performance during this mission, his composure, keen perception, and that enigmatic method effective against the soul-devouring clan, left a profound impression on the leading Hunseng and the Elders' Hall. The evaluation in the mission report was exceedingly high. Following this incident, Hunseng's status among the core disciples was firmly established. He was granted additional resources and awarded a mid-tier Earth-rank soul technique, the Ghost Lock, which could bind opponents with chains of soul energy, perfectly aligning with his intentions. He continued to maintain a low profile, dedicating most of his time to cultivation, assimilating the gains from this mission, solidifying his one-star Do Wang prowess, and refining the newly acquired soul technique. Chapter 13, Secrets of the Pavilion, the Mystic Realm awaits. Hunseng sat cross-legged deep within the core courtyard of the E District, his dark purple Do Chi ebbing and flowing like the tides. The insights gleaned from his battle with Nightmare and the ghost-killing manor mission were rapidly being assimilated, and he had made initial progress in the cultivation of the Ghost Lock. The profundity of mid-tier Earth-ranked martial techniques was beyond anything he had previously encountered, requiring meticulous crafting of runes with soul power to solidify intangible chains that could bind both body and spirit, a process immensely taxing on the mind. On this particular day, a faint disturbance rippled through the protective formation outside the courtyard. Hunseng opened his eyes as a message jade talisman passed through the formation, hovering before him. The talisman bore the insidious character for soul, emanating a chilling aura, originating from the upper echelons of the Elders' Hall. Hunseng, your performance in the clan comparison and the ghost-killing manor mission has been exemplary. You are granted a one-day advance access privilege to the outer perusal of the Soul Hall's secret pavilion. Please await at the entrance of the secret pavilion 3 days hence at the hour of the dragon. Do not delay. The message was brief, yet a glimmer of excitement flashed in Hunseng's eyes. The Soul Hall's secret pavilion harbored the true essence of the Soul Clan. Even the outer perusal contained collections of techniques, soul arts, and secret knowledge far surpassing anything available externally. This opportunity had been long awaited. 3 days later, At the hour of the dragon, Hunsing arrived punctually before a valley shrouded in gray mist deep within the soul realm. At the entrance of the valley, two enigmatic figures cloaked in black, resembling statues, appeared silently, their cold gazes sweeping over the permission jade talisman in Hunsing's hand. With a slight nod, they granted him passage. Upon entering the valley, a magnificent sight unfolded before him. An ancient tower, entirely constructed from obsidian stones, loomed ahead, its surface adorned with inscrutable runes that exuded a pressure capable of sending shivers through the soul. This was the secret pavilion of the Soul Hall, the very heart of the Soul Clan's power. Guided by another silent guardian of the pavilion, Hunsing entered the tower's lower level through a side door. Contrary to his expectations of a plethora of shelves brimming with treasures, he found himself in a vast expanse reminiscent of a starry sky. Countless luminous orbs floated within, each encapsulating a jade tablet, scroll, or fragments of peculiar artifacts. The outer area was restricted to a one-day limit. No damage, no copying, and no dissemination of information was permitted. Violators would face dire consequences. The Guardian's icy voice echoed in the space before fading away. Hunsing took a deep breath, allowing his soul power to extend gradually. Time was of the essence. He needed to locate the most valuable items for himself. He first focused on the area containing martial techniques. Although the soul-devouring technique was powerful, it originated from the system and leaned towards absorption and refinement, lacking in offensive combat techniques and soul defense methods. He required stronger offensive do techniques and defensive soul arts. As his soul power swept over the luminous orbs, a torrent of information fragments surged into his mind. In the realm of advanced combat techniques, the Earth-tier skill soul extinction wave manifests as a soul shockwave, requiring the soul power of a Do Emperor for its practice. The incomplete sacred level technique, Yinming record consists of the first 3 layers and imposes stringent cultivation prerequisites, necessitating a body of extreme yin. Meanwhile, the Soul Defense Secret Art Soul Armor technique allows the refinement of a soul armor capable of withstanding soul shocks below the rank of a respected master. As Soulborn swiftly navigated through the vast repository of knowledge, an unassuming dark gray orb unexpectedly captured his attention. Within this orb lay a shattered jade slip, its essence feeble. Yet the 2 ancient characters inscribed upon it sent a jolt through his heart. Soul Devour. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a suspected fragment of an ancient technique from the Soul-Eating clan, capable of consuming the soul essence of others to bolster oneself. A practice both tyrannical and perilous, fraught with the risk of backlash and soul disorder, thus demanding caution in its cultivation. The notion of the Soul-Eating clan, devourers of soul essence, caused Soulborn's heart to race. It bore a striking resemblance to the soul-devouring technique he was currently cultivating, perhaps even more direct in its ferocity. Though merely a fragment and laden with risks, it might serve as a complement to his existing technique, filling in its deficiencies. Without hesitation, he locked onto the orb with his soul power and began to fully grasp the incomplete methods inscribed within. Time slipped away rapidly. Immersed in the profound mysteries of Soul Devour and leveraging the foundation of soul-devouring technique alongside the formidable power of soul condensation technique, he managed to grasp the rudimentary concepts of this brutal method of consuming soul essence within merely a few hours. Although it was only a superficial understanding, it granted him a fresh perspective on soul consumption. Having comprehended Soul Devour, he promptly turned his attention to other areas. He discovered another technique known as Phantom Clone, a low-tier Earth-level movement skill that consumes soul power to create somewhat deceptive clones, perfectly compensating for the deficiencies of Sky Phantom Step in terms of trickery. He also took note of valuable insights regarding various exotic fires, rare toxins, and the peculiar characteristics of soul entities across the continent. A day passed in the blink of an eye. When the cold voice of the guard once again echoed through the hall, Soulborn emerged from the vast ocean of knowledge. Though still yearning for more, he had no choice but to withdraw. Upon exiting the secret pavilion and returning to the courtyard, Soulborn immediately entered seclusion to assimilate his newfound knowledge. Although he could not directly cultivate the Soul Devour fragment, its concepts significantly broadened his mindset, and the operation of soul-devouring technique appeared to flow more smoothly. He had also achieved preliminary mastery of Phantom Clone. More importantly, the secret insights deepened his understanding of the power structure within this world. Just as he was engrossed in fortifying his cultivation and practicing the newly acquired combat techniques, an urgent summons from the Elder Hall reached the courtyard. Soulborn ceased his training and proceeded to the Grand Hall of the Elder Hall. Inside, several core disciples awaited. Their presence is formidable, with the leader being a 5-star Dowang. Once all were present, the Elder spoke in a serious tone. We have just received communication from the northwest branch of the continent regarding the recent anomalous spatial fluctuations in the Yum Gorge. situated at the border between the Black Corner region and the CHNYN Empire. According to ancient texts, this location is the site of a long-lost sect from antiquity, which manifests every century or so due to spatial tides, revealing remnants of secret realms that may house ancient techniques, elixirs, or peculiar energies. The intensity of this fluctuation far exceeds previous occurrences, and the secret realm is on the verge of opening. While the secret realm may present opportunities, it is fraught with peril, and other factions will undoubtedly intervene. Your mission is to proceed to YUM Gorge, investigate the reality of the secret realm, and seize as many resources as possible to elevate the prestige of our Soul clan. This expedition will be led by Sol Yun. Proceed with utmost caution. Soulborn's gaze flickered. The YUM Gorge secret realm? This was indeed an unexpected delight. Such ancient ruins often harbor extraordinary artifacts or energies long lost to the outside world, making them the ideal nourishment for soul-devouring technique. Furthermore, engaging with the talents from other factions would provide an excellent opportunity for personal growth. The disciples acknowledged their orders in unison. Without further delay, the group swiftly traversed the spatial passage, arriving at the Soul Palace branch in the northwest continent, and then hurriedly made their way toward YUM Gorge. As they approached YUM Gorge, the energy in the air grew increasingly chaotic and turbulent, with spatial distortions occurring more frequently. Upon their arrival, they beheld a massive, unfathomably deep black chasm, where the space twisted like a shattered mirror, tearing apart and forming a colossal energy vortex. At the center of the vortex, a bizarre entrance faintly glimmered, exuding an aura of desolation and antiquity. Surrounding the chasm were various factions. In addition to the Soul Palace, there were elders and students from the Jianan Academy, major forces from the Black Corner region, poison masters from the CHNYN Empire, and even representatives from some hidden sects, each on high alert, creating a tense atmosphere. Soulborn scanned the direction of Jianan Academy, but found no sign of Xiao Yan, likely still engaged in intense training in the inner courtyard or possibly already within the heavenly burning refinement tower. He felt no disappointment. His attention was quickly drawn back to the spatial vortex. The entrance to the secret realm was not yet fully stabilized, but it could open at any moment. The five-star Do Wong, Sol Li, leading the group, stated in a hushed tone, "Once we enter, exercise caution and prioritize resource acquisition. Should conflict arise, do not hold back." Soulborn nodded slightly, his innate poison Do Qi quietly circulating, as Sky Phantom Step and Phantom Clone ready for action. He gazed at the impending entrance to the secret realm, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. This sudden opportunity might just be the catalyst for his ascension to a two-star Do Wong, or even higher. As the light at the vortex's center intensified, the spatial fluctuations reached their zenith. With a resounding crash, the entrance solidified. "Enter!" A voice rang out, and countless figures surged forward like a swarm of locusts, eagerly rushing toward the mesmerizing entrance of the secret realm. Soulborn's figure flickered, transforming into a blurred shadow, blending into the throng, and in an instant, vanished into the light. The new contest was about to unfold. Chapter 14. The YUM Secret Realm. The voice of the system. Before him, dazzling lights flickered, and the sensation of spatial distortion tugged at him, yet Soulborn, bolstered by his Do Wong's strength and the soul condensation technique, remained largely unaffected. After a brief moment of dizziness, his feet firmly landed on solid ground. An aura of desolation, antiquity, and a faint whisper of death enveloped him. Before him lay an endless expanse of a gray and desolate world, where the sky was eternally a dim yellow, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. The ground was cracked, dotted with the remnants of ancient stone halls and broken pillars, while bizarre creatures composed of rock or energy roamed in the distance, emitting low, guttural roars. The air was thick with a chaotic mix of energy, yet one particular energy, cold yet imbued with pure soul vibrations, stirred the soul-devouring technique within Soulborn, causing it to pulse with excitement. What a splendid place! Soulborn's eyes sparkled. The energy environment here was tailor-made for him. As he surveyed his surroundings, a long-forgotten cold, mechanical voice abruptly resonated in his mind. Ding! Host detected entering the unknown ancient secret realm. YUM Ruins. Environment assessment. High energy. High soul residue. Medium danger. Triggering exploration task. Map the core area of YUM Ruins. Reward. 500 fortune points. Secret realm spatial marker. Triggering hunting task. Eliminate at least 3 unique energy creatures, XHN beasts, native to the secret realm. Reward. Fortune points calculated based on target strength. Unlocking partial application techniques of Soul Devour. Triggering acquisition task. Secure at least 1 natural spiritual object born in the core area of the secret realm. Reward. Advanced Earth Tier technique, random draw for a combat skill, 1,000 fortune points. A series of task notifications invigorated Soulborn. The rewards were beyond his imagination, especially the secret realm, spatial marker, and the chance to draw an advanced Earth tier technique. The system had finally issued tasks again. It seemed this secret realm was indeed extraordinary. Soulborn mused, his gaze sharpening. He immediately activated his soul power, beginning to sense the energy flows around him, and cautiously proceeded toward the direction with the strongest soul fluctuations. Not having ventured far, a cacophony of violent energy clashes and shouts suddenly emanated from a collapsed cluster of palaces ahead. Utilizing the soul concealment technique, I stealthily approached the scene. There, 3 combat kings clad in the garb of the Black Horn domain were besieging a peculiar creature. This beast, resembling a colossal wolf, was entirely composed of a translucent, gray-black energy, its eyes ablaze with eerie blue soul flames. As its claws slashed through the air, they emitted piercing shrieks that ripped through the very essence of the soul. It was indeed the soul-devouring beast mentioned by the system. This creature possessed the strength of approximately a 2-star combat king, employing bizarre methods of attack. However, the 3 combat kings of the Black Horn domain exhibited exceptional teamwork. 2 engaged in relentless offense, while the 3rd ceaselessly unleashed a sonic combat technique that disrupted the beast's soul, gradually gaining the upper hand. I observed coldly, harboring no intention of intervening. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Soon, under the interference of the sonic technique, the soul-devouring beast's movements faltered. The other 2 seized the opportunity, unleashing a torrent of furious combat techniques that struck its energy form with devastating force. A heart-wrenching howl erupted from the beast as its energy body flickered, clearly gravely wounded. Just as the 3 combat kings displayed expressions of triumph, preparing to deliver the final blow, an unforeseen change transpired. A blurred shadow, akin to a spectre, surged forth from the darkness behind them with astonishing speed. Almost simultaneously, 2 identical phantasmal clones appeared on either side of the soul-devouring beast, launching gusts of corrosive energy with their palm strikes. Phantom clone, toxic palm, who? The 3 combat kings were taken aback, hastily retreating to defend themselves. Yet, my target was not them at all. The assault from my true form, and the 2 clones struck the already severely injured soul-devouring beast with unerring accuracy. With a sickening pop, the celestial poison Do Chi began to voraciously consume the beast, which was on the brink of collapse, silencing its cries before its energy body detonated, scattering into pure soul energy and a gray crystal core the size of a pigeon's egg. With a swift motion, I gathered the pure soul energy and the crystal core into my grasp, instantly activating the soul devour technique, devouring the energy as if a great whale were siphoning water. The crystal core was promptly stowed away in my spatial ring. Successfully slain a 2-star combat king, level soul devouring beast. Earned 200 fortune points. Unlocking application skill of soul devour fragment. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the 3 Black Horn domain combat kings regained their composure, I had completed my consumption, my form becoming indistinct once more as I cast a cold glance in their direction. How dare you steal our prey? The leading 3-star combat king erupted in fury, brandishing his blade and charging at me. With a dismissive snort, I pointed my finger like a blade, unleashing a condensed dark purple force aimed directly at his brow. The terrifying soul-corroding energy within the finger's strike sent shivers down the 3-star combat king's spine, forcing him to hastily block with his weapon. Bang! The force erupted, the corrosive poison Do Chi causing the 3-star combat king to stagger backward, leaving traces of corrosion on his blade. If you wish to die, then come and try. My voice was hoarse and frigid, brimming with murderous intent. Simultaneously, the aura of soul lock subtly emanated from me, imparting an overwhelming sense of danger. The expressions of the 3 combat kings shifted dramatically as they sensed the eerie and poisonous aura surrounding me, coupled with the swiftness of my previous attack. Ultimately, they refrained from advancing. For a soul-devouring beast crystal core that had lost most of its value, it was unwise to engage in a life-and-death struggle against such a peculiar foe. We are leaving. The 3-star combat king shot me a venomous glare before hastily retreating with his companions. I made no move to pursue. My objective had been achieved. Feeling the surge of Do Chi and soul power within me, I anticipated the upcoming expedition into the secret realm with heightened eagerness. I continued deeper into the core area, encountering several other factions explorers along the way. Each party maintained a high level of vigilance, quickly parting ways upon slight contact. I effortlessly dealt with a few weaker soul-devouring beasts and some peculiar mechanisms of the secret realm. Yet I did not encounter any further targets suitable for unlocking the soul devour technique. As I ventured further, the environment grew increasingly perilous. Spatial rifts intermittently manifested, Deadly energy storms swept across the area, and even some remnants of ancient formations continued to operate, exuding a dangerous aura. I had to exercise greater caution, pushing the heavenly shadow steps and my soul perception to their limits. At last, after evading a suddenly appearing spatial rift, I found myself in a vast, relatively intact square. At the center of the square stood a well-preserved black altar. Surrounding the altar were several peculiar plants, entirely black like ink, their leaves flickering like dancing blue flames. Atop them rested a fruit the size of an infant's fist, resembling a seated baby, exuding a fragrance that soothed the soul. Infant fruit. My eyes sparkled with brilliance. This was a celestial rarity that nourished the soul and bolstered its essence. For one who cultivates soul power, its value was immeasurable. However, before such treasures, would there be none to contest? Numerous factions had already converged around the altar. 2 elders from the Canaan Academy, accompanied by several elite students from the inner court. The leader of the Black Horn Domain's Mad Lion Gang, Tai Wu, and his subordinates, an elderly woman from the Scorpion sect of the Yujo Empire enveloped in toxic mists, as well as 2 cold-breathed soul manipulators clad in the attire of the Soul Palace. These factions eyed each other warily, all fixated on the soul infant fruits. Yet none dared to act hastily, the atmosphere thick with tension. Upon my arrival, all gazes turned toward me, particularly the 2 soul manipulators of the Soul Palace, who nodded slightly upon seeing the attire of a core member of the Soul Clan I wore, their expressions still rife with caution, clearly not fully trusting me. Another member of the Soul Clan, Tai Wu, the leader of the Mad Lion Gang, rumbled discontentedly, his tone ominous. My expression remained impassive as I swiftly surveyed the situation. The Canaan Academy's faction was relatively weak overall, yet their orthodox techniques possessed enduring strength. Tai Wu was the strongest, but his subordinates were average. The elderly woman from the Scorpion sect wielded peculiar and insidious poisons, while the 2 soul manipulators, though of the same clan, were unpredictable. Additionally, faint fluctuations of an ancient formation seemed to emanate from the altar. Objective for contest, soul infant fruit confirmed. Triggering an unexpected task, break the protective remnants of the altar. Reward, insight into formations, 300 fortune points. The system notification resounded once more. In that instant, I made a decisive choice. Ignoring the wary gazes of those around me, I stepped forward slowly, fixing my gaze upon the altar, my voice hoarse yet assertive. Everyone here remains at standoff, wary of the altar's residual protective formation and one another. Allow me to take a shot at it. Perhaps I could dismantle this formation. Once it is broken, let each of us strive for the spiritual fruits as we see fit. Shall we? As my words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the square. All eyes fixated upon me, filled with skepticism and scrutiny. This suddenly appearing youth of the Soul Clan, could he truly possess the means to breach the ancient formation that troubled them all? Chapter 15. Breaking the formation to claim the fruit the Oriole awaits. My words echoed through the quiet square, imbued with an enigmatic confidence. Utterly brazen, Tai Wu, the leader of the Mad Lion Gang, broke the silence first, his voice like thunder. This ancient formation even poses difficulties for me. What can a mere 1-star combat king do to dismantle it? Are you trying to employ some trick to seize the fruit? The elderly woman from the Scorpion sect let out a dry, cold laugh, her toxic mist swirling ominously. Clearly unconvinced, the 2 elders from the Canaan Academy frowned, casting wary glances at me, and then at the 2 soul manipulators, seemingly deliberating whether this was a trap set by the Soul Palace. The 2 soul manipulators also displayed expressions of doubt. One transmitted a message to me. Do you have confidence? This formation is ancient and profound. Forcing it might lead to a backlash. Soulborn paid no heed to the doubts of the onlookers, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the altar, within the secret chamber of the Soul Palace. He had not only chronicled various esoteric revelations, but had also encountered fragmentary records and strategies regarding ancient formations. Coupled with his formidable soul perception, he could vaguely discern that while the altar's formation was indeed powerful, the ravages of time had rendered its energy flow less harmonious, revealing several subtle vulnerabilities. Whether his audacity was misplaced would soon be revealed. With a tone devoid of embellishment, Soulborn stepped forward, disregarding the sharp glances from various factions, declaring, "If I fail and suffer backlash, it shall not harm you. Should I succeed, the formation will be dismantled, and we shall each rely on our own abilities in fair competition. It is far better than lingering here, attracting more covetous eyes, is it not?" His final remarks struck a chord with the assembly. The secret realm had opened, and time was of the essence. The longer they delayed, the greater the uncertainty. Iron Crow snorted derisively, crossing his arms in tacit approval. The withered matriarch of the Scorpion sect glared ominously at Soulborn. The elders of Canaan Academy exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Soulborn halted a few paces before the altar's luminous membrane, taking a deep breath as he concentrated his soul power, attuning himself to the energy flow of the invisible formation. Moments later, a spark of insight flickered in his eyes, and he suddenly formed seals with his hands. These were not intricate techniques, but rather a simulation of several extreme, cold, and corrosive energy frequencies using his pure heavenly poison do chi, akin to invisible poison needles accurately targeting the 3 energy nodes he had sensed. This method was unorthodox, relying on the precise control afforded by the soul-devouring technique and the corrosive properties of heavenly poison do chi to forcibly disrupt the local operation of the formation. Hiss! 3 threads of dark purple do chi, subtle yet intensely concentrated, silently penetrated the luminous membrane. The altar's membrane suddenly surged violently, its surface shimmering erratically and emitting a resounding hum of strain. The 3 attacked nodes instantaneously became the weak points of the entire energy structure, and the corrosive attribute of the heavenly poison do chi began to spread rapidly. Now, Soulborn exclaimed softly, unleashing his do chi without reservation, directing a full-force strike with his soul extinction finger, a condensed dark purple finger force, akin to a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, struck fiercely at the node, experiencing the most turbulence. Crack! The sound of shattering glass resonated. The robust, luminous membrane, centered around the point of impact, instantly became riddled with cracks. Boom! The entire protective light formation collapsed completely, dissipating into a myriad of sparkling motes. A more potent aroma of soul essence emanated from the soul infant fruits atop the altar. Sudden task. Dismantle the altar's protective residual formation completed. Reward. Insight into formations. 300 fortune points. Current fortune points, 500. The insight surged into Soulborn's mind, elevating his perception and utilization of energy to new heights. Almost simultaneously with the shattering of the luminous membrane, shouts of "Move!" and "Seize it!" erupted in unison. Iron Crow, the closest, moved with unparalleled speed, akin to a frenzied lion pouncing towards the nearest soul infant fruit. The Scorpion Sect matriarch waved her sleeve, unleashing a dense cloud of toxic mist towards the members of Canaan Academy, while simultaneously a scorpion tail-like do chi shot towards another fruit. The 2 elders from Canaan Academy shouted in unison, their do chi morphing into armor to shield the students, while their swords cleaved through the toxic mist and scorpion tail needle. 2 soul masters worked in unison, launching an assault on the 3rd soul infant fruit. The scene plunged into utter chaos. The sounds of clashing do chi, furious roars, and the corrosive hiss of the toxic mist filled the air. However, the first to break the formation, Soulborn, did not immediately rush towards the soul infant fruits upon the membrane's destruction. Instead, he retreated swiftly like a wraith. At the same time, he deployed the phantom clone technique, creating 2 indistinguishable clones that lunged towards different fruits. This peculiar maneuver momentarily stunned the competitors engaged in fierce contention, causing their assaults to falter. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the altar itself underwent a transformation. Beneath the shattered, luminous membrane, the ancient runes on the altar's surface suddenly ignited with a blinding blood-red glow. A more ferocious and savage aura erupted violently. 3 blood-red shadows, as if clawing their way from the depths of hell, surged towards Iron Crow, the matriarch, and a soul master, exuding a nauseating stench of blood and the terrifying aura of a peak do won. "Beware! They're traps!" exclaimed the elder from Canaan Academy, alarmed. Iron Crow reacted swiftly, abandoning his attempt to seize the fruit, roaring as he turned to strike at the approaching blood shadow with a mighty punch. A resounding boom echoed, sending shockwaves as Iron Crow staggered back several steps, his arm tingling. The blood shadow, undeterred, lunged again. The Scorpion Sect matriarch and the Soul Master found themselves ensnared by the sudden appearance of the blood shadow, unable to extricate themselves for the moment. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As the blood shadows emerged, drawing everyone's attention, the true Soulborn, leveraging the heavenly ethereal step and his remarkable concealment, silently maneuvered around to the altar's rear side, where a 4th soul infant fruit, shrouded in the shadow of a massive stone pillar, lay concealed, its aura the most subdued, yet its energy the most refined. This was his true objective. The prior dismantling of the formation, the retreat, and the feigned attacks were all orchestrated to create chaos, divert attention, and expose this most coveted fruit. "It's within my grasp," Soulborn thought triumphantly, his hand shooting forth like lightning towards the soul infant fruit. Yet, just as his fingertips were about to touch the fruit, whoosh, a minuscule, nearly imperceptible gray gust of wind shot from an exceptionally cunning angle, aimed directly at Soulborn's wrist. The timing was impeccable. There was indeed a hidden threat. Soulborn's pupils constricted, but he maintained his composure, his hand still reaching for the fruit while his other hand, fingers poised like a blade, concentrated heavenly poison dough chi, precisely striking at the gray gust. Hiss! The gust was shattered. It had transformed into a chilling soul shockwave attempting to invade Soulborn's body, only to be effortlessly neutralized by the soul condensation technique. However, this brief delay allowed a vague gray figure to dart past at astonishing speed, seizing the soul infant fruit before Soulborn could react. Its speed rivaled that of Soulborn, using the heavenly ethereal step. Seeking death. A cold light surged in Soulborn's eyes, murderous intent palpable. The soul lock technique activated instantaneously. Several invisible soul chains appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the gray figure's limbs, hindering its movements while simultaneously launching a direct assault on its soul. Clearly unprepared for such a swift and peculiar soul attack, the gray figure faltered, its hand reaching for the fruit slightly delayed. Just that crucial moment, Soulborn's hand, arriving after the fact, snatched the most refined soul infant fruit, securing it in his spatial ring. In one fluid motion, he struck back with a palm infused with a lethal heavenly poison dough chi, directed at the gray figure's chest. The gray figure reacted with remarkable speed. Realizing the fruit had been snatched, it showed no inclination to linger, contorting its body in an uncanny manner to narrowly evade a fatal blow. Though a gust still grazed its shoulder, ripping sounds echoed as the fabric of its garment was torn, revealing a dark golden inner armor beneath. Even so, a sinister energy seeped through, causing the figure to emit a muffled groan. Utilizing the force of their exchange, the gray figure retreated rapidly, vanishing amidst the distant ruins, leaving behind a gaze filled with resentment and bitterness. From the appearance of the blood shadows to Soulborn securing the fruit and repelling the mysterious figure, all transpired within mere moments. It was only at this juncture that Iron Crow, having sustained minor injuries, shattered one blood shadow, while the matriarch and the soul master dealt with their own adversaries, but at considerable cost. They were taken aback and filled with rage upon discovering that Hunsheng had, unbeknownst to them, maneuvered behind them and seized the soul infant fruit. "You young whelp, hand over the soul infant fruit," Taiwu bellowed, ready to pounce. Meanwhile, 2 additional soul infant fruits had been snatched by the Canaan Academy and another soul master amidst the chaos. Having claimed the finest prize, Hunsheng showed no signs of hesitating. With a cold smirk, he unleashed the full power of Sky Phantom Steps, transforming into a shadow and darting away in the opposite direction of the gray figure. Pursue. Tai Wu and the old crone could not bear to relent and immediately gave chase. However, Hunsheng's speed was astonishing, further compounded by his phantom clone technique that obscured their vision, allowing him to swiftly navigate into the intricate terrain and vanish from sight. Task: acquire at least 1 celestial spiritual object born from the core of a secret realm. Reward: high-level Earth tier martial arts, a random selection of combat skills, and 1,000 fortune points. Current fortune points, 1,500. Please select a time for the extraction shortly. Feeling the pursuers gradually recede behind him, Hunsheng exhaled slightly in relief. Yet his expression remained grave. That individual had displayed an extraordinarily strange body technique and stealth, seemingly belonging to none of the present factions. This secret realm indeed concealed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He caressed the soul infant fruit in his spatial ring, excitement bubbling within him at the prospect of the random selection of high-level Earth tier martial arts. This adventure had proven to be worthwhile. Chapter 16, Refining the Fruit of the Soul, the Mystery of Shadows. Having evaded Tai Wu and the others, Hunsheng pressed on without pause, swiftly traversing the desolate and fragmented ancient ruins of the netherworld abyss. He propelled Sky Phantom Steps to its utmost limit, his form melding seamlessly with the hazy background like a wisp of blue smoke, while simultaneously concentrating his soul energy to perceive the energy fluctuations and latent dangers surrounding him. He needed to find an absolutely secure location to digest his recent gains, avoiding several energy-warped spatial rifts and wandering nether beasts along the way. He eventually discovered an entrance to an underground chamber, nearly half buried under rubble, deep within a partially collapsed massive stone hall. The chamber bore faint remnants of a barrier, long since rendered ineffective. Exercising caution, Hunsheng entered, carefully sealing the entrance with debris and swiftly setting up several rudimentary warning and concealment formations, allowing himself to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The chamber was modest, cloaked in dust, with a central, long-dormant spirit gathering array lying in ruins, devoid of anything else. Yet for Hunsheng, it was a rare sanctuary. He sat cross-legged, meticulously assessing his own condition. The brief encounter with the mysterious gray-clad individual had indeed repelled him. Yet, the heavenly poison dough chi had consumed nearly 30% of his energy. and the area where the enigmatic gray wind had brushed against his shoulder still harbored a chilling foreign energy, persistently attempting to erode his meridians, albeit gradually being refined by the soul-devouring technique. That individual wielded a peculiar martial art, seemingly specializing in a form of dark and cold assassination technique, with speed and concealment abilities that were remarkably potent. Reflecting on the gray-clad figure's methods, Hunsheng furrowed his brow. Such a character was undoubtedly no nameless entity. However, their approach did not resemble any major faction he was acquainted with. Temporarily setting aside his queries, Hunsheng flipped his palm, revealing the soul infant fruit he had acquired from the altar. The fruit, roughly the size of an infant's fist, was shaped like a seated child, emanating a gentle and pure soul aura with an intoxicating fragrance that seemed to lift one's very spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, Hunsheng consumed the soul infant fruit. As it dissolved upon entering his mouth, it transformed into a cool and refreshing torrent, not coursing through his meridians, but directly surging towards his mind's sea. Boom! Hunsheng felt as though his soul were submerged in a warm ocean, an unprecedented sense of comfort enveloping him. Within the mind's sea, his soul energy surged at an astonishing rate, condensing. The soul condensation technique operated at its utmost capacity, greedily absorbing this exceptionally pure soul origin energy. His soul perception expanded at an incredible pace, enhancing his sensitivity to energy and even his comprehension of techniques such as soul-devouring technique, soul extinction finger, and ghost lock was rapidly advancing. The sensation was akin to a once dusty soul being thoroughly cleansed and refined, becoming transparent and formidable. The process lasted approximately an hour. When the last vestige of energy from the soul infant fruit was completely absorbed, Hunsheng slowly opened his eyes. His gaze sparkled with a tangible brilliance, deep and expansive as the starry sea. He felt that his soul power had more than doubled in strength. Although his cultivation remained at the first star of the Dowang, his soul realm had palpably touched a higher threshold, rivaling some high-tier Dowang and even Dohuang. The potent soul energy nourished his physical body, allowing him finer control over his Do-Chi, which flowed as naturally as his limbs. Its power subtly increased. Truly, it was a heavenly treasure for nurturing the soul. Hunsheng's heart brimmed with joy. The elevation of his soul power was of such significance that it eclipsed the importance of Do-Chi cultivation, laying an immensely solid foundation for his future breakthroughs in the higher realms. Refined the soul infant fruit, significantly enhanced soul power, soul condensation technique advanced to great perfection. The system notification chimed. After solidifying his elevated soul realm, Hunsheng did not pause. With a thought, he commanded, "System, extract high-level Earth-tier martial arts and combat skills." Beginning random extraction, processing. Congratulations, host, you have acquired high-level Earth-tier toxic combat skill, 10,000 poisons heavenly limit. A deluge of information flooded into Hunsheng's mind. 10,000 poisons heavenly limit, a high-level Earth-tier combat skill, required the activation of pure toxic Do-Chi, condensing myriad poisons into a single strike. Those struck would not only suffer physical decay, but also endure the torment of their souls being ravaged by a multitude of poisons. Its power exceedingly terrifying, necessitating exceptional control over toxic Do-Chi and soul strength for mastery. What a domineering toxic skill. A glint of fervor flickered in Hunsheng's eyes. This technique perfectly aligned with his heavenly poison Do-Chi, its potency far surpassing toxic palm. He immediately immersed himself in the comprehension of this new combat skill. Time sped by in the throes of cultivation. After an indeterminate duration, Hunsheng had initially grasped the operational route and exertion techniques of 10,000 poisons heavenly limit. Though he was still far from mastery, he could execute it to a limited extent. He slowly exhaled a breath tinged with a sweet, metallic scent, concluding his seclusion. With his strength greatly enhanced, it was time to continue exploring the secret realm, as the system's exploration and hunting tasks remained unfulfilled. Silently, he departed from his hidden chamber, once more treading upon the soil of the netherworld abyss. With his elevated soul power, his perception sharpened, enabling him to easily evade numerous perilous zones, while also making it simpler to detect the traces of nether beasts. Before long, he pinpointed a nether beast wandering in a valley. This creature was larger in size, its aura unmistakably reaching the level of a 3-star Dowang. Hunsheng's gaze sharpened. It was the perfect opportunity to test his skills. He revealed himself, drawing the nether beast's attention. Roar! The nether beast, upon sensing a living being, immediately roared and lunged forward, unleashing a soul-piercing shriek directed at Hunsheng's mind sea. Had it been before, Hunsheng would have needed to carefully counter the soul attack, but now, with his soul power significantly bolstered, the soul condensation technique activated autonomously, rendering the shriek as gentle as a breeze against his face. He neither flinched nor evaded. raising his right hand as dark purple heavenly poison chi surged and condensed violently, the surrounding air even taking on a peculiar toxic hue. 10,000 poisons heavenly lament. He struck forth, unleashing a meticulously condensed dark purple palm imprint that shot forth with a howling sound, wherever the imprint passed. The very fabric of space emitted a hissing sound, as if being corroded. The nether beast instinctively sensed a life-threatening peril and attempted to evade. Yet that palm imprint seemed to have locked onto its soul, moving with astonishing speed. Boom! The palm imprint struck fiercely against the nether beast's energy body. There was no violent explosion, only the sickening sound of corrosion. The dark purple poison rapidly spread, enveloping the massive energy body. The nether beast let out a heart-wrenching wail, its form dissolving swiftly as if subjected to the scorching sun, even its soul's essence being eroded by the potent poison, obliterated. In the blink of an eye, a soul beast of the 3-star Do Wong level was effortlessly reduced to nothingness by a single strike, leaving behind only a slightly larger gray crystal core. Soul Shaper raised his hand to absorb the crystal core, relishing the power of that palm strike, feeling quite satisfied within. The advanced Earth-level fighting technique was indeed extraordinary. Although it demanded immense energy, the power it wielded justified the expenditure. Successfully defeated a 3-star Do Wong level soul beast. Gained 300 luck points. Unlocking application technique for the soul devour fragment. He continued his search for targets. With his formidable soul perception, he swiftly located 2 soul beasts of comparable strength, dispatching them rapidly with a combination of Heavenly Poison's Grief and Heavenly Shadow Step. Hunting mission completed. Reward, 600 luck points. Application technique for Soul Devour has been unlocked. Current luck points, 2,400. A surge of information regarding a technique for more efficient and discreetly devouring the essence of souls, while initially refining the impurities within, flooded into Soul Shaper's mind. Although this technique merely skimmed the surface of Soul Devour, it precisely compensated for the shortcomings of Soul Eater art, which was often too crude in its consumption of souls, leaving potential hazards behind. Thus far, 2 out of the 3 tasks issued by the system had been completed, leaving only the task of mapping the core area. Soul Shaper discerned the direction and raced towards the heart of the Netherworld ruins, where energy was most concentrated and spatial fluctuations were most intense. The closer he approached the core, the more perilous the environment became, with spatial turbulence capable of threatening even a Do Huang. Yet, with his soaring soul power, Soul Shaper could consistently sense and evade such dangers in advance. At last, before him lay an utterly shattered expanse, filled with colossal floating rocks and gaping spatial rifts, where he beheld the so-called Core Eye. It was an immense black vortex, slowly rotating, devouring all surrounding light and energy. Within its depths, fragments of dilapidated palaces could be faintly discerned, exuding an unsettling aura of ancient desolation. Surrounding the vortex were several energy nodes of varying sizes, flickering like stars, maintaining the fragile balance of the entire secret realm. The energy here was violently chaotic. Not even a Do Wong, let alone a lower-tier Do Huang, would dare to approach lightly. Soul Shaper halted at a distance, meticulously recording the positions and fluctuation characteristics of the Core Eye and all energy nodes with his soul power. Exploration mission. Mapping of the core area of the Netherworld ruins completed. Reward, 500 luck points. Spatial marker for the secret realm. Current luck points, 2,900. A complex and peculiar rune, composed of energy manifested in Soul Shaper's consciousness, representing the spatial marker of this place. With all tasks completed, the rewards exceeded his expectations. Soul Shaper did not linger, decisively turning to depart. This Core Eye was beyond his current capacity for exploration. Shortly after his departure, from the shadows of the ruins on the opposite side of the core area, a gray figure gradually emerged. It was the mysterious individual who had previously vied with him for the soul fruit. At this moment, the injury on his shoulder appeared to have healed, and with a pair of icy eyes, he gazed in the direction Soul Shaper had vanished. A flicker of trepidation and deeper greed crossing his expression. What a formidable poison skill! What keen soul perception! When did the Soul Clan produce such a figure? He muttered to himself, his voice hoarse and indistinct. What you have taken will eventually be mine. The figure slowly melded back into the shadows, vanishing once more. Soul Shaper remained oblivious to this, as he hastened towards the exit of the secret realm. This expedition had come to a successful conclusion. It was time to return to the Soul Realm, thoroughly digest all he had gained, and elevate his cultivation. Xiaoyan, the gap between us has narrowed once more. Chapter 17. Returning to the clan for rewards. Dark chess moves. The process of leaving the Netherworld ruins was markedly smoother than that of entering. Utilizing his potent soul perception, Soul Shaper easily avoided areas of spatial chaos and those muddled energy creatures, swiftly locating the diminishing halo vortex of the secret realm's exit. Without a moment's hesitation, he flickered and vanished into the vortex. After the familiar sensation of spatial transition, his feet once again touched the ground of the northwestern continent. Behind him, the energy vortex above the Netherworld Gorge was gradually becoming unstable, signaling the imminent closure of the secret realm once more. Soul Shaper's gaze swept around, noticing that the crowd surrounding the chasm had thinned considerably. Evidently, the various factions had either retreated or suffered losses. He did not see Tai Wu, the elderly matriarch of the Poison Scorpion sect, or others, likely having departed early or taken another route. Two soul emissaries from the Soul Palace were anxiously waiting not far away, and upon seeing Soul Shaper emerge unscathed, they both breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over. "It is truly wonderful that you are unharmed," one of them exclaimed, their tone noticeably more respectful than before. "The situation within the secret realm was chaotic, and we cannot rendezvous with you. Please forgive us." They had witnessed Soul Shaper's prowess in breaking formations and his decisive actions in seizing the Soul Fruit. Fully aware that this core disciple from headquarters was far from an ordinary one-star Dowon, Soul Shaper nodded lightly. "No harm done. Each has their own fortuitous encounters. What have you obtained?" A hint of pride flashed across the face of the other emissary as he flipped his palm to reveal a soul fruit emanating a fragrant aroma. "Thanks to your guidance. After the formation was breached, we seized another amidst the chaos. This trip was not in vain." Soul Shaper glanced at it. Although the energy of this soul fruit was not as potent as the one he had acquired, it was still commendable. "Very good. This place is not suitable for lingering. Let us return to the branch palace." The trio wasted no time and promptly set off back to the Soul Palace branch in the northwestern continent. Upon returning to the branch palace, Soul Shaper immediately drafted a report detailing his experiences during the Secret Realm expedition, transmitting it back to the Soul Clan headquarters through special channels. He emphasized the situation in the Netherworld ruins, the contention among various factions, and his own exploits in breaking formations and obtaining a soul fruit. Several days later, a reply from the Soul Realm's Executive Hall arrived. The letter was filled with commendations, highly praising Soul Shaper's performance in this mission. He not only successfully acquired valuable intelligence and resources, but also showcased the strength and capabilities of the Soul Clan during encounters with other factions. Rewards soon followed: a substantial increase in merit points, access to exchange for higher-tier resources, and the formal granting of the honorary title of Soul Palace Inspector. While this honorary title bore no concrete authority, it represented a form of identity and recognition, enabling him to mobilize certain local resources of the Soul Palace when moving about, significantly elevating his status. Successfully completed Secret Realm exploration and submitted the Soul Fruit, gaining recognition within the clan and an elevated status. Luck points, 500. Current luck points, 3,400. Soul Shaper was quite satisfied with this reward. The merit points and resources were precisely what he urgently needed, and the status of Inspector would facilitate his future endeavors. He did not linger in the Northwestern Branch Palace, but, after collecting his rewards, returned to the Soul Realm via the spatial passage. Back in the core courtyard of the E-District, Soul Shaper once again entered seclusion. The gains from this Secret Realm expedition were immense, necessitating ample time for digestion. He first refined the crystal cores of the soul beasts, the pure soul energy, making his soul power even more refined. Subsequently, he consumed several king condensation pills acquired through merit points, the vast medicinal power, under the refinement of soul eater art, transforming into pure Do Chi, relentlessly assaulting the barrier of the two-star Do Wong. Under the guidance of the formidable soul power brought by the soul fruit, this process unfolded remarkably smoothly. Half a month later, a powerful aura surged from the courtyard before being swiftly reined in. Two-star Do Wong. The transition came naturally. His heavenly poison Do Chi had become even more formidable and domineering, its dark purple hue growing increasingly profound. Upon exiting his seclusion, Soul Shaper did not pause, but began fervently practicing the newly acquired heavenly poison's grief, while further honing Soul Lock and Phantom Clone. The cultivation of advanced Earth-level fighting techniques proved exceedingly challenging. Even with his current mastery over soul power and Do Chi, progress was slow. Yet he reveled in the process, as each minute advancement brought tangible enhancements to his strength. During this period, he also kept himself informed of external news through the Soul Clan's intelligence network. Rumors regarding the Nether ruins gradually spread, and the tale of the Soul Clan disciple, Solung, breaking the formation to seize the soul fruit circulated within certain circles, enhancing his reputation both within and outside the clan. The Canaan Academy appeared to be rather quiet, suggesting that Xiao Yin was still engaged in a fierce battle with the fallen Heart Flame underground. Meanwhile, the Scorpion sect in the Cloud Empire maintained a low profile, exhibiting no unusual activities. One day, while Solung was practicing the 10,000 Poisons Heavenly Sorrow in the courtyard, He suddenly felt a stir in his heart and received a communication from the Elder Hall. Upon arriving at the Elder Hall, he discovered that it was not a task assignment, but rather a private summons from an elder responsible for intelligence analysis. Solung, the inspection envoy, the elder began, leading him to a quiet chamber with a grave expression. Your previous report concerning the Nether Ruins mentioned a gray-clad individual who competed with you for the soul infant fruit. The headquarters intelligence department has taken a keen interest in this matter. Solung's gaze flickered. Is it possible to trace this person's origins? The elder shook his head. This individual possesses an enigmatic path and exceptional stealth techniques, wielding a chilling soul power that is not typical of the Northwest continent's common sections. We suspect that he may hail from a clandestine organization renowned for assassination and intelligence in the Central Plains, known as the Shadow Pavilion. The Shadow Pavilion? This was the first time Solung had heard of this name. Indeed, the elder lowered his voice. It is a very ancient and mysterious organization, said to have its tendrils spread across the continent, specializing in assassination and intelligence trading. It is rumored that even top-tier forces, such as the Dan Tower and the Flower Sect, have their eyes and ears among them. However, they operate with extreme secrecy, and few have been able to capture any incriminating evidence against them. The appearance of their members in the Nether Ruins indicates that their intentions are far from simple. Solung pondered this, realizing that it was no wonder the individual had proven so troublesome. The headquarters believes, the elder continued, that since you have had contact with this person, it may serve as a potential entry point. In the future, while you are out and about, pay attention to any clues related to this organization. Should you discover anything, you may report directly to headquarters, and your contributions will not be insignificant. I understand, Solung nodded. This was not a mandatory task, but rather a long-term surveillance initiative. Yet, he felt a burgeoning interest in the Shadow Pavilion. Such a mysterious organization could potentially become a pawn he could manipulate in the future. Exiting the Elder Hall, thoughts swirled in Solung's mind. While enhancing his strength was undoubtedly important, acquiring information and establishing a network was equally crucial. With Xiao Yin having the guidance of the Elder Medicinal and the backing of the Canaan Academy, Solung too needed to cultivate his own influence and intelligence network. His mind first drifted to the low-level token he had received from the Protector Wu, although it was not advisable to engage too closely with Protector Wu at present. Perhaps the soul manipulators under his command could be discreetly observed to see if he could identify one or two individuals he could indirectly control or utilize. Furthermore, as the Soul Hall's inspection envoy, he had the authority to access personnel and resource records from various local soul halls. He could exploit this privilege to keep an eye on those mid-level individuals who were struggling, had weaknesses, or bore grudges against other factions within the Soul Clan. These individuals might prove unexpectedly useful at some future juncture. Such endeavors required patience and skill. Haste would be counterproductive. Solung was not anxious. He had ample time. The most pressing matter remained the enhancement of his strength. A 2-star Do Wong was still far from sufficient. He once again turned his attention to the techniques pavilion and the task list. He needed more powerful combat skills, and even more so, opportunities to rapidly elevate his Do Chi. It appeared that he would need to accept tasks that would allow him to enter high-energy zones or seek out celestial spiritual materials. Solung resolved to perhaps venture once more into a place akin to the Nether Ruins. His path of cultivation was about to embark on a new phase, not only refining his Do Chi, but also quietly weaving his own intricate web. Chapter 18, Initial Inspection, the Icefield's Secret Realm. Having ascended to the rank of 2-star Do Wong and gained a preliminary grasp of the 10,000 Poisons' heavenly sorrow, Solung remained unsatisfied. He understood well that as one advanced further in Do Chi cultivation, the challenges grew exponentially, necessitating increasingly abundant and precious resources. Relying solely on the monthly allocations and merit points provided by the Soul Clan would yield painfully slow progress. He required more direct opportunities. The identity of the Soul Hall's inspection envoy conveniently afforded him the opportunity to undertake official duties. One day, he visited the Elder Hall to review recent task documents and records of unusual incidents reported by various local Soul Halls. His gaze ultimately settled upon a distress signal from the Icefield Valley branch, situated in the extreme northern reaches of the continent. The letter mentioned that in a perilous location near the Icefield Valley, known as the Frost Abyss, the perennial frigid air had suddenly intensified, accompanied by anomalous spatial fluctuations and powerful energy reactions, suggesting the emergence of a secret realm or ancient cave. The branch had dispatched 2 Do Ling to investigate, yet both had vanished without a trace, their soul, Jade, slips shattered. The branch leader, being a low-tier Do Huang, did not dare to probe further and thus sought assistance from headquarters. An environment characterized by extreme cold and unusual energy reactions piqued Solung's interest. He tapped his fingers on the document. Such conditions often nurtured celestial spiritual materials of the extreme in attribute or harbored the legacies of ancient powers. Though dangerous, The opportunities were equally immense. Moreover, the frigid environment might further temper his heavenly poison do qi, enhancing its resilience. This is the one. Solung accepted the inspection task, departing the Soul Realm under the guise of investigating the anomalies in the Icefield Valley. After several spatial transfers, he arrived at the Icefield Valley, located in the extreme north of the continent. This place was perpetually blanketed in snow, the biting winds cutting like blades, creating an exceptionally harsh environment. The Soul Hall branch was nestled within the belly of a colossal iceberg. The branch leader, a one-star Do Huang named Soul Ice, bore scars from frostbite on his face. Upon seeing Solung, who wielded the inspection envoy's token, he was taken aback by the youth's age, yet felt the deep and sinister aura of a Do Huang emanating from him, prompting him to treat Solung with utmost respect as he reported the situation. The chilling air deep within the frost abyss has become exceedingly fearsome. It is difficult for any below the Do Huang level to endure for long. Moreover, it appears that some elemental creatures, composed of the purest ice energy, have emerged, proving to be quite formidable and troublesome. My subordinates suspect that the two missing elders are likely in grave danger. Soul Ice spoke gravely. Solung nodded, inquiring about the precise location of the frost abyss and the known circumstances before he departed the branch alone, heading towards the perilous site. As he drew closer to the frost abyss, the temperature plummeted, and the piercing cold winds could freeze the do qi of an ordinary do sure in an instant. Solung activated his heavenly poison do qi, enveloping himself in a layer of dark purple radiance that repelled the extreme chill, though his speed was still somewhat hindered. At last, a vast chasm, seemingly cleaved by a gigantic axe, came into view. The chasm's mouth belched forth visible blue cold currents, emitting a haunting wail. The instability of the surrounding space was indeed palpable, with fine black fissures appearing intermittently. Solung extended his soul power cautiously into the abyss. Descending only 100 zhang, he spotted thick blue ice crystals blanketing the walls, within which lay the twisted corpses of the two missing Do Ling from the Soul Hall, their lives long extinguished. He continued his descent. The temperature was so low that it felt as if even space itself would freeze. Suddenly, a section of ice wall erupted violently, and a creature composed entirely of ethereal blue ice, resembling a giant ape, roared and lunged at him, its claws radiating a chilling aura capable of freezing souls. This ice ape's aura unmistakably reached the level of a 3-star Do Huang. Solung's eyes narrowed. It was the perfect opportunity to test the might of his heavenly poison do qi in such an extreme cold environment. He did not evade. Instead, he struck out with a palm, employing the poisonous palm technique. Yet, this time, the dark purple gust of energy bore an additional sinister chill, colliding fiercely with the creature's icy claws. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The clash of extreme cold and venomous energy produced a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. The ice ape's claws visibly corroded and darkened at an alarming rate, its movements growing sluggish. The corrosive properties of the heavenly poison do qi seemed particularly effective against such energy-based creatures. Shatter! Solung issued a low growl, transforming his palm into a finger. With the soul extinction finger, he struck accurately at the brow of the ice ape. Crack! The massive form of the ice ape suddenly stiffened, a minuscule hole appearing at its brow, before its entire body swiftly faded to gray, ultimately exploding with a resounding bang, dispersing into a flurry of icy powder, leaving behind only a blue crystal core the size of a longan. Solung raised his hand to collect the crystal core, savoring the pure ice elemental energy within. Lost in contemplation, as he activated the soul-devouring art, he attempted to absorb a fraction of it. A wave of bone-chilling energy surged into his meridians, swiftly transformed into pure, fighting spirit. Indeed, it could be devoured. A surge of joy filled his heart. This entire icy gorge was for him a veritable treasure trove for cultivation. He pressed deeper, encountering several ice elemental beings of varying strengths, all swiftly dispatched by him using Heavenly Poison's grievance or soul extinction finger, with their crystal cores entirely consumed. This pure energy steadily propelled his cultivation toward the rank of 3-star Do Huang. At last, he arrived at the deepest recesses of the ice abyss. Here lay a vast ice cavern, stalactites of enormous size hanging from the ceiling, while at the center swirled a constantly rotating blue cold pool, emanating a terrifying chill potent enough to shatter souls. Suspended above the cold pool was an exquisite lotus, seemingly carved from the purest ice, the 9-heart ice lotus, a low-tier, earth-grade spiritual treasure. Its value surpassed even that of the soul infant fruit by a margin, making it a coveted gem for cultivators of ice attribute techniques. Even for Solung, it promised to greatly refine his fighting spirit and strengthen his meridians. However, Beside the nine-heart ice lotus coiled a smaller, yet resplendent ice scorpion. Its entire body shimmering like a blue diamond, exuding a powerful aura that reached the pinnacle of five-star Dowang. Its tail stinger glimmered with a deadly blue light, locking onto the intruder. Solsheng's expression turned grave. This ice scorpion posed considerable pressure upon him, just as he prepared to unleash his full power to seize the nine-heart ice lotus. A notification chimed in his mind. Beep, extreme cold environment and special energy source detected, triggering environmental task, extreme cold body refinement. Task requirements: utilize the chilling aura of this location and the energy released by the lotus to refine body and fighting spirit for the duration of an incense stick. Task rewards: frost resistance, significant enhancement of fighting spirit resilience, 800 luck points. Solsheng paused momentarily. Body refining for an incense stick? This implied he could not immediately seize the lotus, but instead had to endure the extreme cold refinement beneath the watchful eye of the five-star Dowang ice scorpion. The risks were monumental, yet the rewards were equally enticing. Enhanced fighting spirit resilience meant he could withstand more powerful energy impacts, making it easier to execute energy-draining techniques like Heavenly Poison's Grievance. He resolved to take the plunge. A gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. He immediately activated Soul Devouring Art and Soul Concentration Art, actively guiding the terrifying cold aura and the minute energies radiating from the lotus into his body. Boom! An indescribable, dreadful coldness enveloped him in an instant. His meridians, blood, bones, and even soul felt as though they would be utterly frozen. The agony surpassed any previous experience of cultivation. The ice scorpion seemed provoked by Solsheng's defiance, emitting a shrill shriek as it transformed into a streak of blue light. Lunging towards him with its icy tail poised to pierce his heart. Gritting his teeth, Solsheng executed Heavenly Phantom Step to its utmost limit, evading the ice scorpion's attacks in the cavern, unable to withstand its assault head-on. All the while, he had to multitask to maintain his techniques, guiding the frigid energy for body refinement. Perilous indeed. Swish! An ice stalactite grazed his shoulder, causing a spray of blood, the wound instantly freezing. Bang! He was caught off guard and struck by the ice scorpion's pincers on his back. A taste of blood filled his throat, freezing into shards. Every second felt like an eternity. Solsheng relied solely on his formidable willpower and soul concentration art to keep his mind clear, frantically operating soul devouring art to refine the coldness, guiding it to temper his fighting spirit and body. At last, the duration of the incense stick came to an end. Environmental task: extreme cold body refinement completed. Rewards granted: frost resistance, significant enhancement of fighting spirit resilience, 800 luck points. Current luck points, 4,200. A warm current surged from the depths of his being, revitalizing his nearly frozen meridians, restoring their flexibility and vigor. His heavenly poison fighting spirit seemed to condense significantly, flowing more smoothly and effortlessly, with greatly enhanced resistance to cold. Just then, the ice scorpion lunged at him once more. But this time, Solsheng did not evade. He felt a surge of resilient fighting spirit coursing within him, his gaze sharpening. "You vile creature, it is my turn now." With all his strength, he unleashed Heavenly Poison's Grievance. The dark purple palm imprint was even more solid than before, the edges tinged with a hint of icy blue, a remnant of the extreme cold that had just been refined. Poison and frost, two entirely disparate attributes, now showed signs of fusion, exponentially increasing their power. Boom! The palm imprint collided violently with the ice scorpion. A terrifying explosion of poison erupted, sending ice shards flying. The ice scorpion emitted a gut-wrenching wail, its diamond-like body corroded with deep pits, its movements becoming sluggish. Solok, seizing the advantage, Solsheng unleashed invisible chains of the soul that swiftly ensnared the scorpion, binding its movements while simultaneously assaulting its core soul. Soul Extinction Finger, the final thrust of his finger, akin to a pen of death, shattered the ice scorpion's soul core. The massive form of the ice scorpion collapsed with a thunderous crash, fracturing into pure ice elemental energy and a fist-sized blue crystal core. Gasping for breath, Solsheng suppressed the tumultuous energy within him, swiftly stowing away the crystal core and the nine-heart ice lotus. With no time to spare for further examination, he promptly sat cross-legged, swallowing a medicinal pill, and began to cultivate to heal his wounds. Half an hour later, his injuries stabilized. Without hesitation, he left this perilous place, returning to the Ice Plain Valley subtemple. Solsheng briefly informed Soul Bing of the situation in the icy gorge, mentioning merely that he had eliminated a disturbance caused by some ice elemental beings. Soul Bing expressed profound gratitude. Solsheng did not linger, heading directly back to the Soul Realm. This journey to the extreme north had yielded immense rewards. He advanced in cultivation, acquired the 9 hard ice lotus, and more importantly, completed the extreme cold body refinement, significantly enhancing his fighting spirit resilience and frost resistance, laying a more solid foundation for his future cultivation. Upon returning to the Soul Realm, he once again entered seclusion, preparing to make a decisive push toward becoming a 3-star Do Wong and thoroughly refining the power of the 9 hard ice lotus. Chapter 19, Blood Fiend Abyss. Purgatory Soul Refinement. In the Soul Realm, at the core courtyard of the E District, Solung slowly opened his eyes, the deep purple glow in his gaze receding. The ice elemental crystal core and the 9 hard ice lotus acquired during his extreme northern journey had been completely refined and absorbed by him. Although his cultivation had not directly broken through to 3-star Do Wong, he had reached the pinnacle of 2-star, merely awaiting the right opportunity to advance seamlessly. More importantly, following the extreme cold refinement, his heavenly poison fighting spirit had become even more condensed and resilient, imbued with a hint of icy characteristics, surpassing its previous might. Xiao Yin was still in the depths, consuming the fallen heart flame, requiring at least another year before he could emerge. Solung absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on his knee. His gaze profound. A year's time, from 2-star Do Wong to Do Huang, even with the system's assistance, was no easy feat. Conventional cultivation would be utterly insufficient. He needed a more extreme, more perilous, and ultimately more rewarding approach. Once again visiting the Elder Hall, he disregarded the mundane inspection tasks, directly reviewing the special task documents marked as high-risk, desperate, and perilous. Soon, a crimson task description captivated his attention. Exploration, survival task, Black Corner Domain, Blood Fiend Abyss. Task description: a vast chasm located in the most chaotic core area of the Black Corner Domain, rumored to be the remnants of an ancient battlefield. Perpetually shrouded in blood, fiendish aura, capable of eroding the mind and dissolving fighting spirit. The Abyss is characterized by an extremely harsh environment, often plagued by spatial rifts and energy storms, and is home to bizarre entities known as blood demons, which survive on bloodlust energy. Their strengths range from spirit fighters to emperor fighters, with rumors of even more terrifying beings lurking within. Recently, the bloodlust fluctuations in the Abyss have been unusually intense, suggesting the emergence of a rare treasure or a spatial anomaly. Mission requirements: delve into the bloodlust abyss, survive for at least 10 days, document the internal environment, energy fluctuations, and biological characteristics. If possible, investigate the source of the abnormal disturbances. Danger level: extremely high. Recommendation: high-level Emperor fighters should form a team for this mission. Rewards: substantial merit points based on investigation results and survival duration, along with a chance to enter the Blood Soul Pool for body refinement. The Bloodlust Abyss, the Blood Soul Pool, and the soul's eye shimmer with madness and desire. This is precisely what he seeks. Extreme danger often accompanies unparalleled opportunity. Can the Bloodlust aura corrode the mind? He possesses the soul condensation art to safeguard his spirit. Can it dissolve Do Qi? His heavenly poison Do Qi inherently has corrosive properties, which may allow him to counteract or even consume it. Moreover, the opportunity to refine his body in the Blood Soul Pool is a rare gift indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted this seemingly suicidal mission. The Elder, witnessing his choice, hesitated momentarily before sighing and handing him a specially crafted Blood Jade talisman. This talisman can be activated in critical moments to form a temporary shield and send out a distress signal. However, given the Abyss's unique environment, whether the signal can be transmitted or whether reinforcements can arrive in time remains uncertain. Take care of yourself. Thank you, Elder Xia. He accepted the talisman and turned to leave, his back resolute. Through the spatial passage, he once again set foot in the Black Corner Domain, not pausing for a moment as he headed straight for the nightmarish Bloodlust Abyss. Before even nearing the Abyss, an overwhelming stench of blood and a violent aura assaulted him. In the distance, a massive fissure gaped wide, resembling a scar upon the world. From within the crack, dark red blood mist swirled incessantly, faintly echoing with countless heart-stopping roars and howls. Standing at the edge of the Abyss, he felt his Do Qi sluggish within him, as a brutal murderous intent relentlessly battered against his consciousness. Indeed, the reputation was well-deserved. Rather than being alarmed, he felt exhilarated. He activated the soul condensation art, clearing his mind, while his heavenly poison Do Qi surged forth, forming a dark purple membrane on his skin to repel the encroaching bloodlust energy. With a leap, he plunged into the endless crimson abyss. As he descended, the bloodlust aura surged like a tide from all directions, voraciously eroding his Do Qi shield, producing a hissing sound. His vision was engulfed by oppressive dark red, with occasionally distorted, grotesque crimson shadows flashing through the mist. Thud! His feet slammed down onto the hard, dark red rocky ground. Here, deep beneath the abyss, the light was dim, the blood mist thick to the point of suffocation, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The air was saturated with a maddeningly brutal will and a dense, sanguine energy. Beep, detecting an ultra-high concentration bloodlust energy environment, triggering survival task, bloodlust purgatory. Mission requirements: survive and cultivate within the bloodlust abyss for at least 10 days. Daily rewards will be calculated based on the total amount of bloodlust energy absorbed and the number of blood demons slain, yielding varying amounts of fortune points and slight overall attribute enhancements. Surviving the full 10 days will grant an additional reward: special state bloodlust resistance. The system's notification invigorated him. Indeed, a task awaited. He immediately set to work, spreading his soul power to its maximum extent, vigilant against surrounding dangers, while simultaneously attempting to absorb and refine the surrounding bloodlust energy using the soul-devouring art. The process was excruciating. The bloodlust energy was wildly ferocious, surging into his body like thousands of searing steel needles piercing through him, accompanied by a barrage of negative emotions assaulting his soul. Had it not been for the mastery of soul condensation art, he might have lost his mind instantly. Yet the rewards post-refinement were tremendous. Though chaotic, this bloodlust energy contained the most primal and pure essence of life force and the will to kill. Once forcibly transformed into Do Chi through soul-devouring art, his cultivation began to grow slowly yet steadily, and his physique strengthened amidst this torturous refining process. On the first day, he cautiously explored the vicinity, encountering and slaying 3 blood demons equivalent to low-tier Do Kings. These blood demons were devoid of reason, driven solely by the instinct to kill, and upon defeat, they left behind small blood essence, which contained even purer energy. First day survival reward: 100 fortune points, slight overall attribute enhancement. On the second day, he attempted to delve deeper, facing a 5-star Do King level blood demon leader. After a fierce battle, he severely injured it using Heavenly Poison's grief and ultimately shattered its core with Soul Extinction Finger. Consuming its blood essence led to a noticeable increase in his cultivation. Second day survival reward: 150 fortune points, slight overall attribute enhancement. On the third day, he discovered a relatively concealed blood-red cavern and intended to rest briefly, only to attract an assault from a small horde of blood demons. The ensuing blood battle lasted half a day, during which he killed dozens of blood demons, nearly exhausting his heavenly poison Do Chi and sustaining several deep wounds. However, he ultimately persevered. Soul-devouring art worked frantically, absorbing the bloodlust energy and blood essence permeating the battlefield, propelling his cultivation towards the threshold of a 3-star Do King. Third day survival reward: 300 fortune points, slight overall attribute enhancement. He spent the 4th day healing and cultivating, while the 5th and 6th days became increasingly perilous. Energy storms erupted without warning. Spatial rifts appeared randomly, and on one occasion, he sensed a terrifying aura that sent shivers through his soul, indicating the presence of at least a peak Do King-level blood demon monarch. He concealed himself with utmost effort and narrowly escaped. Each day, he grappled with life and death. And each day, he grew stronger through painful refinement. His gaze grew colder and sharper, and he radiated an unyielding bloodlust energy that intertwined with his original heavenly poison Do Chi, appearing increasingly bizarre and powerful. On the 7th day, after devouring a rare 7-star Do King-level blood demon adept in soul attacks, he finally accumulated enough. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from the cavern where he had been hiding, forcing the surrounding blood mist back several paces. A 3-star Do King. It was a natural progression. The breakthrough elevated both the capacity and quality of his heavenly poison Do Chi, significantly enhancing his resistance to and refining efficiency of bloodlust energy. 7th day survival reward: 500 fortune points, slight overall attribute enhancement. He persisted in this purgatorial training. On the 8th, 9th, and finally the 10th day, after tearing apart the last 6-star Do King-level blood demon that attempted to ambush him and consuming its blood essence, the system's notification finally chimed. Survival task: bloodlust purgatory completed. Survived for 10 days, rewards issued: 1,000 fortune points, special state bloodlust resistance. Current total fortune points: 6,700. A profound clarity washed over him as his perception of the surrounding bloodlust energy sharpened remarkably, allowing him to faintly guide its flow, with the corrosive effects greatly diminished. The task complete, he did not leave immediately. He sensed that, deeper within the abyss, the source of the abnormal fluctuations seemed to beckon him. Having come this far, he licked his parched lips, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. He concealed his presence and cautiously advanced towards the source of the disturbance. At the heart of the bloodlust abyss awaited either greater peril or greater fortune. Chapter 20. The Abyss Core, Blood Demon Will. The core of the bloodlust abyss. In stark contrast to the outer layers was an entirely different realm. Here, the bloodlust energy was as dense as a sea of blood, heavy and viscous. Each breath felt akin to inhaling molten lava, searing his lungs and soul. A dark crimson radiance seeped autonomously from the rocky walls and the ground, casting an eerie hue upon everything it touched. Countless distorted shadows writhed within the dense mist, emitting chilling whispers and howls. The space was profoundly unstable, with intricate black fissures resembling spider webs sprawling across the void, occasionally splitting open to unleash torrents of devastating energy. A typical low-tier battle emperor would likely succumb within moments. Their minds eroded and fighting spirit dissolved, ultimately becoming part of the blood demon. However, the Soulborn thrived in this environment. The formidable soul power bestowed by the perfected soul condensation technique allowed him to maintain clarity within this mental purgatory, while his bloodthirst resistance rendered him nearly immune to most of the malevolent energy's corruption. His core technique, soul-devouring art, was especially tyrannical, voraciously consuming and refining the surrounding chaotic blood energy, transforming it into pure fighting spirit that nourished him, and steadily enhancing his cultivation. He moved like a predator through the blood-soaked ruins and twisted rock columns, silent and stealthy, with the prowess of a 3-star battle king. Complemented by the high-tier, earth-level fighting technique Heavenly Poison's Grief, the enigmatic ghostly steps, and the unpredictable soul attacks Soul Extinction Finger and Phantom Lock. He wielded a terrifying combat capability that far surpassed his apparent level. Even when faced with 3-star or even 4-star battle Emperor-level blood demons, he could emerge victorious. And due to the peculiarities of his techniques, he could even devour their core blood essence. Should he encounter a 5-star battle Emperor, while he would not claim victory, he held a significant chance of retreating unscathed if he unleashed his full power. This capability to engage in battles beyond his rank was already on par with that fated child, Xiao Yin, who bore the flame techniques and possessed various extraordinary fires. Following the source of an exceptionally intense disturbance, he delved deeper. The blood demons he encountered along the way grew increasingly powerful, and even some small squads of blood demons exhibiting rudimentary intelligence and the ability to coordinate their attacks appeared, all swiftly eliminated by his ruthless methods. Finally, at the end of a vast plaza seemingly formed from countless piled bones, he beheld the origin of the disturbance. It was an ancient altar constructed entirely of dark crimson crystals, upon which floated a massive heart, roughly the size of a human head, pulsating rhythmically. The heart exhibited a strange, semi-transparent quality, with countless blood vessels entwined within. With each beat, it stirred the blood energy of the entire abyss in a tidal-like undulation, exuding an oppressive aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Beneath that heart, on the altar, stood a towering figure clad in tattered dark crimson armor, wielding a blood-colored great blade. It was not fully composed of energy, but possessed a nearly tangible body, with eyes ablaze with 2 golden flames of soul fire, emanating an aura that unmistakably reached the 6-star battle Emperor level. Its oppressive presence far exceeded all the blood demons he had encountered thus far, radiating an ancient aura of slaughter and majesty. This was no ordinary blood demon. It resembled a demon general guarding that heart. Soulborn's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart raced. The 6-star battle Emperor. This surpassed the realm he could confront head-on. Even with all his trump cards, the odds of victory appeared exceedingly slim, with a greater likelihood being his demise here. Yet, that pulsating heart emanated an inexplicable allure towards him. The soul-devouring art even began to operate at an accelerated pace, conveying an overwhelming desire. It seemed that devouring it would yield immense benefits, just as Soulborn weighed the risks and contemplated whether to take the plunge or retreat decisively. The blood demon general on the altar appeared to sense his presence, the golden soul flames abruptly shifting towards his direction. Intruder, die for trespassing upon the heart of blood source. A hoarse, fragmented, yet murderous mental wave surged forth like a tempest. The blood demon general moved. It stepped forward, instantly crossing dozens of yards, the blood-colored great blade descending upon him with a devastating, rending energy. The speed was terrifying. Soulborn's expression altered drastically, and he immediately executed ghostly steps at its utmost, transforming his form into a blurred shadow as he retreated. Boom! Where he had once stood, the ground was cleaved open, creating an unfathomable chasm, the violent blood energy radiating outward and effortlessly shredding the surrounding rocks. Such power! Soulborn felt a chill in his heart. Even the residual force of that strike caused his skin to sting. He could not match it in strength. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, maximizing his speed as he dashed back the way he had come. However, the blood demon general clearly intended to pursue him, letting out a roar as it thundered after him. Each step it took shook the earth, its speed rivaling that of Soulborn's full exertion of ghostly steps. Man and demon engaged in a heart-stopping chase within the abyss's core. Soulborn heightened his soul perception to the maximum, constantly changing directions, utilizing the complex terrain and intermittent spatial rifts to impede his relentless pursuer. Several times, he narrowly avoided being struck by the terrifying blade's energy, skillfully evading thanks to phantom clones. Heavenly Poison's grief occasionally countered, striking the Blood Demon General's armor, but only leaving shallow, corrosive marks, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Its defensive capabilities and resistance to toxins were remarkably high. Continuing like this was unsustainable. Soulborn felt a surge of urgency within. His fighting spirit was depleting rapidly, while the demon seemed to have the entire abyss's blood energy at its disposal, tirelessly pursuing him. Just as he contemplated an escape plan, a massive spatial rift suddenly appeared ahead, blocking his path. Chaotic energies surged from within the rift, rendering it impassable. With enemies behind and no way forward, he found himself in a dire predicament. A flicker of determination flashed in Soulborn's eyes as he abruptly halted, turning to face the charging Blood Demon General. He swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing all his fighting spirit in a frantic surge. It was all or nothing. Heavenly Poison's grief, Soul Lock of the underworld. He simultaneously unleashed his most potent attacking and soul-controlling techniques. A colossal, dark purple poisonous palm imprint, infused with all his fighting spirit and a trace of blood energy, hurtled towards the Blood Demon General, while several invisible soul chains coiled upwards, attempting to bind its movements, even if just for a moment. The Blood Demon General roared, the blood-colored great blade erupting in a torrent of bloodlight as it viciously slashed towards the poisonous palm imprint. Boom! An unprecedentedly terrifying explosion reverberated through the abyss. The shockwave of energy cleared a substantial area of the surrounding blood mist, causing the ground to crack in all directions. Soulborn spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flung backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing violently against the rear wall, his bones shattering in an unknown number of places. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon General was also momentarily halted by this desperate strike. The bloodlight on its great blade dimming significantly, and more corrosive marks appeared on its armor, its movements seeming to slow for an instant. Now was the moment. Soulborn gritted his teeth against the intense pain, leveraging the explosion's recoil and the momentary hindrance of the Blood Demon General to propel himself off the rear wall, narrowly skimming along the edge of the immense spatial rift, darting into a narrow side passage. The Blood Demon General let out an unwilling roar, but was thwarted by the residual shockwave of the explosion and the chaotic spatial energies, unable to pursue immediately. Soulborn did not look back, igniting his life essence fighting spirit as he fled desperately, not daring to stop until he felt that terrifying pressure dissipate completely. Only then did he find an exceedingly concealed rift to hide within, hastily swallowing a handful of medicinal pills and circulating his energy to heal his wounds. Although this venture into the core had not secured the so-called Heart of Blood source, he had successfully escaped the pursuit of a 6-star battle Emperor-level demon general. And under the pressure of that final desperate strike, he sensed the barrier of a 3-star battle king had already begun to loosen. Danger, indeed, proved to be the finest whetstone. He needed to heal swiftly, and then strive for the 4-star battle king. Chapter 21. Breaking Through in Desperation, 4-star battle king. Deep within the narrow fissures of rock, Soulborn sat cross-legged, enveloped in a thick layer of intertwining bloodlight and dark purple poison mist. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and blood froth continually spilled from the corners of his mouth. Each breath he took was a torment, pulling at the fractured bones throughout his body and inflicting excruciating pain. Engaging in a direct confrontation with a 6-star demon general, even the residual shockwaves exacted a grievous toll on him. His internal organs trembled, his meridians suffered extensive damage, and his fighting spirit was nearly depleted. Yet, within his eyes blazed a fervent fire, an embodiment of madness in the face of despair and an insatiable thirst for power. Without hesitation, he consumed every healing elixir and energy-restoring pill from his spatial ring, while simultaneously activating the soul-devouring technique to ravenously absorb the malevolent energy spilling from the fissures. Disregarding his injuries, the agony surged like a relentless tide, battering his nerves, but he steadfastly maintained his mental focus with his soul concentration technique, channeling the violent energy to mend his wounds and replenish his strength. This was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. A moment's carelessness could worsen his injuries or even lead him down a path of madness. However, he had no choice. He needed to recover swiftly, for no one knew whether that terrifying demon general would pursue him. The power of the elixirs clashed violently with the malevolent energy within him, as the soul-devouring technique functioned like a finely tuned furnace, forcibly refining and merging them. His injuries began to heal at an observable rate. Shattered bones reconnected under the influence of energy, and his depleted reservoir of fighting spirit was replenished, even surging to greater heights. The torment of the previous 10 days had already driven his cultivation to the brink of a 3-star battle king. Now, under the immense pressure of life and death paired with overwhelming energy, that sturdy barrier finally groaned under the strain. Now is the moment. Break for me, he roared within, directing all his energy towards that intangible bottleneck. Boom! It was as if a volcano erupted within him. A force far more formidable than before surged forth from his being, sending debris tumbling from the entrance of the fissure. 4-star Battle King. The transition was seamless. In fact, due to the immense accumulation of power, the momentum from his breakthrough stabilized at the pinnacle of the early 4-star Battle King stage. A powerful sense of strength filled his entire body, and his injuries were significantly alleviated by this baptism of breakthrough. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a purplish-red glow swirling within, tinged with a hint of malevolence, exuding an air of both allure and authority. He clenched his fists, feeling the torrent of power coursing through him, a cold smile gracing his lips. As a 4-star Battle King, he now possessed the confidence to contend with 5-star Battle Emperors, and even against a 6-star Battle Emperor. He might not be without a fighting chance. Demon General, when we meet again, the outcome may not be as it seems. He murmured softly, a chilling intent radiating from him. Though his injuries had healed and his strength had surged, he did not immediately seek out the trouble that the Demon General might pose. The heart of Blood Source exuded an allure that was both perilous and irresistible, far beyond what he was prepared to confront at this moment. His immediate priority was to complete his survival mission, escape the abyss, and claim the rewards of the Blood Soul Pool. Suppressing his greedy thoughts, he maintained clarity of mind. The tempering offered by the Blood Soul Pool might allow him to elevate both his physical and spiritual existence, laying the groundwork for the day he would consume that heart. He concealed himself within the fissure for several more days, solidifying his 4-star Battle King realm and mastering the newly acquired strength. Task accomplished, he no longer lingered. Cautiously, he peered out from the fissure, dispersing his soul energy to its maximum extent. After confirming that the Demon General was not lurking nearby, he activated his movement technique and sped towards the upper layers of the abyss. The journey back seemed considerably smoother. With his enhanced strength, ordinary blood demons dared not approach him, deterred by the intense malevolent and toxic aura surrounding him. Those who were foolish enough to cross his path were swiftly dealt with, their blood essence devoured. Days later, he finally burst forth from the oppressive sea of crimson mist, greeted by the light of day once more. Casting a glance back at the unfathomable abyss, with its skyward-reaching malevolence, it felt like a lifetime ago. Without a moment's pause, he promptly returned to the Soul Palace branch in the Black Corner domain and utilized the teleportation array to return to the Soul Realm. In the Elder's Hall, when he presented a crystal sphere containing records of the Abyss's environment, the characteristics of the blood demons, and the terrifying image of the blood source heart, the Elder responsible for the assessment was left speechless for a long moment. You truly survived down there for 10 days and encountered that kind of entity? The Elder's voice trembled, regarding him as if he were a monster. It was merely luck, Solung replied nonchalantly, as though he had accomplished something trivial. The Elder inhaled deeply, suppressing his shock, and stated solemnly, I will report this matter to the Elder Hall immediately. You have achieved a great feat. According to the task rewards, in addition to a substantial merit point, you have earned the opportunity to enter the Blood Soul Pool for tempering. You may go at any time. Thank you, Elder. A hint of joy finally surfaced in Solung's eyes. He was not in haste to exchange his merit points, but instead requested immediate entry into the Blood Soul Pool. Under the guidance of an Elder, he arrived at a heavily guarded Crimson Valley deep within the Soul Realm. At the center of the valley lay a pool approximately 10 feet square, its waters thick as blood, continuously boiling and emanating terrifying waves of energy that sent shivers through the soul, yet simultaneously teeming with an indescribable vital essence. Entering the Blood Soul Pool was an excruciating process. How much one could absorb and to what extent one could be tempered depended entirely on the individual. If one could not endure, they must exit immediately or risk bodily explosion. The guarding Elder coldly warned before disabling the barriers surrounding the pool. Without hesitation, Solung shed his upper garments and stepped into the blood pool, one step at a time. Sizzle. The moment he entered the pool, unimaginable anguish enveloped his every inch of skin, every bone, every cell. It felt as though he were cast into a hell of molten lava, pierced by countless searing needles deep into his soul. The energy, far purer and more tyrannical than that of the blood fiend abyss, surged violently into his body, tearing at his meridians, refining his bones, and cleansing his very soul. Solung let out a muffled groan, his complexion swiftly turning crimson veins bulging on his forehead, his teeth clenching audibly. Yet his gaze remained unwavering, as both the soul concentration technique and soul devouring technique operated at their zenith, frantically guiding and refining this ferocious energy. Pain, exquisite pain. Yet alongside the suffering came a visible enhancement of both body and soul. Beneath his skin, blood light flickered, and dense cracking sounds emanated from his bones, which became increasingly resilient and compact. His soul power, too, solidified further under this tempering, sharpening his perception. Time slipped by slowly. An hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. The guarding elder outside felt his eyelids twitching. For ordinary core disciples, enduring even an hour in the blood-soul pool was already the limit, while those who could withstand 3 hours were exceedingly rare. Yet here was Solung, who had endured for 5 hours. Moreover, the energy in the pool seemed to have diminished slightly. Within the pool, Solung had long since entered a state of forgetting both self and surroundings. His body seemed to transform into an insatiable abyss, greedily absorbing the energy of the blood-soul pool. His cultivation as a 4-star battle king began to ascend once more, progressing towards the mid-stage. Uncertain how much time had passed, when the blood hue of the pool began to dim slightly, Solung abruptly opened his eyes, letting out a long howl, and leaped out of the blood pool. He landed on the ground, his blood and energy surging like a dragon. His skin glistened with a blood-like sheen, and his muscles were flawlessly sculpted, brimming with explosive power. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his soul aura ran deep as the ocean. Mid-stage 4-star battle king. His physical strength rivaled that of a 6th-order magical beast. His soul power was now infinitely close to the pinnacle of mortal realm perfection. Feeling the transformative changes within him, Solung nodded in satisfaction. This expedition to the abyss, though fraught with peril, had yielded immeasurable gains. Now he has undergone a qualitative leap in strength. It is time to fulfill some plans that have long been set aside. His gaze seems to penetrate the fabric of the soul realm, landing upon the land known as the Gam Empire. Certain pieces on the board must be set in motion. Chapter 22. The dark chess pieces of the sect, smoke rising in the northwest. The immense energy of the blood-soul pool has fully integrated into his being, and the brilliance in his eyes is now restrained, solidifying his cultivation at the mid-stage of a 4-star Dowang. His fingertips caress the cold bone token bestowed by the Protector, his thoughts already soaring towards the distant Gam Empire. The Protector, a 4-star Dozong, must have already gained complete control over the Yunlan sect. A cold smile plays on his lips. With Xiaoyan's imminent return, this tranquil pool will certainly be stirred up. I must make my preparations early to seize opportunities amid the chaos. As a patrol envoy, he possesses the authority to peruse the detailed files of the Soul Hall's branches in the Northwest continent. His attention swiftly bypasses the ordinary soul masters of the Do Huang and Do Wang ranks, locking directly onto the roster of sect-level powerhouses bearing the title of Protector. Soon, a name catches his eye, Tai Hufa. His strength is marked as a 2-star Dozong, overseeing several kingdoms surrounding the Gam Empire. However, the file notes that despite his considerable power, he is often marginalized due to not being a direct subordinate of the Protector and his rigid temperament, resulting in a rather awkward position, where critical tasks and resources are frequently seized by other Protectors affiliated with the Protector's faction. A 2-star Dozong, with adequate strength yet harboring discontent, is indeed the ideal candidate. He requires someone capable of independent action, who also possesses a motive to feign obedience to the Protector rather than being an absolute loyalist. He refrains from directly contacting Tai Hufa, instead reviewing his recent task records and resource allocation lists. Indeed, he discovers multiple instances where Tai Hufa's completion of high-difficulty tasks was rated lower than warranted, or where requests for training materials from his subordinates were inexplicably delayed or reduced, with clear signs of interference from other Protectors aligned with the Protector. Solung retrieved the unique Jade token belonging to the patrol envoy. Without mentioning Tai Hufa's name, he cites a need to verify the fairness of the merit evaluation system in the Northwest branch, listing several records that exhibit evident signs of suppression, marking them as potentially unjust and forwarding them to the headquarters discipline inspection department for further scrutiny. This action is as light as a breeze, yet it aims to rattle the tiger in its den. The gaze of the headquarters inspection department turns towards the Northwest branch, enough to make the Protector's faction momentarily restrain themselves, while also subtly alerting the long-suppressed Tai Hufa to a hint of attention from higher-ups, distinct from the Protector system. A seed has been quietly sown, awaiting its germination. Having dealt with Tai Hufa, Solung shifts his focus to the chaotic Blackhorn region. The Mad Lion Gang and Tai Wu come to mind, reminding him of that greedy 5-star Do Wang within the Netherworld ruins. The records indicate that the Mad Lion Gang has been engaged in some unsavory dealings with the Soul Hall, yet they are long exploited by mid to low-level soul masters, fostering significant resentment. Through a secret channel, Solung directly sends a batch of exceptionally valuable training resources to Taiwu, accompanied by a brief message regarding the matters of the Netherworld ruins. Esteemed one, this is an apology. The patrol envoy Solung may have future inquiries. This generous gift, coupled with the title of patrol envoy, is sufficient to evoke both surprise and suspicion in the greedy Taiwu, igniting a thirst for the immense benefits at stake. Thus, a greedy peace has been set in motion. Solung scans the files, seeking other potential infiltrators into the Gam Empire. He notes a name, Hua, the head of the Hua family, a medium clan in the pivotal town of Hien City on the northeastern border of the Gam Empire, whose cultivation only peaks at the Great Domaster level. The notes mention that his family's development has faced significant obstacles and has been oppressed by another local family closely tied to the Yunlan sect. Hua has attempted several times to curry favor with the Soul Hall to seek support, yet his family's limited strength has rendered him unworthy of attention. A small border clan, yearning for external aid, yet harboring dissatisfaction towards their vassalage to the Yunlan sect, fits the bill perfectly, Solung concludes. Such a minor figure would not attract the Protector's notice, but if utilized properly, could potentially create small disturbances at the border or relay messages. Once again, through a secret channel, he issues instructions to a low-level Soul Master responsible for the Hien City area to appropriately engage with Hua, offering him some negligible support or promises, observing his loyalty and capabilities. Within a controllable scope, he may be allowed to use the name of the Soul Hall to exert influence, with regular reports on his movements. With the groundwork laid, Solung is about to continue his cultivation, striving to break through to the late stage of 4-star Do Wong, when an urgent intelligence report arrives from the Northwest Branch. The information does not originate from Gam, but from its neighboring nation, the Outcloud Empire. The ancestor of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, Xia Baiyan, has broken through, seemingly reaching the Do Zone level. With bloody methods, he has rapidly consolidated the power of the Poison sect within the Outcloud Empire, and his military might now threatens the borders of the Gam Empire. Xia Baiyan, a Do Zone? Solung's gaze sharpens. The upheaval in the Outcloud Empire disrupts the delicate balance across the northwest continent. If the 10,000 Scorpions sect advances eastward, it will undoubtedly challenge the Protector's plans in Gam and may even draw the attention of the Jianan Academy and the forces from Central State. The turmoil has begun. A perfect opportunity to gain from the fire, while also testing the Protector's strength. A glint of sharpness flashes in Solung's eyes as he promptly uses the patrol envoy channel to send directives to the Northwest Branch and the 2-star Do Zone Tai Hufa. Tightly monitor all movements of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, especially their interactions with the borders of the Gam Empire. Collect all intelligence regarding the source and purpose of Xia Baiyan's sudden surge in strength. All information is to be reported directly to me. With the orders dispatched, Solung stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his aura merging with the chill of the Soul Realm. His net has been quietly cast, and the winds of change across the northwest continent intensify due to the 10,000 Scorpion sect's anomalous movements. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Jianan Academy, within the magma world, a colossal aura, blending the powers of 2 unique flames, undergoes its final transformation and sublimation, its pressure surpassing even the peak of Do Wong. Xiaoyan, on the brink of a breakthrough. Chapter 23, 5-star Do Wong, Journey to the Northwest. Within the courtyard, Solung sits in meditation, his aura surging like a volcano ready to erupt. It has been some time since his return from the Blood Fiend Abyss, and his cultivation at the mid-stage of 4-star Do Wong has become thoroughly solidified. Even under the relentless honing of the Blood Fiend aura and the frenzied operation of the soul-devouring technique, he has now brushed against the threshold of the 4-star pinnacle. With a flick of his thought, a fruit radiating an astonishing energy wave, entirely crimson, appears in his hand. This is the Qi Yin fruit, a companion of the 9-heart ice lotus from the extreme northern lands. Although its attributes clash with his heavenly poison Do Qi, the immense energy it contains is undeniable. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumes the Qi Yin fruit. Boom! As if swallowing a ball of raging fire, the ferocious heat instantly detonates within him, violently clashing with the cold, toxic heavenly poison Do Qi, as if seeking to tear him apart from within. Solung's face flushes crimson, his surface alternately crystallizing with frost and releasing steaming heat, while his meridians scream with excruciating pain. Yet, his gaze remains as cold as iron. The soul-devouring technique operating at an unprecedented speed, forcefully suppressing and refining these 2 opposing energies, barbarously transforming them into the purest Do Qi. The pain far exceeds anything he has previously endured, yet the rewards are immeasurable. Amidst this extreme conflict and refinement, his meridians are torn and mended repeatedly, growing ever more resilient and wide. while the capacity of his Doqi Si is forcibly expanded. Time slips by unnoticed, and at last, the ferocious energy of the Qi Yin fruit is completely subdued and refined. Boom! A mighty ohayupt, shaking the courtyard and causing fine cracks to spider across the stone slabs. 4-star Do Wong Pinnacle. Yet, Solung does not cease his efforts. He flips his palm once more, revealing the Blood Demon Core obtained from the core area of the Blood Fiend Abyss, a 5-star Do Wong level treasure. This is the key to his breakthrough to 5-star. As the core is ingested, an even more refined and overwhelming Blood Fiend energy, infused with a potent will to kill, surges into his body. As the soul devouring technique and the soul condensing technique reach their zenith, the power of the soul steadfastly maintained clarity, channeling this force to launch a final assault against the formidable 5-star barrier. Once, twice, thrice, the barrier trembled violently, fissures spreading forth. Shatter. A low roar emanated from within Soulborn, consolidating all his strength into a singular point, and he charged forth with audacity. Crack. It was as though something shattered within him. A mightier force surging forth like a torrential flood, instantly filling his limbs and bones. 5-star Do Wong. The breakthrough was successful. His aura ascended rapidly, ultimately stabilizing at the initial stage of 5-star Do Wong. Soulborn gradually opened his eyes, a brilliant light flickering within, his presence as profound as the ocean. Sensing the surging power within him, he was convinced that if he were to encounter the Blood Demon General again, though victory might still elude him, escape would be far more effortless, perhaps even leaving a more profound impression on his adversary. Successfully advanced to 5-star Do Wong. Luck value, 300. Current luck value, 8,000. The enhancement of his strength imbued him with immense confidence. Soulborn understood that it was time to embark on his journey. The chaos in the Northwest continent was the perfect stage for him to seize resources, hone his skills, and lay down more hidden strategies. He did not make a grand announcement, but reported his itinerary to the Soul Realm's Executive Hall through the channels of the Commissioner. Subsequently, he quietly departed the Soul Realm via a spatial passage. Several days later, in the Northwest continent, at the Soul Hall's branch, the branch chief, Solice, respectfully welcomed Soulborn into the secret chamber. This young commissioner had left a profound impression on him during the previous resolution of the Ice Gorge issue, and upon their reunion, his presence felt even more unfathomable, instilling a subtle pressure even upon this Do Huang. Commissioner, your timing is impeccable, Solice stated gravely. The movements of the 10,000 Scorpion sect have grown increasingly peculiar. Their disciples have been frequently spotted at the borders of the Gamma Empire, clashing with the outer disciples of the Yunlan sect on several occasions. Scorpion Baiyin still remains in seclusion, yet another Do Huang powerhouse from their ranks, Scorpion Shan, has personally gone to the border to oversee matters. Soulborn nodded slightly. He was already aware of this intelligence through his communications. Where's the Iron Protector? The Iron Protector has recently conveyed that he has personally gone to the border to investigate, promising to report directly to you should he uncover anything, Solice replied, a subtle tone in his voice. He understood the implications of the Iron Protector bypassing the branch to report to the Commissioner. Soulborn nodded, quite pleased with the Iron Protector's initiative. Prepare yourself. I shall personally inspect the border. My lord, the border is perilous, and the 10,000 Scorpions sect employs treacherous poisons. Not to mention the presence of Do Huang powerhouses. Solice voiced his concerns. It is of no consequence. Soulborn waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable confidence. Half a day later, Soulborn's figure appeared in the tumultuous region bordering the Gamma Empire and the Qian Empire. The landscape was rugged, dense with forests, the atmosphere oppressive, and the air was laden with a faint, sweetish stench, characteristic of the 10,000 Scorpion sect's toxic arts. He did not head to the Soul Hall stronghold, but instead utilized his formidable soul perception to traverse the mountains and forests like SPECTRE, personally surveying the terrain and the distribution of forces on both sides. At a concealed mountain peak, he spotted a campfire rising from a valley below, with a flag embroidered with a menacing scorpion emblem, indicating a forward base of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. The strongest presence within the camp was approximately at the level of 7-star Do Wang. Soulborn's gaze turned icy. He would use this opportunity to test the power of 5-star Do Wang and simultaneously deliver a greeting to the 10,000 Scorpion sect. In an instant, he vanished, stealthily infiltrating the valley and drawing near to the camp. At the center of the camp, a 7-star Do Wang elder from the 10,000 Scorpion sect was supervising disciples as they practiced their toxic arts, when suddenly he felt an ominous premonition. Abruptly lifting his head, yet, before he could finish his words, a shadowy figure lunged toward him like lightning. The speed was such that he had no time to react. 10,000 poisons, heavenly sorrow. A hand enveloped in dark purple toxic mist, carrying a soul-shaking aura of terror. Slammed into his chest, the elder was struck with paralyzing fear, desperately channeling his do chi in an attempt to defend himself. But the toxicity contained within that palm was simply too domineering and bizarre, directly corroding his protective do chi. With a sickening sound, the hand pressed through without obstruction. The dark purple poison erupted instantaneously. The elder's body stiffened violently, his eyes turning pitch black, skin rapidly decaying and darkening. He could not even muster a scream before collapsing lifelessly, devoid of breath. Instant kill. The other disciples of the 10,000 Scorpions sect finally reacted, thrown into disarray, fearfully gazing at the godlike figure. Soulborn paid them no heed, devouring a portion of the elder's soul energy before disappearing once more into the dense forest, leaving behind a scene of utter panic among the 10,000 Scorpion sect disciples and a rapidly decaying corpse. Moments later, he reappeared several dozen miles away in a ravine. Just as he steadied himself, a powerful soul intent swept over, carrying a probing nature. Soulborn did not resist, but instead released a hint of his own aura. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in the garb of a soul hall protector, with a resolute countenance, appeared as if by teleportation on the opposite side of the ravine. It was the Iron Protector. He sensed the unabashed aura of a 5-star Do Wong emanating from Soulborn, as well as the violent energy fluctuations that had just transpired, his eyes flashing with shock and complexity. Commissioner. The Iron Protector clasped his hands, his tone more solemn than before. The speed at which this young Commissioner's power had escalated was nothing short of astonishing. Iron Protector, have there been any discoveries? Soulborn inquired directly. The Iron Protector's expression turned serious as he responded in a low voice. Indeed, there has been a discovery. I have secretly captured a core disciple of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, and through soul interrogation, learned that Scorpion by Yan's power has surged, seemingly connected to a peculiar entity known as the Blood Soul Goo. This entity can rapidly enhance strength, but requires the consumption of a vast amount of living beings' blood and souls, driving those affected into a frenzy for blood. The recent unusual activities of the 10,000 Scorpion sect may be linked to the immense demand for this entity. Blood Soul Goo? Soulborn's gaze sharpened. This entity seemed reminiscent of certain methods employed by the Soul Hall. Continue the investigation. We must ascertain the origins of this Blood Soul Goo, Soulborn commanded. Additionally, closely monitor the movements of the Yunlan sect, particularly the reactions from Protector Wu. Understood. The Iron Protector responded, hesitating momentarily before adding, my lord. It seems that Protector Wu does not regard the 10,000 Scorpion sect's unusual activities with much concern, even appearing somewhat indulgent. Oh, a glint of intrigue flickered in Soulborn's eyes. I see. You made a part, and exercise caution. The Iron Protector clasped his hands and slowly vanished. Soulborn stood alone in the ravine, gazing toward the direction of the Gamma Empire, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Protector Wu, what exactly are you plotting? Is your indulgence of the 10,000 Scorpions sect a means to achieve your own ends, or do you have ulterior motives? It seemed that the waters of the Northwest were deeper than he had anticipated. However, the muddier the waters, the better the opportunity for fishing. His figure gradually melded into the shadows. Chapter 24. The Master of the Poison Sect, the Fateful Pact. Soulborn stood alone atop a desolate peak at the border, his black robe billowing in the chilling wind laced with poison. The aura of 5-star Do Wong was perfectly concealed, with only his deep-set eyes reflecting the chaos below. A land tainted by the conflicts between the 10,000 Scorpion sect and the Yunlan sect. The Iron Protector stood respectfully behind him, detailing recent findings. Commissioner, the sect leader of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, Scorpion Shan, indeed possesses the peak strength of Do Huang, and he commands several other Do Huang elders whose power cannot be underestimated. Their sect's techniques are malevolent, and their recent activities have grown increasingly rampant, resulting in continuous friction with the Yunlan sect. The Iron Guardian's demeanor was grave. Moreover, within the borders of the Izumo Empire, a new and formidable force known as the Poison Sect had risen over the past 6 months. Its leader was shrouded in mystery, rumored to possess strength at the level of a dozone, employing bizarre methods that seemed to instill considerable apprehension in the Scorpion Sect, with signs of easing border conflicts emerging. The Poison Sect, led by its dozone master, Soulborn's gaze flickered with intrigue as intelligence regarding the Izumo Empire swiftly traversed his mind, and a name surfaced: Xiao Yixian. That woman, afflicted with the cursed poison body, had likely seized control of the Poison Sect by now. Her rate of growth and power could scarcely be slower than that of Xiao Yan. The cursed poison body was indeed a tremendous dilemma, yet if wielded adeptly, it could transform into an exquisitely sharp blade. He was aware of how to address this predicament, at least to temporarily manage it. A plan instantly crystallized in Soulborn's mind. He needed to meet with the leader of the Poison Sect before Xiao Yan could intervene. The Iron Guardian, soul-born turned, his voice calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Instructed, in your name, find a way to approach the upper echelons of the poison sect and convey a message to their leader. As you command, came the reply. The inspection envoy of the Soul Palace wishes to discuss a transaction with her. The subject of the transaction, the cursed poison body. Soul-born elaborated slowly. Upon hearing this, even the Iron Guardian, with his dozone composure, could not help but feel his pupils constrict. The cursed poison body. That was the legendary disaster physique. The inspection envoy was aware of it and dared to propose a transaction. He refrained from further inquiries and promptly bowed his head in compliance. I shall convey the message. Days later, outside a desolate valley shrouded in toxic miasma within the Izumo Empire, the figure of the Iron Guardian emerged at the valley's mouth, proclaiming with a resonant voice, I am the Iron Guardian of the Soul Palace, sent to seek an audience with the leader of the poison sect regarding a matter of great importance. The toxic fog within the valley swirled, and after a moment, an elderly man with a cold demeanor, exuding a Dohwan-level aura, materialized, regarding the Iron Guardian with caution. A person from the Soul Palace? Our poison sect has had no dealings with your organization. What is your purpose? The Iron Guardian retrieved a jade slip given to him by Soulborn, containing an extraordinarily pure, yet oddly alluring aura of poison, and handed it over, stating, Present this to your leader, she will understand. The elder accepted the jade slip, sensing the peculiar toxic energy within, his expression shifting slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Wait here, before turning and disappearing into the miasma. Approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick later, the elder returned, his tone still frigid, but now laced with gravity. The leader has consented to a meeting. Follow me. The Iron Guardian felt a surge of astonishment. Truly, the inspection envoy was remarkable. He followed the elder deep into the valley, ultimately arriving before a cave enveloped in a massive poisonous formation. The leader awaits within. You may enter. The elder stated before stepping aside, falling silent. Taking a deep breath, the Iron Guardian stepped into the cave. The dim light within was suffused with a terrifying toxic gas, causing even his dozone energy to feel sluggish, compelling him to exert all his strength to resist it. At the cave's end, a white-clad figure sat with her back to the entrance upon a rudimentary stone bench. No powerful energy waves radiated from her, yet the horrifying toxic gas in the cave seemed to flow around her in a docile manner, as if she were its nucleus. Soul Palace Guardian? You claim to know of the cursed poison body. A chilling voice broke the silence, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. The Iron Guardian suppressed his astonishment and replied respectfully, It is not my knowledge, but that of a master I serve, who wishes to negotiate a transaction with your leader. My master claims he has a method to alleviate your suffering. The white figure trembled slightly as she slowly turned around. A visage of ethereal beauty, tinged with a faint pallor and sorrow, met the Iron Guardian's gaze. It was Xiao Yixian. Yet now, the innocence of her past had been replaced by a cold depth wrought from hardship, her aura profoundly resonant. Now, a Sanxing Dozone. Alleviate? A subtle smirk of derision graced Xiao Yixian's lips. No one in this world can remedy the cursed poison body. What you propose is merely a stopgap. She fixed her gaze upon him. What qualifications does your master possess to engage in such negotiations? The Iron Guardian, remaining composed, produced another jade slip entrusted to him by Soulborn. Let your leader examine this item before making a decision. With a delicate gesture, Xiao Yixian summoned the jade slip into her hand. As she probed its contents with her soul energy, she realized it contained not any techniques or elixirs, but a detailed description of the characteristics and eruption patterns of the cursed poison body, its precision astonishing even her. Finally, a concise message followed. I possess a method of control that can temporarily suppress the backlash, granting you 10 years of stability. The price. The poison sect must assist me on 3 occasions when required. If agreeable, meet me in 3 days at the Falling God Ravine. The slip concluded with a trace of even purer toxic energy that resonated faintly with the poison within her body. Xiao Yixian held the jade slip in silence for a considerable time. The coldness in her eyes was finally shattered by a violent surge of emotion. The cursed poison body was akin to a maggot that clung to her bones. Each eruption brought unbearable agony, more intense than the last. Even though she had reached the dozone level through her innate talent, no one understood the pain and despair this physique inflicted better than she did. The condition offered, a decade of stability, was an enticing temptation, and the cost was merely to lend her aid 3 times. Who is the person behind you? Xiao Yixian's voice was rough with curiosity. The inspection envoy of the Soul Palace, Lord Soulborn, the Iron Guardian replied. Soulborn, she whispered, the unfamiliar name swirling in her mind as her gaze flickered uncertainly. The people of the Soul Palace were unpredictable and treacherous. Associating with them was fraught with peril. Yet, that promise of 10 years of respite was alluring. Very well. In 3 days, at Falling God Ravine, I shall await him. Ultimately, her yearning to escape her suffering overwhelmed all else, and Xiao Yixian made her choice. I shall certainly convey the message, the Iron Guardian said, feeling a wave of relief as he bowed and exited the cave. 3 days later, at the border between the Gamma Empire and the Izumo Empire, one of the most perilous locales, the Falling God Ravine, perpetually wreathed in a kaleidoscope of toxic miasma, with deep chasms and unpredictable spatial rifts. Even Dohuang-level experts dared not venture carelessly. At the bottom of a relatively flat boulder, Soulborn stood with his hands clasped behind his back, impervious to the poisonous miasma surrounding him. As the appointed time approached, a powerful aura descended from above, landing on the opposite end of the boulder. Clad in a flowing white dress, her countenance frigid, Xiao Yixian appeared. Her sharp gaze swept over Soulborn, the pressure of Sanxing Dozong unapologetically enveloping him. However, that formidable pressure, which could suffocate an ordinary Dohuang, seemed to dissipate upon reaching Soulborn, leaving not a ripple in his composure. Slowly, he turned. His 5-star Dohuang aura, though inferior to hers, was overshadowed by the depth of his gaze and the swirling dark purple toxic gas surrounding him, which was more peculiar and refined than the miasma of this place, causing Xiao Yixian's pupils to narrow slightly. You are the one who claims to have a method to control the cursed poison body. Xiao Yixian's voice bore scrutiny and skepticism. The toxic gas emanating from him sent a tremor through her, yet the sheer level of his strength was difficult to accept. Soulborn offered a faint smile, refraining from a direct answer. Instead, he extended a finger, a wisp of dark purple gas dancing at its tip, shifting in form to simulate various deadly poisons, even including a trace of the cursed poison body's essence. All poisons converge toward a singular path, Soulborn spoke calmly. The cursed poison body is not without remedy. Its backlash stems from uncontrolled toxicity that rebound upon itself. I possess a method to assist you in refining your poison, forging a poison pill that consolidates the dissipated energy, thereby ensuring 10 years of security. He continued, of course, this method does not provide a cure. After 10 years, the poison pill will reach saturation, and the backlash will be more severe. Yet by then, perhaps you will have discovered a definitive solution. What he proposed was precisely the insight later provided by Yaohua in the original narrative, now preemptively presented to Xiao Yixian for negotiation. Xiao Yixian trembled at his words. To refine a poison pill. This was the very direction she had longed for. The other party, in but a few words, struck directly at the heart of the calamity's poisonous essence and the key to its resolution. Their expertise far surpassed that of any so-called renowned physician encountered previously. The doubts within me dissipated almost entirely, replaced by an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. What do you require of me? The little healer inquired, suppressing her excitement and maintaining her composure. She was not one to believe in free lunches. It is simple, Huncheng replied, gazing at her. I need the poison sect to intervene on my behalf 3 times when I require it. The targets may be the Yinlan sect, the Wan Scalp sect, or others. After these 3 instances, we shall be even. The little healer pondered for a moment. 3 interventions in exchange for a decade of tranquility. This was a deal she could not refuse. Very well, I accept your terms. However, should your methods prove ineffective, or if there are ulterior motives, a glint of severity flashed in her eyes. The poison sect, though small, will ensure you pay the price. Agreed, Huncheng nodded, retrieving a prepared jade slip and tossing it to her. The method is contained within. Await my message for the first intervention. The little healer took the jade slip, her soul's energy sweeping over it rapidly. The more she examined, the brighter the light in her beautiful eyes became. The method was profound and intricate, directly addressing the essence. Far from mere fabrication, she gazed deeply at Huncheng. Who exactly are you? Merely a traitor, Huncheng replied, his figure slowly retreating into the dense fog. Remember your promise. Sectmaster, until we meet again. Watching Huncheng vanish into the distance, the little healer tightly grasped the jade slip, her emotions a tumultuous enigma. This enigmatic envoy from the Soul Palace seemed capable of perceiving her deepest secret, and it provided a glimmer of hope. Though akin to bargaining with a tiger for its skin, she desperately needed this decade of stability. Huncheng, I will remember you, she murmured softly, her figure fading into the poisonous miasma. The Godfall Gorge returned to its eerie silence, with only the multicolored poisonous mist swirling silently, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Huncheng was already on his way back. A formidable piece on the chessboard had been set in motion, awaiting Xiao Yan's return. The tempest of the northwestern continent would soon be stirred more violently by his own hands. Chapter 25. The Desolation of the Thunder Abyss, a new chapter in the system. In the Soul Realm, within a secret chamber, Huncheng gradually opened his eyes. The aura of a peak 5-star Do Wang radiated flawlessly, yet he was acutely aware that this was still far from sufficient. With half a year remaining until Xiao Yan's emergence, this was his final and optimal opportunity for advancement. System, he silently intoned. Host, Hunsheng, Realm, Peak 5-star Do Wang. Cultivation techniques, Soul Devouring Technique, Soul Condensing Technique, Doze, Celestial Phantom Steps, Poisonous Palm, Soul Extinguishing Finger, Phantom Lock. Myriad Poisons, Heavenly Grief, Shadow Clone. Fortune Value, 7,700, Special Status, Blood Fiend Resistance, Frost Resistance. Access the exchange list. Filtering for items or abilities that can assist me in breaking through to Do Huang and countering the Hunsheng commanded calmly. The from Xiao Yan and the Buddha's Fury Lotus posed a significant threat. He needed to prepare in advance. The luminous screen flickered, and a series of information flooded his mind. Heavenly Poison Veins. Special Physique Transformation, channeling the power of myriad poisons to reshape meridians. Significantly enhancing poison techniques' potency and cultivation speed, with a substantial increase in poison attribute resistance. Exchange requires fortune value, 5,000. Note, the transformation process is extremely painful and carries a risk of failure. Corroding Soul Mist, a one-time consumable upon release, can greatly disrupt soul perception and cause sustained erosion to the soul body. It has a certain restraining effect against. Exchange requires fortune value, 2,000. Void Escape Talisman, a one-time consumable, allows for short-distance spatial jumps, ignoring most spatial barriers. Exchange requires fortune value, 3,000. Energy Simulator can temporarily simulate specific energy fluctuations for confusion, interference, or cultivation reference. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown 1 day. Exchange requires fortune value, 4,000. Huanqing's gaze swiftly scanned the options. The heavenly poison veins held immense allure, yet it was incomplete and fraught with risk, so he set it aside for now. The Corroding Soul Mist and Void Escape Talisman were invaluable tools for survival and opportunity creation. The Energy Simulator also offered boundless utility. I will exchange for the Corroding Soul Mist and Void Escape Talisman. Fortune value, 5,000. Remaining fortune value, 2,700. The ethereal forms of the two items entered the system space. Hunsheng hesitated no longer and set off for the first sight of fortune, the desolation of Thunder Abyss. Utilizing the Soul Palace's long-distance teleportation array, several days later, he arrived at this desolate place on the edge of the central continent. The sight before him was awe-inspiring. An endless expanse of black earth, torn apart by a colossal chasm, with countless silver serpents of lightning dancing like waterfalls. Eternally cascading into the abyss, the thunderous roars resonating as the singular theme of this place. A destructive aura permeated the air, causing the very space to warp in instability. Ding! Detected an ultra-high concentration of thunderous destructive energy in the environment. Survival mission triggered. Thunder Prison Body Refinement. Mission requirements. Endure for 3 days at the periphery of the desolation of Thunder Abyss and descend 1,000 zhang into the abyss. Mission rewards. 1,000 fortune value. Thunder Resistance. Thunder Summoning Technique. The mission had arrived. Huanqing's spirits surged, and without hesitation, he dashed towards the abyss's edge. As he approached, a tendril of errant lightning struck nearby, creating a charred pit. Hunsheng activated the heavenly poison dough qi to shield himself. A dark purple light membrane crackling as it barely resisted the escaping thunderous might. He descended step by step. The deeper he went, the more chaotic and violent the lightning became. On the first day, he struggled to carve out a temporary cave along the cliff of the abyss. Relying on the soul devouring technique to barely refine and absorb the frenzied thunder attribute energy in the air, his body repeatedly scorched and healed, enduring immense pain. First day, survival reward, 100 fortune value. On the second day, he attempted to actively draw a thread of lightning into his body for refinement, nearly shattering his meridians. It was only through the soul condensing technique that he managed to hold onto his spiritual platform, but the benefit was a noticeable strengthening of his physique. Second day, survival reward, 200 fortune value. On the third day, he began to advance downward into the depths of the abyss. The thunder grew ever more terrifying, with lightning as thick as a barrel striking down intermittently, forcing him to fully employ celestial phantom steps and shadow clone to evade a perilous endeavor. Finally, before the conclusion of the third day, he descended to approximately 1,000 zhang in depth. Survival mission, Thunder Prison Body Refinement completed. Rewards granted, 1,000 fortune value, Thunder Resistance. Thunder Summoning Technique. Current fortune value, 3,700. A surge of enlightenment washed over him. His perception of thunder became clear, even allowing him to faintly guide its direction. Yet, Hunsheng was not satisfied. His goal was the thunder calamity spirit liquid that might exist deeper within the abyss. He continued to descend, the pressure mounting. Here, sporadic flashes of lightning transformed into thunder spirits, composed entirely of pure thunderous energy. These thunder spirits possessed no intelligence, only a primal instinct for destruction. With strengths ranging from Do Wang to Do Huang, Huncheng proceeded cautiously, striking at vulnerabilities. Utilizing his newly acquired thunder summoning technique and myriad poisons heavenly grief to painstakingly clear his path, he encountered numerous perils, even resorting to a single use of the Void Escape Talisman to evade the pursuit of a 6th-level Thunder Serpent. After delving nearly 5,000 zhang, the surroundings transformed into a sea of thunder light, the atmosphere of destruction making it difficult for Huncheng to breathe. At last, at the base of a vast cavern carved by the thunder's fury, he beheld his objective, a small pool measuring about a foot on each side. The water crystal clear, yet emanating a pulse of life and destruction that was both exhilarating and terrifying. Countless tiny golden electric sparks danced upon the surface of the pool. Thunder Calamity Spirit Liquid. However, guarding the liquid was a colossal serpent entirely composed of dark golden thunder, its power reaching the initial 7th level. Huncheng's pupils constricted. A Dozone level Thunder Spirit. This was well beyond his capacity to confront. To forcefully seize it would mean certain death. He forced himself to remain calm, swiftly scanning his surroundings for potential escape routes. Above the stone cave, colossal thunderbolts incessantly struck, crashing against the waters of the pool. The Thunder Python seemed to harness this tumult for its own cultivation, merely observing the intruder with a cold gaze, without initiating any attack. System, exchange for the energy simulator. Fortune value, 4,000. Remaining fortune value, 300. There was no time for hesitation. A small, compass-like artifact materialized in Solung's hand. Without a moment's pause, he directed it towards the Thunder Tribulation Essence and activated it. Buzz, a peculiar energy fluctuation, akin to the essence of the Thunder Tribulation, emanated from Solung's body. A flicker of confusion passed through the golden pupils of the Thunder Python, as it struggled to discern friend from foe. Now it was the moment. Solung pushed the Thunder Summoning Technique to its zenith, abruptly diverting a massive thunderbolt that was about to descend, sending it crashing toward the Thunder Python. Simultaneously, he propelled himself like an arrow released from a bow towards the Thunder Tribulation Essence. The Heavenly Phantom Steps reached its utmost limit. The Thunder Python was struck by the unexpected thunderbolt, letting out an enraged roar. Though it was not severely wounded, it was distracted. Taking advantage of this, Solung reached the edge of the pool, waving his hand to frantically gather the essence with a specially crafted jade bottle. However, just as he had collected approximately 2/3 of it, the energy simulator's 10-minute duration expired. The fluctuating energy surrounding him vanished in an instant. Roar! The Thunder Python was utterly incensed, having recognized the thief. Its massive tail, charged with destructive dark gold lightning, swept toward him with blinding speed, leaving no time for evasion. Solung's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he threw the last remnants of the soul erosion mist behind him. Whoosh! A dense, gray mist instantly enveloped the area, obscuring visibility and carrying with it the power to erode souls, causing the Thunder Python's movements to falter, accompanied by a pained shriek. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Solung pushed his speed to the limit, fleeing desperately upwards. Behind him, the Thunder Python's earth-shattering roars and countless pursuing bolts of lightning surged forth. He did not dare to look back, fervently burning his fighting spirit and even resorting to secret techniques that would harm his vitality. Leveraging his newly acquired resistance to lightning and slightly redirecting the attacks behind him, narrowly escaping the abyss of annihilation. As he emerged from the abyss, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body charred and riddled with fractures, his breath at its lowest ebb. Yet in his grasp, he tightly held the jade bottle containing 2/3 of the Thunder Tribulation Essence. Successfully obtained part of the Thunder Tribulation Essence. Fortune value, 800. Current fortune value, 500. With no time to tend to his wounds, Solung immediately fled thousands of miles away, seeking a secluded cave. Once he had set up multiple protective barriers, he began to examine his gains. Despite the perilous nature of the endeavor and the near depletion of his fortune value, he had achieved his goal. The 2/3 of the pool's Thunder Tribulation Essence was sufficient for him to undergo his crucial first refinement. Chapter 26, Thunder Liquid Refinement, 6-star Do Wang achieved. Deep within the concealed cave, Solung sat cross-legged, his complexion slightly pale from the previous escape. Within his jade bottle, the milky white Thunder Tribulation Essence flowed slowly. Golden arcs of electricity flickering, emanating a disquieting energy fluctuation. The bottle could hold roughly 3 liters of liquid, and it was nearly full at that moment. Taking a deep breath, he steeled his resolve. He withdrew a finely crafted dropper, cautiously extracting about 10 milliliters of the essence from a jade bottle. Even this minuscule amount contained a ferocious energy that made his skin tingle with discomfort. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the 10 milliliters. Boom! It was as if a miniature thunderous sun had exploded within him. The violent thunder energy erupted, unleashing countless tiny golden electric serpents that ravaged his meridians, seared his organs, and sent shivers through his very soul. The excruciating pain far exceeded his expectations. Ugh! Solung grunted, his body violently trembling, as blackened marks emerged on his skin surface. He gritted his teeth tightly, operating the soul condensing technique to its utmost, maintaining clarity in his spiritual platform. While the soul-devouring technique ravenously devoured and refined this dualistic force of destruction and vitality, the process was fraught with danger. Each thunder explosion teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet with every refinement, a glimmer of vitality brought about subtle yet solid enhancements. Time drifted slowly. When the 10 milliliters of essence were finally fully refined, Solung was soaked in sweat, utterly exhausted, yet his gaze shone with remarkable brightness. His meridians had expanded slightly, and barriers had loosened a fraction. Effective. His spirit surged. Taking a brief moment to rest, he again extracted 10 milliliters of essence, swallowed it, and refined it. This cycle repeated. With each ingestion, he meticulously controlled the quantity, adjusting it between 10 and 15 milliliters. His body grew stronger amidst destruction and rebirth, enhancing his resistance to thunder, while the efficiency of the soul-devouring technique markedly increased. Subtle traces of masculine thunderous might gradually merged into his heavenly poison fighting spirit. Within the cave, the whispers of wind and thunder were faintly discernible. Solung's aura steadily climbed amidst excruciating agony, continuously assaulting the barrier of the 5-star devour. After several cycles of refinement, when the essence within the jade bottle had been consumed down to a full liter, nearly a month had elapsed. On this day, upon completing yet another 15 milliliter refinement, the amassed energy within him finally reached a critical threshold. Boom! The barrier of the 5-star devour pinnacle trembled violently, riddled with cracks. Break! A fierce glint surged in Solung's eyes as he unhesitatingly absorbed another 20 milliliters of essence, swallowing it whole. The terrifying thunder energy exploded forth with a force far exceeding anything prior. He guided this overwhelming power, akin to a tempest of thunder, crashing against the nearly shattered barrier. Crack! Boom! The barrier shattered at once. A more magnificent and boundless force surged forth, inundating his limbs and bones. 6-star devour. The transition was seamless. His momentum solidified at the early stage of 6-star devour. An overwhelming sense of power filled his entire being, and all previous injuries vanished. Solung opened his eyes, a flicker of electricity dancing within, his aura growing ever more profound. He felt the surging fighting spirit and the newfound resilience of his body, nodding in satisfaction. Successfully broke through to 6-star devour. Fortune value, 300. Current fortune value, 800. There remained approximately 2 liters of thunder tribulation essence in the jade bottle, a precious resource for his impending breakthrough to devour, and it was not the time to utilize it. 6-star devour was still insufficient. Solung's gaze sharpened. He was still 4 stars away from devour, and time was of the essence. He promptly utilized the inspection token to connect to the Soul Clan's intelligence network, filtering for recent potential secret realms or ruins that matched his current capabilities. Soon, a piece of information caught his attention. In the depths of the northwest continent, within the Tianqing mountain range, fluctuations indicative of a potential ancient soul sovereign's resting site have been detected. The ancient soul sovereign was renowned for their formidable soul power, and their remains may harbor treasures or legacies that nurture and refine the soul. According to investigations, the outer barriers of the site are weakening, expected to be accessible within a month. Various forces, including the Phantom Sect and external disciples of the Starfall Pavilion, are already heading to explore. An ancient soul sovereign, treasures that refine the soul. A gleam of excitement flashed in Solung's eyes. His soul-condensing technique had reached a high level. Soul power was one of the keys to his ascension in battle. If he could gain something from this, it would not only bolster his strength, but also lay a solid foundation for future confrontations with Xiao Yin and encounters with Yao Lao's soul power. This was it. Solung made his decision. The Tianqing mountain range was conveniently along the route to the Jiangma Empire. Without delay, he set forth. Days later, following the intelligence's guidance, he arrived deep within the Tianqing mountain range. Here, ancient trees towered, the mountains loomed perilously, and human presence was scarce. Solung spread his formidable soul power, quickly detecting numerous varying auras, clearly treasure seekers drawn by the news. Concealing his figure, he stealthily approached the area with the most anomalous energy fluctuations. Ultimately, before a valley shrouded in mist, he beheld the so-called entrance to the ruins, a smooth, mirror-like black stone wall towering 100 feet high. At that moment, the surface of the wall was marred by minute cracks, from which an ancient and formidable soul pressure subtly emanated, stirring the hearts of those who dared approach. Surrounding the valley's mouth, several groups had already established their territories, each wary of the others. The most potent presence emanated from a cadre of disciples clad in dark attire, their aura chilling. At their helm stood an elderly figure of one-star Do Huang rank, presumably the elder from the Dark Spirit sect mentioned in the intelligence reports. On the opposite side, several young individuals garbed in pale blue robes, exuding a relatively serene aura, gathered together, likely the outer disciples of the Starfall Pavilion, with their strongest member being a 9-star Do Wang. The arrival of Han Sheng did not raise much alarm. He deliberately maintained his aura at the 6-star Do Wang level, rendering him inconspicuous in such a setting. He sought a secluded corner, patiently awaiting the weakening of the barriers while meticulously observing the various factions. Inwardly scoffing, the inheritance of the ancient Soul Venerable is not so easily claimed. Just right, I shall use your hands to pave my way. Quest triggered. Acquire the soul devouring orchid or a soul treasure of equivalent value within the ancient Soul Venerable's ruins. Hoa, 1500 fortune points, introductory, Soul cultivation technique Soul division. The system's task resonated at an opportune moment. Hun Sheng's gaze sharpened. The soul devouring orchid? It certainly sounds like a precious find. At that instant, the cracks in the black stone wall suddenly intensified, emitting an excruciatingly sharp, cracking sound, culminating in the thunderous opening of a narrow, deep passageway barely wide enough for a single person. Pure soul energy surged forth like a tidal wave. The entrance has been revealed. A voice cried out, inciting a flurry of activity at the valley's mouth. In the next moment, countless figures surged forth like a swarm of locusts, racing toward the opening. The scramble for supremacy had officially commenced. Han Sheng melded into the crowd, silently slipping into the darkness. Chapter 27. The Ancient Soul Ruins, Mortal Realm Perfection. Beyond the entrance lay not the dim corridor one might expect, but rather a distorted, ever-changing realm of light and shadow. An overwhelming soul pressure surged from all directions, attempting to erode the consciousness of the intruders. The first few individuals at the forefront, those of lesser strength, emitted piercing screams as they clutched their heads and rolled about, their gazes instantly dulled and vacant, as if their very awareness had been obliterated by this soul pressure. The others behind halted in horror, hastily channeling their techniques or summoning treasures to fend off the pervasive soul assault. Han Sheng's soul condensation technique activated autonomously, his profound soul power forming an invisible barrier that effortlessly repelled the oppressive force. He calmly surveyed the ahead. This realm of light and shadow appeared to be a place of trials, wherein only those with sufficiently potent soul power could advance. He did not rush forward, but instead remained among the throng, observing intently. The 1-star Do Huang elder from the Dark Spirit sect snorted coldly, sweeping his sleeve, casting a protective shadow around his disciples as he boldly advanced, clearly possessing formidable soul power. The disciples of the Starfall Pavilion also retrieved jade pendants and similar artifacts, emanating a gentle glow to shield themselves as they cautiously proceeded. Other factions showcased their unique abilities, yet many struggled to maintain their footing, with some even resorting to meditative stances to sustain themselves. Only then did Han Sheng leisurely set forth, employing heavenly shadow steps, his form slipping through the twisted light and shadow like a ghost, outpacing even the elder of the Dark Spirit sect, swiftly surpassing most individuals and vanishing into the depths of the light and shadow. This maneuver drew the attention of many, particularly the elder of the Dark Spirit sect, whose eyes flickered with suspicion. A 6-star Do Wang, wielding such formidable soul power, having traversed the region of soul pressure, he emerged into a vast underground palace complex, constructed from an unknown black stone, ancient and desolate, exuding the scent of time. The palace corridors were labyrinthine, with the sounds of conflict and exclamations echoing intermittently, indicating that the various factions had dispersed and commenced their search for treasures within the ruins. Han Sheng expanded his soul power to its fullest extent, meticulously sensing the flow of energy. His goal was clear: the soul-devouring orchid. The energy fluctuations of a treasure of this caliber would undoubtedly be distinctive. He skillfully avoided several overt areas of conflict, swiftly delving down a secluded corridor. The deeper he ventured, the more refined the soul energy in the air became, with bizarre entities formed from pure soul energy materializing, shrieking as they lunged at the intruders. Han Sheng, uninterested in entanglements, employed soul extinguishing finger, precisely obliterating their cores, maintaining his momentum without a hitch. Suddenly, he halted, keenly sensing an unusual soul fluctuation emanating from a side chamber to his left. This fluctuation carried an alluring aroma that soothed the spirit, yet it also harbored a potent draw, as if it could devour one's very essence. The soul-devouring orchid? Han Sheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed toward the chamber. Just as he reached the door, he heard the sounds of fierce combat and furious shouts from within. "Stand down. This orchid was first discovered by my dark spirit sect." "Nonsense. The treasures of heaven and earth belong to the worthy." Disciples of the Starfall Pavilion. Form a formation. Inside the chamber, the elder of the Dark Spirit sect was embroiled in battle with several disciples from the Starfall Pavilion. At the center of the hall stood a stone platform upon which grew an extraordinary plant, entirely translucent and a haunting azure, adorned with 3 elongated leaves, crowned by a blossom that appeared to be coalesced darkness, a flower exuding an enticing fragrance and formidable soul-drawing power. It was indeed the soul-devouring orchid. The elder of the Dark Spirit sect, with his 1-star Do Huang strength, wielded his attacks with ruthless precision, the dark energy infused with corrosive properties targeting the soul. Although the disciples of the Starfall Pavilion boasted only a maximum of 9-star Do Huang strength, their coordinated efforts formed a constellation of starry lights, seamlessly blending offense and defense, momentarily staving off the elder's onslaught. Both sides were locked in an intense struggle, each vying for the orchid, yet simultaneously restraining one another. Han Sheng's arrival instantly heightened the vigilance of both parties. Another fool seeking death. The elder of the Dark Spirit sect scoffed, unleashing a shadowy gust aimed at Han Sheng, attempting to force him back. 2 disciples from the Starfall Pavilion also diverted their attention, their swords shimmering as they obstructed his path. Unfazed, Han Sheng executed heavenly shadow steps to perfection, slipping through the gaps between the gust and the sword light like an eel, directly lunging toward the soul-devouring orchid upon the stone platform, seeking death. Both parties, witnessing his audacity, erupted in fury, abandoning their conflict to unleash their full might upon Han Sheng. The elder's shadowy claws and the combined sword formation of the Starfall Pavilion disciples instantly sealed off all of Han Sheng's escape routes. However, it appeared that Han Sheng had anticipated this very moment. Instead of seizing the orchid, as he neared the stone platform, he abruptly formed a hand seal. Solung. With all his might, he unleashed it. Numerous invisible soul chains did not target any individual, but instead instantaneously coiled around the soul-devouring orchid. Simultaneously, the devouring force of soul-devouring technique surged along the chains, frantically rushing toward the orchid. He intended to assimilate and refine this treasure of heaven and earth on the spot. "You dare!" The elder of the Dark Spirit sect's eyes widened in fury, his attacks becoming ever more savage. The disciples of the Starfall Pavilion were equally astonished and enraged, their sword formation radiating with renewed brilliance. Yet, just as their strikes were about to land upon him, a barely perceptible spatial fluctuation enveloped Han Sheng, triggered by the activation of the Void Escape Talisman. His figure instantly blurred, and all incoming attacks passed right through him, crashing into the opposite wall and sending debris flying. Taking advantage of this fleeting opportunity, Han Sheng forcefully drew forth a substantial portion of the soul-devouring orchid's primal energy through the soul chains, absorbing it into his body. The orchid visibly withered at a discernible pace. "Scoundrel!" The elder of the Dark Spirit sect spat blood in rage, launching himself at Han Sheng with reckless abandon. Solung, unperturbed, swiftly retreated, harnessing the ephemeral effects of the Void Escape Talisman. Drawing upon the tremendous soul energy he had devoured, he propelled himself backward with great force. With a flick of his sleeve, a dark purple mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring vision. This was the toxic gas from 10,000 poisons, heavenly sorrow. "Chase!" The elder from the Netherworld sect roared, dispersing the toxic haze, only to find that Solung's silhouette had vanished at the end of the corridor. He cast a glance at the remaining fragment of the soul-devouring orchid, now significantly diminished in essence and spirit, his expression turning ashen. Reluctantly, he stowed it away and, in a fit of rage, led his disciples in pursuit. The disciples of the Starfall Pavilion exchanged glances, ultimately resigning to abandon the chase. Meanwhile, Solung had already retreated several corridors away, seeking refuge in an abandoned side hall, where he promptly settled into a meditative posture. Within him, the pure and overwhelming soul energy of the soul-devouring orchid surged violently. As the soul-devouring technique operated at its zenith, it fervently refined this power, causing his soul strength to escalate at an unprecedented pace. Successfully acquired the majority of the soul-devouring orchid's essence. Exploration task completed. Rewards issued. Fortune value 1500. Soul division technique initiation. Current fortune value 2300. A profound method regarding the segmentation and manipulation of soul energy flooded his mind. Solung gritted his teeth against the painful sensation accompanying the surge of soul energy, pouring all his effort into the refinement. Time became indistinct as he continued his work. At last, when the final vestige of the orchid's energy was refined, his soul strength had ascended to an entirely new echelon. Although his cultivation remained at the 6-star Do Wang level, his soul realm had undeniably achieved the true consummation of the ordinary realm. His perceptual range had expanded several-fold, and his control over energy had become exquisitely meticulous. His soul energy was now immensely condensed, leaving him but a hair's breadth from the legendary spiritual realm. The soul division technique was also now in his preliminary grasp. While he could not yet truly sever souls, he could conjure a soul doppelganger that was more deceptive. The gains were monumental. A brilliant gleam sparkled in Solung's eyes. With the soul strength of the ordinary realm's consummation, he could confront numerous challenges far beyond his current level. He did not rush to depart, but continued to explore the ruins. Utilizing his formidable soul perception, he discovered several remnants of soul jade slips. Though most were fragmented, the techniques inscribed within proved highly beneficial. Days later, as the oppressive soul aura within the ruins began to wane, signaling its impending closure, Solung quietly exited. Upon returning to the surface, he found the valley considerably subdued. Various factions had likely departed with their mixed fortunes. After orienting himself, he was about to leave when a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting his gaze to drift towards a nearby thicket. "It's about time you made your appearance," he said coldly. For a moment, the thicket fell silent, and then a gray figure emerged slowly. It was the mysterious figure clad in gray who had contested with him for the soul infant fruit in the Netherworld ruins and had diverted the Scorpion Mountain at the northwestern border. At this moment, his features remained obscured, yet his aura felt even more profound than before. "Your methods are indeed commendable," the gray figure rasped, devoid of emotion. "In the struggle of the clam and the snipe, the fisherman profits. How does the taste of the majority of the soul-devouring orchid's essence fare?" Solung narrowed his eyes, the internal flow of his Do Qi subtly activating. "What concern is that of yours? Do you wish to attempt another theft?" The gray figure seemed to chuckle softly. "There is no need to be anxious. I do not come for you. I merely pass by. However, it appears you have taken a particular interest in opposing the Soul Palace. First the Netherworld ruins, and now this ancient soul site. What you have seized are all items the Soul Palace has set its sights upon." Solung's heart stirred, but his expression remained unchanged. "And if so, or if not?" Intriguing, the gray figure appraised him. "Perhaps we may have an opportunity for collaboration. Remember, I go by the name of Shadow. Until we meet again." With that, he flickered away, melding into the shadows as if he had never existed. Solung stood rooted in place, his brow furrowed. Shadow? Collaboration? This individual is enigmatic. Whether friend or foe remains uncertain. He shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. The most pressing concern now was to digest his gains and continue enhancing his strength. The rewards from the ancient soul ruins had elevated his soul power to the consummation of the ordinary realm, and it was time to seek the next fortuitous encounter to push for a higher Do Qi cultivation. His gaze fixed upon the next mark point on the map. Time was of the essence. Chapter 28, The Serpent Spirit Cavern, 7-star Do Wang. In the Kaitian Qingshan Mountains, Solung did not hasten to seek his next opportunity. The gains from the ancient soul ruins required time for thorough assimilation. Although the soul power of the ordinary realm's consummation was formidable, perfecting its integration with his Do Qi and techniques to unleash maximum impact necessitated careful deliberation. He found a secluded valley, set up a concealment formation, and began his seclusion. His primary task was to master the initiation of the soul division technique. While this method could not genuinely sever souls, it could create a deceptive soul doppelganger, useful not only for bewildering foes, but also for aiding in cultivation, allowing for dual focus. With the foundation of an ordinary realm's consummation, he progressed swiftly, and within days, he could manifest a soul shadow that possessed 30% of his essence and lasted for a quarter of an hour. Next, he aimed to integrate his surging soul power into his combat system. The power of Soul Extinguishing Finger and Ghost Lock had significantly increased, and he also attempted to infuse his soul power into Sky Ghost Steps, rendering his movements more elusive and unpredictable, and into 10,000 Poisons, Heavenly Sorrow, enhancing the corrosive nature of his poisonous Do Qi to strike at the soul itself. Half a month later, Solung emerged from his retreat. Though his cultivation had not risen, his combat power had transformed dramatically. Now, with his numerous techniques, he was confident in contending with both 7-star and even 8-star Do Huang. "It is time," he declared, retrieving the map and focusing on his next target, the Serpent Spirit Cavern. This location lay at the intersection of the Union Empire and a sprawling marshland. According to intelligence from the Soul Palace, it was once a sacrificial site for an ancient Serpent Man tribe, later abandoned. The cavern was cold and damp, teeming with various venomous serpents, and deeper within, there was said to be a transcendence spiritual pool. Its waters infused with peculiar energy capable of refining the body and purifying do qi, especially beneficial for those who practice poison-based techniques. However, powerful serpent beast guardians and a treacherous terrain rendered the area perilous. The transcendent spiritual pool is precisely what I need. Sol Sheng's eyes gleamed with intensity. His heavenly poison do qi, while dominant, was not without its flaws. If he could purify it with this pool's waters, his foundation would become more solid, making the ascent to a higher realm considerably easier. Without delay, he set forth, and several days later, arrived at the vicinity of the Serpent Spirit Cavern. Even before approaching, a pungent and humid atmosphere assailed his senses. Before him lay an interminable expanse of dark marsh, gnarled trees rising like sentinels, and toxic miasma swirling about. In the depths of the swamp, a massive, black cave resembling the gaping maw of a giant serpent loomed. This was the entrance to the Serpent Spirit Cavern. Around the cave's mouth, remnants of adventurers' tents and signs of battle were evident, indicating that this place was not a well-kept secret. Solung concealed his presence and stealthily entered the cave. Inside, the light was dim, bizarre rocks jutted from the ground, and the floor was slick with moisture. The air was thick with the acrid scent of serpent musk and venom. Rustling sounds echoed from all directions, and countless pairs of cold, serpentine eyes flickered to life in the darkness. He paid little mind to the lowly venomous snakes, with the sole power of the ordinary realm's consummation radiating outward. An invisible pressure formed, causing the snakes to recoil in terror as though faced with a natural enemy. He pressed deeper, encountering several groups of treasure seekers along the way, most of whom were at the Do Wang level. They regarded one another warily, choosing not to interfere. With his formidable soul perception, Solung consistently evaded trouble, making a beeline for the core area of the cavern where the energy was most potent. As he ventured further, the passages grew increasingly intricate, resembling a labyrinth, and the serpent beasts encountered were progressively more powerful, including a 6-tier serpent king equivalent to a human Do Wang. Sol's essence preferred not to become entangled excessively. It evaded when possible, and when evasion proved futile, it resorted to swift and merciless strikes. The soul-devouring technique was then employed to consume the essence of vitality, replenishing any expended energy. At last, after traversing a narrow passage strewn with serpentine skins, a vast underground cavern unfolded before him. Stalactites, glowing faintly, descended from the cavern's ceiling, providing a meager source of illumination. At the center of the cavern lay a small, verdant pool, its waters crystal clear, yet exuding a chilling aura and pure energy waves. Indeed, it was the transcendent spirit pool. However, this sacred pool was not unguarded. Coiled at its edge was a colossal python, as thick as a barrel, its entire body adorned with dark golden scales. Its triangular head bore a pair of sinuous, crimson fangs that flickered menacingly, radiating a ferocious aura comparable to that of a 6-star Do King. Even more alarming, on the opposite side of the pool stood 3 figures, all clad in uniform attire and exuding a chilling presence, each possessing strength surpassing 5-star Do Kings. The leader, a gaunt elder with a sinister countenance, had reached the pinnacle of 7-star Do King. At their feet lay several slain, serpent-like beasts, indicating their recent arrival. Both parties had evidently noticed one another, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The dark golden python sensed the threat, hissing ominously, its cold gaze sweeping over both factions. Another fool who seeks death. The sinister elder glanced at Sol, detecting his 6-star Do King aura, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. This transcendent spirit pool belongs to the 10,000 Serpents Manor. Those with sense should depart quickly. 10,000 Serpents Manor? Sol felt a stir within, recalling this was a second-rate sect from the Xian Empire, renowned for serpent taming and poison crafting. He had not anticipated that they had set their sights on this location as well. With an impassive expression, he surveyed the spirit pool and the dark golden python king, calmly stating, "Heavenly treasures belong to those who encounter them. Seeking death." The elder's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he exchanged glances with his companions, signaling them to eliminate Sol while remaining wary of the Python King. The 2 5-star Do Kings immediately grinned maliciously and lunged at Sol, their battle aura surging, accompanied by a stench of toxic mist. Sol's gaze sharpened. An opportune moment to test his newfound abilities. Instead of retreating, he advanced, activating ghostly steps, his figure darting forward like an apparition. Just as contact seemed imminent, he focused his thoughts and executed soul division technique, conjuring a nearly identical ethereal projection of his soul that lunged at one of the attackers. The 5-star Do King froze momentarily, instinctively striking at the projection with a palm. Yet, his hand passed through without any sensation of impact. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Soul's true form had already reached the other assailant. 10,000 poisons, heavenly sorrow. A palm struck out, the dark purple poison-infused wind concealing an invisible soul shock. The 5-star Do King hastily defended himself, but felt a sudden jolt of pain piercing his soul, causing his movements to falter. With a sickening thud, the poison-laden palm struck his chest. The terrifying toxin erupted violently. The unfortunate 5-star Do King could not even utter a scream before his body rapidly blackened and decayed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The soul-devouring technique activated automatically, consuming the remnants of his vitality. The other assailant, witnessing this horror, was paralyzed with fear, attempting to retreat. Yet, the ethereal projection suddenly solidified further, pointing a finger towards him with soul extinction finger. Although its power paled in comparison to the original, it was sufficient to throw him into disarray. Soul's true form shadowed him closely, as ghostly bindings silently ensnared him, restricting his movements. Another 10,000 poisons, heavenly sorrow, followed. In the blink of an eye, the two 5-star Do Kings lay slain. The elder's expression shifted dramatically, finally shedding his disdain as shock and fury washed over him. What a ruthless method. Who on earth are you? Even the coiled, dark golden python king flickered with a hint of apprehension in its icy gaze. Soul shook his hand, having absorbed the energies of the two fallen 5-star Do Kings. Feeling the barrier of 6-star Do King weaken further, he looked towards the elder and the python king, his voice devoid of emotion. Now, can we discuss how to share this spirit pool? Discuss your mother, the elder roared, his 7-star Do King aura erupting violently as a venomous, serpent-shaped sword materialized in his hand, thrusting directly at Soul. Simultaneously, he emitted a sharp whistle. The dark golden python king seemed to respond to the command, letting out a roar as its massive tail swept towards Soul with a foul wind. This elder from the 10,000 Serpents Manor possessed the ability to command the python king. Faced with the combined assault of man and serpent, Soul felt the pressure mount. Yet, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, his fighting spirit ignited. Come at me. Ghostly Steps was pushed to its utmost limits, leaving behind a myriad of afterimages as he deftly evaded the sweeping tail. Concurrently, he formed his fingers into a blade, dark purple battle aura coalescing as soul extinction finger struck towards the elder's sword tip. The collision of fingertip and sword produced a resonant clash. Soul's form staggered slightly, retreating a half step, while the elder's wrist tingled, his expression growing increasingly alarmed. The opponent's power and the refinement of his battle aura far exceeded that of an ordinary 6-star Do King. Soul erosion mist. Without hesitation, Soul unleashed his trump card. A small wisp of gray mist was cast forth, rapidly expanding and enveloping the elder. Though the elder could not discern its nature, instinct warned him of danger, prompting an urgent retreat as he moved his sword to disperse the mist. Yet, the mist ignored his battle aura defenses, directly corroding his soul and causing a wave of dizziness. Seizing this opportunity, Soul lunged at the dark golden python king, intending to eliminate this beast first. The python king roared, venom spraying, its massive tail sweeping across. Soul concentrated his soul energy, predicting the python king's attack trajectory, weaving through the gaps like a fish and swiftly approaching its vital spot. Ghostly binding. Bind. Invisible chains instantly wrapped around the python king's vital areas, unable to fully restrain it, but hindering its movements. 10,000 poisons, heavenly sorrow. Soul unleashed a full-powered palm strike upon the python king's inverse scale. Dark purple toxin surged violently within. The python king emitted a wretched howl, its colossal body thrashing violently. Soul felt no desire to linger in battle. Having landed a decisive blow, he swiftly retreated. The elder, having just dispelled some of the soul erosion mist, was startled and enraged to see the python king wounded, preparing to charge once more. However, he noticed that Soul did not pursue, but rather turned towards the transcendent spirit pool. He intended to seize the pool's water while he had the chance. Not a chance. The elder's eyes bulged with rage as he disregarded his discomfort and rushed forward. Yet Soul had already reached the pool's edge, producing several jade vials to frantically collect the pool water. The water was excruciatingly cold, biting at his skin, yet contained a wealth of pure energy. The elder's sword light was already upon him. Soul abruptly turned, stowing half of the collected pool water into his spatial ring, facing the fierce sword light without flinching, and unleashed a powerful punch. Dark purple battle aura spiraled around his fist, faint traces of lightning flickering, the residual force of the refined thunder calamity spirit liquid. Boom! The clash of fist and sword erupted with explosive force. Soul propelled himself backward, plunging into the pool. The piercing cold and pure energy enveloped him instantly. You. The elder spat blood in fury, wishing to plunge into the pool, yet hesitated at the thought of the still-living Python King and the pool's extreme cold. Immersed in the pool's waters, Soul activated the soul-devouring technique with fervor, absorbing the water's energy while refining the energies he had just consumed from the two 5-star Do Kings and the severely wounded Python King. Boom! The barrier of 6-star Do King crumbled under the immense surge of energy. 7-star Do King, with the natural progression, his aura stabilized at the initial stage of 7-star Do King. An overwhelming sensation of power surged within him once more. The pool's energy continued to refine his battle aura, rendering it even purer. Soul let out a long howl, springing forth from the pool, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the astonished and enraged elder and the nearly lifeless Python King. Shall we continue this battle? The countenance of the elder fluctuated, ultimately culminating in a fierce stomp as he hoisted the gravely injured Python King and staggered toward the cave's exit, neglecting even the corpse of his companion. The adversary had broken through at a critical moment, their strength surpassing his own. Continuing the battle would likely lead to his own demise. Hunsing chose not to pursue. He sensed the surging power of the 7-star Do Wong within him, alongside the remarkably pure and refined heavenly poison Do Chi, and nodded in satisfaction. After collecting the remaining pool water, he swiftly departed from this perilous place. Next, he needed to seek out the final opportunity for advancement, to challenge the realm of Do Huang. Time had already slipped away significantly. The day of Xiao Yan's exit from seclusion drew ever closer. Chapter 29. The Earth's Heart Fire Vein, 8-star Do Wong. The harvest from the Serpent Spirit Cavern had enabled Hunsing to successfully break through to the 7-star Do Wong. The heavenly poison Do Chi, having undergone the refining process within the transcendent spirit pool, was now extraordinarily pure, flowing effortlessly with amplified power. Without delay, he set off toward his next destination, the Earth's Heart Fire Vein. Guided by intelligence, he quickly arrived at the desolate and searing volcanic region. The air was thick with a mingled stench of sulfur and some peculiar toxic gas, while scorching heat distorted his vision. Hunsing activated his Do Chi, the dark purple light membrane easily shielding him from the heat and toxins as he strolled calmly toward the area with the most intense energy fluctuations. Eventually, a fissure emitting a continuous stream of pale purple toxic gas came into view. The gas was fiercely domineering, hissing as it corroded upon contact with the air. Hunsing's expression remained impassive as he stepped into the fissure. The chasm descended, temperatures soaring, with dense purple fire toxins thick enough to deter even the most novice of Do Huangs. Yet to Hunsung, this toxicity felt akin to a tonic. As he subtly activated the soul-devouring technique, he devoured and refined the encroaching fire toxins, replenishing his own energy reserves. He pressed onward without diminishing his speed. Along the way, several unwitting fire toxin centipedes and scorpions lunged at him, their strength merely that of 5 to 6-star Do Wong. Hunsing couldn't be bothered to glance at them. With a slight gathering of his soul pressure, akin to an invisible hammer, he struck down upon them. The fierce fire-toxic creatures barely had time to let out a cry of anguish before they were crushed, their bodies stiffening, life extinguished in an instant, their souls obliterated. The soul-devouring technique automatically activated, absorbing the dissipated fire-toxic energy into his body. He continued unabated, encountering no toxic creatures that could impede his progress. Soon, he reached the deepest part of the fissure. Before him lay a slowly flowing lake of dark red lava, upon which a black reef jutted out, adorned with several purplish-red, transparent fire-toxin crystals radiating alluring energy fluctuations. Within the lake, a peak 8-star Do Wong lava poison python sensed the intruder and abruptly raised its menacing head from the magma, its crimson-slit eyes locking onto Hunsung with a threatening hiss. A terrifying pressure mixed with scorching toxic gas surging toward him. Hunsung gazed indifferently at the colossal beast. Had it been before, he might have needed to exert some effort, but now, with his soul power greatly enhanced and his heavenly poison Do Chi having undergone initial purification, his strength was unparalleled. The gigantic python, incensed by Hunsung's calm demeanor, felt provoked and roared. Its massive form reared upright from the magma, sending molten lava cascading. Its enormous tail, imbued with destructive force, crashed down toward Hunsung with an awe-inspiring momentum. Facing this violent assault, Hunsung did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, his figure flickering as he executed the heavenly ghost step to its utmost potential, purposefully meeting the descending tail. At the moment of contact, he sharpened his fingers like a blade, condensing a highly compressed, deep purple heavenly poison Do Chi at his fingertips. infused with a hint of the complete perfection of the mortal realm's soul impact. This was the improved soul extinguishing finger. He did not choose to confront it head-on, but instead precisely targeted the weak point where the scales of the giant tail met. With a soft sound, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, the concentrated force of his finger pierced through the scale defenses, delving into the python's body. The terrifying poison-infused do-chi and soul impact erupted simultaneously. The lava-poisoned python emitted a heart-wrenching shriek, the agony seemingly emanating from the depths of its soul. Its crashing tail lost all strength in an instant, and the massive creature writhed in torment, churning the lava lake into chaos. Hunseng seized the opportunity, not lingering, his form darting like lightning as he soared across the surface of the lake to the central reef, sweeping up the fire toxin crystals into his robes, their heat palpable. Energy surging abundantly. The giant python, severely injured, though not immediately dead, had lost its threat, struggling painfully within the magma. Hunseng did not spare it a second glance. Stepping forth to exit the fissure, and with another stride, he vanished beyond the horizon. From his entry into the Earth's heart fire vein to the acquisition of the crystals, his actions were swift and decisive, taking a remarkably brief time. Finding a perfectly safe underground cavern, he set up multiple barriers. Hunseng retrieved one of the fire toxin crystals, feeling the energy of intense yang and toxicity within, and without hesitation, swallowed it whole. Boom! The violent energy erupted within him once more, yet Hunseng's countenance remained unchanged. The soul-devouring technique operated dominantly, with his perfected soul power precisely controlling the situation as he commenced the methodical refinement of this force. The blazing toxicity and the shadowy venom clashed within him, yet were forcibly fused, altering the nature of the heavenly poison do-chi into something more enigmatic and unpredictable, further enhancing its potency. His cultivation steadily progressed, advancing toward the pinnacle of the 7-star do-wang. Once the fire toxin crystal was completely refined, he stood at the zenith of 7-star do-wang, a mere breath away from 8-star. With a single breath, he aimed to break through. A fierce glint flashed in Hunseng's eyes as he retrieved the remaining fire toxin crystals and a portion of the thunder liquid from the Desolation Thunder Abyss. He pressed his hands together, pushing the soul-devouring technique to its limits, simultaneously absorbing and refining the powers of the fire toxin and thunder liquid. The intense yang toxicity and the life force of heavenly thunder surged simultaneously, the agony and shock far exceeding anything he had previously experienced. His meridians felt as though they would be torn apart and reformed, his body transforming into the fiercest battlefield. Yet Hunseng remained steadfast in his focus, harnessing his formidable willpower and soul control to masterfully navigate these two powers, refining them into the purest do-chi. Launching his final assault against the barrier of 8-star do-wang. Boom! It was as if a dam had burst. The barrier crumbled in response. An even more overwhelming force surged forth. 8-star do-wang. It was a natural progression. His aura stabilized at the initial stage of 8-star do-wang. Hunseng slowly opened his eyes, feeling the increasingly formidable power within him and the more enigmatic and potent heavenly poison do-chi, nodding in satisfaction. He was merely 2 steps away from do-huang, and time was still plentiful. His gaze shifted toward the direction of the soul realm. It was time for a return visit, to utilize the authority of the inspector to peruse the deeper tomes of the Soul Palace, seeking the final opportunity to confront do-huang, and to prepare thoroughly for the impending turmoil within the Gamma Empire. Xiaoyan, it seems you should be emerging as well. Our stage is about to be set. Chapter 30, The Heavenly Cold Poison Pill. Upon returning to the Soul Realm, Hunseng did not return to his own courtyard, but headed straight to the heavily fortified Soul Palace, specifically to the Library of Secrets. Utilizing the Inspector's token, he entered an area with even higher privileges than that of the Outer Secret Pavilion. This space was not an expansive void akin to the starry sky, but rather solemn stone chambers, methodically categorizing various techniques, combat skills, pill formulas, secret lore, and records of extraordinary artifacts collected and created by the Soul Clan. The air was infused with the scent of ancient scrolls and energy barriers. Hunseng's goal was clear as he directly approached the section marked for pill formulas and breakthrough secrets. He needed to find pills or methods that could assist him in safely breaking through to do-huang, and to prepare countermeasures for that he might face in the future. The essence of the soul surged forth like mercury, cascading over a row of jade slips and scrolls, an overwhelming torrent of fragmented information flooding his mind, only to be swiftly filtered and discarded. The Emperor's Extreme Pill, a pinnacle-grade 7th-tier elixir, could aid a Do-Emperor in enhancing their strength by a star. Its potency was formidable, requiring a robust physique to endure its effects. The primary ingredients included Emperor's Extreme Grass, Heavenly Ma's Faystone Essence, and an 8th-tier magic ore. The Broken Sect Pill, and others were noted but deemed less significant. The Soulborn shook his head slightly. Although these pills were remarkable, they either possessed too high a grade to be refined or were not pertinent to his current needs. At last, in an inconspicuous corner, a dark golden jade slip caught his attention. Upon probing with his soul energy, information manifested. The devouring life pill, an ancient secret pill of indeterminate grade. Consuming it could forcibly unleash latent potential, granting immense power for a brief period, yet at a tremendous cost. One must continuously devour the life essence, blood, and soul of living beings to sustain its effects, or face a backlash leading to the depletion of life force and death. Note, the formula is severely incomplete, lacking 3 primary ingredients and 17 auxiliary ones, with the refining method also significantly flawed. It is categorized as forbidden. Exercise caution in research. The Soulborn's gaze sharpened. The devouring life pill? The name resonated with his own devouring spirit technique, both relying on the act of consumption to exchange for power. Although incomplete and fraught with terrifying side effects, its philosophy might offer him some inspiration. He silently recorded the incomplete formula and continued his search. Moments later, another icy blue jade slip emerged. The heavenly cold poison pill, a mid-level 7th tier elixir, crafted from extremely cold poisonous substances as the primary ingredient, supplemented with various in-oriented spiritual herbs. Consuming it could cultivate a trace of heavenly cold poison within the body, a toxin embodying both extreme cold and lethal properties. Immensely powerful, capable of harming foes or refining specific poison techniques. However, practitioners must possess exceptional resistance to toxins and mastery over their own soul. Otherwise, they risk self-harm before injuring their enemies. Required primary materials: 10,000-year ice spider venom pouch, 9 earth yellow springgrass, and a 7th-tier snow sky scorpion crystal core. A glimmer of excitement sparked in the Soulborn's eyes. This pill aligned perfectly with his intentions. If he could successfully control the cultivated heavenly cold poison, it would greatly enhance the potency of his heavenly poison do chi, and its extreme cold characteristic might provide a countermeasure against at critical moments. Although the materials for refining were exceedingly rare, as an inspector, he might find a way to gather them. He meticulously noted down this formula as well. Subsequently, he perused a plethora of records on breakthroughs to Do Emperor and scattered notes on the characteristics of and corresponding countermeasures. While most were vague, they nonetheless proved to be immensely beneficial. Departing from the repository pavilion, the Soulborn promptly utilized his inspector channels to issue a high-priced task for the acquisition of the materials required for the heavenly cold poison pill, especially the primary materials: the 10,000-year ice spider venom pouch, 9 earth yellow spring grass, and the 7th-tier snow sky scorpion crystal core, even employing a portion of his merit points as an advance reward. Once these matters were settled, he returned to his courtyard to prepare for the final sprint. Consolidating his cultivation at the 8-star Do Wong level was imperative, and the numerous insights he had recently gained needed to be fully integrated. Days later, feedback regarding the collection of materials began to arrive. There were no updates on the 9 earth yellow spring grass and the 7th-tier snow sky scorpion crystal core, but a lead had emerged regarding the 10,000-year ice spider venom pouch. Reports indicated that traces of the 10,000-year ice spider were found deep within the continent's extreme northern Ice Plain Valley. The Ice Plain Valley. He recalled that it was where he had previously undertaken a mission, and the branch hall master, Solice, still owed him a favor. Without delay, he activated the teleportation array and returned to the Ice Plain Valley branch hall. Upon seeing him, Soul Ice greeted him with utmost respect. Hearing of his quest to find the 10,000-year ice spider, his expression grew grave. Lord Inspector, the 10,000-year ice spider possesses strength comparable to a high-tier Do Emperor, and its movements are elusive, making it exceedingly difficult to locate. Its lair is situated at the bottom of the perilous, ever-frozen abyss, where the environment is extreme and the spatial stability is precarious. Even Do Emperors dare not venture too deeply. No matter, just provide me with the information and map you possess, the Soulborn replied in a calm tone. Soul Ice dared not inquire further and immediately presented a detailed map along with pertinent intelligence contained within a jade slip. The Soulborn accepted the slip, sweeping his soul energy over it, instantly committing all the information to memory. He nodded and turned to leave. Lord, Soul Ice suddenly called out to him, hesitating for a moment before whispering. Recently, the patrol teams in the valley have detected signs of unknown powerful entities near the ever-frozen abyss. Their strength is likely at least that of a peak Do Emperor, or perhaps even a sec-level powerhouse. If you venture there, please exercise utmost caution. Sec-level powerhouse? The Soulborn's gaze flickered. The Ice Plain Valley was becoming increasingly lively. He nodded in acknowledgement, his figure flickering before vanishing into the swirling snow and wind. Following the map's guidance, he swiftly arrived at the treacherous expanse known as the ever-frozen abyss. The cold here far surpassed that of the outside world. Each breath crystallized instantly, and even the very air seemed frozen in time. Dark fissures in the space marred the void like scars, exuding an aura of danger. The Soulborn activated his Do-Chi, a dark purple light membrane subtly shimmering with a hint of icy blue, repelling the extreme cold. He cautiously navigated around the spatial rifts, descending towards the depths of the abyss. During his descent, he indeed sensed several obscure yet potent presences flickering through various regions of the abyss, seemingly in search of something. One particular aura was so profound it sent a shiver down his spine. Indeed, there were powerful beings present. The Soulborn became even more vigilant, suppressing his aura to the utmost, employing the heavenly ghost step to gain silent momentum along the icy walls as he descended stealthily. According to the intelligence, the lair of the 10,000-year ice spider was likely located within a labyrinth of ice caverns in the lower to mid-section of the abyss. He avoided the sensory range of those powerful beings, moving like a serpent in the night, stealthily infiltrating the maze. The labyrinth's passages were intricate, filled with various ice spikes and traps. However, for one whose soul energy had reached the pinnacle of the earthly realm, these impediments were as nothing. He accurately discerned the direction, approaching the core area where the energy fluctuations were the most bone-chilling. At last, after traversing through a narrow crack of ice, a massive ice cavern adorned with countless white spider webs came into view. The ceiling was lined with numerous icicles, the ground blanketed in thick layers of icy dust, and the air permeated with a frigid toxic gas capable of freezing one's very soul. In the cavern's center, on a colossal white spider web, lay several cocoons wrapped in ice silk, devoid of life. Judging by the residual energy fluctuations, these cocoons had belonged to beings of at least the Do Wong level. At the center of the web, a spider the size of a calf, glistening like an ice sculpture, lay dormant. Its 8 multifaceted eyes glimmered with a ghostly blue light, and as it opened its mandibles, it exuded a chilling wave of toxic energy. This was indeed the 10,000-year ice spider. Its strength had reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier, equivalent to a 9-star Do Emperor. Upon the spider's web, remnants of partially consumed remains and several shattered jade, tokens emanating faint spatial fluctuations, were faintly visible. The Soulborn's gaze sharpened. Those tokens seemed to belong to identity insignias of core disciples from certain major powers. It appeared that those unknown powerful beings were in search of their missing sect members. Just as he was observing, the 10,000-year ice spider seemingly sensed something, its ghostly blue eyes abruptly swiveling towards the direction of the Soulborn's concealment, emitting a shrill screech as a wave of chilling, soul-freezing toxic energy instantly spread forth. Simultaneously, 2 powerful auras erupted from opposite directions within the cavern. Beast, you dare conceal yourself here. Hand over the relics of my sect's disciples. A razor-sharp sword light and a colossal fist shadow surged toward the 10,000-year ice spider simultaneously. It appeared others had also arrived here, choosing to strike at the same time. The Soulborn's pupils constricted, and in an instant, he concealed his presence, melding into the shadows as if he had entirely disappeared. The opportunity for a third party to profit from the conflict between the clam and the heron had arrived. Chapter 31. Acquiring dual pills, ascending to Do Emperor. Inside the ice cavern, the atmosphere was rife with murderous intent. The furious clash between the 2 1-star Do zones and the desperate defense of the 10,000-year ice spider is on the verge of collision. In that moment of utmost silence before the eruption of energy, the soul awakens, utilizing Phantom Clone to disrupt the enemy and Heavenly Shadow Step to close the distance. The dark purple poison blade strikes with precision. The ethereal blue, translucent venom sac of the 10,000-year ice spider swiftly falls into a specially crafted jade box, which he promptly secures in his spatial ring. In that instant of success, the void evasion rune is shattered. His figure narrowly escapes the wrathful attacks of the 2 Do zones and reappears several dozen meters away. The soul-eroding mist obstructs the foes, and with a full burst of Heavenly Shadow Step, he melds into the shadows like a tempest, darting through the labyrinthine passages and completely evading pursuit, fleeing miles away. Once assured of his safety, he immediately inspects his haul. The venom sac of the 10,000-year ice spider lies quietly in the jade box, emanating an intensely frigid aura of poison. One of the core ingredients has been secured. The soul stirs with renewed vigor, yet the sense of urgency remains unabated. In the distance, the overwhelming aura from the direction of the Jia Nan Academy grows increasingly powerful, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Xiao Yan will undoubtedly emerge from seclusion within the next 2 months. System. Scan for the best options to exchange for the Tian Du cold poison pill and rapidly enhance my cultivation. Soul promptly commands. Scanning. Option 1. Exchange for Tian Du cold poison pill. Requirements: 1 venom sac from the 10,000-year ice spider, 1 9-earth yellow spring grass, 1 6-tier snow sky scorpion crystal core. Fortune value: 5,000. This pill contains extreme cold poison, significantly enhancing the host's constitution and poison mastery, providing immense energy to aid in the breakthrough to Do Huang. However, due to its overwhelming energy, the host must first reach the peak of 9-star Do Huang to avoid the risk of bodily explosion. Option 2. Exchange for Do Ling pill. Requirements: various 6-tier medicinal materials. Fortune value: 1,800. This pill stabilizes the internal Do Qi and safely enhances 1-star Do Huang's strength without side effects. Current fortune value: 3,100. Soul's gaze flickers rapidly as he makes a decisive choice. He must first attain 9-star Do Huang to endure the power of the Tian Du cold poison pill. He immediately issues a task to collect the medicinal materials necessary for the exchange of the Do Ling pill, as well as leads for the 9-earth yellow spring grass and the 7-tier snow sky scorpion crystal core. Deadline: 20 days. He commands through both the patrol envoy channel and the system. The forces under his command and the resources of the Soul Palace swiftly spring into action. Soul himself once again transforms into the most efficient hunter, utilizing his perfected soul perception to delve deep into the Ice Plain Valley and other perilous locations. He no longer shies away from combat. Any obstacle is removed or seized with thunderous methods. 7 days later, in a poisoned marsh, he slays a 6-tier poisonous beast guarding the corrupted bone spirit flower, acquiring a primary medicinal material. Fortune value: 300. 12 days later, following a lead, he infiltrates a small sect's secret treasury, seizing another primary material, the dragon blood herb, and confronts a 1-star Do Huang left behind by the sect, retreating with composure using his uncanny movement techniques and soul shock. Fortune value: 500. 18 days later, his subordinates, soul envoys, bring urgent news. The mysterious buyer who purchased the 9-earth yellow spring grass at an underground auction in the Black Corner region has been identified as an elder from the Wan Scorpion sect of the Outcloud Empire. He is reportedly preparing to escort a batch of vital supplies back to the Wan Scorpion sect's main headquarters, and the 9-earth yellow spring grass is likely among them. A cold glint flashes in Soul's eyes. The Wan Scorpion sect. It is time to settle both new and old grievances. He promptly sets off, laying an ambush in a desolate canyon based on a route provided by the Iron Guardian. Half a day later, a convoy from the Wan Scorpion sect indeed appears, heavily guarded, with an elder exuding the aura of a 5-star Do Huang seated in the central carriage. Without concealment, Soul directly steps forward to block their path. Who dares obstruct the path of the Wan Scorpion sect? The elder barks sternly, yet as he feels the soul pressure emanating from Soul, who stands at the peak of 8-star Do Huang, his expression changes dramatically. Soul responds not with words, but unleashes Heavenly Shadow Step to its utmost limit, darting towards the central carriage like a spectre. The perfected soul pressure envelopes the elder like a tangible force. The elder feels his soul tremble violently, his movements momentarily stalling, his eyes filled with horror. 10,000 poisons heavenly sorrow. Soul strikes with a palm, the dark purple poisonous palm wind shattering the carriage's defenses, and he precisely grasps a jade box radiating a chilling aura, simultaneously delivering a countering blow that sends the elder, who barely breaks free from the soul suppression, flying and spitting blood. Having achieved his goal, he does not linger. Soul's figure vanishes once more, leaving behind chaos and the astonished, enraged members of the Wan Scorpion sect. Acquired 9-earth yellow spring grass. Fortune value: 1,000. Current fortune value: 3,100. Only one item remains, the 6-tier snow sky scorpion crystal core. Soul directs his gaze towards the bitterly cold north of the continent. According to scant records, this is a potential habitat for the snow sky scorpion. He spends several days traversing the vast snowy plains, enduring the extreme cold and raging blizzards, spreading his soul power to the maximum extent to search meticulously. Finally, beneath a towering ice cliff, he senses an extremely subtle yet exceptionally potent cold aura. Cautiously, he descends to the base of the ice cliff, where, within a colossal ice cave, he spots his target. A gigantic scorpion, its size comparable to a small mountain, its body appearing as if sculpted from white jade, its tail glimmering with a blue, icy light. Its power is astonishingly at the intermediate stage of 6 tiers. This snow sky scorpion possesses acute senses and immediately detects Soul, emitting a piercing shriek as its massive pincers, imbued with the chill of frozen air, snap towards him. Soul's gaze sharpens, fully aware that he cannot engage in prolonged combat within the enemy's stronghold. He directly employs his most potent techniques, Soul Division Technique to disrupt its perception, Ghostly Soul Lock to invisibly bind its joints, and Soul Extinguishing Finger aimed at its soul core. Simultaneously, 10,000 poisons heavenly sorrow erupts with full force, targeting the relatively weak point of its shell, its eyes. This series of combined attacks strikes like a torrential storm, infused with soul-crippling power. Though the Snow Sky Scorpion boasts 5-star Do Huang strength, is caught off guard by Soul's enigmatic and unpredictable assault, suffering Soul injuries that render its movements rigid and disordered. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Soul condenses the heavenly poison Do Qi into the sharpest of spikes, driving it through the gaps in its shell and piercing deep into its head, twisting and prodding. A fist-sized, chillingly white crystal core, radiating extreme cold, is extracted. After securing the core, he does not glance back at the struggling giant scorpion, turning away to swiftly vanish into the storm and snow. Acquired 6-tier Snow Sky Scorpion Crystal Core. Fortune value, 1200. Current fortune value, 4300. All materials are finally gathered. The fortune value is also sufficient. System. Exchange for the Tian Du Cold Poison Pill. Exchange requires 1 Eternal Ice Spider Venom Sac, 1 9 Nether Yellow Spring Herb, 1 6-stage Snow Sky Demon Scorpion Crystal Core. Luck value, 5000. Do you confirm? Confirmed. Soulborn did not hesitate. Time was of the essence. A flash of brilliance, and the 3 precious materials vanished, replaced by a pill the size of a dragon's eye, entirely dark blue, with a surface that appeared to swirl with the essence of frost poison, exuding a chilling potency that pierced the very soul. Luck value, 700. Soulborn gripped the icy, bone-chilling pill tightly, acutely aware of the terrifying power it contained. Without a moment's hesitation, he sought out an utterly concealed ice cavern, setting up formidable barriers. He first sat cross-legged, regulating his breath to fully activate the residual medicinal power of the previous spirit-fighting pill. Boom! The water flowed naturally, and his cultivation instantly broke through to the 9-star Do Wang. Before his aura could stabilize, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he opened his mouth to swallow the heavenly cold poison pill. Boom! An indescribable, extreme cold poison erupted instantaneously, as if it sought to freeze his blood, soul, and even his thoughts. Simultaneously, a torrent of tremendous energy surged through his limbs and bones. Pain, surpassing any experience he had endured before. A layer of dark blue frost instantly enveloped his body, while his veins took on a bizarre purple-black hue, as if they might burst at any moment. The soul-devouring technique operated at its utmost limit, the perfected soul power of the mortal realm fiercely maintaining clarity, struggling to guide and refine the dual powers of ice and poison, launching a final, frenzied assault against the formidable barrier of Do Huang. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Outside the ice cavern where he was sequestered, the energies of heaven and earth began to converge violently, forming a massive energy vortex, with distant thunder rumbling. Chapter 32. The Ice Emperor poison body is formed. The archenemy emerges from seclusion. In the vast ice cavern, the chill was bone deep, and time seemed to have frozen. Soulborn sat cross-legged, the aura of a peak 9-star Do Wang radiating seamlessly, having reached the pinnacle of his advancement. Before him, the pill, which had cost him countless efforts and a significant amount of luck, floated quietly, its dark blue and deep purple luminescence alternating, emitting an extreme cold poison that warped the very space around it. The moment had arrived. Soulborn's eyes revealed no tremor as he inhaled deeply, and the pill, containing terrifying power, transformed into a streak of flowing light, merging into his body. Upon entering his abdomen, the pill did not dissolve immediately. Instead, it sank like a slumbering, ancient ice poison beast into the depths of his dantian. In the next moment, boom! An indescribable annihilative energy erupted explosively. It was the perfect fusion of chilling essence capable of freezing souls and the corrosive power that could rot all things. Soulborn's body became a battleground for these two forces. On the surface, dark blue ice crystals proliferated wildly, thickening until he was encased in a block of eternal ice. Within, his meridians and blood vessels twisted grotesquely under the violent onslaught of the poison, taking on an alarming purple-black hue, as the powers of ice and poison ferociously tore at every inch of his flesh and every nerve. The ultimate suffering surged like a tide, far surpassing any prior training, threatening to obliterate his will in an instant. The soul-devouring technique devoured heaven and earth. The soul-gathering technique rendered him impervious to all thoughts. From the depths of his soul, a silent roar erupted. The perfected soul power of the mortal realm acted like a stabilizing anchor, fiercely guarding the last vestige of clarity in his spirit, while simultaneously pushing the heavenly grade technique, soul-devouring technique, to an unprecedented limit, voraciously consuming and refining the rampant energy within. This was an exceedingly perilous process, Each act of refinement felt like walking a tightrope over an abyss, and the backlash caused his body to tremble violently within the ice, fissures appearing and healing, just as consciousness was about to be utterly submerged by pain. The domineering essence of soul-devouring technique finally gained the upper hand. The violent ice poison energy was forcibly torn apart and transformed, becoming a brand new, dark and profound form of Do Qi that possessed both extreme coldness and corrosive properties. The heavenly profound ice poison Do Qi. This newly birthed Do Qi flowed like a living undercurrent, swiftly repairing, widening, and reinforcing the damaged meridians, gleaming with a metallic dark luster. His physical form underwent a fundamental metamorphosis amidst this cycle of destruction and rebirth, preliminarily forging the Ice Emperor poison body. From destruction, rebirth, from despair, hope. Soulborn's aura began to rebound rapidly from the depths, awakening like a slumbering giant dragon, unstoppable. The boundary of 9-star Do Wang was shattered in an instant. His cultivation surged toward a higher realm. Before him, the immensely thick barrier of Do Huang, isolating him from heaven and earth, loomed majestically. Barrier? Shatter for me. Soulborn gathered all his newly birthed Do Qi, the residual power of the pill, and the vast soul power of the perfected mortal realm, merging them into an invisible spear that encapsulated the essences of devouring, extreme cold, and corrosion, launching the most ferocious assault against the Do Huang barrier. Boom! 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 Deep within his soul, a tremendous roar echoed. The barrier shook violently, cracks spreading wildly. Break! The final strike, consolidating all his will and power, crashed forth. Crack! Boom! The Do Huang barrier shattered in response, transforming into the purest form of energy, greedily absorbed by him. All obstructions vanquished, the hidden dragon emerged from the abyss. In an instant, his body transformed into an unfathomable black hole, generating a terrifying force of absorption. The energies of heaven and earth within the ice cavern surged madly, while the external energy vortex was drawn in, morphing into a massive dark blue and purple beam of light that shattered the ice layer, penetrating downward. His aura began to grow explosively. 1-star Do Huang, 2-star Do Huang, 3-star Do Huang. His cultivation soared, ultimately stabilizing in the mid-phase of 3-star Do Huang. Within the ice cavern, the energies gradually calmed. Soulborn opened his eyes, his left eye resembling an eternal abyss of ice, tranquil and deep, while the right eye resembled an endless poisonous pool, enigmatic and unpredictable, emanating an overwhelming pressure that far surpassed his current level. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the surging energy within. Infused with the terrifying ice poison power of the heavenly profound ice poison Do Qi, a smirk gracing his lips. With his current mid-phase 3-star Do Huang cultivation, combined with high-tier earthly techniques, perfected soul power of the mortal realm, and numerous hidden cards, he was more than capable of confronting even 2-star or 3-star Do Zong head-on. Defying the heavens, retribution is imminent. Bad luck accumulates. The thunder tribulation descends. High above, dark blue and purple poisonous thunderclouds swiftly gathered, a destructive aura firmly locking onto him. How could the refining gift go unreceived? Soulborn let out a hearty laugh and soared upward, willingly meeting the lightning. 10,000 poisons heavenly sorrow. Soul extinguishing finger. Solung. He wielded the thunder tribulation as a whetstone, executing his Do techniques and soul powers with exquisite precision, clashing fiercely with the terrifying bolts of lightning. More thunderous power was drawn into his body, where it was tyrannically refined by the soul-devouring technique, further tempering his newly formed Ice Emperor poison body and soul. After enduring 9 bolts of tribulation lightning, Soulborn hovered in the air, his robes tattered, arcs of lightning dancing across his body, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet his momentum grew ever more solid and profound, firmly establishing his realm at 3-star Do Huang, and perfecting the Ice Emperor poison body. He descended to the ground, his gaze piercing through space toward the Jianan Academy. The perfected soul power of the mortal realm allowed him to distinctly perceive a long-accumulated intense heat, having reached its zenith. Just at that moment, deep within the inner domain of the distant Jianan Academy, at the very depths of the sky-burning refining tower, boom! An incomparably intense and overwhelming aura, seemingly capable of incinerating heaven and earth, erupted like a slumbering volcano, soaring into the sky. A crimson fire pillar pierced through heaven and earth, engulfing the entire sky of the academy in flames. Vast energy waves swept through the surroundings, startling countless individuals. A clear and confident roar, imbued with the exhilarating release of 2 years of repression, resounded through the heavens. After 2 years of seclusion, today marks my triumphant return. At the pinnacle of Dowang, I, Xiao Yan, have come back. the echoes of my voice rolled forth, unabashedly proclaiming the formidable resurgence of the destined child of heaven. Soulborn sensed a force that was in stark contrast to his own icy poison, yet equally fierce and blazing. A glimmer of profound mastery shone in his eyes as he contemplated the pinnacle of Dowan. Truly, he is the protagonist. The Yunlin sect shall serve as your stage to make your name resound throughout the Gamma Empire. He mused softly, his figure gradually blending into the shadows. My stage, however, lies further behind. We shall meet only after you and the Guardian, Wu, have played your part. With a subtle motion, he transformed into a shadow, silently heading toward the Black Corner region. The hunter's net has long been cast. Chapter 33. The Black Corner's turmoil set. Concealed hands extended far and wide. The Black Corner region, synonymous with chaos and slaughter, has recently been even more tense than usual, as a hidden undercurrent surged among the various powers. All those in the know turned their attention to the Danhuang city. Towering in the heart of the Black Corner region, Maple City, the feud between its master, the Medicine Emperor Han Feng, and the recently ascended Xiao Yan, who had emerged from the Canaan Academy and reached the peak of Dowang, was no longer a secret. Soulborn silently stepped into the territory of Maple City, his aura perfectly restrained at the mid-stage of the 3-star Dohuan. With the Tianyu step and his soul power at the pinnacle of the mundane realm, he moved like a phantom, weaving through the shadows of the crowd, undetected. He chose not to approach the central battlefield, but took refuge in a high tower, where he could gaze upon the grandeur of Maple City's estate. His soul power spread like the finest spider's web, silently enveloping the entire area, waiting for the performance to commence. Brothers in conflict, disciples turned against each other. Han Shun, what would your thoughts be upon witnessing this scene? Soulborn's gaze was indifferent, as if he were observing a drama in which he had no stake. Before long, a scorching and powerful energy, imbued with 2 distinct flames, brazenly invaded Maple City's borders, instantly alarming all the strong within the city. Xiao Yan has arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, a fierce battle erupted in the heart of Maple City. The intertwining azure and purple flames clashed violently with the oceanic heart flame, producing earth-shattering roars. The terrifying energy ripples devastated the majestic structures of Maple City. Soulborn observed quietly, although Xiao Yan was merely at the pinnacle of Dowang. The enhancement of 2 flames and his profound techniques allowed his combat prowess to rival that of high-level Dohuang. Han Feng, at the peak of Dohuang, wielded the formidable heart flame, yet due to his incomplete techniques and shaky foundation, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Indeed, what a waste. Possessing cultivation and exotic flames, yet unable to subdue even a single Dowan. Soulborn shook his head slightly, looking down upon Han Feng's performance with disdain. He could distinctly perceive the instability and chaos within Han Feng's power, far inferior to Xiao Yan's solidity and resilience. As the battle intensified, Xiao Yan grew increasingly formidable. Ultimately, beneath the wrathful Buddha's fire lotus, which fused both flames and radiated an aura of annihilation, Han Feng's defenses were utterly shattered, leaving him gravely injured and on the brink of death. Just as Xiao Yan prepared to eliminate this treacherous senior brother and claim the heart flame as his prize, an unforeseen twist occurred. A wave of chilling, profound black mist, far more sinister than that of Guardian Wu, abruptly materialized, sweeping away the gravely wounded Han Feng and the flickering heart flame. The strength of this aura exceeded that of a Do Huang, even causing Xiao Yan, who had just emerged from battle, to feel a pang of trepidation, rendering him unable to intervene. This is not Guardian Wu. Soulborn's gaze sharpened slightly atop the tower. This soul fluctuation, could it be from the old man Mugu's faction? Swift in their actions, it appears the Soul Palace has long had plans for Han Feng and the Heart Flame. He realized in an instant that it was not Guardian Wu, responsible for the Gamma Empire's region, who had rescued Han Feng and taken the Heart Flame, but rather a powerful figure from the Soul Palace aligned with the old man Mugu. This meant Han Feng and the Heart Flame would be delivered directly to Mugu, rather than going through the originally planned route via Guardian Wu. How convenient for me. Soulborn was not surprised. The internal factions of the Soul Palace were numerous, and it was only natural that Mugu, who had coveted the burning formula and exotic flames for a long time, would send someone to intervene. He observed below as Xiao Yan stood vigil for a prolonged period, ultimately resigning himself to this outcome, filled with regret for not slaying his enemy and obtaining the Heart Flame, and began to clear the remnants of forces in Maple City. Though the Heart Flame was unattainable, the formidable threat of Han Feng had been vanquished, and his reputation in the Black Corner region would reach its zenith. The objective had been achieved. Soulborn regarded Xiao Yan's figure. Next, it would be the Yunlin sect. He made no effort to linger here, since the Little Medicine Fairy had already made an agreement with him, and he had secured her assistance at the cost of suppressing her poisoned body for 10 years. She would not engage further with Xiao Yan in the short term, but rather become a potential piece in his game. At this moment, he no longer needed to seek out the little medicine fairy. Soulborn turned, his form seamlessly merging into the shadows, departing the high tower. He did not head directly to the Yunlan sect, but instead sought a place of absolute secrecy. With a thought, he activated the soul division technique, conjuring a clone that mirrored his own aura yet appeared somewhat ethereal, possessing approximately 30% of his strength, roughly at the 5-star Dowang level. Go forth. Proceed to the Yunlan sect. Remain concealed and observe. Act according to plan once Guardian Wu has succeeded. Soulborn issued clear instructions to his clone. The clone nodded impassively, transforming into an almost undetectable shadow as it quietly made its way toward the capital of the Gamma Empire. Meanwhile, Soulborn's true body began to journey towards another direction, the border region between the Cloud Empire and the Gamma Empire. His target was not the Little Medicine Fairy, but rather a clue regarding another matter or place. According to some exceedingly ancient fragments of records within the Soul Palace, that area might contain relics related to ancient poison masters, which could be beneficial for him to further master poison power, or even to control the Calamity Poison body in the future. The Yunlan sect shall serve as Xiao Yin's stage to make his name resonate throughout the Gamma Empire, but it will also mark the beginning of his unprecedented setbacks. Soulborn gazed into the distance towards the Gamma Empire, his eyes profound. Guardian vu capturing Han Tian, and my subsequent intervention to defeat him, only for a moment's negligence to allow Medusa to facilitate his escape. This humiliation of failure and the urgency to rescue my master will become the finest fuel propelling his rapid growth. Xiao Yin, shine forth in all your brilliance. All your struggles shall ultimately serve as stepping stones upon my path to ascendancy. His figure vanished entirely into the vast wilderness of the border, as if he had never existed. The clamor of Maple City gradually subsided as Xiao Yin, burdened by complex emotions and steeled resolve, set forth on his journey back to the Gamma Empire, his sights set firmly on the Yunlan sect. The storm in the Black Corner region had reached a temporary conclusion, while the tempest in the Gamma Empire was swiftly gathering at the summit of Yunlan Mountain. The chess master had positioned his pieces, awaiting the shifting tides of fate. Chapter 34. The Fall of Yinshan, Guardian Wu's Success. At the summit of Yunlan Mountain, the howling winds mourned, stirring a storm of dust and the stench of blood. The once majestic plaza had been reduced to ruins, with massive craters, charred remnants, and frost-covered areas intertwined in a horrifying tableau. In the center of the plaza, Xiao Yin leaned heavily on the Xianzhong ruler, barely holding up his faltering body. His garments were tattered, soaked in blood, and his breath was at its utmost limit, each inhalation pulling at excruciating pain, as his Douqi Si was nearly depleted. Yet, his pitch-black eyes gleamed with an astonishing brightness, fixated ahead, swirling with the relief of vengeance fulfilled and boundless fatigue. Not far in front of him lay Yinshan, sprawled on the ground, a gaping charred hole in his chest, a grotesque sight, with the edges still stubbornly burning with azure and purple flames, extinguishing all signs of life. His eyes widened in disbelief, the pupils frozen in utter reluctance. This pinnacle powerhouse of the Gamma Empire, the towering pillar of the Yunlan sect, ultimately succumbed to the relentless efforts of Xiao Yin, his path extinguished and his life extinguished. Father, Xiao Clan, I have succeeded. Xiao Yan's voice emerged hoarsely and faintly, almost squeezed out between clenched teeth. The entire Yunlan square was enveloped in a profound silence. All disciples and elders wore ashen faces, gazing at the fallen Yunsan, then turning to the black-robed youth who, though on the brink of collapse, still stood resolutely. A tremendous fear and despair engulfed them. However, just as Xiao Yan felt a momentary loosening of his spirit, on the verge of being consumed by the tidal wave of pain and exhaustion, the heavens and earth suddenly darkened. It was not a gathering of storm clouds, but rather a pure, soul-chilling darkness that enveloped the surroundings. An eerie cold, an immensely powerful pressure descended with a thunderous force, as if the gates of the underworld had swung open, casting a shadow of death over all present. Hee, what a splendid and extraordinary battle of revenge. A harsh, rasping laughter echoed from the void as inky black mist surged forth, coalescing into a bizarre figure entirely shrouded in a voluminous black robe. The aura radiating from it was bone-chilling, unmistakably at the Do Zone level. Even more disconcerting than the deceased Yun San, the protector Wu had long lurked nearby, like a venomous serpent, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. TSK. The recently departed Do Zone soul is truly a rare delicacy. His greedy gaze swept over Yun San's corpse, and with a skeletal hand that resembled a withered claw, he grasped the air. Sur devouring technique. An invisible force targeting the soul erupted forth, pulling out a phantom soul identical in appearance to Yun San, yet filled with terror and distortion, which silently screamed as it was dragged into the swirling black mist surrounding the protector Wu, vanishing without a trace. Teacher. Yin cried out in despair, attempting to rush forward, only to be paralyzed by the terrifying pressure, her beautiful eyes filled with hopelessness. The protector Wu seemed satisfied. Licking his lips, the black mist undulating as his insatiable gaze suddenly fixed upon the severely injured Xiaoyan, or more precisely, the ancient black ring adorning his finger. After waiting so long, Yao Chun, your soul is now mine. Before his words faded, the protector Wu transformed into a wisp of black smoke, lunging at Xiaoyan. A massive claw, entirely composed of black mist and bizarre runes, descended with a soul-rending chill, striking down with incredible speed, far surpassing the limits of the injured Xiao Yan's reaction. Teacher, Xiao Yan's pupils contracted, unleashing a desperate roar. Just at that moment of peril, enough. A cold, delicate rebuke resonated, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that rivaled the protector Wu's. Radiant, multicolored light instantly filled half the sky, and a stunningly beautiful figure appeared before Xiao Yan as if teleporting, clad in a colorful skirt. Her captivating beauty was accompanied by an air of disdain and authority. None other than Queen Medusa. The powerful energy emanating from her reached the level of a 3-star Do Zone. She raised her jade hand, and a torrent of colorful Do Chi surged forth, transforming into an incredibly solid multicolored light shield that firmly blocked the ominous black mist claw. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The shockwave of energy spread wildly like a tsunami, once again ravaging the already chaotic square. Many Yunlan's sect disciples were knocked back, spitting blood. The protector Wu's form faltered slightly, the black mist swirling as he exclaimed in surprise. Medusa? You actually broke through to 3-star Do Zone. Queen Medusa's frosty visage radiated a chilling intent. If you wish to harm him, you shall first consult this queen. What a 3-star Do Zone. Do you think you alone can stop me from the Soul Hall's grasp? The protector Wu cackled, launching another assault. From the black mist, countless rune-covered chains shot forth like living entities, ensnaring Medusa and Xiao Yan from all directions. These chains specifically designed to target the soul, utterly venomous. Medusa scoffed, unafraid. She formed seals with her jade hands, the 7-colored light around her intensifying. True body of the 7-colored devouring python, accompanied by a roar reminiscent of ancient times, an enormous, brilliantly scaled energy python manifested, coiling protectively around her and Xiao Yan. The python whipped its tail, biting fiercely, clashing violently with the onslaught of black chains. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosive energy resonated continuously as the 7-colored brilliance clashed against the ghastly black fog in a frenzied dance, eroding and annihilating. The terrifying battle at the Do Zone level caused the entire Yunlan mountain to tremble, the space continuously warping as if it might shatter at any moment. Queen Medusa, wielding her formidable 3-star Do Zone strength and the ancient bloodline of the 7-color devouring python, momentarily matched the protector Wu in combat, steadfastly shielding Xiao Yan behind her. Frustrated by his inability to prevail, the protector Wu seemed increasingly agitated. His primary target was the soul of Yao Chun, and he did not wish to become entangled in this conflict any longer. Soul Hall secret technique, 10,000 souls devouring. He suddenly bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood into the black mist. The mist immediately boiled violently, countless twisted, tormented faces emerging from within, emitting shrill shrieks that pierced the soul, causing Queen Medusa to momentarily falter, a sharp pain stabbing at her very essence. Seizing this opportunity, the protector Wu's eyes glimmered with a ghostly light. Abandoning his struggle with Medusa, all the black mist and ghostly faces converged into a singular force, like a black torrent, disregarding spatial distance, swiftly circumventing Medusa's defenses, charging directly toward the ring on Xiao Yan's finger. This strike, infused with the protector Wu's secret techniques and blood, was executed with blinding speed and laser-focused intent. Not good. Queen Medusa's expression changed drastically, realizing she could not intervene in time. The ring trembled violently, and Yao Lao's soul involuntarily manifested, wearing a gentle smile. His bone spirit cold fire flickering in his hands. You think you can take me? You are not worthy. Yao Lao emerged, controlling the bone spirit cold fire to join forces with Medusa in a fierce battle against the protector Wu. Soon, the protector Wu found himself retreating under their relentless assault. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to absorb Yun San's soul. Boom! It was as if a ferocious beast awakened within the protector Wu, his aura surging perilously close to the 7-star Do Zone level. Yao Chun, your struggles are futile. The protector Wu sneered, the black torrent crashing against Yao Lao's soul defenses. Crack! The protective barrier shattered. The dark energy coiled around Yao Lao's soul like a malignant growth, binding and compressing it mercilessly. Teacher! Xiao Yan's eyes widened in despair, struggling to rush forward, only to be repelled by the overwhelming energy, blood gushing forth as he fell into unconsciousness. Little Yin, take care. Yao Lao's ghostly visage was filled with urgency and reluctance, but his soul was forcibly pulled into the depths of the black mist surrounding the Protector Wu, vanishing from sight. He, I've succeeded. The Protector Wu reveled in the sensation of the powerful soul being thoroughly imprisoned within the black mist, emitting a triumphant cackle. He glanced at the pale-faced Medusa, who was reeling from the impact to her soul, at the unconscious Xiao Yan, as the black mist swirled ominously. Medusa, I shall spare you today. Treasure this moment. With that, the black mist recoiled sharply. The Protector Wu, along with Yao Lao's soul, transformed into a streak of astonishing black light, swiftly vanishing into the horizon, leaving only the chilling echoes of his cackling laughter lingering in the air. Queen Medusa suppressed the discomfort within her soul and hastened to Xiao Yan's side, discovering that he was merely gravely injured and unconscious, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. She looked up toward the direction where the Protector Wu had vanished, her exquisite features etched with an unprecedented gravity and chill. The Soul Hall. She dare not linger for a moment. Swiftly lifting the unconscious Xiao Yan into her arms, a resplendent array of colors enveloped her, transforming into a brilliant arc as she departed from that treacherous place with utmost haste. Atop Yunlan Mountain, only the silence of desolation remained, alongside the frigid corpse of Yin Shan and the utterly collapsed Yunlan sect. In the obscured depths of shadows, a detached avatar of Hunsheng coldly observed the unfolding scene. The bait has been swallowed. Now, it is time to reel in the net, the avatar whispered silently, gradually merging into the darkness. Chapter 35. The Yellow Sparrow Awaits. The path of defeat and release for Yin. Queen Medusa embraced the unconscious Xiao Yan, accelerating to the peak of her speed as radiant hues pierced the skies, swiftly distancing herself from Yunlan Mountain. Her exquisitely beautiful visage was marred by frost, yet her heart bore an unbearable weight. The formidable and enigmatic strength of the Soul Hall's guardian far exceeded her expectations. Yao Lao had been captured, and Xiao Yan gravely injured, rendering the situation dire in an instant. However, just as she soared a mere 100 miles away, passing over a desolate mountain range, an overwhelming sense of peril surged abruptly from her heart. Buzz! The space ahead contorted, and a figure unexpectedly obstructed her path. Clad in a black robe, their forms shrouded in shadows, their visage remained obscured. The aura radiating from them seemed to hover around the level of a 5-star Do Wong. Yet for reasons unknown, it instilled in Medusa a far greater sense of dread than she felt when facing the Guardian. The hounds of the Soul Hall are relentless. Medusa halted, shielding Xiao Yan behind her. As her 7-colored Do Chi erupted like flames, the formidable pressure of a 3-star Do Zong unleashed without reservation, attempting to intimidate her opponent. Begone, or face death. The black-robed figure merely let out a hoarse, chilling laugh, devoid of emotion. Leave him, and you may depart. Dream on. Queen Medusa, brimming with murderous intent, dismissed any further discourse. With a flick of her jade hand, a condensed stream of 7-colored energy tore through the air, carrying with it a wave of destruction as it hurtled towards the black-robed figure. This strike was sufficient to severely wound or even obliterate any peak Do Huang. Yet, in the face of this ferocious assault, the black-robed figure did not flinch or evade. Just as the 7-colored stream was poised to strike, far away in a secret realm, the true body of Hunsheng curled the corners of his mouth. System swap. Beep. Consumed 100 fortune points. Identity exchange complete. In an instant, the aura surrounding the black-robed figure erupted like a dormant volcano, a 5-star Do Wong's might soaring wildly, breaking through barriers to reach the mid-level of a 3-star Do Huang. A terrifying pressure, dark and icy, imbued with the essence of bone-corroding poison, ascended to the heavens, forcefully pushing back Medusa's 3-star Do Zone pressure. The glimmer in their eyes shifted abruptly, filled with a chilling indifference and an absolute confidence of control. The true body descends. What? Medusa's pupils constricted, her heart seized with terror. The aura of her opponent had undergone a dramatic transformation in an instant, their strength multiplying beyond measure. This bizarre situation was unprecedented. The originally lethal 7-colored stream now appeared sluggish to the true body of Hunsheng. He merely raised his right hand casually, dark Do Chi swirling around his fingers, gently pressing forward. Corrupted palm, a palm print, only the size of a human head yet refined to the utmost, emerged, as if imbued with swirling azure ice crystals and dark purple poison mist, silently imprinting onto the grand 7-colored stream. Hiss! There was no cataclysmic explosion, only the grating sounds of corrosion and freezing. That violent 7-colored energy, upon contact with the shadowy palm print, dissolved rapidly, much like snow under a scorching sun, dissipating entirely in mere moments. How is this possible? Medusa was utterly astounded. How could someone merely at the 3-star Do Huang level so effortlessly neutralize her furious strike? That peculiar Do Chi attribute completely countered her 7-color Do Chi. Your strength is but a fade. The true body of Hunsheng spoke with indifference. His voice hoarse yet underscored by undeniable authority. With a single step, he executed Tian Yu step, his form vanishing like a spectre. Medusa, extending her spiritual perception to its limits, could only catch a glimpse of a hazy shadow approaching at an unbelievable speed. She cried out, forming hand seals. 7-colored illumination wall. A thick, 7-colored light barrier instantly coalesced before her. Yet, the true body of Hunsheng seemed to possess foreknowledge, slightly twisting his form at the moment the light barrier materialized. Narrowly evading it, and appearing beside Queen Medusa, with a finger pointed, a flickering dark light surged forth, aimed directly at her temple. Soul extinction finger. Silent, yet piercing the very essence of the soul. Medusa felt as if her soul were pierced by icy needles, excruciating pain flooding her senses, her consciousness momentarily blurring. And her Do Chi spiraling into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the true body of Hunsheng transformed his other hand into a blade, dark Do Chi condensing into a sharp edge, aimed at the arm in which Medusa held Xiao Yan. The angle was deviously precise, the speed astonishing. Medusa, stifling the anguish in her soul, abruptly twisted her body, bracing the blow with her back. Bang! A muffled thud resonated, causing Queen Medusa's delicate form to tremble violently. A sweetness filling her throat as a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. The force of that palm blade was not only ferocious, but also carried an extreme cold poison that invaded her body, causing her blood to surge and rendering her utterly uncomfortable. She used the momentum to retreat, tightly protecting Xiao Yan. Such deep affection. The true body of Hunsheng maintained his calm demeanor, yet his assault surged forth like a tempest. Tian Yu step rendered him elusive, as he wielded techniques such as 10,000 poisons, heavenly sorrow palm, ghostly chains, and soul extinction finger with ease, each containing the dual traits of extreme cold and lethal poison, enigmatic and overwhelmingly powerful. Though Queen Medusa was a formidable 3-star dozone, her strength was rendered nearly futile against an opponent who transcended conventional logic, whose attributes countered her own, and whose combat style was unfathomably bizarre. She found herself struggling to cope. Most of her attacks were skillfully evaded by her opponent's clever maneuvers or their uncanny, corrosive Do Chi, while their strikes consistently found her vulnerabilities, especially those insidious soul attacks, which left her in torment. In the span of mere moments, she bore numerous wounds upon her body. Although not grievous, the penetrating icy poison continually eroded her Do Chi and soul, her condition deteriorating with each passing second. I can no longer afford to delay. Medusa clenched her silver teeth, a flicker of resolve flashing in her eyes. She suddenly forced the true body of Hunsheng back a step, her 7-colored light surging inward in a wild frenzy. Innate secret technique, 7-colored annihilation light, a beam as fine as a hair, yet refined to the utmost, erupted from her fingertips, instantly tearing through space and aiming for the center of Hunsheng's brow. This strike contained the power of her bloodline's source, an utterly terrifying force capable of threatening even 5- or 6-star dozone. Faced with this lethal blow, the true body of Hunsheng's gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of seriousness. He quickly formed hand seals, dark icy poison Do Chi swirling rapidly before him. Heavenly Ghost Poison Erosion Whirl. A profound vortex, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, materialized instantly. Whoosh! The 7-colored annihilation light entered the vortex, whirling violently, attempting to tear it apart. The dark vortex trembled violently, fissures appearing on its surface, yet it ultimately held firm, as the frigid poison and corrosive forces within relentlessly wore down the energy of the 7-colored beam. In the end, just before the dark vortex was on the verge of collapse, the energy of the 7-colored beam was completely exhausted, both vanishing into nothingness. The true body of Hunsheng staggered slightly, dispersing the recoil. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa, having drawn upon her source power, paled considerably, her aura diminishing significantly. Now is the moment. In a fleeting moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in the eyes of the soul-born entity, seizing upon the fleeting vulnerability of Queen Medusa as she exhausted her strength. In an instant, he vanished once more, reappearing directly above the queen. With his right leg raised high, dark fighting spirit coiled around it like flames. Exuding a terrifying momentum capable of splitting mountains and shattering peaks, he struck down ferociously, the shadow-shattering soul kick. This blow, imbued with immense force, also contained the power to disrupt the very essence of the soul. Queen Medusa, having just unleashed a secret technique, found herself caught in the liminal space between her waning strength and the emergence of new power, unable to evade completely. She could only barely raise her arms, gathering her seven-colored fighting spirit to block the impending strike. Boom! The catastrophic force erupted, and Queen Medusa was smashed to the ground like a meteor, crashing into the mountainside below and creating a massive crater with dust billowing skyward. As she lay at the bottom of the pit, she coughed up another mouthful of blood. Her arms were in excruciating pain as if they had shattered, her internal energy roiling, the icy poison ravaging her body, and her soul trembling, rendering her momentarily incapable of rising. The soul-born entity hovered above, coldly surveying the scene below. He slowly raised his hand, dark fighting spirit beginning to coalesce, evidently preparing to deliver a final blow. However, just as the energy reached its zenith, and he was about to unleash his attack, a barely perceptible moment of hesitation manifested in his movements, as if a slight misalignment had occurred in the flow of energy, causing the gathered, terrifying waves of power to momentarily become chaotic. It was in this minuscule lapse of time that Queen Medusa, at the bottom of the pit, keenly detected a fleeting opportunity for survival. Ignoring her grievous injuries, she fervently ignited the bloodline of her seven-colored sky-swallowing python, unleashing an unprecedented surge of power. In an instant, she transformed into a radiant streak of seven-colored light that nearly tore through space, erupting from the pit and swiftly sweeping up the still unconscious Xiao Yan, whose body had fallen nearby due to the impact, and with a speed akin to the burning of her very life essence, she frantically fled towards the Black Corner region. The velocity surpassed anything witnessed before. The soul-born entity seemed to finally grasp the situation, letting out a cold snort as he launched a punch through the air. A dark fist imprint pursued her, yet it was just a fraction too late, striking only the afterimage left by Queen Medusa and leveling a nearby forest to the ground. He hovered in the sky, refraining from pursuit, merely observing with indifference as the seven-colored light vanished into the horizon, his gaze profound. System, revert back. Ding. Exchange complete. Instantly, the aura surrounding the figure in the black robe plummeted back to the level of a five-star Doe Emperor. The doppelganger glanced momentarily in the direction of Queen Medusa as escape, fell silent for a moment, and then gradually faded as if blending into the shadows. Disappearing from sight, the desolate mountains returned to silence, leaving behind a vast crater and a devastated forest, remnants of the fleeting yet breathtaking battle that had just transpired. 1,000 miles away, deep within the secret realm, the soul-born entity slowly withdrew his gaze. The seed has been sown, and sufficient fertilizer has been applied. Xiao Yan, carry this humiliation and despair, and grow stronger in the Black Corner region. I await your arrival in the Soul Clan. He turned and continued deeper into the secret realm, as if nothing had ever occurred. Meanwhile, the fleeing Queen Medusa, sensing the absence of pursuing energy behind her, felt no relief in her heart. Only a deeper chill and humiliation. Was his last act intentional? Who exactly was he? Chapter 36. Infiltrating the Soul Realm, lurking in wait. The dust from the fierce battle on the border of the Gamma Empire had settled. 1,000 miles away, deep within the secret realm, the Soulborn slowly retracted his distant gaze, as if merely watching a drama unrelated to himself. He shifted his thoughts, causing the doppelganger far away in the battlefield ruins to instantaneously dissipate into pure soul energy, traversing the barriers of space to return to the main body. The tranquil sea of his perfected soul stirred slightly, flawlessly absorbing this fragment of his soul without leaving a trace. The bait has been swallowed. The line has been cast long. The soul-born murmured to himself, his tone calm and unruffled. Xiao Yan's anger and despair, along with Queen Medusa's astonishment and humiliation, were all intricately woven into his grand design. What he desired was for Xiao Yan to carry this indelible obsession, to strive for power, to push forward along a fated trajectory, until they ultimately met their demise together with the Soul Emperor. He no longer lingered, rising to depart from this serendipitously discovered secret realm, which still held remnants of ancient poisonous masters' legacies. For one who knew the complete script, the northwestern continent held little worth of fondness. His stage lay in the central state, within the Soul Clan, through the secret channels of the Soul Palace. After several twists and turns and the payment of a hefty fee, he stepped into the spatial wormhole leading to the central state, following a lengthy journey through space. When his feet once again touched solid ground, he was greeted by an overwhelming surge of natural energy, so rich it felt almost tangible. He had arrived in the northern region of the central state. The splendor and might here were incomparable to the northwestern continent. Doe kings and Doe emperors were ubiquitous, and even the concealed aura of Doe zongs occasionally swept across the sky. The Soulborn felt no attachment, directly contacting his handler through internal means of the Soul Palace. In a dark stronghold, upon verifying the high-ranking soul token representing the inspector, The Soul Palace's strongman immediately adopted an attitude of utmost respect. "Inspector, you have returned." "Yes." "Arrange for my return to the Soul Realm to report." The Soulborn replied in a tone devoid of emotion, commanding no dissent. "Yes. Please follow me." Through the hidden teleportation array within the stronghold, after several transfers and stringent identity and soul verifications, the Soulborn finally stepped into the mysterious world shrouded by a massive black light barrier, the Soul Realm. The sights within the Soul Realm were starkly different from those outside. The sky was perpetually shrouded in a gray haze, the land vast and desolate, the architectural style both bizarre and grand, permeated by a chilling, overwhelming energy that resonated faintly with the techniques and bloodlines of the Soul Clan. Here, his cultivation at the 3-star Do Emperor level appeared inconspicuous. Guided by a Soul Clan steward, he arrived before a magnificent palace constructed entirely of dark, colossal stones. The palace doors resembled the jaws of a colossal beast, exuding a heart-stopping aura of oppression. Inside, the lighting was dim, and the atmosphere oppressive to the extreme. At the end of the hall, a high platform loomed, thick black mist swirling and coalescing into an indistinct figure, with a pair of indifferent, merciless eyes that seemed capable of piercing through the soul, clearly visible. The aura radiating from this figure was akin to an unfathomable abyss, far more formidable than that of the Guardian. The Soulborn bowed slightly, adopting a respectful yet not servile posture. Inspector Soulborn, paying respects to the third celestial sovereign. The figure upon the platform was none other than one of the core power holders of the Soul Clan, the third celestial sovereign. The third celestial sovereign's voice was hoarse and slow, resonating directly within the depths of the Soulborn's soul. "The matter concerning the northwestern continent has been reported by the Guardian. Capturing the soul of Yao Chun, you have performed admirably." "I have not disgraced my mission," the Soulborn responded calmly. "Your cultivation, 3-star Do Emperor, with attributes of icy poison, is rather rare." The third celestial sovereign's gaze seemed to sweep over the Soulborn, carrying a hint of scrutiny. The Soulborn immediately activated the soul condensation and soul devouring techniques, slightly concealing the peculiarities of his ice emperor poison body, revealing only the purest aspects of the Soul Clan's techniques and the chilling attributes. "By chance, I refined an extremely cold poisonous substance, which led to the mutation of my fighting spirit, thus greatly aiding in stealth and assassination." The Soulborn had already prepared his explanation. A mutated fighting spirit that enhances strength is indeed a fortuitous occurrence. The third celestial sovereign seemed not to delve further within the Soul Clan. There were many practitioners with unusual techniques, and as long as the core was rooted in the Soul Clan's methods and bloodline, it posed no significant issue. "The soul of Yao Chun has already been taken over by Mu Gu, and your contributions in this matter will be recorded in the palace. Now that you have returned, you shall temporarily serve under my command. The Central State has been rather unsettled lately, making it a time for talent. I will obey the Sovereign's command." The Soulborn replied with his head bowed, contemplating inwardly. As expected, Yao Chun's soul has been directly taken over by the Elder Mu Gu, aligning with the narrative. Serving under the third celestial sovereign is precisely what he desires, facilitating his access to core information and resources while preventing him from being immediately drawn into the vortex of the highest tier. "You may leave now. Arrangements will be made for you." With a graceful wave of his hand, the three supreme beings gradually merged into the shrouded black mist, vanishing from sight. Han Sheng exited the Grand Hall and, under the guidance of an attendant, settled into a secluded courtyard located in the periphery of the Soul Realm. Although the location was remote, the energy concentration surpassed that of the outside world, providing a tranquil environment. After closing the door and establishing protective barriers, Han Sheng sat cross-legged, his gaze serene, yet his mind a flurry of thoughts. He had successfully infiltrated the core of the Soul Clan and gained preliminary recognition from a heavenly sovereign. The initial stage of his plan had been accomplished. He was acutely aware that the Soul Emperor was a peak 9-star Do Saint, standing just a step away from the realm of Do Emperor, his power formidable enough to rival the heavens. With his current cultivation at the 3-star Do Emperor level, he was negligible before such a powerhouse. Any stray thoughts or flaws could lead to his utter annihilation. What he needed to do now was not to pry or scheme for the elusive source of imperial power, but rather be patient and bide his time. System. Scan the energy flow patterns in the public areas of the Soul Realm, filtering for the most suitable locations for the soul devouring technique to slowly consume energy without drawing attention. At the same time, mark all accessible areas, such as the libraries and the halls of techniques. Scanning in progress, consuming 300 fortune points. Confirm? Confirm. Han Sheng's expression remained impassive. His debts were increasing, yet this was a necessary investment. Scan complete. Analysis results are as follows. As he reviewed the information presented in his mind by the system, Han Sheng nodded slightly. He needed to leverage the resources of the Soul Clan to swiftly and inconspicuously enhance his strength. Dozong, Dozun. He would take it step by step. Haste was unwarranted. He understood the ultimate conclusion, the impending clash between Xiao Yin and the Soul Emperor. His aim was to possess sufficient power and qualifications to approach that battlefield before the cataclysmic moment arrived, and then, like the most patient hunter, wait for the moment when two tigers contend, leading to one being wounded or even both suffering mutual destruction. At that time, the Soul Emperor's corpse, possibly containing the embryonic form of imperial power and remnants of source energy, would be his true objective. With the devouring capabilities of the soul, devouring technique, and the system's assistance, it would be his singular opportunity to ascend and seize the fruits of victory, achieving the status of Do Emperor. For now, he needed to endure and play the role of a seemingly fortunate individual wholeheartedly loyal to the Soul Clan, striving to enhance his strength. He rose, opened the door, and made his way toward the public training area in the periphery of the Soul Realm, blending seamlessly into the ranks of other diligent members of the Soul Clan, utterly inconspicuous. The path to becoming a great emperor begins with a single step, and he possessed ample patience. Chapter 37, Blood for Blood, the Path of Concealment. By the edge of the malevolent energy pool in the Soul Realm, Han Sheng slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of deep blue and dark purple swirling within. He felt the surging heavenly ghost, ice, poison Do Chi within him. His mid-level 3-star Do Emperor realm thoroughly stabilized, even showing slight advancement. Yet the glaring fortune points, 6,300, and the incessantly flashing warning, doom probability significantly increased, loomed over him like a dark cloud, preventing him from truly focusing on his cultivation. The substantial debt owed to the system not only signified the potential for various misfortunes, but also subtly hindered his fortune, possibly forming inner demons during future breakthroughs. He needed to reverse this situation swiftly. He rose and headed straight for the ominously atmospheric mission hall of the Soul Realm. The hall was bustling with activity. Various ranks of Soul Clan members and members of the Soul Palace weaving among one another, the atmosphere stifling. Han Sheng disregarded the lower ward tasks and directly focused on the crimson jade disc at the highest point. His gaze fixed upon a newly released mission. Mission No. 73. Hunt down the traitorous Vice Master of the Blood Fiend Hall, Blood River. This individual has fled with a secret treasure, suspected to have allied with the peripheral forces of the Falling Star Pavilion. Strength, peak 5-star Dozong. Adept in blood-slaying techniques, employing cruel methods. Bring back either his head or soul, along with the secret treasure, the Blood Soul Pearl. Reward, 800,000 contribution points, redeemable for the soul, condensing jade, or equivalent treasures. Peak 5-star Dozong, blood-slaying techniques, an icy glint flickered in Han Sheng's eyes. The target's strength far surpassed his own, making direct confrontation a perilous endeavor. However, the soul-devouring technique had a natural restraint against techniques heavily reliant on energy and life force. And with the completeness of his soul power at the mortal level and various hidden cards, there was indeed a chance. The crux of the matter was that the soul-condensing jade would surely fetch a high price when recycled by the system. A task that sought fortune amidst peril was precisely what he desired. Without hesitation, Han Sheng extended his hand and tore off the blood-color token. Around him, gazes filled with astonishment, derision, and pity converged. To take on a task meant for a peak 5-star Dozong as a mere 3-star Do Emperor appeared akin to courting death to others. Han Sheng remained expressionless. After registering, he departed the Soul Realm via the teleportation array, following the clues provided by the mission and the intelligence network of the Soul Palace. Han Sheng tracked down Blood River, eventually locating the hidden cave of his target deep within the blood-rich Black Blood Mountain range of the Central Continent's western region. The entrance was secured with formidable blood-red barriers. Instead of launching a direct assault, Han Sheng relied on his perfected soul power to perfectly conceal his presence. Much like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. 3 days passed in this manner. On the third night, the previously stable blood-slaying aura within the cave suddenly surged violently, becoming frenzied and unstable, while the surrounding energies wildly converged towards the cave. A breakthrough? No. It was an error in training, an attempt to forcibly break through to 6-star Dozong. In an instant, Han Sheng deduced the situation, his eyes sparkling with intensity. This was a fortuitous opportunity. Inside the cave, Blood River's agonized roars and the cacophony of uncontrolled energy reverberated through the air. This was the moment. Han Sheng sprang into action, executing the heavenly ghost steps to its utmost, his figure blurred into a ghostly shadow, swiftly penetrating the unstable blood-red barrier caused by the internal energy turmoil, silently infiltrating the cave. Deep within, Blood River sat cross-legged, his blood energy surging violently. His visage contorted as he struggled to contain the rampaging, blood-slaying Do Chi, with chaotic energy swirling around him, his defenses reduced to the bare minimum. He had never anticipated that someone could infiltrate this place so stealthily. Who? Sensing the unfamiliar presence, Blood River's crimson eyes shot open, a mix of shock and fury flooding his features. What responded to him was a cold and merciless soul assault. Soul Extinction Finger. Han Shang's opening move was a lethal strike. The formless soul power precisely struck Blood River's soul core. Blood River, already reeling from the backlash of his own technique, let out a piercing scream as his consciousness plunged into oblivion, losing all control over the violent Do Chi within him. Simultaneously, Han Shang surged forward like lightning, his right palm ablaze with the fervent energy of the soul-devouring technique, coalescing into a profound and dark vortex, seemingly capable of devouring all. Devour the heavens. His palm crashed into Blood River's unguarded chest. Puff! The terrifying devouring force erupted instantly. Blood River's frenzied and uncontrollable blood-slaying Do Chi, along with his life force, poured into Han Shang's vortex like a torrent seeking release. No! Blood River's eyes brimmed with unending fear and despair. He could vividly feel everything being swiftly siphoned away. He yearned to resist, but with his soul injured and Do Chi spiraling out of control, he could only helplessly endure the excruciating passage of life. Within mere breaths, a peak 5-star Do Zone powerhouse transformed into a withered husk, collapsing to the ground amid his unwillingness and terror. Han Shang slowly withdrew his hand, the soul-devouring technique within him spiraling rapidly, refining the vast yet mottled energy he had consumed, his cultivation subtly advancing. He swiftly collected Blood River's storage ring and severed head, confirming that the Blood Soul Pearl, radiating a rich blood glow, was also among his spoils. He meticulously erased all traces of the battle at the scene, particularly concealing the characteristics of the soul-devouring technique and the soul impact, leaving only the illusion of backlash from the Blood River technique, creating the fade of a practitioner succumbing to madness, along with a faint trace of his own icy poison battle aura. Once he accomplished this, his figure melded into the darkness and swiftly departed. Days later, within the Hall of Tasks in the Soul Realm, he presented the severed head of Blood River and the Blood Soul Orb. The elder in charge of the assessment, a soul master, examined the head and the secret treasure. He sensed the lingering aura of a fierce battle upon the young man, slightly worn yet imbued with a hint of advancement, reminiscent of a 3-star battle emperor. Particularly noteworthy was the chilling poison residue on the head and the dissipating energy traces of madness upon the corpse, prompting a slight nod of approval. Task completed. Based on the evaluation, the traitor Blood River seems to have suffered backlash during his cultivation breakthrough, allowing you to take advantage and slay him. While it may appear opportunistic, the result is undeniable. The elder stated nonchalantly, transferring 800,000 contribution points to his token and handing him a jade-like soul-nurturing gem that exuded an aura beneficial to the soul. Thank you, elder. He accepted the gem, maintaining a calm demeanor, though his heart stirred. Upon returning to his quarters, he closed the door tightly. System. Scan the soul-nurturing gem in exchange for fortune points. Scan complete. Soul-nurturing gem, capable of significantly nourishing the soul and repairing injuries. Exchangeable fortune points, 4,000. Exchange. Exchange successful. Fortune points, 4,000. Current fortune points, minus 2,300. The negative figure in his mind diminished significantly, yet it remained in the negative. He furrowed his brow slightly. System. Exchange the severed head of Blood River and all useless miscellaneous items, low-tier techniques, and pills from the spatial ring. Scanning. Exchange successful. Fortune points, 1,800. Current fortune points, minus 500. Next, he exchanged the Blood Soul Orb without hesitation. This item was sinister and of no use to him, potentially inviting trouble. Scanning. Blood Soul Orb. Exchangeable fortune points, 1,000. Exchange. Exchange successful. Fortune points, 1,000. Current fortune points, 500. Finally, his fortune points transitioned from negative to positive. The oppressive feeling of misfortune that had lingered around him dissipated in an instant, granting him clarity of thought and lucidity of spirit. He exhaled deeply, though still impoverished. He had at least rid himself of the curse of negative figures. Moving forward, he needed to choose tasks and exchanges with greater caution, steadily accumulating fortune points while utilizing the resources of the Soul Clan to enhance his strength. He sat cross-legged, savoring the long-lost positive fortune, beginning to solidify his cultivation while planning his next course of action. The path of lurking still required patience. Chapter 38. Undercurrent Surge, Initial Radiance Reveals. With his fortune points turning positive, he felt an immediate clarity of mind. The ominous shadow of misfortune that had been ever present vanished entirely. He did not rush to accept another task. Instead, he resolved to solidify his current realm and delve deeper into the operational rules of the Soul Realm and the Soul Clan. Lurking did not imply idleness. He first ventured to the library open to ordinary members on the outskirts of the Soul Realm. The ancient and eerie loft housed a vast collection of texts, primarily concerning the history of the Soul Clan, foundational techniques, geography of the continent, introductions to various sects, and various sinister battle techniques and methods of soul manipulation. Using the token of his position as a patrol envoy, he could access higher-level information. He focused on 3 categories of information. First, records of various ancient ruins, strange poisons, and celestial flames. Second, insights on soul cultivation, particularly how to transcend from the mortal realm to the soul realm. And third, a simple introduction to the major factions within the Soul Clan, key figures, and their relational networks. His reading speed was remarkable, with his perfected soul power in the mortal realm allowing him to nearly memorize everything at a glance. Over the course of several days, while he did not uncover direct methods to enhance his strength, he gained a clearer understanding of the dynamics within the Central Continent and the distribution of power within the Soul Clan, marking several locations that might be worth exploring in the future. One day, while he was perusing a tattered ancient text regarding the potential existence of 10,000-year ice marrow deep within the fallen god Ice Plains, the Soul Master Elder from the task hall sought him out at his residence. Patrol Envoy Solung. The Elder maintained his indifferent demeanor. The 3 elders have issued a command for you to report to the Blackshaw Hall, temporarily assigned to the Blackshaw Squad, to participate in an assault on an important mine within the East Pavilion of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Solung felt a stir within, yet his expression remained placid as he accepted the ordered jade slip. Understood. May I inquire about the specifics of this operation? What preparation should I make? The details will be revealed upon arrival at the Blackshaw Hall. The operation is led by the captain and vice captain of the Blackshaw team. You need only follow orders. It is said that the Wind and Thunder Pavilion is on guard and may present a tough fight. With that, the elder turned and departed. Solung's gaze flickered. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion, one of the 4 pavilions, had always held a contentious relationship with the Soul Hall. Attacking the mine was a routine method of resource plundering to weaken their adversaries. Assigning him, a newcomer, to the operation not only served as a test of his strength, but also seemed to have the ulterior motive of using him as cannon fodder. After all, to outsiders, he was merely a 3-star battle emperor who had fortuitously slain Blood River. A tough battle, indeed. He felt no fear, but rather a sense of anticipation. Combat was the quickest means to test and elevate one's strength, especially in a controlled environment led by formidable warriors. He stowed the ancient text, made slight preparations, and set off towards the Blackshaw Hall, located on the opposite side of the Soul Realm. The atmosphere within the Blackshaw Hall was even more somber. In the front square, over a dozen individuals awaited. The 2 leaders exuded the most formidable auras. One was tall and slender, with a pallid complexion, a sinister gaze, and an aura reaching the 6-star battle sovereign level, presumably the captain. The other was robust, bearing a hideous scar across his face, and emanated a 4-star battle sovereign aura. He was the vice captain. The remaining members ranged from the pinnacle of battle emperor to low-tier battle sovereign cultivators. Upon Solung's arrival, all eyes turned toward him, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and unabashed disdain. A 3-star battle emperor appeared out of place in such a high-level operation. You are the newcomer who fortuitously slew Blood River? The vice captain gruffly inquired, his skepticism palpable. I am Solung, reporting as ordered. He bowed respectfully, neither subservient nor arrogant, avoiding a response regarding Blood River. A 3-star battle emperor. Just don't hold us back and hide behind to clean up the stragglers. The vice captain waved his hand impatiently. The captain scrutinized Solung with his cold, piercing eyes for a moment, seemingly recognizing the solidity of his aura, which far surpassed that of an ordinary 3-star battle emperor. Yet he said nothing further, merely rasped, "Return to your post. Prepare to depart." Through the teleportation array, the group silently left the Soul Realm. After several transfers, they arrived near their destination, outside a vast mountain range. In the distance, a colossal mine was faintly visible, flashes of lightning indicating the presence of strong guardians from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, with formations laid out. According to intelligence, guarding this mine was a 5-star battle sovereign elder from the East Pavilion of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, accompanied by 2 low-tier battle sovereigns and numerous battle emperors and battle kings among his disciples. The formation was known as the Wind and Thunder Formation, possessing considerable power. Our task is to destroy the core of the mine, eliminate the guarding elder, and plunder the resource vault, the captain declared coldly. Vice captain, you take half the men for a feigned attack from the left to draw their attention. Solung, you will follow me and infiltrate from the right, heading straight for the core of the mine. With orders issued, the operation commenced. The vice captain led several men to launch a fierce attack. instantly igniting flashes of lightning and cries of battle as the defensive formation of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion activated, unleashing countless bolts of thunder upon the feigned assault team. Meanwhile, the captain guided Solung and 3 other team members, utilizing a stealthy soul banner to quietly maneuver toward the right flank. However, just as they were about to breach the outer defenses, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From deep within the mine, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted. It was a 7-star battle sovereign. Immediately thereafter, the presence of 2 additional 5-star devour surged forth. An ambush. The intelligence was flawed. Retreat. The captain's expression changed dramatically as he promptly issued the order to withdraw. However, it was too late. A colossal net of lightning descended from the heavens, enveloping the few of them within its grasp. Concurrently, the ambushing 7-star devour elder and 2 other 5-star devour emerged with sinister grins, leading a horde of Wind and Thunder Pavilion disciples in a bloody onslaught. Damn it, we fight to the death, the captain roared, unleashing the strength of his 6-star devour to confront the 7-star devour. Meanwhile, the other 3 team members found themselves ensnared by the 2 5-star devour and a multitude of disciples, instantly thrust into a perilous predicament. Hunsing was also surrounded by 2 peak devour from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion and several devour. The opposing lightning Chi was ferociously violent, and their assault was swift. Let's kill the weakest first. One of the peak devour from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion sneered, thrusting a lightning spear directly at Hunsing's throat. Hunsing's eyes narrowed, and he executed the celestial phantom step, evading the lightning spear with ghostly agility. At the same time, his fingers transformed into blades, shrouded in dark, icy poison Chi, delivering a swift hand strike as quick as lightning. Poisonous palm. Sizzle. The peak devour had no time to react. The protective lightning aura was instantaneously corroded and pierced through as the hand strike landed directly on his neck. The extreme cold poison swiftly infiltrated, and before the peak devour could let out a scream, a layer of ghostly blue frost enveloped his neck. His gaze froze, and he collapsed lifelessly. Instant kill. The remaining peak devour and the surrounding devour were immediately struck with terror. Hunsing remained undeterred, his form shifting like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. The celestial phantom step rendered him elusive, and with each strike of his shadowy palm wind, a disciple from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion fell, their wounds either frozen solid or rapidly decaying. An eerie spectacle indeed. In a mere 10 breaths, his surrounding foes were utterly vanquished. This scene not only astonished the members of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, but even caught the attention of the beleaguered team members and the captain. What a remarkable young man. He concealed his prowess well. A flicker of astonishment crossed the captain's eyes, and he bellowed, "No time to linger. Rally to me and break through." Upon hearing this, Hunsing immediately moved towards the captain. Along the way, a 1-star devour from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion attempted to obstruct him, but was met with Hunsing's soul-extinguishing finger, disrupting his soul and halting his movements. This was swiftly followed by the 10,000 Poison's celestial grief palm, sending the disciple flying and spitting blood. Though not fatal, he was severely wounded. Hunsing's ruthless tactics and combat prowess that far exceeded appearances alleviated some of the pressure on the captain. Ultimately, after suffering a grievous injury to one team member and minor wounds to the others, the captain, leveraging his formidable 6-star devour strength, forcibly tore through the encirclement, leading his team to a hasty escape from the mining area. On the return journey to the Soul Realm, the atmosphere was notably subdued. Those who had previously looked down upon Hunsing now regarded him with a mixture of reverence and a hint of trepidation. The vice-captain had also become considerably more restrained. Ceasing his brash remarks, the captain cast a deep glance at Hunsing and rasped, "This intelligence failure and subsequent operation failure are not your fault. You performed admirably. I will report your performance to the Heavenly Sovereign without embellishment." "It was merely part of the job," Hunsing replied calmly, unperturbed by praise or scorn. He understood that through this battle, he had genuinely begun to establish his footing within the Blackshaw Hall and under the command of the 3 Heavenly Sovereigns. No longer merely a newcomer blessed with luck. Yet, all of this was but a minor step in his grander scheme. His gaze had already been cast towards a more distant future. Chapter 39. Contribution Accumulation, Secret Acquisition of Alchemical Formulas. The turmoil following the mission failure in the Blackshaw Hall did not create significant ripples. The skirmishes between the Soul Hall and various sects were frequent. The failure of a sudden assault was entirely commonplace. Rather, it was Hunsing's display of ruthless tactics and combat prowess that far surpassed his apparent level that circulated within this small circle under the 3 Heavenly Sovereigns. The captain reported the situation truthfully, omitting the details of the intelligence failure, and emphasized Hunsing's composure in crisis and outstanding combat capabilities. This garnered Hunsung some tangible benefits. A modest yet sufficient amount of contribution points to silence the critics, and more importantly, he gained a certain level of influence and relative autonomy in the Blackshot team. No longer easily designated as cannon fodder, Hunsung was quite pleased with this outcome. He understood that in a place like the Soul Clan, appropriately showcasing one's strength could yield far more survival space than mere humility, provided his core trump cards remained concealed. Once his fortune value normalized, he felt as though his luck had indeed improved somewhat. In the subsequent missions, he chose with caution, deliberately targeting those with clear objectives, rewarding rare herbs, minerals, or tasks that could be directly exchanged for substantial contribution points. He no longer sought to challenge himself beyond his means, but instead adopted a steady approach, efficiently and discreetly completing one task after another, leveraging the elusive celestial phantom step, the unpredictable soul extinguishing finger, and the troublesome nature of his celestial ice poison dochi. During this period, he frequently visited the treasure hall of the soul realm. Here, he could exchange contribution points for various techniques, combat skills, elixirs, weapons, and rare materials collected by the Soul Clan. He did not exchange for any techniques or combat skills, as most of the Soul Clan's methods were insidious and peculiar, not entirely compatible with his soul-devouring art and ice emperor poison body, and they were likely to leave traces. He temporarily lacked for weapons. Instead, he allocated the majority of his contribution points to obtain rare poisons recognized by the system as capable of converting into high fortune values, as well as ice attribute oddities and treasures beneficial for nurturing the soul. Exchange for the Millennium Corruption Lotus, gained 300 fortune points, exchange for the Nether Cold Iron. Gained 500 fortune points, exchange for the Soul Nurturing Branch, gained 800 fortune points. The system's prompt echoed in his mind intermittently, and his fortune value steadily increased. Simultaneously, he utilized these resources to hasten the cultivation of the soul-devouring art, steadily advancing towards the peak of the 3-star Do Huang, while his soul power became increasingly refined. One day, Hunsung returned to the treasure hall once more. This time, his target was a low-grade 7th-tier alchemical formula known as the Poison Marrow Solidification Pill. This elixir would greatly benefit the next stage of refining his Ice Emperor poison body, yet its main ingredient, the Earth Core Poison Marrow, was exceedingly rare, rendering the formula a long-standing fixture in the treasure hall with a hefty price tag. Just as he prepared to exchange for it, his gaze was drawn to a nearby, tattered ancient scroll. The scroll was made of a peculiar material, its edges frayed, inscribed with ancient characters detailing partial information about a certain elixir, seemingly connected to a profound transformation of the soul, yet crucial portions were severely lacking. The price marked was exorbitant, almost equivalent to a complete 7th-tier intermediate formula. The hall steward, noticing Hunsung's lingering gaze, languidly explained, "This is a fragment discovered from an ancient relic, speculated to be at least an 8th-tier elixir or even higher, possibly related to the soul realm. However, it is too damaged to be restored, and it has remained here for decades. So, are you interested, Envoy Hunsung?" A flicker of intrigue sparked within Hunsung. Soul realm? After reaching the pinnacle of the mortal realm, one transitions to the enigmatic soul realm. Those who can attain such a state are exceedingly rare across the continent. If this fragment truly relates to it, its value is beyond measure. He maintained a calm demeanor and shook his head. An 8th-tier formula? Too ethereal and elusive. I merely found the material of this scroll intriguing. He pointed to the formula for the Poison Marrow Solidification Pill, preferring to exchange for something more tangible. After paying a substantial amount of contribution points, Hunsung secured the formula for the Poison Marrow Solidification Pill into his storage ring. As he turned to leave, he seemingly nonchalantly inquired, "That fragment is a waste sitting here. If the price is right, I might consider purchasing it to study the ancient script." The steward scoffed. "Study? Huh. Although no one wants it. It is still an ancient artifact, so the price cannot be too low. If you truly wish to acquire it, it will be 8,000 contribution points. Not a penny less." This price was nearly half of the Poison Marrow Solidification Pill formula, a blatant ripoff for a useless fragment. Hunsung hesitated for a brief moment before finally gritting his teeth and declaring, "Very well, let this be a lesson learned. I shall take it for 5,000 contribution points." The steward's eyes brightened with surprise, not expecting this gullible fool to actually make the purchase. Fearing a change of heart, he quickly exclaimed, "Deal." After parting with the 5,000 contribution points, Hunsung tucked the tattered scroll into his possession and left the treasure hall with an impassive expression. Upon returning to his quarters, he firmly closed the door. Hunsung first picked up the formula for the Poison Essence Solidification Pill and studied it meticulously. Once he confirmed its accuracy, he silently commanded, "System, scan the formula for the Poison Essence Solidification Pill and convert it into luck points." Scan complete. Grade 7 low-level formula. Poison Essence Solidification Pill. Convertible luck points, 2,500. Exchange. Exchange successful. Luck points, 2,500. Current luck points, 6,000. His luck points surged once more. Hunsheng felt no regret, having memorized the contents of the formula. Converting the physical item into luck points was indeed the superior choice. Next, he cautiously picked up the ancient, tattered scroll. System, conduct a deep scan and authenticate this item. Analyzing its value. Deep scan in progress, requiring 800 luck points. Confirm? Confirm. Hunsheng did not hesitate. Scan complete. Analysis results. Item name, unknown soul transformation pill formula, estimated grade. The original formula is presumed to be no lower than peak grade 8, potentially even bordering on grade 9 treasures. Effect estimation. The pill is designed to guide the soul through a fundamental transformation, significantly enhancing the probability of breaking into the soul realm. Material, crafted from the hide of an 8th tier magical beast, the soul-swallowing python, and various soul-related materials. It inherently contains a faint soul energy, capable of resisting the ravages of time. Value assessment. The value of the incomplete formula has drastically diminished. Yet the ancient soul knowledge and some correct methods it contains holds substantial reference value for the host's understanding of soul transformation. The material of the scroll is also recyclable. Convertible luck points, 5,000. Hunsheng gazed at the system's analysis, his heart racing with excitement. Indeed, it was related to the soul realm, although it was severely incomplete and posed great risks. The knowledge contained within and the harmless elements of the methods offered incalculable guidance for his future endeavors to reach the soul realm. The 5,000 contribution points spent were truly worthwhile. He chose not to exchange it. The true value of this item lay not in the conversion of those 5,000 luck points, but in the potential pathways it represented toward the soul realm. System. Is it possible to consume luck points to attempt to complete this formula? Hunsheng inquired, harboring a glimmer of hope. Ding. The target formula's grade is too high, and the degree of incompleteness is excessive. Preliminary calculations estimate that the required luck points to complete it exceed 200,000, with a risk of failure. Completion is currently unfeasible. 200,000. Hunsheng gasped, decisively abandoning this impractical notion. He carefully stored the incomplete formula, placing it alongside the magic core obtained from the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast. These were crucial foundations for his future. Through this incident, Hunsheng gained a clearer understanding of his forthcoming direction, to earn as many contribution points and luck points as possible, while utilizing the resources of the Soul Clan to seek out any treasures and information related to enhancing the soul, refining the poisonous body, and potentially devouring the remains of the Soul Emperor. He gazed out at the overcast skies of the Soul Realm, his gaze seemingly penetrating through space, envisioning a distant future. Resources, strength, information, everything required accumulation. Soul Emperor, your imperial source, I have reserved it. Chapter 40. The Poison Heart's Desire, the System's Scheme. Within the independent courtyard of the Soul Realm, Hunsheng concluded yet another round of cultivation, the ethereal blue poison mist gradually retreating into his body. His strength steadily increased, and his luck points accumulated significantly. Yet his mind remained preoccupied with a matter seemingly unrelated to cold calculations, the little medical fairy. As a transmigrator, he was intimately familiar with everything about that girl with gray-purple eyes, kind-hearted yet tormented by fate. She was destined to be Xiao Yan's confidant. Yet due to the curse of the poisonous body and Xiao Yan's numerous romantic entanglements, she ultimately could not find fulfillment, leaving only regrets behind. Whenever he thought of this, an indescribable sorrow surged within Hunsheng, along with a twinge of possessiveness he had yet to fully explore. Since Xiao Yan did not know how to cherish her, or rather, was unworthy of her, then in this life, let it be I who takes over. A glimmer of determination flashed in Hunsheng's eyes. Her cursed poisonous body and her heart, both shall be mine. He closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the system interface. System. Scan the exchange list and filter for 2 items. First, a method to completely and perfectly control and even fuse with the cursed poisonous body, requiring no side effects and maximizing its potential. Second, reliable means to make her fall hopelessly in love with me. Scanning, filtering complete. Option 1. Exchange for the ultimate volume of the cursed poison scripture. This volume not only contains methods to control the poisonous body, but also guides the complete fusion of the poisonous body with oneself, achieving the cursed poisonous body. Controllable and unleashing boundless power, with potential reaching the saint level. Required luck points, 15,000. Option 2. Exchange for the love goo soul seed. This is not a physical goo insect, but a special soul imprint condensed by the system, requiring the host's blood and a trace of primal soul power for refinement. Once implanted deep within the target's soul, it will subtly amplify their fondness and reliance on the host, ultimately transforming into unwavering affection. The process is natural, nearly undetectable, and will not affect the target's original intellect or talents. Required luck points, 10,000. Current luck points, 6,000. Insufficient, unable to exchange. Upon seeing the exorbitant prices, Huncheng did not feel disheartened. He had anticipated this. System. Issue a top priority mission to gather all resources and luck points needed to exchange for the ultimate volume of the Cursed Poison Scripture and the Love Goo Soul Seed. Utilize all available powers within the Soul Hall and the inspectors. The command was transmitted through both the system and the channels of the Soul Hall. The forces under his control, alongside the vast resource network of the Soul Hall, commenced rapid mobilization. Various rare poisons, treasures imbued with immense energy, and high-reward hunting tasks were prioritized. Huncheng himself became increasingly proactive, frequently accepting tasks that offered substantial rewards, especially those that directly granted high contribution points. With his ever-improving skills and formidable strength, he operated covertly across various regions of Zhongzhou like an efficient killing machine, returning each time with substantial gains. Hunting task completed. Obtain Millennium Blood Spirit Mushroom, exchanged for 800 luck points. Eradication task completed. Obtain secret treasures from the Sex Treasury, exchanged for 3,000 luck points. Exchange for the Soul Hall's collection of Nether Soul Crystals. Received 1,200 luck points. Time quietly passed, and Huncheng's luck points soared. During this period, he sent a letter through the Soul Hall's special communication channel to the Little Medical Fairy, who was far away in the Outcloud Empire. In the letter, he calmly referenced their agreement from years ago, indicating that he had found clues that could potentially resolve the issues surrounding her cursed poisonous body, but required an in-person discussion to examine her condition. He invited her to meet 3 months later at the edge of the Black Corner region in the City of Oblivion. He also included a small vial of pills that could temporarily alleviate the backlash of her poisonous body as a gesture of sincerity. He knew that for the Little Medical Fairy, who suffered greatly from her poisonous body, even the slightest hope of complete control would compel her to take the risk and come. With the 3-month deadline approaching, Huncheng's luck points finally surpassed the significant threshold of 25,000. System. Exchange for the ultimate volume of the Cursed Poison Scripture and the Love Goo Soul Seed. Exchange successful. Consumed 25,000 luck points. Current luck points, 0. Acquired. Ultimate volume of the Cursed Poison Scripture, Fusion Poison Divine Liquid, Love Goo Soul Seed. A torrent of information surged into Huncheng's mind, revealing the profound mysteries of the ultimate volume of the Cursed Poison Scripture. He quickly assimilated the knowledge, his heart astonished by the power of this method. The vial, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors and exuding an aura of peculiar tranquility, along with the soul seed of the emotional puppet that required his personal refinement, ignited an unwavering determination within him. He promptly entered seclusion, extracting a drop of his own essence-laden blood, infused with the primal essence of his Ice Emperor's poisonous physique, and separated a thread of his ethereal soul power. Following the system's methodologies, he commenced the crafting of the emotional puppet's soul seed. After several days, he emerged from his retreat, his eyes betraying a hint of fatigue, yet more so radiating fervor. In the palm of his hand, a soul imprint, no larger than a grain of rice, almost translucent, yet imbued with an extraordinary connection and seductive power, slowly hovered. It was time to venture to the City of Annihilation, on the periphery of the Black Corner domain. Within an inconspicuous room in the City of Annihilation, the little medicine sage, clad in a delicate white gown, sat quietly by the window. Her grayish-purple eyes gazed out upon the desolate landscape, tinged with a flicker of anticipation and an almost imperceptible tension. The backlash from her calamity-poisoned body had become increasingly frequent of late. The vial of elixir she had received indeed alleviated her suffering, nurturing greater hope for this forthcoming encounter. The door creaked open gently, and the soul seed entered, still draped in black robes, his demeanor serene. "You have arrived." The little medicine sage spoke softly, her voice ethereal. "Indeed, I shall wholeheartedly attend to what I promised you." The soul seed settled opposite her, casting a glance over her somewhat pallid complexion, an indication that the backlash from her poisoned body had intensified. The little medicine sage nodded slightly. "You mentioned there exists a definitive solution?" "Indeed," the soul seed affirmed, extending his palm to reveal the vial of fusion poison elixir that materialized upon the table, emanating a dreamlike spectrum of colors and peculiar energy fluctuations. This substance, known as the fusion poison elixir, when combined with an ancient poison scripture I fortuitously acquired, holds great promise in granting you complete dominion over your calamity poison body, even transforming it for your own use, thus eliminating any concern of backlash. The little medicine sage gazed at the vial, sensing the profound yet gentle power it contained, and her grayish-purple eyes ignited with an unprecedented brilliance, a beacon of hope amidst despair. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. The process may be somewhat excruciating, requiring you to utterly relax your spirit, guiding the elixir's potency to merge with your poison body. I will stand by as your protector, aiding you with my soul power, the soul seed replied gently, imbued with a persuasive strength. Do you trust me? Looking into his calm eyes, the little medicine sage recalled the decade-long promise he had made to suppress her poisoned body, as well as the vial that had alleviated her pain. Gradually, her defenses lowered. To escape this cursed fate, she was willing to take the gamble. I trust you. She breathed deeply, her resolve unwavering. Excellent. Let us commence. Ingest it and channel your poison techniques. I will assist you. Without further hesitation, the little medicine sage grasped the vial of fusion poison elixir and tilted her head back to drink. Instantly, a gentle yet overwhelming energy unfurled within her, coursing through her limbs and bones. The soul seed promptly positioned himself behind her, his hands resting against her back as his formidable soul power, perfected to the pinnacle of mortal realms, cautiously infiltrated her body, guiding the miraculous potency of the elixir to meet and fuse with her vast poison force. The process, as expected, was painfully arduous. The little medicine sage trembled violently, beads of sweat forming on her brow, gritting her teeth to endure the excruciating clash between poison and elixir. Yet, she could feel the once restless poison force, which sought to rebel, being gently soothed and integrated by the elixir's vibrant energy, a sense of unprecedented control gradually emerging. At the moment when her consciousness was wholly immersed in the transformation within her body, her trust and reliance on the soul seed reached a zenith. A flicker of mysterious light danced in his eyes. The emotional puppet soul seed, which had long been lurking within his soul, silently and gently melded into the depths of the little medicine sage's unsuspecting spirit. A slight shudder coursed through her body, as if something had settled upon her heart's lake, creating delicate ripples. An indescribable sense of security, dependence, and even a tinge of fluttering emotions quietly blossomed, perfectly intertwining with her current gratitude and trust towards the soul seed. Inseparable from one another, she perceived no anomalies, believing it to be a sign of her success in mastering the technique. Time flowed slowly. When the little medicine sage opened her eyes once more, she felt an unprecedented sense of ease and strength. The vast poison force within her responded to her every thought, devoid of any intention to rebel. With a mere thought, she could command the poison at will. She had truly mastered the calamity poison body. Elated, she turned to face the soul seed. In her eyes, he appeared to be enveloped in a halo, his calmness, his strength, the hope and assistance he provided, intertwined with the inexplicable affection surging from the depths of her soul, morphing into an unprecedented sentiment that swiftly filled her heart. It was a complex emotion, a blend of gratitude, admiration, reliance, and infatuation, intense and sincere. Soul seed, thank you. She spoke softly, her grayish-purple eyes shimmering with unprecedented tenderness and determination. Thank you for granting me a new lease on life. This kindness I shall never forget. In the future, I will comply with any command. The soul seed, observing the unabashed affection in her gaze, understood that the emotional puppet soul seed had indeed taken effect. He smiled gently, reaching out to tenderly brush her hair, the gesture both natural and affectionate. There is no need for thanks between us. To witness you break free from your shackles brings me solace. The little medicine sage's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not shy away from his touch. Instead, a sweetness blossomed within her heart, gazing at the calamity poison maiden, who had completely devoted herself to him. The soul seed realized that he had not only gained a powerful ally with boundless potential, but had also rectified a lingering regret from a past life. From now on, stay by my side, the soul seed spoke softly. Your calamity poison body is still in its nascent stage and requires solidification. Moreover, I need someone I can trust by my side. Yes, the little medicine sage nodded gently, understanding without the need for further words. The winds and sands of the city of annihilation continued to swirl, yet within the inn room, the situation had irrevocably transformed. A heart once burdened by poison had now firmly entwined itself with the soul seed. Chapter 41. The Poisonous Heart of the Jama Empire, Old Friends at War. In the Outcloud Empire, at the headquarters of the poison sect, deep within the abyss of 10,000 poisons, a chilling aura gradually receded. The little medicine sage slowly opened her eyes, her grayish-purple orbs flashing with fleeting colors. She gently clenched her fist, feeling the vast ocean of potent poison energy within her, now under her command, and a captivating smile graced her lips. 8-star dozome. Having completely fused and mastered the calamity poison body, and after cultivating the ultimate chapter of the calamity poison scripture, her strength had skyrocketed, elevating her directly to the realm of the 8-star dozome. Moreover, this was not her limit. The potential of her calamity poison body continued to unfold. How do you feel? The soul seed's voice resonated beside her, laced with amusement. The little medicine sage turned, her gaze towards him brimming with unmasked affection and tenderness. Like never before, this power is sufficient to clear many obstacles. Naturally, she gravitated closer to the soul seed, as if his side were her only sanctuary. The soul seed nodded in satisfaction, his fingers caressing her cheek. Excellent. Now, there is a task that requires your attention. You may speak, the little medicine sage replied without hesitation. The Jama Empire has formed the so-called Flame Alliance, wielding considerable influence. Xiao Yin has retreated to the depths of the magical Beast Mountain range with Medusa and the Ancient Dragon, attempting to break through to the Dohuang realm. This is our opportunity. The light of calculation flickered in the soul seed's eyes. I need you to step forward. Unite with the Golden Goose sect of the Falling Goose Empire and the Mulan Valley of the Mulan Empire, and launch a joint offensive against the Jama Empire. The little medicine sage frowned slightly. Attack the Jama Empire? Why? Though she followed the soul seed's commands without question, she still required a rationale. Firstly, to expand the influence of our poison sect and seize resources. In the midst of the turmoil, the tone of the soulborn was slightly frigid. I require the turmoil of the Gamma Empire to escalate, compelling Medusa to return to her Serpent Clan stronghold, and above all, I must ensure that Xiao Yin emerges from his seclusion prematurely. He turned his gaze towards the little doctor, his voice softening. Remember, you need only exhibit the prowess of a 3-star Dozone. Do not reveal your true cultivation level. This battle is intended for restraint and coercion, not annihilation. I shall watch over you from the shadows. Upon hearing the name Xiao Yin, a subtle ripple stirred within the depths of the little doctor's soul, transforming a flicker of instinctive, past affection into a more complex amalgam of rivalry and a yearning for validation. She nodded immediately. I understand. I will orchestrate this war according to your wishes. Soon, bolstered by the formidable presence of the little doctor and the vast power of the poison sect, a swift alliance was forged among the poison sect of the Outcloud Empire, the Golden Goose sect of the Falling Goose Empire, and the Mulan Valley of the Mulan Empire. Leading the charge, the Grand Army surged forth like 3 torrential streams, launching an assault on the borders of the Gamma Empire. The Gamma Empire, freshly unified and with the Flame Alliance newly established, was already deficient in high-level combat forces. With the alliance leader Xiao Yin and his most potent ally, the Queen Medusa, absent from the realm, chaos ensued, plunging the empire into profound panic. The border defenses crumbled under the relentless onslaught of the 3 imperial coalitions. As the toxic miasma of the poison sect, the piercing sword energy of the Golden Goose sect, and the combined beast soul techniques of Mulan Valley inflicted catastrophic losses and immense pressure upon the Gamma Empire. The news swiftly reached Xiao Yin, who was sequestered deep within the Beast Mountain range. What? The 3 empires have joined forces to attack? The leader of the poison sect is the Heavenly Poison Woman, a 3-star Dozone. Xiao Yin was compelled to interrupt his cultivation, feeling both alarmed and furious. Although he had successfully broken through to Dohuang, the dire situation felt exceedingly daunting. Kai Lin, the empire is in peril. The Serpent Clan may also be affected. I must return at once, he declared to the ever-watchful Queen Medusa beside him. Queen Medusa furrowed her exquisite brows, her stunning visage shadowed by frost. An alliance of 3 nations? Such audacity. I shall accompany you. No. Xiao Yin shook his head, his expression grave. The opposing side possesses 3 Dozones, and the circumstances remain unclear. The Serpent Clan requires your presence to stabilize the rear and prevent the Outcloud Empire from seizing the opportunity to ambush the clan. Leave the front lines to me. Medusa, fully aware of Xiao Yan's rationale, understood that the Serpent Clan was her foundation and could not afford any loss. Gritting her teeth, she acquiesced. Very well. I shall return to the Taggart Desert at once. Take care of yourself. Should the situation become untenable, prioritize your own safety. She cast a deep glance at Xiao Yin before transforming into a cascade of vibrant light, hastening towards the direction of the Taggart Desert. After bidding farewell to Medusa, Xiao Yin hesitated no longer and, accompanied by Ziyin, rushed back at full speed to the front lines of the Gamma Empire. Upon arriving at the most devastated border fortress, he beheld a scene of desolation, with toxic mists swirling and lamentations echoing throughout. Above, 3 formidable presences loomed like oppressive storm clouds. Yin Luotian, the 3 elders of Mulan, and the enigmatic heavenly poison woman enveloped in the miasma. Xiao Yin, you have finally arrived. Yin Luotian sneered. Today marks the day of your Flame Alliance's annihilation. Xiao Yan's countenance turned icy. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the figure shrouded in the toxic mist. An unsettling familiarity emanated from the peculiar toxic Do Qi, the heavenly poison woman, a coward hiding in shadows. Xiao Yin barked, flipping his palm to reveal the Xian heavy ruler as azure-brown flames surged forth, dispersing the surrounding toxic fog. The figure within the toxic mist trembled slightly, seemingly wary of his unusual fire, but did not retreat. Attack! Yin Luotian bellowed. Charging toward Xiao Yin alongside the three elders of Mulan, the battle erupted instantaneously. Although Xiao Yin had just ascended to Douhuang, the infusion of his exceptional fire amplified his combat prowess far beyond his rank, allowing him to confront two Do zones without faltering. Meanwhile, the heavenly poison woman finally made her move. With a graceful wave of her hand, the toxic mist coalesced into grotesque toxic beasts, surging toward Xiao Yin in overwhelming numbers. The potency of the toxins so fierce that even his exceptional fire could not entirely incinerate them in that moment. Xiao Yin wielded his ruler to block. As the clash between the exceptional fire and the toxic mist erupted with a hissing sound, the more he fought, the more alarmed he became. Though the heavenly poison woman, Do Qi, was undeniably insidious and formidable, it appeared she was not exerting her full strength. Furthermore, her combat style and the occasional aura that seeped from the toxic mist. After a fierce collision, Xiao Yin surged forward, utilizing his azure-brown fire lotus to repel Yin Luotian and the three elders of Mulan. He then unleashed a full-force strike with his ruler, infused with surging exceptional fire. Aimed squarely at the heavenly poison woman, seemingly caught off guard, the toxic mist surrounding her was forcibly torn apart by the fierce wind of the exceptional fire ruler. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Xiao Yin distinctly glimpsed beneath the toxic mist the fleeting glimpse of gray-purple eyes filled with complex emotions. Along with the striking profile of her face, Xiao Yin felt as if struck by lightning, his assault abruptly faltering as he gasped in disbelief. "Little doctor? Is that you?" Chapter 42. Feigned Withdrawal, Secretly Assisting to Eliminate Enemies. Above the border fortress, Xiao Yan's incredulous exclamation reverberated like thunder. The toxic mist roiled violently, and the figure within it visibly hesitated. Yin Luotian and the three elders of Mulan also ceased their assault, casting uncertain glances toward the heavenly poison woman. Following a brief silence, the toxic mist slowly receded, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful visage imbued with coldness and a hint of complex emotion. It was the little doctor. Her gray-purple eyes met Xiao Yan's gaze, her voice inscrutable. "Xiao Yan, it has been a long time. It truly is you, little doctor." A profound shock coursed through Xiao Yan's heart, causing his hand gripping the Xian heavy ruler to tremble slightly. He could hardly fathom that the heavenly poison woman, who led the coalition of three nations and wrought havoc upon the Gamma Empire, was none other than the kind-hearted healer he had met in Qingshan Town years ago. Why? Why have you transformed in this way? Why lead them to attack the Gamma Empire? The little doctor averted her gaze from his ardent scrutiny, her tone indifferent. Times have changed. Each has their own stance. The poison sect requires development, and the Gamma Empire is but a stumbling block. Nothing more. Stance? Development? Xiao Yin felt a pang of sorrow. Is this truly the reason you would disregard past affections and instigate a war that brings suffering to countless lives? Affection? A hint of sarcasm played upon the little doctor's lips, not entirely concealed. The soul of affection had rendered her memories of Xiao Yin indistinct, mingled with an ingrained sense of competition. Those ties had long since faded into oblivion. Now, I am the leader of the poison sect, the heavenly poison woman. Her tone shifted as she surveyed the brutal battlefield below and the battered flame alliance warriors behind Xiao Yin, feigning a reluctant sigh. However, since it is you who has come forth, very well, I shall grant you this favor today. Turning to Yin Luotian and the three elders of Mulan, she spoke coldly. Yin's sect leader, esteemed elders of Mulan, for today, we shall withdraw our forces. What? Withdraw? Yin Luotian's expression turned anxious. Heavenly poison woman, we are on the verge of capturing this fortress. Can we truly abandon our efforts for the sake of your past acquaintance? The three elders of Mulan also wore discontented expressions. Indeed, does the poison sect wish to act in isolation? The little doctor's eyes grew frigid. The aura of a three-star Do zone mingling with an imperceptible aura of calamity and poison pressing upon the three. What? Are you questioning my decision? Or do you believe that the poison sect must act according to your whims? Yin Luotian and the three elders of Mulan felt an ominous chill, as if they were being scrutinized by some primordial toxic beast, and dared not refute her. They trembled inwardly, realizing that the heavenly poison woman was even more formidable than the rumor suggested. "Oof. We depart." The little doctor scoffed, disregarding them further as she waved her sleeve, signaling the poison sect army to retreat like a receding tide. Yin Luotian and the three elders exchanged glances, their reluctance palpable. Yet the poison sect was the main force of the coalition, and they dared not face Xiao Yin, who wielded exceptional fire, alone. They could only grit their teeth and issue the order to withdraw. The coalition of the three great empires arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. leaving behind a landscape of devastation and a Gamma Empire garrison shaken to its core. Xiao Yin watched the little doctor's departing figure, his emotions a tumultuous blend. He felt a sense of relief at the withdrawal, yet his heart ached with confusion over the changes in the little doctor. That night, within the encampment of the poison sect, the little medical immortal recounted the events of the day in great detail to Han Sheng. Upon hearing her account, Han Sheng embraced her slender waist with satisfaction and praised, "Well done, Xiener. You have not only reconciled past grievances and retreated our troops, but also instilled fear in Yan Luotian and the three elders of Mulan, all without revealing our true strength. Truly a masterstroke." Overwhelmed with sweetness at Huanxing's commendation, the little medical immortal nestled in his embrace, saying, "I am glad to be of assistance. But what shall we do next? After this incident, Yan Luotian and the three elders of Mulan will likely harbor ulterior motives." A flicker of cold light flashed in Huanxing's eyes, and a chilling smile graced his lips. Ulterior motives? Soon, they will have no hearts left to harbor such thoughts. Sinner, tomorrow you shall personally send a message to Xiao Yan, expressing your willingness to assist him in eliminating Yan Luotian and the three elders of Mulan for good. The little medical immortal paused in surprise before understanding dawned upon her. You intend to use Xiao Yan's hand. Indeed, Huanxing sneered. These three fools are a calamity if left alive. It is perfect to use Xiao Yan as a blade to remove them, thereby weakening the power of the two nations while gaining a favor from Xiao Yan, which will foster his trust in you. Subsequently, the alliance of the three nations will naturally dissolve, and the encirclement of the Jiamar Empire will be lifted. The poison sect will emerge as the greatest victor of this war. I understand, the little medical immortal nodded. She had no objections to Huanxing's scheme and was determined to execute it flawlessly. The next day, a confidential letter reached Xiao Yan's hands. The letter, penned by the little medical immortal herself, candidly disclosed the treacherous ambitions of Yan Luotian and the three elders of Mulan, warning that they would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Jiamar Empire. She expressed her willingness to secretly assist in luring the four of them out, allowing Xiao Yan to eliminate them and eradicate the future threat. After reading the letter, Xiao Yan felt a surge of excitement mixed with hesitation. He wanted to believe that the little medical immortal still harbored some goodwill deep within her heart, but the matter was of great consequence. He showed the letter to Kai Lin, who had just returned from the Tagore Desert. Hearing about the events of the previous day, her suspicions were already aroused. This may be a trap, Kai Lin warned, her exquisite face etched with vigilance. The little medical immortal is now the sect master of the poison sect. Her temperament has changed drastically. How could she be so benevolent? What if this is a scheme to ensnare you with the three nations? Xiao Yan remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. I trust her. She could have continued her offensive yesterday, but chose to withdraw. Although her demeanor has altered, I sense that she has not entirely lost her conscience. This may be her opportunity to atone for her past mistakes. Kai Lin was exasperated, but seeing the resolute look in Xiao Yan's eyes, she realized she could not dissuade him. Since you are determined to go, I shall accompany you. If there are any ambushes, I can provide assistance. Xiao Yan felt warmth in his heart as he grasped her hand. Very well. As agreed in the letter, Xiao Yan and Kai Lin quietly arrived at the designated location, a secluded valley not far from the encampment of the Allied forces. The little medical immortal had long awaited their arrival, with no hidden troops by her side. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, a complex expression flickered in her eyes, and her demeanor grew colder upon noticing the vigilant Medusa queen beside him. You have arrived. They will be here shortly under the pretense of discussing a renewed offensive. The little medical immortal stated succinctly. Before long, Yan Luotian and the three elders of Mulan did indeed arrive as expected. Upon seeing the little medical immortal, Xiao Yan, and Medusa in the valley, their expressions changed drastically, realizing they had fallen into a trap. Ti Yandunu, how dare you conspire with Xiao Yan? Yan Luotian exclaimed in a fit of rage. Enough with the idle chatter. Today marks your demise. The little medical immortal coldly commanded as she struck first, unleashing a torrent of poisonous mist that surged toward the four. However, her attack was measured, appearing fierce yet primarily intended to hinder and distract. Seeing this, Xiao Yan and Kai Lin no longer hesitated and immediately unleashed their full strength. Flame separation, devouring wave ruler, seven-colored devouring python. The radiance of the and the seven-colored energy instantly filled the valley. Yan Luotian and the three elders of Mulan, already disoriented by the little medical immortal's poisonous mist, found themselves in dire straits when faced with a full frontal assault from Xiao Yan and Kai Lin, compounded by the support of a three-star dozone. The outcome of the battle was never in doubt. Stripped of the advantages of the allied forces, Yan Luotian and the three elders of Mulan were utterly powerless. Ultimately, Yan Luotian was obliterated by Xiao Yan's fusion of, leaving nothing but shattered remains. The The three elders of Mulan suffered devastating blows from Kai Lin's destructive energy and the little medical immortal's potent poison, ultimately falling to Xiao Yan's decisive strike. 4 Dozone powerhouses thus perished. Gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground, Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief. His gaze filled with gratitude as he looked at the little medical immortal. "Thank you, little medical immortal." However, she coldly interrupted him. "No need for thanks. I merely did what was necessary." With the leaders of the 3 nations eliminated, the alliance will dissolve, and the crisis facing the Jayamar Empire has been averted. You and I are now even. With that, she turned away, her form transforming into a wisp of poisonous mist, vanishing into the valley. Xiao Yan watched her departing figure, feeling a sense of loss wash over him. Kai Lin approached his side, gazing in the direction of the little medical immortal's disappearance, her beautiful eyes still tinged with doubt. Yet she ultimately refrained from saying anything further. Meanwhile, hidden in the distance, Hunching observed the outcome in the valley with a satisfied smile. The pieces had fallen into place, and the situation was now clear. Xiao Yan, remember this favor well. Chapter 43. The Demon Poison Mark, A Journey to Zhongzhou. With the crisis at the border of the Jayamar Empire temporarily resolved, Xiao Yan and Kai Lin set forth on their journey home. However, as they traversed a desolate mountain range, a chilling aura suddenly descended, blocking their path. Black mist surged, and the figure of the Iron Guardian materialized. Emitting a sinister laugh, "Xiao Yan, Medusa Queen, how delightful to see you. The soul of that old ghost, Yao Chun, has been well cared for in my soul hall." Soul hall lackey. Rage ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes, turning crimson as surged forth, his murderous intent escalating. Kai Lin's expression also turned icy. 7-colored dough chi swirling around her. I have no time to linger with you today." The Iron Guardian feigned an attack before dissipating into mist, leaving behind a chilling remark. "However, the old poison master, Xia Baiyan, from the 10,000 Scorpion sect has long coveted your..." Ha ha ha. As the mocking laughter faded, the Iron Guardian's presence rapidly vanished. 10,000 Scorpion sect? Xia Baiyan? Kai Lin furrowed her brows. The foremost sect of the Yuchen Empire. The old ancestor Xia Baiyan was a 4-star Dozong known for his vicious poison techniques. The Iron Guardian's words were intended to lure them in. Xiao Yan's expression grew serious. He knew it was a trap, but with clues pertaining to the Soul Hall at stake, he had no choice but to investigate. "We must brave the dragon's lair," he declared. "Kai Lin, let us go." The two shifted course, heading straight for the main headquarters of the 10,000 Scorpion sect in the Yuchen Empire. The 10,000 Scorpion sect was already on high alert. A fierce battle erupted instantaneously. The sect leader, Xie Shan, led numerous elders and disciples in a coordinated assault, while the old ancestor Xia Baiyan joined forces with the returning Iron Guardian to confront Xiao Yan and Kai Lin. Though Xiao Yan had just attained the Do Huang realm, his was formidable, and Kai Lin, a 3-star Dozong, was immensely powerful. Yet, facing the combined might of 2 Dozongs, with Xia Baiyan's 4-star Dozong cultivation overwhelming them, his poison Do Chi was cunning and treacherous. Paired with the secret techniques of the Soul Hall, they found themselves on the back foot, struggling to defend themselves. The fight was intense, with toxic mist swirling and energies exploding. Although Xiao Yan and Kai Lin could protect themselves, breaking through was proving difficult, as they constantly had to fend off the pervasive poison that sought to infiltrate them. At the critical juncture, a 7-colored poisonous rainbow streaked through the air. The toxic mist parted, revealing the little medical immortal's cool figure. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, lingering momentarily on Xiao Yan. 10,000 Scorpion sect. Relying on numbers to overwhelm the few is hardly commendable, she remarked coldly, exuding the aura of a 3-star Dozong. With a wave of her hand, a massive serpent formed from her overwhelming poison surged forth, targeting the Iron Guardian. The little medical immortal's intervention instantly turned the tide of battle. She restrained the Iron Guardian, allowing Xiao Yan and Kai Lin to focus their full efforts on Xia Baiyan. With the pressure alleviated, Xiao Yan's spirits soared, seizing the opportunity to unleash a torrent of attacks. Flame separation, devouring wave ruler, Buddha's wrath fire lotus. Spotting a flaw, the ferocious assault infused with immediately poured forth, engulfing the peak Do Huang Xie Shan and obliterating him on the spot. Shania, as Scorpion Baiyan beheld the tragic demise of his son, his eyes blazed with a crimson fury, plunging him into a state of utter madness. "You wretched spawn, you shall pay with your life." Ignoring the fierce energy unleashed by Kai Lin, he lunged at Xiao Yan like a man possessed, his withered palm turning as dark as ink, emanating a sinister wave that sent shivers through the very essence of the soul. With a grotesque angle, it pierced through Xiao Yan's defensive flames, landing a punishing blow upon his chest. With a sickening cough, Xiao Yan expelled a mouthful of black blood, his body hurtling backward. He felt an icy, malevolent energy surging within him, rapidly coalescing into a writhing black toxin upon his chest, voraciously devouring his do chi and vitality. He. You are now afflicted by my demonic poison, an affliction that no one in this world can resolve. Await your demise. Scorpion by Yin cackled with vengeful insanity, only to be swiftly obliterated by the wrathful combined might of Kai Lin and the little Dr. Fairy. Sensing the dire turn of events, the Iron Guardian transformed into a cloud of black mist and fled. As the battle concluded, Xiao Yin found himself kneeling upon the ground, his complexion as pale as parchment, the demonic toxin pulsating ominously upon his chest. Xiao Yin, Kai Lin rushed to support him, channeling her colorful energy, but could only manage to slightly delay the spread of the toxin. The little Dr. Fairy approached, placing her jade-like fingers upon his pulse, assessing the situation for a moment before speaking gravely. This is the absolute poison of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, forged from a lifetime of toxic mastery. Exceedingly difficult to dispel. I can only use poison to counteract poison, suppressing it for 2 years. If a solution is not found within that time, your end is assured. She meticulously utilized her poison skills, cautiously injecting her own toxic energy into Xiao Yin, establishing a precarious balance that temporarily confined the demonic toxin within his chest, significantly slowing its advance. The little Dr. Fairy's complexion also turned slightly pale. Feeling a measure of relief from his suffering, Xiao Yin gasped, "Thank you, little Dr. Fairy." She coolly withdrew her hand. No need for gratitude. I am powerless to eradicate this poison. To completely eliminate it, only a Dozun level expert may suffice. Or perhaps some extraordinary opportunity. Dozun. Xiao Yan's heart sank at the thought. Or could he possibly seek out such a being? The little Dr. Fairy, seemingly without intention, suggested, the Jianan Academy possesses profound resources. The director, Meng Tianqi, is elusive and rumored to possess unfathomable strength, possibly even at the Dozun level. You may return and inquire with Elder Su Qian about his whereabouts. This is your only hope at present. With that, she departed, transforming into a vibrant mist of poison and vanishing from sight, not suggesting any company in her exit. Kai Lin gazed in the direction of her departure, her beautiful eyes still filled with doubt, but the urgency to save Xiao Yin took precedence. The Jianan Academy, Director Meng Tianqi, hope rekindled in Xiao Yan's eyes. Yes, I shall return to the Jianan Academy. He must seek Ildersuten. Upon returning to the Flame Alliance with Kai Lin, he turned to her. Kai Lin, I entrust the Gamma Empire and the Flame Alliance to you. I must set forth immediately. Kai Lin nodded solemnly. Exercise caution. I await your return. Suppressing the toxins within him, Xiao Yin hesitated no longer, embarking with Ziyin on the arduous path back to the Black Corner region. The journey ahead was fraught with peril, the demonic toxin clinging to him like a parasite, yet he must grasp this glimmer of hope. In the shadows afar, Han Sheng observed Xiao Yan's departing figure with an expression of cold indifference. The bait has been swallowed, the line extended. Xiao Yan, the central state is your stage, and mine, your hunting ground. Chapter 44. The wormhole at the end of the world, dark hands pave the way. As the flames of war between the Gamma Empire and the coalition of 3 nations dimmed, Xiao Yin bore the weight of the demonic toxin, his path shrouded in uncertainty. Bidding farewell to Kai Lin, he traversed the vast wilderness once more, returning to the Black Corner region with the goal of reaching the Jianan Academy. Through arduous travel, battling fierce beasts, and overcoming myriad dangers, this journey back served as a trial in itself. By the time he wearily arrived at the Jianan Academy, his cultivation had unknowingly progressed to the level of 5-star Dohuan. In the inner academy, within the Elders' conference room, Elder Su Qian and the other elders examined the demonic toxin upon Xiao Yan's chest with grave expressions, shaking their heads in despair. This poison is insidiously entwined with your blood, Do Qi, and even your soul. Su Qian spoke heavily. I am powerless to assist. One elder interjected. Unless we can locate a true Do Zun level powerhouse to forcibly refine it with their transcendent cultivation, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Another elder added, alternatively, we might seek out some legendary divine artifact of heaven and earth, which could potentially resolve this. Dozun, divine artifacts? The hope was still so faint it felt utterly desolate. Xiao Yan's heart sank. Yet, just as his spirits began to waver, the fallen heart flame within him stirred with a clear pulse, strongly guiding him toward the subterranean magma world beneath the heavenly flame refinement tower. Beneath the magma, there might yet be something? A flicker of determination sparked in Xiao Yan's eyes. No matter the cost, he must not relinquish any possibility. With resolute determination, he plunged once more into that intensely heated subterranean magma realm. Armed with his previous experience and newfound strength, he withstood the harrowing heat and pressure, descending deeper. In the depths of this crimson world, he indeed encountered another fragment of the fallen heart flame. However, this time, he he chose not to consume it. Now burdened with two types of, he was acutely aware of the peril of overindulgence, fearing that the conflict between them might exacerbate the eruption of the demonic toxin. Employing the profound techniques of the refinement formula, he cautiously guided and soothed the flame, ultimately capturing and sealing this fragment successfully. Upon emerging from the magma, he solemnly presented it to Elder Su Qian. Elder, this fragment of flame may assist in rekindling the heart fire of the heavenly flame refinement tower, serving as my humble contribution to the academy, Xiaoyan declared. This act not only repaid a debt to the academy, but also mitigated the potential risks of harboring too many within him. Elder Su Qian accepted the fragment, deeply moved, his acknowledgement of Xiao Yin growing even more profound. Moreover, this venture into the depths was not without reward. The extreme environmental pressure, battles with flame spirits, and the nuanced application of the refinement formula allowed his cultivation to break through once more, reaching the 7-star Do Huang level. More importantly, in the deepest recesses of the magma world, he discovered a hidden ancient spatial node and rescued an exceedingly weakened soul, who identified himself as the Celestial Fire Sovereign. Yao Tianhua. Though the Celestial Fire Sovereign's soul was gravely depleted, his extensive experience and understanding of the Do Zun level opened new vistas for Xiaoyan. He too promised that if Xiaoyan could procure materials for crafting a corporeal body, he would resolve the demonic toxin. Hope, at last, was no longer an unreachable dream. With a clear objective, to journey to the central state. Only there could he uncover greater opportunities, find a method to save his master, craft a body for the Celestial Fire Sovereign, and seek a remedy for his own dire toxin. Through the Academy's intelligence, Xiaoyan learned that the most expedient route to the central state was via the spatial wormhole in Tianya City. However, upon his arrival at this bustling metropolis, he received disheartening news. The spatial wormhole had fallen into disrepair over the years, and its instability had led to numerous accidents, resulting in its closure. City Lord Luo Cheng was at his wit's end, overwhelmed by the situation. The inoperability of the wormhole meant a protracted journey through perilous wilderness, a near-certain death sentence for Xiaoyan, who had but 2 years. As Xiaoyan frantically sought alternative methods, he remained unaware that 2 figures had arrived in Tianya City days ahead of him, quietly observing the situation. Within the City Lord's mansion, Luo Cheng stood helplessly before the wormhole, which twisted ominously, emanating dangerous fluctuations. City Lord, 2 guests are requesting an audience outside, claiming they may stabilize the wormhole. A guard reported. Quickly invite them in, Luo Cheng exclaimed, seizing this potential lifeline. Hun Sheng and the little Dr. Fairy enter the hall, Hun Sheng's aura restrained and unfathomable, while the little Dr. Fairy's white gown exuded a chilling elegance, occasionally revealing a hint of toxic energy that sent shivers down Luo Cheng's spine. Can you truly repair this wormhole? Luo Cheng inquired anxiously. Hun Sheng's gaze swept over the wormhole, his system having long since completed its analysis. He replied coolly, repairing is difficult, but stabilizing it for a time may be feasible. He nodded slightly to the little Dr. Fairy. The little medical fairy stepped forward, her delicate hands forming intricate seals. This was not a technique of poison, but rather a simplified version of an ancient spatial stabilization art exchanged through the system by Soulborn. Utilizing her formidable 8-star Do Zong energy as a foundation, the effects were extraordinary. Streams of silvery spatial power flowed gently, precisely injecting into the critical nodes of the wormhole. The violent fluctuations of space gradually calmed, transforming into a stable and orderly state. After a moment, the little medical fairy withdrew her hands, her complexion slightly pale. The wormhole had regained its stability. Luo Cheng and the gathered elders were overjoyed, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, esteemed ones. This kindness shall be repaid by Tianya City. May I inquire your esteemed names and any requests you might have? Soulborn waved his hand dismissively. Our meeting is but a fleeting encounter. There is no need for formalities. Should a young man named Xiao Yin come seeking the wormhole in the future, simply grant him convenience. Having spoken, before Luo Cheng could inquire further, the 2 figures dissipated like phantoms. Days later, Xiao Yin arrived, troubled with worry, only to be warmly welcomed by Luo Cheng, who informed him of the unexpected stabilization of the wormhole, now ready for use. Although doubts lingered in his heart, time was of the essence. Suppressing his uncertainty, Xiao Yin expressed his gratitude and stepped into the stabilized spatial wormhole, his figure vanishing into the silvery vortex. In the shadows, Soulborn gazed at the closing wormhole, a slight smile gracing his lips. The path had been paved. The winds and clouds of the central continent were about to stir because of him. He turned to the little medical fairy, saying, let us depart. Our journey to the central continent awaits. A grand performance has only just begun. The 2 figures quietly left, racing towards a broader stage. Chapter 45. The Black Skull Tomb Calamity, a First Trial of Might. In the northern region of the central continent, the Black Wind Mountains loomed, shrouded in a sinister mist that lingered year-round. The figures of Soulborn and the little medical fairy appeared silently at the outskirts of the mountains. According to the intelligence from the Soul Palace, a group of malevolent cultivators known as the Black Skull Tomb had entrenched themselves here, led by a peak 3-star Dozong, accompanied by 2 1-star Dozong elders, engaged in the nefarious acts of murder and corpse refinement. The extermination mission issued by the Soul Palace offered a reward of a rare bone-eating spirit flower, beneficial for refining poison bodies. Sinner, you shall hold the fort here. Sealing off all directions to ensure no one escapes, Soulborn instructed calmly. Despite his current peak 3-star Do Huang cultivation, the disparity in facing 3 Dozongs was evident. Yet there was not a trace of fear in his eyes, only a chilling battle intent. The little medical fairy nodded gently, her voice soft. Be careful. She floated backward, her overwhelming spiritual power as an 8-star Dozong enveloping the entire Black Wind Mountain area like an invisible net. With her presence, even a 5-star Dozong would find it challenging to escape. As Soulborn stepped into the territory of the Black Skull Tomb, the aura of a 3-star Do Huang was not concealed. Suddenly, a piercing sound of a bone flute echoed, and a multitude of pale, stiff corpses emerged from the mountain caves, howling as they charged forth. Among them were even several corpse generals with strength rivaling that of a Dowan. Soulborn's gaze turned icy. Without employing any Do techniques, he flickered like a spectre, executing the heavenly ghost step to its utmost, and where he passed, he merely pointed, causing those corpses to collapse as if punctured, each forehead marked by a small hole pierced by extreme cold poison. He was like a shadow of death, swiftly purging the periphery. Who dares to trespass upon my Black Skull Tomb? 3 powerful, chilling auras erupted from the depths of the mountains as the master of the Black Skull Tomb and 2 elders revealed themselves. The master was gaunt and hollow-eyed, exuding the heavy aura of a peak 3-star Dozong. The 2 elders bore grim expressions, each a 1-star Dozong. Upon seeing the multitude of defeated corpses and the mere presence of Soulborn, the master's eyes flashed with rage and disdain. Ignorant fool. Capture him, extract his soul, and refine his corpse. The 2 1-star Dozong elders grinned wickedly, simultaneously launching their attacks, their sinister Do Chi transforming into 2 massive ghostly claws, tearing through the air towards Soulborn. Before the claws reached him, the soul-corroding dark wind had already rushed towards him. Soulborn's expression remained unchanged as he activated Heavenly Ghost Step once more, slipping through the gaps between the ghostly claws as if weightless. Simultaneously, his hands formed seals with lightning speed. Soul Binding, Soul Extinction Finger. Invisible chains of spiritual energy surged forth, precisely ensnaring the left elder's ghostly claw. Although not completely binding, it caused a sudden delay in its movements. Almost simultaneously, a silent force of soul energy penetrated the space, directly piercing the right elder's forehead. The right elder felt as though his soul was pierced by icy needles, a sharp pain surging through him. He let out a muffled groan, losing control of the ghostly claw, which barely missed Soulborn and instead gouged a massive pit into the mountain wall behind him. The left elder, hindered by the momentary delay, also missed his attack. What a strange soul attack. The 2 elders felt a chill in their hearts, their previous contempt dissipating. The master of the tomb also displayed a flicker of surprise, but it was quickly replaced by murderous intent. There's some skill, yet you must die. His dry palm struck out, unleashing a highly condensed black skull, shrieking fiercely as it hurtled towards Soulborn, its power surpassing that of the previous 2. Faced with the assault of 3 Dozongs, Soulborn felt the pressure mounting. However, his form remained elusive, executing Heavenly Ghost Step to its fullest, always managing to evade fatal strikes at critical moments. He refrained from direct confrontation, continuously maneuvering, employing Soul Binding and Soul Extinction Finger to harass and disrupt, seeking for flaws in their defenses. The battle fell into a stalemate. The 2 1-star Dozong elders grew increasingly frustrated, finding it nearly impossible to strike Soulborn's ghostly figure while constantly having to guard against unpredictable soul strikes, rendering them restrained. The master, though powerful, found himself unable to engage Soulborn directly. Form the Triad Corpse Killing Formation. After a prolonged stalemate, the master roared in anger. The 3 quickly assumed their positions, their sinister Do Chi connecting, and a formation suffused with foul energy materialized, trapping Soulborn at its center. Within the formation, the pressure multiplied, as countless vengeful spirits howled and surged towards him, fiercely assaulting his soul and eroding his Do Chi. Child, let us see where you can hide this time. The master sneered, controlling the formation to condense a massive spear of malevolent energy, locking onto Soulborn, aiming to pierce him down. Inside the formation, Soulborn felt his movements severely restricted, and the spear of malevolent energy posed a lethal threat. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Hide? Why must he hide any longer? He ceased his evasions, the soul-devouring technique within him operating at an unprecedented speed. The shadowy ice-poisoned dough chi surged forth, forming a rapidly spinning vortex in front of him. The heavenly ghost poison erosion vortex. The massive spear of malevolent energy crashed into the vortex. Yet the expected explosion did not occur. Rather, it was as if a bull had plunged into the sea. The violent energy was frantically devoured, decomposed, and annihilated by the vortex. What? The master and his two companions' expressions changed drastically. This blow, capable of severely injuring a 4-star dozong, was effortlessly neutralized. This child's techniques were peculiar. He must not be allowed to continue. The master was alarmed, channeling all his strength into the formation as more attacks rained towards the vortex. However, Soulborn seized this opportunity, unleashing a sudden burst of soul power. Soul Extinction Finger double kill. Two even more concentrated strands of soul energy shot forth simultaneously towards the two 1-star dozong elders. At this moment, they were fully focused on maintaining the formation, their soul defenses at their weakest. Not good. The two felt excruciating pain in their souls, their consciousness fading into blankness as their do chi output, supporting the formation, abruptly ceased. The triad corpse killing formation shattered in an instant. Now, Soulborn's figure darted forth like an arrow released from its bow, executing heavenly ghost step to its utmost, appearing directly in front of the nearest 1-star dozong elder, who was clutching his head in agony. A vortex of devouring energy coalesced in his right palm, mercilessly imprinting itself onto the elder's Dantian sea of energy. Soul-devouring heavenly absorption. No! The elder let out a desperate scream, acutely aware that his years of hard-earned do chi and life essence were being frantically siphoned away. He yearned to resist, yet his spirit was shattered, his fighting will in disarray, rendering him utterly powerless against this tyrannical force of devouring. In a mere span of 2 or 3 breaths, a 1-star dozong was transformed into a withered corpse under the horrified gazes of the other two. Hunchung slowly withdrew his hand, feeling the overwhelming yet modeled energy surging within him. The soul-devouring technique rapidly operated to refine it, and his aura surged at a visible pace, instantly breaking through to the realm of 4-star Do Huang. His cold gaze shifted toward the remaining two. The tomb master and another elder were already terrified beyond measure. What kind of demonic art is this? How could it directly consume the cultivation of others? Flee! The two, stripped of all fighting spirit, turned to escape. However, the petite medical sage, who had been lurking in the void, gently waved her hand, and an invisible barrier of toxic power enveloped the area, forcefully rebuffing the two. Since they had come, they would all remain. Huanxing's voice was icy, like the pronouncement of death itself. The ensuing battle held no suspense. The tomb master and the elder, having lost their will to fight, were utterly vulnerable before the significantly empowered Hunxing. Hunxing once again deployed Soul Extinction Finger to disrupt, closing in with Heavenly Ghost Step, ultimately devouring the 1-star dozong elder entirely with soul-devouring technique. His cultivation advanced once more, solidifying a 4-star Do Huang. Finally, facing the tomb master who was desperately fleeing yet unable to break through the blockade set by the petite medical sage, Hunchung concentrated all his strength and unleashed a devastating 10,000 poisons heavenly grief, heavily injuring him, and ultimately concluded his life with soul-devouring technique, consuming his soul power entirely to nourish his own perfected mortal realm soul. The battle came to an end. Hunching stood alone amidst the desolation, his aura having reached the pinnacle of 4-star Do Huang. The repeated devouring had propelled his cultivation to rapid advancement, but correspondingly, he required time to thoroughly refine these modeled energies and solidify his foundation. The petite medical sage gracefully descended, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. She had witnessed Hunchung, at the level of 3-star Do Huang, brave the assault against 3 dozongs, and his calmness, ruthlessness, and precise timing in battle left her deeply impressed. "You've worked hard," she said softly, offering him a pill that nourished the soul. Hunching accepted the pill and swallowed it, shaking his head slightly. "It's nothing. The gains are substantial." He raised his hand to retrieve the bone-corroding spirit flower, the target of their mission, along with the tomb master's spatial ring. "Let us go. It is unwise to linger here. We need to find a place for me to properly digest the spoils of this encounter." The two figures swiftly vanished into the mountains. This battle was merely the beginning of Huanxing's trials in the Central Plains. The pinnacle of 4-star Do Huang was still a long way from Dozong, and further battles, devouring, and refinement awaited him ahead. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan's figure had already quietly appeared on the map of the Central Plains. Chapter 46. Ice Abyss Poison Refinement, Dark Market Turmoil. In the Battle of the Black Wind Mountain Range, Hunsheng, relying on a might of soul-devouring technique, devoured 3 duzongs, propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of 4-star Dohuang. Yet the energy acquired through devouring remained mottled and required time for complete refinement and integration. Otherwise, his foundation would be unstable, leading to adverse effects. He and the petite medical sage did not return to the Soul Palace's branch, but instead headed directly to the infamous Ice Abyss in the northern region. Based on the information they had previously gathered, this place was perpetually frigid, and the depths of the gorge concealed a type of extremely cold, earth-fiend ice essence, pure yet violent in energy. While ordinary individuals would avoid it, for Hunsheng, who possessed the Ice Emperor Poison body, it was an excellent venue for refinement and body tempering. Delving deep into the Ice Abyss, the extreme cold was sufficient to freeze the meridians of an ordinary Dohuang. Hunsheng discovered a natural ice cavern where the earth-fiend ice essence converged and set up a simple barrier. "Sinner, protect me." Hunsheng sat cross-legged. "Rest assured." The petite medical sage nodded, quietly standing guard nearby. The aura of an 8-star Dozong subtly radiated, causing the nearby ice-type magical beasts to flee in terror. Hunsheng closed his eyes in concentration, fully activating soul-devouring technique, and began refining the 3 strands of sinister Do Qi belonging to the powerful Black Skull tomb. The process was anything but easy. These energies were imbued with a malevolent coldness and contained remnants of the original owner's vengeful soul, continuously assaulting his meridians and spirit. However, his perfected mortal realm soul force firmly maintained the spiritual platform, while soul condensation technique silently operated, shattering and purifying those remnants of soul and thoughts. The Ice Emperor Poison body shone brilliantly, actively absorbing the chilling energy of the earth-fiend ice essence within the cavern, refining itself while assisting in suppressing and assimilating those sinister energies. As time passed, Hunsheng's exterior was intermittently cloaked in azure frost and exuding purplish-black toxic gas, his aura gradually becoming denser and heavier. 5 days later, Hunsheng suddenly opened his eyes, with brilliance shining forth, a far more refined and powerful aura radiating from him, shattering the surrounding ice shards. 5-star Dohuang. He successfully refined the devoured energy completely, eliminating the dross and retaining the essence, not only stabilizing his cultivation, but also breaking through to 5-star Dohuang. Under the refinement of the earth-fiend ice essence, the Ice Emperor Poison body had also become noticeably stronger. "Congratulations," the petite medical sage smiled gently, sharing in his joy. Hunsheng returned a slight smile. Feeling the surging power within him, "It is but a modest improvement. Let us go. Although this cold is beneficial for body tempering, it does not greatly benefit your calamity poison body. We need to seek out some extremely yang or neutral poisons to balance the toxicity within you." Preparing for future ascension to higher realms, the two departed the Ice Abyss. Through Soul Palace's channels, Hunsheng quickly pinpointed a target. 3 days later, in the largest black market of the northern region, Ghostly City, an underground auction would take place, one of the main items being a red sun poison ginseng. This item contained intense yang fire poison, perfectly capable of neutralizing the excessively cold attributes of the calamity poison body. Ghostly City was a chaotic mix of dragons and snakes, with various factions vying for dominance, not to mention some powerful lone travelers and wanted criminals. Hunsheng and the petite medical sage altered their appearances and concealed their auras, entering the city as though they were ordinary Do Huang experts. The auction was held in a clandestine underground hall. When the bright red sun poison ginseng, radiating both scorching heat and poisonous waves, was presented, it immediately sparked fierce competition among many parties. The price soared rapidly. Hunsheng maintained a calm demeanor, raising the bid repeatedly until he successfully secured it at a price that would cause ordinary duzongs to wince in pain. However, just as they completed the transaction and prepared to leave, several ominous gazes had already locked onto them. Not far from the auction house, in a secluded alley, they were confronted by 5 figures blocking their path. The leader was a burly man with a scarred face, his aura unmistakably reaching the peak of 6-star Dohuang, while the other 4 were also at the 5-star Dohuang level. Clearly, they had set their sights on Hunsheng and the petite medical sage, seeing their relatively low cultivation yet substantial wealth, harboring thoughts of robbery and murder. "Kid, be wise and hand over what you just bought along with your spatial ring, and perhaps we might leave you with a whole corpse," the scarred man sneered, his gaze involuntarily scanning the petite medical sage's exquisite beauty, a flicker of lewdness flashing across his eyes. Hunsheng's gaze instantly turned icy. Heavenly Ghost step activated in an instant, his figure vanishing like a phantom. In the next moment, he appeared directly before the scarred man, moving so swiftly that the latter could barely react. Seeking death, the scarred man, both startled and enraged, threw a punch in haste. his peak do huang do qi surging forth explosively. Yet Hansheng did not evade. His right hand's index and middle fingers converged. Dark poisonous do qi coalescing to a high degree, he pointed out. Poisonous finger. With a soft hiss, the fingertips met the fist, producing no earth-shattering explosion. Only a faint sound of corrosion. The scarred man's formidable do qi was instantly pierced through, Hunxing's fingers striking him like a poisonous needle upon the bones of his fist. The scarred man let out a wretched scream, his entire arm instantly swelling and turning black, the terrifying poison rapidly spreading through his meridians. He fervently urged his fighting spirit in an attempt to suppress the poison, only to discover that its potency was overwhelmingly formidable, nearly impossible to restrain. Soulborn moved without hesitation, his figure flickering like a mirage as he appeared beside another 5-star Do Emperor. The soul lock, invisible chains of the soul, instantly ensnared him, and the 5-star Do Emperor felt a tightening in his soul, rendering his movements utterly paralyzed. With a swift motion, Soulborn's palm, sharp as a blade and cloaked in dark, toxic energy, severed his throat. Before blood could even spurt forth, it was instantly crystallized into black shards by the potent toxin. A swift execution. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. The remaining 3 5-star Do Emperors finally reacted, their faces pale with terror as they attempted to surround him. Yet, the ever-quiet Xiao Yixian sprang into action. She did not even resort to her cursed poisoned body, merely waving her sleeve casually. An invisible and overwhelming gust of wind surged forth like a battering ram. Bang! 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 The 3 5-star Do Emperors were struck as if they had been rammed by a speeding beast, blood gushing from their wounds as they were sent hurtling against the wall. Their bones shattered, clearly on the brink of death. It was accomplished with such ease, as if she had merely brushed away a bit of dust. The scarred man, deeply poisoned, witnessed this scene with eyes filled with boundless dread and despair. He finally understood the gravity of his misjudgment. This woman was undoubtedly a Do zone powerhouse. Soulborn strode before him, his gaze cold and indifferent. Spare me, spare me, the scarred man pleaded with great difficulty. Soulborn paid him no mind, extending his hand to press against the man's crown. The soul-devouring technique activated. The pleas of the scarred man abruptly ceased as his body rapidly withered. His peak Do Emperor cultivation entirely converted into nourishment for Soulborn, although the effects of devouring at the same level were far inferior to those of surpassing ranks. It nonetheless fortified Soulborn's 5-star Do Emperor cultivation, bringing him a step closer to the pinnacle. He collected the spatial rings of the fallen and exchanged a glance with Xiao Yixian, their figures swiftly vanishing into the winding alleyways without leaving a trace. The minor upheaval in Ghost City was akin to a pebble cast into the ocean, stirring little commotion. Yet, Soulborn understood that this was merely the brutal reality of Central State, where the weak are devoured by the strong. His strength steadily and solidly ascended through relentless battles and devouring. With the Qiang poison ginseng now in hand, it was time to refine the poison's potency for you. Soulborn whispered to the Xiao Yixian at his side. The two sought a safe haven to prepare for her next cultivation session. Meanwhile, Soulborn himself was steadily progressing toward a higher realm through ongoing combat and accumulation, though there remained a distance to reach the Do Zone realm. Each step he took was assuredly steadfast. Chapter 47. Refining the Qiang Poison, the Peril of Thunder Valley. Within the desolate mountains outside Ghost City, Soulborn discovered a concealed cave and established a barrier. He retrieved the Qiang Poison Ginseng, a costly acquisition. This ginseng was entirely crimson, resembling solidified magma. Yet it emanated a disquieting aura of venomous energy, the juxtaposition of ice and fire existing in eerie harmony. Xiao Yixian, consume it, and I shall assist you in harmonizing the poison within your body, Soulborn instructed as he handed her the ginseng. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yixian accepted the ginseng, seated herself cross-legged, and ingested it. Instantly, a searing heat like molten lava erupted within her, clashing violently with her inherent cold, cursed poison. A muffled groan escaped her lips, and a look of anguish crossed her exquisite face as one half of her body became a fiery crimson, while the other was cloaked in ghostly blue frost. The extreme agony of ice and fire assailing her meridians and willpower. Soulborn immediately positioned himself behind her, his hands pressed against her back. With utmost care, he directed his perfected soul power into her, skillfully guiding the rampant Qiang poison to prevent it from spiraling out of control. While the soul-devouring technique did not directly consume this force, it exerted extraordinary control, harmonizing the conflict between the two extreme poisons. This process proved more perilous than battle, necessitating intense mental focus and energy manipulation. Beads of sweat trickled down Soulborn's forehead as his soul power was consumed at an unprecedented rate. Time passed slowly. Within Xiao Yixian's body, the Qiang poison and curse poison, initially in fierce opposition, gradually reached a delicate balance under Soulborn's guidance and began to fuse slowly. The newly formed poison possessed both frigid and searing attributes, its quality seemingly elevated, becoming more refined and controllable. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, and the unusual manifestations on Xiao Yixian's body gradually subsided, her aura becoming harmonious and profound, seemingly loosening the barriers of her 8-star Do zone. She slowly opened her eyes, her gray-purple irises reflecting fleeting glimmers of red and blue. "How do you feel?" Soulborn withdrew his hand, his complexion slightly pale, clearly indicating the immense toll it had taken. Xiao Yixian, sensing the poison energy within her now more easily manipulable and seemingly more potent, gazed at him with delight and tenderness. "Excellent. I have never felt better." "Thank you, Soulborn." She could sense that her foundation had solidified, granting her greater confidence in her future breakthrough to the 9-star Do zone, or even Do zone realm. Soulborn offered a faint smile, consuming several pills to restore his soul power. "Between us, there is no need for thanks. Let us take a moment to recuperate. Thereafter, we shall proceed to Thunder Valley." Thunder Valley was another location mentioned in the intelligence of the Soul Palace. It was said to be abundant in a peculiar fruit known as the Thunder Refining Bone Fruit, effective for tempering the body and strengthening bones. Perfectly suited for Soulborn to further refine his Ice Emperor poison body. Simultaneously, it was also a renowned perilous site in Central State, plagued by relentless storms and home to formidable magical beasts, aligning perfectly with Soulborn's desire for training. Days later, the pair arrived at Thunder Valley. The scenery within the valley was indeed as grand as rumored, with howling winds, dense thunderclouds, and sporadic flashes of silver lightning tearing through the sky and striking the ground, leaving scorched craters. The air was thick with the violent energy of wind and thunder. Soulborn and Xiao Yixian ventured deeper into the valley, leveraging their formidable strength and soul perception to evade particularly turbulent lightning zones while searching for traces of the Thunder Refining Bone Fruit. Along the way, they encountered several waves of unique Thunder-type magical beasts. These creatures, having thrived in the tempestuous environment, boasted tough hides, remarkable speed, and the ability to wield the power of wind and thunder, making them quite troublesome. Soulborn regarded these battles as excellent opportunities to hone his Sky Phantom step and familiarize himself with his newly acquired powers. He no longer relied solely on the soul-devouring technique, but employed various fighting techniques and movements to engage and combat the magical beasts amidst the stormy environment. On one occasion, facing a Thunderwing leopard whose strength rivaled a 6-star Do Emperor, Soulborn pushed his Sky Phantom step to its limits, weaving through the torrents of lightning and the shadow of the leopard, narrowly avoiding its claws and thunder strikes. Seizing the opportunity, he utilized the soul extinguishing finger to disrupt its soul, followed by a powerful strike infused with ice poison from his 10,000 poison heavenly grievance palm, landing a devastating blow to its vulnerable midsection, severely wounding it. While it did not result in a kill, it elevated his control over his own strength to unprecedented heights. Xiao Yixian quietly followed alongside, only intervening should Soulborn find himself in true peril. She watched as he continually progressed in battle, her admiration and affection for him growing ever deeper. Finally, atop a cliff where the energy of thunder was particularly concentrated, they discovered several swaying small trees bearing silver fruits the size of a baby's fist, adorned with wind and thunder patterns, the Thunder Refining Bone Fruit. However, coiled beneath those trees was a massive serpent, its body covered in silver scales, a single horn protruding from its head, the Silver Horn Thunder Serpent. Its strength was alarmingly at the 6-star Do zone level. This thunder serpent evidently regarded the fruit as its prized possession. Upon sensing the presence of intruders, it immediately raised its colossal head, its crimson serpent eyes locking onto Soulborn and Xiao Yixian, issuing a threatening hiss as lightning crackled around it. 6-star Do zone. Soulborn's expression grew grave. This opponent is undoubtedly an exceptionally formidable adversary, far surpassing the likes of the Black Skeleton Tomb Master. I shall confront it myself. Xiao Yixian stepped forward, the aura of her 8-star Do zone no longer concealed, as the overwhelming venomous energy of calamity surged forth, competing fiercely with the raging power of lightning. However, Soulborn interposed himself, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. "This time, I shall handle it myself. You merely need to hold the line and prevent its escape." He yearned to test the limits of his 5-star Do Huan. Engaging in combat with a strong foe is the most expedient path for the growth of the soul-devouring technique. Xiao Yixian was momentarily taken aback, but upon witnessing the unwavering determination and confidence in Soulborn's gaze, she slowly nodded. "Be cautious." Soulborn inhaled deeply and charged towards the silver-horned thunder python. Hiss! The python, enraged, swung its massive tail with tremendous force and brilliant arcs of lightning, striking with an intensity unmatched by any previous adversary. Celestial Shadow Steps. Soulborn executed his movement technique to the utmost limit, narrowly evading the tail strike as his previous position was obliterated, leaving behind a massive scorched crater. He circled the Thunder Python at high speed, continuously launching Soul Extinction Finger in an attempt to disrupt its soul. Yet the Python's soul power appeared equally formidable. Although affected, it did not lose its rationality, but instead grew even more ferocious, condensing a terrifying ball of lightning upon its singular horn, relentlessly bombarding Soulborn. Soulborn danced on the razor's edge, each evasion fraught with peril. He attempted to strike with 10,000 poisons Heavenly Vengeance Palm, only to find the Silver Scale's defense astonishingly robust, accompanied by a retaliatory lightning strike that rendered his Palm's power ineffective. Such formidable defense. Soulborn's mind raced, and instead of attacking blindly, he relied on Celestial Shadow Steps to keep maneuvering, seeking its vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, he secretly activated Soul Devouring Technique, beginning to surreptitiously absorb the surrounding tempestuous energies of wind and lightning. Although these energies did not align with his attributes and were difficult to directly refine for enhancement, they could be temporarily stored for explosive use. The battle raged for a full incense stick's duration. Soulborn faced numerous perils, his robes singed in several places by lightning, leaving him somewhat disheveled, yet his eyes shone ever brighter. Finally, he discerned a habit of the Thunder Python. After unleashing a powerful lightning strike, its singular horn would undergo an exceedingly brief energy reflux period, during which its defenses would wane to their lowest. Now is the moment. After the Python expelled another massive lightning ball, a fierce glint flashed in Soulborn's eyes. The vast energy of wind and lightning he had stored within him erupted instantaneously, merging with Celestial Shadow Steps, propelling his speed to its zenith, appearing as if he had teleported to the side of the Python's head. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, compressing and condensing all his dark ice poison chi into his fingertips without reservation. Solung, the most potent soul impact surged forth, crashing violently against the Thunder Python's soul. The Python's form stiffened abruptly. Poisonous Soul Annihilation Finger. Soulborn thrust forward, his fingertips shimmering with a devastating blend of ghostly blue and dark purple light, accurately targeting the Python's crimson serpent eye. Thud! This time, the formidable scales failed to fully obstruct the concentrated power and intent behind Soulborn's strike. His fingertip pierced deeply into the serpent eye, unleashing a horrifying surge of ice poison and soul-annihilating force within its cranial cavity. Hiss! The silver-horned Thunder Python emitted a deafening, anguished roar, its colossal body thrashing and rolling violently, shattering the surrounding rocks into fragments. Yet its brain had been decimated by that destructive force. After a brief struggle, it finally collapsed. Lifeless, Soulborn landed on the ground, staggering slightly, his complexion pale, nearly depleted of chi. This strike had drained a significant portion of his strength. Xiao Yixian hurriedly supported him, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and concern. A 5-star Do Huang, single-handedly slaying a 6-star Do Zone magical beast. Such an accomplishment, if known, would undoubtedly astonish the entire northern region. Gasping for breath, Soulborn gazed at the corpse of the Python, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. The soul-devouring technique activated automatically, commencing the absorption of its immense flesh essence and lightning attribute energy. Although the attributes were incompatible and much of the energy could not be absorbed, the pure life essence significantly replenished his exhaustion, even enhancing his physical strength further. He approached a few fruit trees, carefully plucking all the wind and thunder-tempering fruits. Let us depart. This place is unsuitable for lingering. Soulborn regained some strength, collecting the most valuable silver horn and magical core from the Thunder Python, and swiftly left Wind and Thunder Valley with Xiao Yixian. Following this battle, although Soulborn's cultivation did not directly elevate, his application of power, timing in combat, and adaptability had undergone a qualitative leap. His foundation became more solid, firmly establishing his 5-star Do Huang realm, and the next breakthrough was already within reach. The trials in Central State, fraught with danger, were accompanied by immense opportunity. Soulborn's steps remained resolutely directed toward greater strength. Chapter 48. Tempering Thunder Sound, Shadow Pursuit. After departing from Wind and Thunder Valley, Soulborn and Xiao Yixian did not flee far, but sought a more concealed ravine nearby, where the ambient energy of lightning attributes was relatively concentrated. The wind and thunder tempering fruits needed to be consumed promptly to maximize their efficacy. Soulborn set up layers of barriers and embedded the silver horn obtained from the Thunder Python into the ground, allowing the residual lightning power to better gather the surrounding energy. He retrieved a wind and thunder tempering fruit. The surface of the fruit shimmered with silver patterns, and holding it in his hand allowed him to feel the violent energy contained within, accompanied by a peculiar tingling sensation. This fruit possessed domineering energy, requiring Do Qi to protect the heart and major meridians when consumed, guiding its energy to temper the limbs and bones. The process would be somewhat painful. Soulborn informed Xiao Yixian that he need not undergo such trouble, as his ice emperor poison body was sufficiently resilient. Xiao Yixian nodded in understanding. Soulborn sat cross-legged and consumed a fruit. The moment it entered his mouth, it dissolved instantly, transforming into an exceedingly violent torrent of lightning that surged into his limbs and bones. This energy was not a gentle warmth, but rather akin to countless tiny lightning needles, frantically piercing and battering every inch of his bones and muscle fibers. Intense agony coursed through him, causing his body to tremble slightly, and silver arcs of electricity even danced across his surface. Yet he did not furrow his brow. The soul-devouring technique operated, not to devour this energy but to guide it, refining his flesh in a more efficient and thorough manner. Crack, crack! A faint sound akin to jade striking echoed from within him, a sign that his bones were becoming denser and more resilient under the tempering of lightning energy. The muscle fibers also grew more explosive through tearing and reformation. The Ice Emperor poison body autonomously activated, the ghostly blue and dark purple luminescence swirling across his surface, intertwining with the silver lightning, further absorbing the essence of the thunder. Xiao Yixian also consumed one, though she lacked a special physique. Her 8-star Do zone cultivation was sufficient to manage this energy. She heeded Soulborn's advice, using her robust Do Qi to protect vital points, guiding the lightning to temper her body, displaying some signs of pain, yet achieving remarkable results. Several hours later, Soulborn was the first to open his eyes. He gently clenched his fist, the joints cracking explosively, a far more powerful sensation coursing through his entire being. He could sense that his physical strength had ascended to a new level. Relying solely on his bodily power, he could likely contend with lower-tier Do zone. More importantly, after the tempering of wind and thunder, he had developed a certain resistance to lightning attribute attacks, and his body's reaction speed seemed to have increased somewhat. This wind and thunder tempering fruit indeed lived up to its reputation, Soulborn remarked with satisfaction. Soon after, Xiao Yixian also completed her recuperation, her skin appearing more radiant, and her eyes sparkled even brighter, clearly having benefited immensely. As the two individuals carefully secured the remaining fruits, just as they were about to depart, Huanxing's brow furrowed slightly. His soul power, having reached the pinnacle of the mundane realm, sensed an almost imperceptible presence, seamlessly blending into the surroundings. They were being followed. He conveyed a silent message to the little medical fairy, whose expression remained unchanged, as if utterly unaware, continuing to gather their belongings. A flicker of trepidation crossed the little medical fairy's eyes as her soul power quietly swept across their surroundings, yet she discerned no anomalies. A testament to the assailant's exceptional concealment skills. She subtly nodded, maintaining her composure. Huanxing's heart harbored a cold chuckle. Ever since the auction in Ghostly City, he had sensed the lurking presence of someone observing them. Evidently, this individual had been tailing them with remarkable patience. The ability to track them for such an extended period without detection suggested formidable strength. He deliberately slowed his pace with the little medical fairy, mimicking the demeanor of ordinary practitioners as they made their way toward the mountain's periphery. Along the way, he discreetly affixed an exceedingly faint soul mark to an inconspicuous shrub. Indeed, shortly after their departure, a nearly transparent phantasm rippled like water beside the shrub. The apparition paused momentarily, seemingly confirming its direction before seamlessly melding back into the environment, silently continuing its pursuit. However, unbeknownst to Huanxing, that barely perceptible soul mark had already latched onto him. Upon entering a dense forest, Huanxing abruptly halted, pivoting to cast a sharp gaze into the void behind them, coldly stating, "After following us for so long, aren't you tired? Step out." The forest was enveloped in silence, save for the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. The little medical fairy also turned, her formidable 8-star Do zone aura gradually emanating, locking onto the area. In the void, a blurred figure began to materialize. The newcomer was draped in a specially crafted gray robe, their features obscured, exuding an elusive and unstable aura that rendered it difficult to ascertain their cultivation level, yet radiating an unmistakable sense of danger, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. What keen perception, the gray-robed figure rasped, a hint of surprise lacing their voice. It seems your exploits in the Black Skull Tomb, Ghostly City, and Wind Thunder Valley were not merely due to luck. Huanxing's gaze sharpened. The adversary was exceptionally well informed about their movements. Who are you? What is your purpose? My identity is of little consequence, the gray-robed figure replied with a chilling smile. What matters is that you possess something I require. Surrender the Qiang poison ginseng and the wind thunderbone refining fruit, and perhaps I might consider sparing your lives. It appeared they had been targeted due to their display of wealth at the auction. Moreover, this individual was evidently far more professional and powerful than the group from Ghostly City. Want them? Come and take them, Han Xing responded icily, his internal dou qi beginning to circulate quietly. Seeking death, the gray-robed figure scoffed, their form suddenly vanishing. The next moment, like a spectre, they materialized to Han Xing's left. A desiccated claw extending toward his throat with alarming speed, shrouded in a gray mist that emanated a nauseatingly corrosive force. Be cautious, it's the aura of a rotting corpse. It can erode both dou qi and flesh. The little medical fairy warned, her delicate hand waving to conjure a seven-colored poison barrier that instantly manifested before Han Xing. With a hissing sound, the gray claw struck the poison barrier, producing a violent corrosive noise as the barrier quivered, ultimately being pierced through. Yet, the speed of the attack was momentarily hindered. In that fleeting moment of delay, soul extinction finger, Han Xing had long been poised for action, unleashing a surge of soul power that streaked toward the foe's face. The gray-robed figure was evidently unprepared for such a swift and fierce counterattack, particularly this unanticipated soul strike. They abruptly tilted their head, the soul power grazing past their ear, sending a jolt of pain through their eardrum and causing their soul to quiver. Impressive, young one, the gray-robed figure exclaimed, a blend of astonishment and fury washing over them. They retreated swiftly, their sleeves sweeping out to disperse a cloud of gray mist that enveloped the area, obscuring vision and severing soul detection, while also corroding dou qi. Child's play, the little medical fairy exclaimed, her voice sharp as the power of her poison surged forth, the vibrant poison mist clashing violently with the gray haze. The two toxic attributes eroded one another, producing a cacophony of sizzling sounds, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Han Xing adeptly maneuvered along the edge of the toxic mist, seeking an opportunity. Given the gray-robed figure's formidable strength, likely at least 7 or even 8 stars in Dou Zone, confronting them head-on was not a viable option. Seeing that the toxic mist was ineffective against the little medical fairy, the gray-robed figure appeared somewhat impatient. They bit their tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of blood that mingled with the gray mist, causing it to boil and coalesce into countless grotesque faces that emitted piercing howls as they charged toward the little medical fairy. This shriek even contained a soul attack. The little medical fairy's expression tightened as she exerted her full force to resist, momentarily becoming constrained. Seizing the opportunity, the gray-robed figure darted toward Han Xing once more, this time extending both hands, their 10 fingers glowing ominously with gray light, clearly enraged, intent on slaying Han Xing on the spot. However, just as they were about to reach Han Xing, a cold smile of cunning flashed in Han Xing's eyes. He had deliberately feigned weakness, secretly laying down several strands of soul chains in the surrounding void. Chains. Han Xing's mind focused, and numerous invisible soul chains erupted from the void, coiling around the gray-robed figure's limbs and neck like serpents. Caught off guard, the gray-robed figure's body stiffened. Although they were powerful enough to shatter several chains instantaneously, that brief moment of restraint was sufficient. Now, Han Xing called out. The little medical fairy, already prepared, formed a mysterious hand seal, compressing the toxic energy to its zenith, transforming it into a thread as thin as a hair, yet glimmering with radiant, destructive light, which instantly traversed space and shot toward the gray-robed figure's brow. The toxic erosion line. This was the little medical fairy's ultimate technique, consolidating the power of her toxic body to its utmost. The gray-robed figure's pupils constricted as they sensed the looming threat of death. They struggled frantically, gray mist erupting from their surface. With a piercing sound, the toxic line ultimately pierced through their protective gray mist. Although it failed to completely penetrate their skull, it left a deep, charred hole in their brow, with the terrifying toxin rapidly infiltrating their brain. The gray-robed figure shrieked in anguish, rolling on the ground, their aura spiraling into disarray. Han Xing would not let this opportunity slip by. Utilizing heavenly phantom steps, he swiftly closed the distance, fully activating soul devouring technique, and slammed his hand down onto the figure's crown. No! The gray-robed figure screamed in despair, yet they could no longer muster the strength to resist. The terrifying force of absorption erupted, drawing in their pure dou qi, soul essence, and that bizarre rotting aura into Han Xing's body. Moments later, the gray-robed figure disintegrated into ashes, dissipating into the ether. Han Xing stood still with closed eyes, his body trembling violently, his complexion alternating between red and pale. Absorbing a powerhouse of at least 7 stars in Dou Zone was an overwhelming influx of energy, and even with the capabilities of soul-devouring technique, He felt his meridians throb painfully, necessitating immediate refinement. The little medical fairy swiftly approached to protect him, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Hunching sat cross-legged, channeling his energy with all his might. This process of refinement lasted an entire day and night. When he finally reopened his eyes, his aura had surged dramatically. He had ascended to 6-star Do Huang, leaping 2 levels. His foundation was solid, devoid of any sense of superficiality. The might of soul-devouring technique had once again been vividly demonstrated. He rose slowly, feeling the surging power within him, his gaze becoming even more profound. It seems the hunter's essential state are far from just us. He turned to the little medical fairy. We must be even more cautious on the road ahead. The little medical fairy nodded gently, linking her arm with his. Wherever you go, I shall accompany you. Together, they gathered the spatial ring left by the gray-robed figure and set forth once more. After this battle, Hunsang's strength has notably increased. Yet he has also become acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the Central Plains. His journey through this realm is destined to be fraught with bloodshed and opportunity. Meanwhile, the clues regarding the hidden wind sovereign appear to lead toward a deeper vortex. Chapter 49. The storms of wind and thunder erupt, observed with cold eyes. In the tranquil valley, Hunsang's routine cultivation with the little medical immortal is interrupted by a subtle tremor from the Soul Palace token in his embrace. As he absorbs the latest intelligence transmitted from the Northern Domain branch, his gaze remains calm and undisturbed, only faltering slightly at the mention of a particular name. The intelligence reveals target Xiao Yan has recently arrived in the northern domain of the Central Plains and has engaged in a fierce confrontation with the northern pavilion of the Thunderwind Pavilion, one of the 4 major pavilions of the northern domain, due to possessing the profound skill of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, the 3,000 thunder movements. While the specific details remain unclear, it is noted that this youth, in the guise of 7-star Do Huang, has managed to maneuver against the northern pavilion's master, the so-called Northern Thunder King, Fei Tian, an 8-star Do Zone, and ultimately escaped through cunning and unique methods. The Northern Pavilion is now infuriated, issuing a substantial bounty, causing a stir throughout the Northern Domain. Fei Tian, an 8-star Do Zone, failing to capture him, does not elicit any surprise from Hunsang. Rather, it aligns seamlessly with Xiao Yan's usual penchant for evading peril while attracting trouble. Regarding the vague mention in the intelligence of Xiao Yan potentially acquiring clues concerning a higher-level 3,000 Thunder Illusion Body, Hunsang merely glanced at it before dismissing it from his mind. The 3,000 Thunder Illusion Body? A faint smirk graced his lips. For one must perfect the 3,000 Thunder movements before they could even approach its threshold. Although the resulting clones possess a certain combat capability, they require the division of one's spirit and mind for control, ultimately rendering it an external technique fraught with significant risks. How could it possibly be compared to my soul-splitting technique? His soul-splitting technique, a gift from the system, delves directly into the essence of the soul. The soul clone he produces shares consciousness with his main self, allowing for seamless command without any hindrance, devoid of the drawbacks of requiring division of thought for control. It even permits long-distance identity swapping, its intricacy and potential far surpassing that of the 3,000 Thunder Illusion Body. Thus, he holds no interest whatsoever in this technique that has attracted the envy of countless individuals in the Central Plains. It seems that his trajectory has not deviated significantly. Hunsang set the token aside, his tone calm. Enmity with the Thunderwind Pavilion and being pursued by high-ranking Do Zones present both pressure and nourishment for his growth. The little medical immortal inquired softly, "Is there anything we need to do?" "Not necessary," Hunsang replied, his gaze seemingly piercing through the void toward the distant southeast. "This is his path. Let him traverse it himself. We merely need to ensure he knows where to go and that he ultimately arrives at the destination we require." His concern has never been about what techniques or movements Xiao Yan acquires, but rather whether Xiao Yan, as a person, can follow the script he has predetermined, growing stronger step by step until he is pushed toward the fateful confrontation with the Soul Emperor. However, Hunsang's tone shifted slightly. The commotion he has caused has inevitably revealed his whereabouts. Fei Tian of the Thunderwind Pavilion is no ordinary adversary. The pursuit by an 8-star Do Zone is sufficient to keep Xiao Yan on the run, and he may indeed find himself in dire straits. While intervention is unnecessary, he must still grasp the general direction of Xiao Yan's movements to avoid any unexpected deviations. He once again utilized the channels of the Soul Palace to issue directives. There is no need to actively seek out Xiao Yan, but close attention must be paid to the movements of the Thunder Wind Northern Pavilion's large-scale forces, as well as any anomalies in the spatial wormholes throughout the Northern Domain, particularly those leading to the core areas of the Central Plains. The vast machinery of the Soul Palace began to operate silently once more. Soon, various pieces of information were consolidated. A considerable elite force from the Thunderwind Northern Pavilion, led by several elders, is gathering and searching in the vicinity of the Tianqing mountain range to the southeast. While the scrutiny of the spatial wormholes in several significant cities in that direction has intensified, the Tianqing mountain range, indeed, it seems he is being pushed toward that direction. Hunsing, drawing upon his memories of the original text, quickly made a judgment. That area appears to be the general vicinity leading to the next pivotal plot point. Xianya, we must also set forth, Hunsing declared as he rose, heading toward the vicinity of the Tianqing mountain range. There is no need to approach closely. Simply find a vantage point from which we can oversee the entire situation. His intention to venture into that area is not to search for Xiaoyan, but rather to select an optimal position from which to observe the unfolding drama as a detached spectator, ensuring that everything remains under control. Simultaneously, that area may also possess other resources suitable for his cultivation. The two departed the valley quietly, heading southeast toward the northern domain. Hunsing's aura remained restrained, his cultivation as a 6-star Do Huang steadily honing itself as he progressed. The little medical immortal followed silently at his side, like the most loyal guardian and companion. Days later, they arrived at a lofty peak on the outskirts of the Tianqing mountain range. From this vantage point, they could faintly sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the depths of the mountains, along with the occasional presence of powerful thunder wind pavilion experts soaring through the sky. Hunsing stood at the mountain summit, his black robe billowing in the fierce mountain winds, his gaze penetrating the depths of the mountain range. Fei Tian, unleash the full extent of your 8-star Do Zone prowess. Do not disappoint me, he murmured to himself, as if savoring a drama in which he played no part. Xiaoyan, escape to your heart's content, struggle valiantly, and grow stronger under this pressure. Your value lies in how far you can ultimately ascend. He resembled a detached chess player, coldly observing the shifting clouds of conflict on the board. The enmity between Xiaoyan and the Thunder Wind Pavilion, in his eyes, merely constitutes a necessary step in advancing the pieces. His focus, however, remained primarily on solidifying his own cultivation and planning his next move. The Alchemist Guild in the core area of the Central Plains seems poised to host a grand event soon, which may very well become his next target. The mountain winds howled, carrying with them distant echoes of energy roiling. An intense chase unfolds within the mountains, and Hunsing stands quietly, waiting and calculating. His journey through the Central Plains remains resolute and unyielding in purpose. Chapter 50. Souls splitting in shadows, surprising secrets unfold. On the pinnacle of the solitary peak at the outskirts of the Tianqing mountain range, Hunsing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his black robe billowing in the biting mountain winds. His gaze penetrated the depths of the mountain range, where the faint sounds of energy clashes and thunderous roars echoed. Even from a distance, he could sense the overwhelming fighting spirit and peril contained within. The might of an 8-star Do Zone is indeed extraordinary, Hunsing mused. It appears that Xiaoyan's Earth Demon puppet has proven to be quite useful. He could perceive that, aside from Xiaoyan's own unique fire aura, there existed a robust, yet somewhat rigid energy cooperating with him, staunchly resisting Fei Tian's thunderous assaults akin to a tempest. The battle raged for approximately half an hour before the energy fluctuations from the depths became intensely violent, only to quickly diminish thereafter. Ultimately, a somewhat disheveled yet still fervent aura dashed away at an astonishing speed deeper into the mountains, while the formidable, thunderous energy, after wreaking havoc in a fit of rage, chose not to pursue further, seemingly harboring reservations. Has he escaped? It seems that death is not so easily attained. A smirk of anticipated satisfaction curled at the corners of Hunsing's mouth. Those endowed with the protagonist's fortune always manage to find a sliver of hope amidst dire straits. At that moment, he suddenly paused, then chuckled and shook his head. How foolish of me! Why rely on the delayed and potentially erroneous intelligence from the Soul Palace to deduce his whereabouts? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Hunsing's eyes. My soul-splitting technique is the optimal tracking tool. Previously, he had primarily engaged in actions or cultivation with his main body, not heavily relying on the technique of splitting his soul. However, with his thoughts now clear, he promptly activated the soul-splitting technique. As he manipulated the hand seals, the space beside him shimmered slightly, and a figure identical to his main body, albeit somewhat ethereal, began to coalesce. This clone's aura reached the level of a 4-star Do Huang. Moreover, as his soul-splitting technique has been cultivated to perfection, the clone's gaze sparkled with vitality, sharing consciousness with his main self, operating as one entity, far surpassing that of an ordinary energy clone. Go, follow him. Concealing oneself, one must act only when absolutely necessary, merely transmitting his movements and encounters in real time. Hunsing issued commands to his doppelganger, who nodded expressionlessly. With a fleeting motion, the doppelganger vanished as if merging with the gentle breeze, its ability to conceal its presence surpassing even that of many specialized assassins at the Do Zone level. With his strength as a 4-star Do Huang, he was capable of stealthily following the current 7-star Do Huang, Xiao Yin, without drawing attention. Shortly after the doppelganger departed, an unexpected system notification echoed in Huanqing's mind. Ding! Detected that the host's soul division technique has reached a perfected state, granting the doppelganger sentience and unlocking the hidden feature, self-cultivation. Feature description: the doppelganger can autonomously absorb the energies of heaven and earth for cultivation, with the experience and energy gained proportionally transmitted back to the main body. Simultaneously, the main body's cultivation will enhance the doppelganger's powers. Ding! Proficiency in soul division technique has significantly increased. Reminder: upon reaching the grand perfection of soul division technique, a substantial amount of fortune value can be consumed to evolve it into the low-tier, heavenly secret technique 3 Souls Division Method. 3 Souls Division Method effect can create 2 independent doppelgangers with strengths identical to the main body. The doppelgangers can merge with the main body for a short time, during which the main body's power will receive a significant boost based on the degree of fusion. A torrent of notifications flooded Huanqing's mind, and even with his calm demeanor, he could not help but pale in astonishment, his eyes gleaming with incredulous brilliance. Self-cultivation, synchronous feedback, mutual enhancement between the main body and the doppelganger. Furthermore, the potential for evolution into a heavenly secret technique, the ability to create 2 fully realized doppelgangers, the fusion of 3 souls, leading to a surge in power. The potential of soul division technique was indeed terrifying. Even with Huanqing's composed nature, he found it hard to suppress this surge of excitement. He had initially believed that soul division technique was merely a commendable high-level Earth-grade doppelganger technique, suitable for aiding in combat and intelligence gathering. He never anticipated that its perfected form would possess such remarkable hidden features, even holding the potential for evolution into a heavenly grade. What did it mean to have 2 doppelgangers identical in strength to the main body? It was tantamount to conjuring 2 absolutely loyal, like-minded versions of himself out of thin air. Whether in a group fight or executing multiple tasks, this would provide an undeniable advantage. And the technique of 3 souls merging was nothing short of an ultimate trump card. Just envisioning the moment during a final confrontation with the Soul Emperor or Xiao Yin, unleashing power far exceeding his own level. This was practically a tailor-made invincible cheat for him. It could become one of his greatest cards in facing the destined son, the Flame Emperor. What conditions are required to cultivate soul division technique to grand perfection? Huanqing suppressed his excitement and inquired solemnly. A soul realm upgrade to the spirit realm is necessary for the host, or 10,000 fortune values can be consumed to forcibly break through. Evolving to 3 souls division method requires a consumption of 50,000 fortune values. Spirit realm soul, 50,000 fortune values. The conditions were exceedingly stringent, yet the rewards were enough to drive anyone mad. With eyes ablaze, Huanqing was not deterred by the exorbitant price. Instead, an unprecedented fighting spirit and desire surged within him. It seemed imperative to expedite the accumulation of fortune values, and the cultivation of soul power must be prioritized. He had initially planned to seek opportunities to enhance his soul power. Now, this endeavor had become paramount. Gazing in the direction where the doppelganger had vanished, he felt a sudden clarity. With a doppelganger secretly tailing Xiao Yin, he could not only keep track of his movements, ensuring the story remained on course, but also free up his main body to focus on finding opportunities to elevate his soul realm and amass a considerable amount of fortune values. Zhongzhou, indeed, was a land of fortune for him. Taking a deep breath, Huanqing quelled the tumultuous emotions within him, his gaze regaining its calmness, though a more fervent fire burned deep inside. He turned to the ever-quiet and vigilant Xiao Yixin beside him. It is time for us to depart. We shall head towards the core region of Zhongzhou, for there lies what we truly seek. Though Xiao Yixin did not fully comprehend Huanqing's sudden exhilaration, she sensed his determination and smiled gently. All right. Huanqing cast one last glance into the depths of the Tianqing Mountains, his figure shifting as he and Xiao Yixin soared away from the mountains. His objectives had become clearer: to elevate his strength, refine his soul, and acquire vast amounts of fortune values. Meanwhile, the matter concerning Xiao Yin would be handled by the doppelganger. A far greater storm was brewing within Huanqing's heart. The evolved 3 souls division method would serve as the most powerful lever to reshape the entire Do-Chi continent's landscape. Chapter 51. Secrets of the Ancient City. Fragment of the Soul Technique. Huanqing and Xiao Yixin left the northern border of the region, traveling southwest. His destination was clear: the ancient city of Zhonggu, located at the confluence of the western and northern regions of Zhongzhou. According to the intelligence from the Soul Palace, this city had a long and storied history, once serving as a significant battlefield in ancient times, with numerous relics buried underground. Artifacts related to soul cultivation frequently surfaced there. Perhaps, within its depths lay the opportunity to elevate his soul realm. Seated cross-legged in the inn's room, Hunsheng furrowed his brow. Having reached the pinnacle of 6-star Do Huang, he was still a distance from Do Zone, yet he was confident he could break through when Xiao Yan arrived at the blood pool in the heavenly lake. However, he was acutely aware that the true challenge lay in the realm of the soul. The completion of the mortal realm, while seemingly powerful, still stood before an insurmountable chasm separating him from the enigmatic spirit realm. Only through the metamorphosis of his soul could he better wield the greater power awaiting him. And it was also a prerequisite for cultivating soul division technique to grand perfection. His mind delved into the system space, focusing on the tattered alchemical formula he had obtained from the soul realm's treasure hall, the unknown soul metamorphosis pill formula. Its value was deemed exceedingly high by the system, yet its incompleteness was disheartening. System, how many fortune values are required to restore this formula? Hunsheng inquired, harboring a glimmer of hope. Ding! The target formula is of excessively high grade, with a significant degree of incompleteness. Preliminary estimates indicate that complete restoration will require a consumption of 200,000 fortune values. 200,000. Hunsheng's lips twitched slightly. This was an astronomical figure. After laboriously accumulating, he had barely surpassed a little over 10,000 fortune values. Was there truly no other way to quickly obtain a substantial amount of fortune values? Hunsheng, unwilling to accept this, pressed further. While his cultivation could be enhanced through the devouring spirit technique, fortune values required tangible exchanges. According to database analysis, there exist very few special items in the Doqi continent that hold no practical use for the beings of this realm, yet contain the power of world rules. These can be reclaimed by the system and transformed into a considerable amount of fortune values. Such items are typically referred to as fortune stones or fragments of rules, often found in ancient secret realms or areas of spatial turmoil. Scanning current regional history and energy fluctuations, a partially unopened entrance to an ancient secret realm has been detected deep beneath Zhonggu City, with an energy attribute that aligns with the characteristics of fortune stones at a 378 match. It is recommended that the host investigate. Fortune stones? Ancient secret realm? A gleam ignited in Hunsheng's eyes. Indeed, heaven does not forsake those who strive. What is the specific location? He immediately inquired. The entrance to the secret realm is in an unstable state, and its precise coordinates cannot be accurately locked. However, based on energy dispersal, it is most likely located either in the black market beneath Zhonggu City or deep within certain ancient relics. The host must search for it personally. That was sufficient. Having a clear direction was far better than wandering aimlessly. Hunsheng suppressed the excitement within him and briefly informed Xiao Yixian of the situation. After a moment of preparation, they left the inn, blending into the bustling and chaotic throngs of Zhonggu City. Within Zhonggu, while the surface markets were lively, Hunsheng's focus was resolutely directed towards the black market situated deep underground. These clandestine markets are often established within ancient mine shafts or partially unearthed subterranean chambers, where a chaotic mix of people and unspeakable items abound. After traversing several dimly lit corridors and paying a substantial entrance fee, Soul Shifter and the little medical sage entered a vast underground expanse. The atmosphere was shrouded in darkness, and the air was thick and murky, flanked by a multitude of stalls. With the incessant clamor of vendors hawking their wares and the sounds of haggling reverberating throughout, trading various mysterious and bizarre items of dubious origin. Soul Shifter, possessing a soul force at the pinnacle of the mortal realm, discreetly unleashed his spirit perception like the most sophisticated of detectors, sweeping across the various stalls. Most of the items appeared unremarkable or bore an aura of malevolence that did not align with his desires. Yet, upon passing a secluded stall, his steps faltered slightly. The stall was notably desolate, manned by a ragged, dozing old man who had carelessly arranged a few rusted metal fragments, some unidentified beast bones, and 2 or 3 tattered animal skin scrolls, all resembling refuse. However, Soul Shifter's soul sense detected an exceedingly faint yet exceptionally ancient and pure soul fluctuation emanating from those scrolls. This resonance was entirely distinct from any soul items he had previously encountered, more profound and restrained. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he crouched down, casually inspecting a metal fragment while his gaze lingered on the scrolls. Ultimately, he picked up a particularly dark and worn black animal skin scroll, its edges even showing signs of insect damage. It felt cool to the touch and possessed a unique texture. How much for these? Soul Shifter inquired with feigned casualness. The old man lifted his murky eyes, casting a glance at him before wearily waving his hand. Just a pile of worthless junk, 500 gold coins, take them all. A flicker of interest ignited within Soul Shifter. He restrained the impulse to agree immediately pretending to scrutinize the other items with disdain before reluctantly conceding, "Very well. I shall consider this an opportunity to study some antiquities." He tossed 500 gold coins onto the stall and collected the items, including the black scroll. The old man accepted the payment and promptly closed his eyes again, as if nothing had transpired. With the items in hand, Soul Shifter swiftly exited the black market alongside the little medical sage, returning to their inn where he promptly set up multiple protective barriers. Eagerly, he unfurled the black animal skin scroll. The material was composed of an unknown substance, remarkably resilient, inscribed with densely packed ancient characters written in dark golden blood. Although much of the text was obscured, the initial few characters made Soul Shifter's breath quicken. Tai Chi Soul Formula Fragment. Merely recognizing these characters sent ripples through his ocean of souls, akin to a parched land rejoicing in the arrival of rain. He immediately commanded the system to conduct a scan. Scan complete. Item name, Tai Chi Soul Formula, Grade Assessment. Suspected to be a mid-tier, celestial level soul cultivation method from the original technique. Value Assessment. The fragment holds immense value. Although direct cultivation is not possible, the ancient soul mysteries it contains greatly benefit the host's understanding of the essence of souls, broadening the horizons of soul cultivation, significantly enhancing the efficiency of condensing soul formula, and providing crucial reference points for future breakthroughs into the soul realm. It may also be attempted to be completed. Can be exchanged for luck value, 20,000. A celestial tier soul technique. Waves of exhilaration surged within Soul Shifter. Although this was merely a fragment of a fragment, its worth was beyond estimation. Completing it would require 100,000 luck value, which, while still exorbitant, seemed hopeful compared to the 200,000 needed for the soul transformation elixir formula. Moreover, even without completion, merely contemplating this fragment would greatly elevate his soul realm. To his astonishment, he had indeed stumbled upon such a treasure. Soul Shifter could hardly contain his excitement. This ancient city was truly a fortuitous land for him. He carefully stored the scroll, his resolve now even more steadfast. Luck stones, Tai Chi Soul Formula, the soul realm. He murmured to himself, a clear path forming in his mind. He must first locate that secret realm to acquire enough luck value. At that point, both the completion of the soul formula and the restoration of the elixir formula would become feasible. He gazed out of the window at the ancient city, his eyes ablaze with fervor. An opportunity had emerged. The next step was to ardently seek the entrance to that ancient secret realm which might harbor the luck stones. Chapter 52. The secret realm opens, heroes compete. The depth of the ancient city was far more intricate and profound than he had imagined. Utilizing his perfected mortal realm soul perception and his keen sensitivity to that peculiar wave of rules, Soul Shifter spent several days and finally discovered an exceedingly concealed energy vortex at the deepest part of an abandoned ancient mine. The entrance to the vortex could barely accommodate a single individual and emitted a faint yet stable spatial fluctuation, connecting to the ancient secret realm detected by the system. However, just as Soul Shifter prepared to enter, he furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed several formidable presences rapidly approaching from various directions. Clearly, they were not the only ones to have discovered this place. "It appears we are not alone," Soul Shifter murmured to the little medical sage. Although the fluctuations at the secret realm entrance were faint, the ancient city was a place of hidden talents, and there were certainly those with special means who could perceive them. Soon, the sound of rushing winds filled the air as 4 groups of individuals arrived almost simultaneously at the depths of the abandoned mine. The first group consisted of 3 elderly men clad in matching gray attire, their auras sharp. The leader was a 5-star dozone, while the other 2 were 3-star dozone, their garments adorned with a mountain emblem, indicating they hailed from the local power, the Earth Spirit sect. The second group comprised 2 brawny men with bronze skin, radiating vitality, both being 5-star dozone, specializing in physical cultivation, from the renowned body refinement sect, the Gangsha sect of the northern region. The third group was a band of 5 individuals clad in black robes, exuding a chilling aura. Their leader was a 6-star dozone, while the others were peaked dohuan. Their eyes ferocious, evidently mercenaries or members of underworld factions accustomed to living on the edge. The final group featured a lone figure, a young man in luxurious attire with an arrogant demeanor, who also reached 3-star dozone, accompanied by an enigmatic elder whose presence seemed to meld with the shadows, revealing a strength of 7-star dozone. This combination clearly suggested an extraordinary background. The various factions warily scrutinized one another, their gazes eventually settling on Soul Shifter and the little medical sage, as well as the faint spatial vortex behind them. I didn't expect that besides our Earth Spirit sect, so many rats have scurried here, the 5-star dozone elder from the Earth Spirit sect scoffed, his eyes scanning the others with malice. Ha ha, rare materials and treasures belong to the fortunate. Do your spirit sect intend to monopolize them? Sneered the leader of the black-robed mercenaries. The young man in luxurious attire waved a folding fan, proclaiming haughtily, such a secret realm should rightfully belong to me. All irrelevant parties should withdraw now to preserve their lives. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, with an electric charge of confrontation filling the mind. Soul Shifter observed coldly, remaining silent, while the little medical sage stepped forward slightly, her imposing aura as an 8-star dozong subtly manifesting, causing the expressions of the factions to shift, their gazes now imbued with a hint of gravity and wariness. Everyone, Soul Shifter finally spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. The entrance to the secret realm lies before us, and the risks within remain unknown. Quarreling here would merely squander our strength. Instead, why not join forces to enter and explore the opportunities based on our abilities? His words temporarily eased the tense atmosphere. The leaders of the various factions exchanged glances, slowly nodding in agreement. They were not foolish and understood the wisdom in his suggestion. Very well, let it be based on our individual capabilities. The Earth Spirit Sect Elder replied solemnly. Having reached a brief consensus, the factions swiftly entered the spatial vortex one after another. After a moment of dizzying spatial transformation, Soul Shifter found himself in an unfamiliar realm. The sky was a peculiar shade of dusky yellow, the earth parched and cracked, and the air was thick with an aura of antiquity and desolation. In the distance, the remnants of ancient temples lay in ruins. Here, the celestial and terrestrial energies were extraordinarily thin, yet they contained a unique force of rules. System, scan the location of the fortune stones, ordered Hunsung in his heart. Scanning in progress. 3 miles southeast, 10 fathoms underground, there's a strong regulatory response. Northeast, 5 miles away, beneath a broken stone pillar, there's a faint reaction. Westward, the system promptly reported several coordinates. Hunsung's heart surged with joy. Sinner, follow me. Without hesitation, he seized the hand of the little medicine fairy and executed the Tianyu step, dashing towards the southeast direction, where the response was both the closest and strongest. Their swift movements immediately drew the attention of others. They found something of value. Follow them, a young man in splendid robes commanded, as he and an old man, cloaked in shadow, took the lead in pursuit. The others quickly reacted, each displaying their respective skills to give chase. Hunsung moved with remarkable speed, arriving at the designated location indicated by the system in the blink of an eye. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck the ground with a powerful fist. Boom! The cracked earth was blasted open, revealing a deep pit. At the bottom lay 3 fist-sized, translucent crystals that seemed to swirl with misty energies, gently emanating weak regulatory fluctuations. Fortune stones. Hunsung waved his hand, swiftly collecting the 3 crystals into the system space. Ding! Obtained 3 fortune stones, redeemable for 300,000 fortune points. 300,000. Hunsung's heart raced with exhilaration. He had struck gold. However, just as he gathered the fortune stones, the pursuers caught up from behind. Hand over the treasures. The young man in splendid robes, his eyes brimming with greed, waved his folding fan, unleashing a sharp blade of wind toward Hunsung. The shadowy elder beside him melted into darkness, silently advancing towards the little medicine fairy. The members of the Earth Spirit Sect, the Gangsha Sect, and the Black Robe Mercenary Corps simultaneously launched their attacks. Dazzling techniques lighting up the air as they bombarded Hunsung and his companion, though they were unaware of the true nature of the crystals. Hunsung's urgency indicated that they were undoubtedly extraordinary treasures. Seeking death, the little medicine fairy's expression turned frosty. The aura of an 8-star dozong erupting as a torrent of 7-colored poisonous mist surged forth like a tsunami, instantly forcing the shadowy elder into visibility and intercepting the attacks of the young man in splendid robes. Where the poisonous mist passed, the very space emitted a hissing sound of corrosion. Hunsung's gaze was icy. Instead of retreating, he charged forward to meet the overwhelming attacks. Tianyu step. His form flickered like a wraith, weaving through the storm of assaults. Spirit lock. Invisible chains ensnared a 5-star dozong elder from the Earth Spirit Sect, momentarily halting his movements. Soul annihilation finger. A bolt of soul energy accurately struck the forehead of a brawny man from the Gangsha Sect. The man, trained in physical prowess but relatively weak in spirit, let out a muffled groan as his advance was thwarted. 10,000 poisons, heavenly sorrow. A dark and venomous palm clashed fiercely with an attack from a black robe mercenary, sending him reeling backward, spitting blood. Though merely a 6-star dohuang, Hunsung's peculiar movement and soul attacks were nearly impossible to counter, and with his formidable Ice Emperor poison body, he managed to hold his ground against several Dozong assaults while steadily moving towards the next fortune stone location indicated by the system. The little medicine fairy fought like a goddess of war, her 7-colored poison energy dominating the battlefield. Engaging the 7-star Dozong, shadowy elder, and the young man in splendid robes, and even gaining the upper hand. The terror of her accursed poison body was on full display. The melee erupted in full force. Various factions clashed fiercely to seize the treasures in Hun Seng's possession, as well as other items occasionally discovered within the secret realm. Utilizing the system's guidance and his elusive movement, Hun Seng discovered 2 more hidden locations of fortune stones, collecting an additional 5 stones. Fortune points, 500,000. Just as he rushed towards the 4th location, a sudden surge of intense energy waves and exclamations erupted from a partially collapsed ancient temple. A Dozun skeleton. There lies a complete Dozun skeleton and a scroll. Is that a heavenly tier Do technique? The exclamations instantly captured everyone's attention. Even those engaged in battle instinctively paused, their gazes ablaze with fervor directed at the ancient temple. In the center of the grand hall sat a crystal-clear skeleton, radiating a terrifying pressure even after years of death, clutching a dark golden scroll in its hand, with energy patterns that sent shivers down one's spine coursing across its surface. Dozun skeleton. Tiers du technique. The value of these 2 items far surpassed all previous treasures. After a brief silence, a wave of frenzied greed and bloodshed ensued. "Seize it," someone shouted, and everyone surged toward the skeleton like a pack of wild animals. Hun Seng's eyes glimmered with a spark of brilliance. The Dozun skeleton was an excellent material for crafting high-tier puppets, and the heavenly tier Do technique was enough to drive any faction into madness. Yet, he did not lose his composure. System, scan the scroll. Scanning in progress. The scroll is indeed a low-tier heavenly Do technique, great cracking wind palm, but it is imbued with a particularly malicious soul restriction. Forcing contact will result in a soul backlash. Only a spirit realm soul can dispel it. Hun Seng instantly regained his composure. Even the greatest benefits must be sought with caution. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the fastest black-robed mercenary had already lunged for the scroll. However, just as his fingers brushed against the scroll, a chilling scream erupted from his throat, his body igniting as if engulfed in an invisible flame, his soul instantly consumed. And in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ashes. This scene was akin to a cold shower, halting the mad rush of the crowd, their faces displaying horror. Yet the allure of the Dozun remains, and the heavenly tier Do technique was too great to resist. Soon the chaos resumed. This time, everyone was more cautious, attacking one another while attempting to devise alternative methods to seize the treasures. Hun Seng refrained from further involvement in the fray. His gaze fell beneath the Dozun skeleton. The system indicated that there was one final fortune stone there, the strongest in energy response. Seizing the opportunity while everyone's attention was fixated on the skeleton and the scroll, he quietly circled to the back of the ancient hall, executing Tianyu's step to its utmost, blending into the shadows as he slipped inside, avoiding the melee, and struck the ground beneath the skeleton. Boom! Debris flew as a head-sized, radiant fortune stone was revealed. The regulatory power contained within was tenfold that of the previous smaller stones. Without hesitation, Hun Seng collected it into the system. Ding! Obtained Giant Fortune Stone 1, redeemable for 200,000 fortune points. 200,000. Coupled with the previous 800,000, a total of 1 million fortune points surged into his account. Hun Seng's heart soared with joy. However, the noise from his collection of the fortune stone finally attracted the attention of a few individuals amidst the chaos. "Kid, how dare you steal the treasure?" The young man in splendid robes shouted fiercely, abandoning his pursuit of the scroll as a fierce energy blade shot toward Hun Seng. The shadowy elder beside him extricated himself from the little medicine fairy's entanglement, viciously pointing a finger at Hun Seng's back. Simultaneously, a 5-star Dozong from the Earth Spirit sect grinned menacingly as he attacked from the side. 3 Dozong simultaneously launched their assault, including a 7-star Dozong. Hun Seng was plunged into a perilous predicament. Hun Seng, the little medicine fairy, cried out in alarm, wishing to assist, but was firmly restrained by others. At this critical moment, Hun Seng's eyes sharpened, and he faced the onslaught without flinching. Soul-devouring, heaven-swallowing. The soul-devouring technique within him surged at an unprecedented speed, coalescing too deep. Dark whirlpools in his palms to meet the attacks of the young man in splendid robes and the Earth Spirit sect elder. As for the lethal finger strike from the 7-star Dozong behind him, he seemed prepared to withstand it with his Ice Emperor poison body. Bang! Hiss! 2 muffled sounds rang out nearly simultaneously. The young man in splendid attire and the elder of the Earth Spirit sect unleashed their fierce energy. which collided with the devouring vortex, only to be consumed and dissolved in a frenzied manner. Simultaneously, the gnarled fingers of the shadowy elder struck mercilessly at the back of Hunsheng's heart. Yet, the anticipated scene of carnage did not materialize. Hunsheng's body jolted violently, his complexion instantly pallid, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. However, while his clothing at the back was torn apart, the exposed skin shimmered with a blend of ethereal blue and dark purple, merely slightly indented, but not pierced through. The formidable resilience of the Ice Emperor's toxic physique far exceeded the Elder's expectations. What? A look of disbelief flashed through the shadowy Elder's eyes. In this fleeting moment of shock, soul extinction finger, double kill, Hunsheng, gritting his teeth against his injuries, abruptly whirled around, unleashing two beams of condensed soul power that shot forth like lightning toward the foreheads of the shadowy Elder and the Earth Spirit Sect Elder. At such a close range, and caught off guard, both felt an excruciating pain in their souls, their consciousness plunging into an instant void. Death! A murderous glint flashed in Hunsheng's eyes as the devouring vortex reappeared, brutally imprinting itself onto their chests. The terrifying force of absorption erupted. No! The two emitted desperate howls, their cultivations akin to a dammed river bursting forth, being madly drawn into Hunsheng's body. Witnessing this, the young man in splendid attire was already so terrified that his soul nearly fled his body, turning to escape. But a seven-colored poison needle, having been unleashed after a delay, instantaneously pierced through the back of his head. It was the little medical fairy, finally breaking free from her entanglement, delivering a lethal strike. In just a few breaths, the situation had reversed. 3 dozong, 2 dead, 1 fled. The cave fell into a deathly silence. The remaining onlookers stared in horror at the seemingly demonic Hunsheng and the cold little medical fairy, their hearts devoid of any greed. As they retreated in terror and fled the secret realm without a backward glance, Hunsheng gasped for breath, acutely aware of the immense energy and injuries from absorbing the 2 dozong, promptly sitting cross-legged to recuperate. The little medical fairy vigilantly guarded his side. After a lengthy pause, Hunsheng slowly opened his eyes. Although his breath was still somewhat erratic, his gaze shone with unparalleled clarity. Having absorbed the 2 dozong, his cultivation surged directly to the pinnacle of 7-star Do Emperor, just a step away from the 8-star. More importantly, he had acquired 1 million fortune points. He glanced at the Do Zun skeleton and the location of the perilous scroll, both of which had evidently been seized by other forces. Hunsheng paid them no mind. The Do Zun skeleton was of no use to him, and the heavenly tier combat skill was of the wind attribute, clearly unsuitable for himself. Moreover, with the system as support, he would undoubtedly not lack suitable heavenly tier combat skills in the future. He then observed the fleeing figures, choosing not to pursue them relentlessly. Let us go. This place is unsuitable for lingering. Hunsheng grasped the little medical fairy's hand and swiftly departed the secret realm. This expedition had yielded far beyond expectations. Not only had he acquired a vast amount of fortune points and experienced a significant rise in cultivation, but he had also obtained a fragment of the Tai Soul Sutra. Returning triumphantly, his next plan was already vividly clear. Chapter 53. Completion of the Soul Sutra, Great Fulfillment of the Spiritual Realm. In the remote valleys of deep mountains, barriers upon barriers isolated the internal from the external. Hunsheng sat cross-legged, his mind entirely immersed in the system interface. The staggering 1 million fortune points constituted the foundation for his impending breakthrough to the supreme realm of souls. System prioritized the restoration of the Tai Soul Sutra fragment. He commanded resolutely. Beep. Consuming 100,000 fortune points. Commencing restoration of the Tai Soul Sutra. Restoration in progress. A torrent of immense fortune points transformed into an invisible flood, surging into the ancient beast hide acquired from the black market of the ancient city. The blurred runes upon it, as if time were reversing, rapidly became clear and complete, the fractured meridian diagrams extending and completing themselves, forming a profound and intricate cycle. Delving deeper into the vast mysteries of soul principles, flooding into the depths of Hunsheng's soul like a divine revelation. Moments later, the radiance withdrew. Beep. Restoration complete. Acquire the complete Tai Soul Sutra. A vast stream of ancient and profound information fully integrated with Hunsheng's memory. Its content encompassed all, from a mundane realm to the spiritual realm, even touching upon the path to the heavenly realm, with innumerable techniques for soul offense and defense, refinement, transformation, and perception, far surpassing the intricacies of the Ninghun Sutra. Hunsheng suppressed the impulse to begin cultivating immediately and commanded again. System, restore that unknown soul transformation elixir formula. Beep. consuming 200,000 fortune points, commencing restoration of the unknown soul transformation elixir formula. Restoration in progress. The fortune points diminished once more. As the broken elixir formula radiated a newfound brilliance, the missing core medicinal ingredients, intricate refinement methods, numerous taboos, and details gradually revealing themselves. Beat. Restoration complete. Acquired complete formula. 9th grade precious elixir, spirit god transformation elixir. This elixir must be guided by the soul power of the spiritual realm, integrating with the 10,000-year soul infant fruit, 7-colored spirit flower, dragon soul primordial chi, and a total of 81 rare soul-related medicinal ingredients, refined through special methods, capable of facilitating a fundamental transformation of the soul, significantly enhancing the soul-S realm, with a certain probability of awakening soul talents. Note, souls not at the spiritual realm cannot consume, otherwise backlash will ensue. 9th grade precious elixir. Huncheng's heart raced. No wonder the cost was so exorbitant. Without hesitation, he instructed, "System, scan my collection, list the missing medicinal ingredients, and directly exchange the required amounts using fortune points." Scanning, missing primary ingredients, 10,000-year soul infant fruit, 7-colored spirit flower, dragon soul primordial chi, nether soul iron, totaling 27 items. Exchange requires fortune points, 250,000. Confirm? Confirm. Huncheng's gaze was resolute. The fortune points reduced by another 250,000, leaving him with 450,000. Instantly, a plethora of radiant treasures, exuding astonishing soul fluctuations, appeared in the system space, any one of which could incite a commotion in the outer world. Exchange for the spirit god transformation elixir finished product. Beat. Consuming medicinal ingredients and 50,000 fortune points. Exchange successful. Acquired 9th grade precious elixir, spirit god transformation elixir. A pill the size of a dragon's eye, resplendent in 7 colors, with patterns resembling a dragon coiling, quietly materialized. At the moment of its appearance, Huncheng's soul sensed a profound yearning, as if this item was destined to belong to him. Fortune points remaining, 400,000. Huncheng took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and first picked up the complete Tai Soul Sutra, immersing himself in its comprehension. The profundities of the heavenly tier cultivation method far exceeded expectations. Even with his complete mastery of the mundane realm's soul, understanding it proved obscure and arduous. Yet his will was as iron, fully dedicating himself, guiding his soul power to operate according to the principles of the Tai Soul Sutra. Time flowed quietly in the valley. The soul aura emanating from Huncheng grew increasingly pure and substantial, his consciousness seemingly transcending the physical body, soaring through the boundless sea of souls, deepening his understanding of the essence of the soul at an unprecedented speed. Unbeknownst to how long had passed, the incredibly solid barrier deep within his soul finally emitted a delicate cracking sound, followed by a thunderous collapse. Buzz, a wave of soul power, far more magnificent, agile, and imbued with spirit than before, awakened, gently yet irresistibly expanding like a tide. Within 100 miles, every detail was discernible, every movement of the world comprehensible. The clarity and precision of perception undergoing a qualitative leap. Spiritual realm soul. Initial stage. Huncheng opened his eyes, his gaze swirling with the essence of nebulae, deep and unfathomable. The world appeared anew through his perception, a sense of control over the very essence of existence blossoming within him. He did not pause, directly retrieving the spirit god transformation elixir. As the elixir manifested, 7-colored brilliance illuminated the valley, and the fragrant elixir, smelling of ethereal comfort, wafted through the air. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. The elixir transformed into a warm and sacred essence, as if it originated from the primordial source of souls at the dawn of creation, gradually merging with his soul. There was no violent impact, only an ultimate nurturing and sublimation. The soul of Huncheng felt as though it were returning to the womb, bathed in an endless glow of warmth and wisdom, with the myriad obstacles encountered on the path of cultivation suddenly becoming clear. The power of his soul surged and crystallized, undergoing a profound metamorphosis. He transcended the mid-stage of the spirit realm, progressed to the late stage, and finally reached the pinnacle. The potency of the medicinal essence continued to surge, propelling his soul towards the ultimate state of perfection, the great perfection of the spirit realm. Boom! It was as if a singularity in the universe had erupted. Huncheng's soul perception instantaneously shattered the ultimate boundaries, attaining a mysterious and profound state of perfection. In a radius of 1,000 miles, everything lay within his grasp, and even the subtle trajectories of the laws of heaven and earth were vaguely discernible. His soul power crystallized like divine gems, with a mere flicker of thought. He could manipulate reality. He slowly opened his eyes, all divine light receding, his gaze returning to the ordinary. It seemed to contain boundless galaxies, deep and vast. Every movement he made resonated with the rhythms of nature, blending seamlessly with the cosmos. The great perfection of the spirit realm. A monumental peak in the path of the soul was thus achieved. The potency of the nine-tiered elixir gradually dissipated. Hunching quietly contemplated the vast and flawless power of his soul, his heart as tranquil as a still pond, filled only with absolute confidence and serenity. Now, relying solely on his soul power, he could look down upon the Dozong and even pose a significant threat to the formidable Dozun. With the great perfection of the spirit realm attained, the next step was the celestial realm. He murmured to himself, his gaze seemingly piercing through the void to glimpse a more distant future. Beyond the valley, the heavens and earth stretched wide, as the winds of central continent stirred in his favor. Chapter 54. The separation of the three souls. The dark chess piece is set. Deep within the secluded valley, Hunching sat cross-legged. His soul power, now in the great perfection of the spirit realm, resembled a gentle ocean, vast and profound, seamless and flawless. With a slight movement of thought, the system interface unfurled in his mind, the remaining 450,000 fortune points shimmering enticingly. The spirit realm had been attained, and the conditions for the great perfection of the soul separation technique had been met. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Hunching's eyes. System. Evolve soul separation technique to 3 soul separation secret art. Ding! Host soul realm has reached the great perfection of the spirit realm, meeting the evolution criteria. Evolving soul separation technique to the low-tier celestial secret art. 3 soul separation secret art will require fortune points. 50,000. Do you confirm? Confirm. Hunching replied without hesitation. Fortune points. 50,000. Remaining 400,000. Evolution commencing. A force far more profound than the previous restoration of techniques or the exchange of elixirs surged forth from deep within the system, not injected into Hunching's body, but directly acting upon the essence of his soul and all memories and experiences concerning the soul separation technique. Buzz! Hunching felt his soul tremble violently, as if some invisible shackles had been shattered, and it was as though a great door to a new world had been violently flung open within his soul. Countless profound principles regarding soul separation, consolidation, and mastery cascaded into the sea of his consciousness like an inundating river of stars. Their intricacies and might far surpassing the scope of the soul separation technique. 3 soul separation secret art. A celestial secret art. He closed his eyes in concentration, fully absorbing and digesting this sudden influx of vast information. The entire process lasted a full hour before it gradually subsided. When he opened his eyes once more, his comprehension and mastery over the soul had ascended to an entirely new level. He even felt that with a mere thought, he could perfectly sever his soul. Is this the power of a celestial soul secret art? Hunching marveled at the leap of his soul's essence, feeling an indescribable shock within. In comparison, the previous soul separation technique seemed crude, akin to childish play. With a flicker of thought, he did not immediately create a new avatar, but instead initiated a soul connection to remotely communicate with the avatar that was tracking Xiao Yan from afar. At this moment, tens of thousands of miles away, hidden within the void and locking onto the direction of the blood pool of Tianshan, the avatar suddenly trembled. Its previously ethereal form solidified at a visible pace, becoming distinct. Its features, body, and even the spirit light in its eyes were indistinguishable from Hunching's true self. Even more astonishingly, the Do Chi fluctuations emanating from within began to surge wildly. Peak 4-star Do Emperor, 5-star Do Emperor, 6-star Do Emperor, 7-star Do Emperor. Ultimately, it stabilized at the pinnacle of the 7-star Do Emperor level. The Do Chi cultivation of the avatar was completely synchronized with that of Hunching's true self. Indistinguishable from one another, the avatar incredulously raised its hands, clenched its fists, feeling the surging, tangible power within. Along with the same great perfection of the spirit realm soul realm as Hunching, an unprecedented sense of strength and freedom surged within. Now, apart from absolutely obeying the will of the true self, it was virtually an independent Hunching, possessing identical strength, memories, and thought patterns. It could even independently practice the soul-devouring technique, with its acquired experiences and energy feeding back to the true self in real time. This sensation was truly marvelous. The avatar's lips curled into a smile mirroring that of the true self, its eyes glinting with wisdom and calmness. It continued the tracking mission, now with greater composure and confidence. With its current strength, Unless Fei Tian personally intervened, the other members of the Thunderclap Pavilion would find it nearly impossible to detect it. Within the secluded valley, Huncheng nodded in satisfaction. The synchronized enhancement of the avatar was anticipated. Next, he would condense a second avatar. Taking a deep breath, he formed the unique mystical hand seals of the three-soul separation secret art. The soul power of the great perfection of the spirit realm flowed like a gentle tide, beginning to divide with his intent. This process was not a painful tearing of the soul, but rather a natural differentiation akin to the wondrous phenomenon of cellular division. He cautiously guided the essence of his soul, segmenting out approximately 1/3 of its volume, then mobilized the surging Do Qi within to merge with it. Gradually before him, a vague silhouette began to coalesce. The figure became increasingly distinct, its appearance, stature, and aura indistinguishable from that of the true self. When the final trace of energy fused, the second avatar was fully formed. Its gaze instantly became vibrant, meeting Huncheng's gaze for a moment before nodding slightly. Its strength was, astonishingly, also at the pinnacle of the 7-star Do Emperor. The soul realm was likewise shared in the great perfection of the spirit realm, another independent existence, fully identical to the true self. Huncheng gazed at the two avatars before him, each mirroring his own strength, soul, and memories. An immensely wondrous feeling surged within him. Henceforth, there existed 3 Hunchengs in the world. He quickly made arrangements. Number 1, continue to follow Xiao Yan in the shadows, recording all his actions. Do not interfere unless absolutely necessary. But if he encounters a true life and death crisis, you may lend assistance at your discretion, ensuring he survives to that point. Huncheng instructed the distant avatar. Understood. The response from number 1 echoed through their soul connection. Huncheng then turned to the newly formed second avatar. Number 2, you are to set off immediately, return to the soul realm, and report to the 3 heavenly sovereigns. With your current strength and soul realm, you are more than capable of handling any inspections. Your task is to establish a foothold within the Soul Palace, steadily ascend, and acquire higher permissions and resources, becoming our deepest embedded agent within the Soul Clan. Unless I issue direct orders, you shall act according to the rules of the Soul Palace, and strive to climb higher. Understood. Number 2 responded succinctly, its gaze cold and rational, perfectly embodying the traits of a covert operative. It possessed all of Huncheng's memories and abilities, naturally aware of how to survive and ascend within the Soul Palace. With arrangements made, number 2 did not linger, giving a slight nod to both Huncheng's true self and the little medical sage before vanishing like a specter, heading towards the Soul Realm. From this moment forth, the Soul Palace welcomed a remarkably gifted and unwaveringly loyal new power, unbeknownst to all, merely a manifestation of a split body. Meanwhile, the first doppelganger, situated far beyond the blood pool of the Tian Shan Mountains, continued its covert observations. Within the depths of the valley, only the true body of Solung and the little medical fairy remained. Solung exhaled deeply, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. The return of the second doppelganger to the soul realm signified his complete liberation from the mundane affairs and surveillance of the Soul Palace, granting him absolute freedom. From henceforth, the vast sea would be open for fish to leap and the high skies for birds to soar. He could act entirely according to his own plans. While within the Soul Palace, there now existed an ally of rising stature, capable of providing vital intelligence and resources. Now we are utterly free, Solung remarked, casting a glance at the little medical fairy, his eyes glimmering with joy and an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Although the little medical fairy did not fully grasp the intricacies of the doppelganger technique, she could sense the authentic ease and delight radiating from Solung, prompting her to smile back. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Excellent. Solung's gaze burned with determination as he surveyed the vast expanse of the central continent. It is time we devised our own plans. Your toxic body requires further refinement, and I must hasten my cultivation of Do Qi. The land of the central continent is replete with opportunities, serving as the perfect stage for our rapid growth. He wrapped his arm around the slender waist of the little medical fairy, and with a swift motion, they transformed into a shadow, darting out of the valley and vanishing into the boundless wilderness. The true journey was only just beginning. The pieces on the chessboard had been set. The hidden dragon was emerging from the depths, and the storms of the central continent would undoubtedly surge more fiercely because of him. With the acquisition of the three-soul divergence technique, a transcendent secret art, Solung's future brimmed with infinite possibilities. Chapter 55, at the Huaqing Pool, building the physical foundation. In the western region of the central continent, adjacent to the edge of the Dan region, lay an ancient city named Spring City. This city derived its name from the myriad of hot springs within, each possessing unique effects. Solung and the little medical fairy arrived here, intending to take a brief respite, only to overhear the local martial artists fervently discussing a momentous event. The legendary Huaqing Pool, located hundreds of miles beyond the city, was set to reopen once more. Upon further inquiry, Solung discovered that the Huaqing Pool was a place of extraordinary natural wonder. The waters, with an unknown source, had autonomously absorbed the energies of the surrounding world for centuries, providing exceptional benefits for refining the body and tempering the bones. Notably, every 10 years, the accumulated energy would peak, rendering the effects most potent at that time. However, this pool was shrouded in a peculiar natural mist, forming a special restriction that barred any strong cultivators at the Do zone level or above from entering. Any who forcibly intruded would provoke a backlash from the mist, potentially leading to death. Thus, this opportunity fell into the hands of cultivators below the Do zone rank. Each time the pool opened, it could only accommodate 10 individuals simultaneously. The management of the Huaqing Pool was jointly controlled by the 3 most powerful families in Spring City, with each family securing 3 slots. The remaining slot was contested through a public arena competition among scattered cultivators from various regions. Refining the body, Solung's mind stirred. Having reached the pinnacle of the spirit realm and attained the peak of the 9-star Do Huang in his Do Qi cultivation, he could even challenge higher-ranked Do zone opponents with the aid of his techniques. Nevertheless, while his Ice Emperor toxic body was formidable, it was primarily focused on toxicity resistance and absorption. His pure physical strength remained a relative shortcoming, roughly equivalent to that of a newly initiated Do zone. The Huaqing Pool presented an excellent opportunity to address this deficiency. I am determined to secure that final slot, Solung declared to the little medical fairy. She smiled gently. With your prowess, acquiring the slot will indeed be as easy as pie. I will cheer for you from here. Days later, at the periphery of the misty mountains, a cacophony of voices filled the air. The site of the Huaqing Pool's reopening had been cordoned off by representatives from the 3 families. In the midst of a cleared space, a grand arena stood tall, surrounded by eager spectators and hopeful cultivators, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. The representatives from the 3 families took their seats, all elders at the peak of Do Huang or low-star Do zone, displaying an air of calm, clearly unconcerned about their own slots. Instead, they observed the skirmishes of scattered cultivators with an almost voyeuristic interest. Solung submitted his registration fee and received a badge. Quietly blending into the crowd of scattered cultivators, his aura subdued and unassuming. The rules of the arena competition were straightforward and brutal, an elimination format through free-for-all combat. All registered scattered cultivators would ascend the stage together, with the last 10 standing advancing to a subsequent one-on-one elimination round, continuing until a final victor emerged. As the judge, appointed jointly by the 3 families, declared the commencement, nearly 100 scattered cultivators, ranging from Do Wang to Do Huang, surged onto the stage, plunging it into chaos. The arena erupted with the brilliance of Do Qi, interspersed with shouts and cries of anguish. Solung navigated through the tumultuous fray like a fish in water, utilizing the Sky Phantom steps to effortlessly evade all attacks. He refrained from initiating any strikes, only responding to the occasional reckless challenger by casually deflecting them with a palm or a finger, sending them tumbling off the stage with ease. Though his movements appeared unhurried, he always positioned himself in the safest spot at the most opportune moment, as if he could foresee everyone's actions, a testament to the terrifying insight bestowed by his spirit realm's soul power. Soon, the number of participants dwindled dramatically. The remaining fighters, recognizing Solung's formidable presence, instinctively steered clear of him, redirecting their attacks towards one another. Within a short span, only 10 remained on the stage, aside from Solung. The other 9 were panting heavily, nursing injuries, and eyeing each other warily. After a brief respite, opponents were drawn at random. The one-on-one elimination round commenced. Solung's first opponent was an 8-star Do Huang renowned for his brute strength, wielding a massive axe and launching a ferocious assault. Boy, with your delicate skin, why not jump down willingly, lest I lose control and cleave you in 2? The giant axe wielder sneered as he charged forward. Solung maintained a stoic expression, even refraining from employing any Do techniques. He merely threw a straightforward punch, arriving first to meet the descending axe blade with his own fist, seeking death. The brute's eyes flashed with malice, as if envisioning the moment his opponent's fist would be shattered. However, upon impact, bang, the collision produced a thunderous resonance. The advanced Xiantier axe instantly became riddled with cracks before shattering explosively. Solung's fist continued its momentum, gently pressing against the giant's chest. Puff! The giant's eyes bulged, a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs erupting forth as his massive body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing off the stage, unconscious. A hush fell over the crowd. To shatter an advanced Xiantier weapon with bare hands? What terrifying physical prowess was this? On the platform, the representatives from the 3 families straightened in their seats, astonishment evident in their eyes. The ensuing matches held no suspense. Regardless of whether the opponent was at the peak of Do Huang or wielded peculiar Do techniques, none could withstand Solung's overwhelming strength, falling within 3 moves. He rarely employed techniques beyond the sky phantom steps, often relying solely on a simple punch, palm, or finger to effortlessly dispatch his foes. His displayed strength was unfathomable, exuding an aura of invincibility beneath the Do zone level. In the final match, his opponent was a 9-star Do Huang elder, on the verge of stepping into the Do zone realm. The elder, seasoned and cunning, practiced a soft water-based Do technique, attempting to use gentleness to conquer strength. Yet, under Solung's insightful perception from the spirit realm, all of the elder's maneuvers were laid bare. Solung did not even grant him the opportunity to entangle, swiftly executing the soul extinction finger, infused with soul impact, which caused the elder to freeze momentarily before being casually waved off the stage. The arena fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into fervent cheers. Solung had claimed the final slot with an utterly dominating performance. The representatives of the 3 families exchanged glances. Ultimately, an elder from the Lin family rose and declared loudly, "This friend possesses extraordinary strength, truly commendable. Congratulations on obtaining the qualification to enter the Hua Qing pool. Tomorrow morning, assemble outside the pool, and we shall enter together." Hunsheng nodded lightly, leaped down from the arena, and joined Xiao Yixian, disregarding the gazes of awe, envy, and flattery surrounding them, and departed directly. The following morning, deep within the Yunwu mountain range, a valley shrouded in dense, white mist welcomed 10 qualified young talents. Each of the 3 great families sent 3 of their most gifted young Do Huang, all of whom regarded Hunsheng, the soul's solitary cultivator, with a mixture of curiosity and a barely perceptible wariness. A stern Do Zong elder, appointed by the 3 families, solemnly outlined the rules. Within the Huaqing pool, one must rely on fate and refrain from conflict. Otherwise, all 3 families would unite to punish the offender. The immersion period was limited to 3 days. Once the time elapsed, regardless of their gains, they must exit immediately, lest a missed close and bear the consequences. The group nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, that Do Zong elder, along with 2 others, joined forces to cast profound seals, causing the thick white mist to roll and gradually part, creating a gap wide enough for one to pass. Enter. 10 figures immediately surged through the opening. As Hunsheng stepped into the mist, he was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming surge of celestial energy, mingled with a peculiar substance that made every pore of his body involuntarily open. Before him lay a small pool, merely 100 zhang in diameter. The water was crystal clear, yet exhibited a strange hue of milky white and pale gold, radiating a halo of ethereal light and a comforting warmth. The entire pool was enveloped in a mystical mist, isolating it from the outside world. The 9 young talents, unable to contain their eagerness, leaped into the pool, each selecting an area to begin circulating their techniques and absorbing the energy. Hunsheng also entered the pool, immediately feeling a gentle yet immense energy rushing through his pores, permeating his limbs, organs, and even his bones. This energy did not directly enhance his Do Qi, but continuously nourished, tempered, and reshaped his physical body. He could distinctly feel his muscle fibers becoming more resilient, his bone density increasing, and his meridian walls growing broader and more elastic. Indeed, it was remarkably effective. Hunsheng felt a surge of joy within and promptly settled into a cross-legged position, activating the devouring spirit technique. He was not devouring the pool's energy, but using it as a medium to more efficiently guide this energy to refine his own body. Simultaneously, his fully realized spiritual power delved within, meticulously controlling the absorption of every ounce of energy to ensure nothing was wasted and that the refinement was as thorough as possible. The other 9 soon entered a state of cultivation, displaying expressions of either comfort or agony. Time flowed slowly. Hunsheng's body absorbed the pool's extraordinary energy like a parched seedling welcoming the rain. Beneath his skin, a faint golden light flickered, and the sound of his rushing blood echoed like distant thunder. The Ice Emperor's poison body also passively absorbed the energy, becoming increasingly translucent. As a day passed, the color of the pool seemed to lighten slightly. 2 individuals could no longer endure the continuous refinement and ascended prematurely, yet their gains were already substantial. After 2 days, half of the remaining participants emerged, their faces alight with joy, clearly having benefited greatly. By the 3rd day, only 3 remained in the pool. Hunsheng, the Lin family's prodigious girl Lin Shui, and the young patriarch of the Lei family, Lei O. Lin Shui and Lei O were evidently gritting their teeth in perseverance, their bodies trembling slightly under immense pressure. In contrast, Hunsheng remained calm, as if the pool's energy was still insufficient for him. He sensed that his physical strength was rapidly advancing towards the mid-stage Do zone, even high-stage Do zone levels. The invisible barrier that had long hindered his physical progress was gradually loosening. Finally, on the evening of the third day, as the pool's energy became nearly transparent, a soft hum resonated within Huanxing's body, and his vitality surged abruptly, multiplying in intensity. An overwhelming sensation of strength filled him. The barrier of his physical body shattered. At this moment, driven solely by his physical prowess, he was capable of contending with 8 or even 9-star dozone. His physical strength had reached an astonishing level. He slowly opened his eyes, two beams of tangible brilliance flickering and vanishing. The last remnants of energy from the pool were absorbed into his body. Beside him, Lin Shui and Lei O simultaneously reached their limits, scrambling onto the shore, collapsing to the ground. Though exhausted, their faces were filled with exhilaration. Huanxing rose with composure, relishing his transformed body, and felt immense satisfaction. The journey to the Huaqing pool had culminated in resounding success. The 3-day period had elapsed, and the mist passage reopened. The 10 individuals exited in succession, their gains varying, yet all gazes directed at Huanxing were laden with complexity, as they sensed that this mysterious solitary cultivator had undoubtedly reaped the greatest rewards. Huanxing reunited with Xiao Yixian, not lingering, and swiftly departed from this place of strife. After this encounter, the last gap in Huanxing's potential was thoroughly filled. Chapter 56. Poison Pill Fusion. Twin stars shine together. Having left the mountain range where the Huaqing pool was situated, Huanxing and Xiao Yixian did not retreat far, but instead sought a more tranquil and secluded valley nearby, setting up multiple protective barriers. Since departing from the Huaqing pool, Xiao Yixian's aura had fluctuated dramatically, her toxic energy oscillating between surges and restraint, evidently indicating that after a prolonged stagnation at the pinnacle of 8-star dozone, she was finally on the verge of a breakthrough. Sienna, how do you feel? Huanxing inquired with concern, his fully realized spiritual power capable of clearly sensing the immense toxic energy within Xiao Yixian, which was nearly overflowing and seeking a breakthrough. Xiao Yixian sat cross-legged, beads of fine sweat forming on her smooth forehead as she slightly furrowed her brow. The toxic energy has accumulated sufficiently, but it seems I lack a catalyst to completely breach that barrier. Moreover, the previously absorbed Qiang poison ginseng's fire poison seems to be somewhat restless. The advancement of her Inan poison body always accompanied significant risks, requiring meticulous control. Otherwise, if the toxic energy spiraled out of control, the consequences would be dire. Huanxing pondered for a moment, a glimmer of resolution flashing in his eyes. He immersed his consciousness into the system interface. System, scan the exchange list, filtering for pills or items that can stabilize and guide the Inan poison body's power, assisting in a smooth breakthrough, while also neutralizing the foreign toxic energy within. Scanning. Filtering complete. Recommendation: 9 Nether Fusion Poison Pill. Crafted from 9 extreme cold poisons as primary materials, supplemented with various harmonizing spiritual herbs. It can greatly soothe restless toxic energy, guide it to erupt in an orderly manner, assist the Inan poison body in breaking through its bottleneck, and effectively neutralize the internal Yang attribute toxins. Required luck value: 8,000. Current luck value: 400000. Exchange. Huanxing declared without hesitation. Xiao Yixian's breakthrough was of utmost importance. Exchange successful. Luck value: 8,000. Remaining: 392000. Obtain 9 Nether Fusion Poison Pill. A pill the size of a longan, entirely pitch black with countless ice blue intricate patterns adorning its surface, appeared in Huanxing's hand. Upon its emergence, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees, and a pure yet chilling medicinal aroma permeated the air. Sinner, take this pill, I shall protect you, Huanxing said, handing the pill to Xiao Yixian. Trusting Huanxing without reservation, Xiao Yixian accepted the pill, took a deep breath, and swallowed it whole. As the pill entered her abdomen, it instantly transformed into an extremely cold, yet immensely powerful torrent of dark toxic energy, surging into her limbs and bones. This force did not rampage chaotically, but instead carried a peculiar sense of order, swiftly merging with her inherent Inan toxic energy, guiding the previously restless energy to gently yet resolutely assault the barrier of 9-star dozone. Xiao Yixian immediately focused her mind, fully activating the Inan poison scripture, directing this newfound power. As Soulborn stood vigil by her side, his ethereal essence meticulously monitored every subtle shift within her being, ever poised to intervene. The process of breakthrough commenced with remarkable ease, guided by the 9 Nether Fusion Poison Pill, with the little healer's venomous aura flowing like a docile river, relentlessly eroding the barriers of her realm, which began to yield gradually. However, at the most critical juncture of her ascension, an unforeseen anomaly erupted. Perhaps the violent fluctuations of energy during the breakthrough stirred the latent, searing toxicity of the crimson sun poison ginseng, hidden deep within her meridians. This scorching yang fire poison, in stark contrast to the icy coldness of the 9-nether fusion poison pill, collided violently within the little healer's body. Ice clashed with fire, and the harmony of yin and yang was thrown into disarray. With a sudden gasp, the little healer expelled a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid a fiery red on one side, and a chilling blue on the other. Her exquisitely beautiful visage transformed, half flushed with the hue of flames and half pallid as ice, her body quaking violently as the toxic energies spiraled out of control, clashing and annihilating one another, inflicting immense agony. "This is dire." Soulborn's expression shifted. The situation exceeded all expectations. The conflict of these two extreme toxins threatened to shatter her meridians and collapse her poison body if not promptly redirected. Without a moment's hesitation, Soulborn made a decisive move. He swiftly supported the little healer, placing both hands against her smooth back, pouring forth his soul power, honed to perfection, alongside his own celestial frost poison fighting spirit, unreservedly into her being. His foremost task was to stabilize the impending eruption of these two extreme toxic forces. "Concentrate and guard my intent. Guide my power," Soulborn intoned, his voice imbued with a soothing resonance. The little healer, enduring the excruciating pain, complied. Soulborn's soul power acted like the most precise surgical scalpel, expertly intervening at the core of the clash between the ice and fire toxins, forcibly separating them momentarily. His celestial frost poison fighting spirit swiftly enveloped the tumultuous crimson sun fire poison, suppressing and guiding it with its shared icy attributes. Yet, the crimson sunfire poison proved extraordinarily tenacious and had entwined deeply with the little healer's own toxicity, rendering complete separation a daunting task. With the little healer's breath growing increasingly feeble, her body faltering under the torment of the dual extremes, a glint of determination flashed in Soulborn's eyes. There was no other choice. He focused his thoughts, activating the soul-devouring art. However, his target for consumption was not the little healer's intrinsic toxic power, but rather the uncontrollable external crimson sun fire poison. This was an exceedingly perilous maneuver. It required mastery over soul power and fighting spirit to reach the pinnacle. Otherwise, a misstep could lead to the consumption of the little healer's essence or a backlash from the fire poison against himself. Soulborn concentrated wholly, his soul power sharply focused, transforming his consuming force into countless minute whirlpools that precisely latched onto the crimson sun fire poison, delicately peeling it away from the little healer's meridians and drawing it into his own body. The process was slow and agonizing. Both the little healer and Soulborn bore immense pressure. The little healer suffered from the torment of forcibly stripped toxicity, while Soulborn endured the searing agony of the rampant fire poison invading his body and the exhausting demands of maintaining control. Time trickled by. The crimson sun fire poison within the little healer gradually diminished, her complexion slowly returning to normal. Meanwhile, within Soulborn, it felt as if he had swallowed an entire volcano. The crimson sun fire poison rampaging violently, scorching his meridians. Yet, he valiantly suppressed and refined this foreign fire poison, leveraging his perfected soul power and the formidable resilience of his Ice Emperor poison body. The soul-devouring art operated with fervor, converting it into pure energy. After an indeterminate duration, as the final vestige of the crimson sun fire poison was absorbed and refined, tranquility finally returned to the little healer's body. The medicinal potency of the 9-nether fusion poison pill reclaimed dominance, gently guiding the purified calamity poison in a final charge against the last barrier. Boom! As if the outcome was preordained, the formidable barrier shattered upon impact. The little healer's aura surged dramatically, akin to an ancient poisonous beast awakening from slumber. A torrent of venomous energy erupting like a tsunami, enveloping the valley's flora in a grayish-purple hue before swiftly retracting, becoming harmonious and profound. 9-star zone. Success. She slowly opened her eyes, her grayish-purple irises shimmering with radiant light, exuding an alluring charm, her joy at the successful breakthrough evident. Meanwhile, Soulborn let out a muffled groan, settling into a meditative posture, his complexion shifting between shades of red and white. Within him, the overwhelming energy derived from refining the crimson sunfire poison relentlessly battered against the barrier of his 7-star Emperor peak. He immediately activated the soul-devouring art, directing this energy to assault the barrier. Already possessing a substantial accumulation, this residual energy equivalent to a high-level zone strike propelled the barrier to the brink of collapse. 8-star Emperor. His aura surged rapidly, ultimately stabilizing at the 8-star Do Emperor level. A blessing in disguise. After a considerable time, Soulborn gradually opened his eyes, exhaling a breath laden with scorching energy. A pair of cool, delicate hands promptly supported him, her beautiful eyes brimming with concern, gratitude, and an unbreakable bond of affection. Soulborn, are you all right? Thank you. The little healer's voice quivered with emotion. She was acutely aware of the peril they had just faced. Soulborn had risked his own safety to ensure her well-being and breakthrough. Soulborn shook his head, offering a gentle smile. It's no matter. In fact, it has turned to my advantage. I'm just glad you were safe. He tenderly wiped the remnants of blood from her lips, his touch gentle. After this life-and-death ordeal, the bond between them deepened immeasurably. The little healer was wholly devoted, and within Soulborn's heart, his feelings of compassion and protectiveness for this woman, who was willing to sacrifice everything for him, flourished. Congratulations, Sinner, on achieving 9-star Do Zone, Soulborn said with a smile. The little healer beamed in response, snuggling beside him. Yes, from now on, I can assist you even better. Within the valley's barrier, the crisis dissipated, leaving only warmth and the joy of elevation. The two took a moment to recuperate, solidifying their newfound realms. Soulborn, feeling the prowess of an 8-star Do Emperor and the enhanced strength of his physique, cast his gaze once more into the distance. Chapter 57. The Blood Pool's Fate Sealed, the Secret Realm's Starry Radiance. In the tranquil valley, Soulborn and the little healer radiated a harmonious and restrained aura, their powers of 8-star Do Emperor and 9-star Do Zone resonating with unparalleled stability. Suddenly, a ripple of thought coursed through Soulborn, as his first clone, located tens of thousands of miles away, conveyed a message through their soul connection. Upon connecting, Soulborn perceived that Xiao Yan had arrived at the Tianshan platform enveloped by a peculiar spatial barrier, gathering alongside Feng, Qing'e, Mu Qinglian, and other elite disciples from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, and other factions. A conflict over the blood pool quota appeared imminent. The atmosphere charged with tension. Everything unfolded as anticipated, and Soulborn remained unfazed. Although the Tianshan blood pool possessed the capacity to cleanse marrow and strengthen bones, facilitating breakthroughs, its energy level offered limited enhancement for an 8-star Do Emperor like him. He understood that Xiao Yan's greatest opportunity on this journey lay not within the blood pool itself, but rather in the transaction with the guardian of the Shijinshi. The Golden Stone, to remove the deeply ingrained fire poison from his marrow in exchange for aiding his ascension to Dozo. The Shijinshi of the Golden Mouse clan had essentially tailored a splendid opportunity for Xiao Yan. Soulborn's lips curled into a slight smile, harboring no intention to intervene. This was a chance preordained for Xiao Yan. To forcibly seize it would be unseemly and unbeneficial to his own plans. He severed the connection with his clone, content to observe the unfolding narrative. At that moment, another, even more clandestine wave emanated from the depths of his soul, originating from his second clone, lurking within the core of the soul realm. The second clone did not transmit urgent news, but instead relayed a confidential message, circulated through secret channels of the Soul Palace's upper echelons. Anomalous disturbances had occurred at the depths of the Meteorite Mountain Range, located at the junction of the southern region of Central State and the Beast Domain, where an entrance to an ancient relic appeared to have manifested unexpectedly. According to preliminary investigations, the energy emanating from this secret realm possesses an ancient and domineering quality, imbued with a rare devouring characteristic. It is highly likely linked to the remains or legacy of a formidable ancient beast that thrived on devouring energy. Speculation suggests that within it lies a tremendous opportunity to aid individuals in transcending to the Dozone or even the Dozun realm. However, the entrance is marked by extreme spatial instability, with violent energy currents and natural prohibitions obstructing access. To date, no one has been able to penetrate its depths, with news tightly sealed by the Soul Palace, known only to a select few high-ranking officials. An ancient secret realm infused with devouring characteristics, aiding the ascent to Dozone or even Dozun. A fierce brilliance erupted in Huanqing's eyes. This was, without a doubt, a place perfectly tailored for his devouring spirit technique. Its value far surpasses that of the Tianshan blood pool, should he acquire its inheritance or core treasures. Not only would his breakthrough to Dozone be imminent, but could also play a pivotal role in assisting Xiao Yixian in her pursuit of the seemingly unattainable Dozun realm. Sinner, I have made a decisive choice, Huanqing declared, his gaze radiant. The Tianshan blood pool holds little significance for us now. A far more suitable secret realm has just come to light. He conveyed the detailed information regarding the secret realm relayed by his second doppelganger to Xiao Yixian. Upon hearing, ripples stirred in her grayish-purple eyes. After reaching the 9-star Dozone, every step forward became exceedingly arduous, and the Dozun realm appeared as a chasm. If such an opportunity existed, it would undoubtedly save them countless efforts. Indeed, I trust your judgment, she replied softly, her faith in Huanqing's decision unwavering. There is no time to lose. We must set forth immediately toward the Meteor Mountain range. Acting with resolute determination, Huanqing waved his robe, dispelling the protective barrier surrounding them. Two streaks of light surged from the valley, tearing through the clouds and racing at an astonishing speed towards the intersection of the southern region of Zhongzhou and the Beast Domain, leaving the tempest of the Tian Shan platform far behind. Along the way, Huanqing continuously received the latest intelligence regarding the Meteor Secret Realm through special channels from his second doppelganger. Although the Soul Palace exerted great effort to suppress the news, it was evidently impossible to keep it hidden from the top-tier forces and ancient beings of Zhongzhou, and many powerful individuals were already on the move. With clandestine currents surging toward the southern region, it seemed that a fierce battle for dominance was inevitable. After several days of relentless travel, traversing numerous mountains and vast lakes, a landscape of peculiar terrain gradually came into view, resembling a shattered mountain range that had endured countless meteor strikes. Above the mountains, energy clouds swirled chaotically, and spatial fluctuations were highly unstable, with dark spatial rifts flickering ominously, emanating an aura of danger. The Meteor Mountain range had been reached. Following the intelligence, the pair ventured deeper into the mountains, heading straight for the core area where the energy fluctuations were most violent and chaotic. The further they went, the more terrifying the energy currents became, necessitating the constant circulation of Do Qi for protection. Along the way, they encountered numerous signs of battle and the remnants of magical beasts, clearly indicating that earlier adventurers had clashed here. Ultimately, at the base of a vast canyon that appeared to have been cleaved by a colossal weapon, Huanqing beheld their target, a swirling spatial vortex nearly 100 feet wide, continuously twisting and emitting a kaleidoscope of destructive auras, resembling a gaping wound embedded in the heart of the canyon. The space surrounding the vortex was exceedingly distorted, with slender black cracks writhing like venomous serpents, radiating a disquieting, devouring power. The violent energy currents, potent enough to rend ordinary Do Zong apart, gushed forth, eroding the flanking cliffs into a state of disrepair. That was the entrance to the newly emerged ancient secret realm. At that moment, dozens of figures had already congregated in the vicinity of the entrance, their strengths varying, yet none were weaklings, with the lowest among them being peak Do Huang and Do Zong experts in abundance. Among them stood 4 or 5 powerful auras, akin to lurking abyssal dragons, their depths inscrutable, unmistakably the presence of Do Zun warriors. They stood in separate factions, each on guard, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. The arrival of Huanqing and Xiao Yixian instantly captured everyone's attention. Xiao Yixian's imposing aura as a 9-star Do Zong, combined with Huanqing's inscrutable depth, despite appearing as an 8-star Do Huang, elicited expressions of surprise and scrutiny from all factions. Huanqing's gaze flickered like lightning, sweeping across the assembly, absorbing their reactions, and he inwardly smirked. The news had indeed leaked, which was advantageous. The murkier the waters, the greater the opportunities to fish. He did not rush to approach the perilous spatial vortex, but instead chose a large rock slightly distanced from it with Xiao Yixian, observing coldly, waiting for the change. The contest for the secret realm was about to commence. Huanqing's objective was to reach the depths of the secret realm where the essence of devouring potentially existed. This would be a crucial step for him toward Do Zong and in planning his grand aspiration for the future. Huanqing mused that according to the original narrative, Xiao Yin required 2.5 months to break through to Do Zong, and during this time, with the existence of his secret realm, he was confident he could also achieve a breakthrough to Do Zong. Now, as an 8-star Do Huang with a complete mastery of spiritual power, he felt unperturbed when facing those below Do Zun. If he were to break through to Do Zong, would he be able to contend with the seasoned star Do Zun, Feng Zun? How exhilarating indeed. Chapter 58. The soul-devouring ruins pressuring the multitude. In the depths of the Meteor Mountain range, before the distorted 7-colored spatial vortex, the atmosphere was as tense as iron. Various factions were on high alert, yet no one dared to approach the entrance, radiating destructive waves. The stalemate did not last long. An elder clad in gray robes, exuding the presence of a Do Zun, seemed to lose patience, scoffing coldly. A mere secret realm entrance dares to obstruct me? I shall shatter it. No sooner had he spoken than his figure transformed into a streak of light, surging towards the spatial vortex. The Do Zun's oppressive aura was unleashed without reservation, attempting to forcibly tear apart the entrance. However, just as he was about to touch the 7-colored aura, a resounding hum echoed. The spatial vortex trembled violently, revealing countless densely packed ancient runes on its surface. And an invisible yet remarkably resilient and powerful prohibition was triggered in an instant. the gray-robed Do-Zun's figure collided with an unseen ancient divine mountain, producing a dull thud as he was repelled at a speed even greater than before, barely stabilizing himself in midair, his complexion shifting between pale and green, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Damn it, this prohibition can repel powers above Do-Zun. He gritted his teeth, evidently having suffered a covert setback. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A Do-Zun expert was actually barred from entry? This secret realm possessed such peculiar restrictions. Originally, some Do-Zong and Do-Huang harboring the mindset of fishing in troubled waters suddenly found their eyes brightening with hope. If Do-Zun could not enter, then did that not present an opportunity for them? After a brief silence, someone shouted, "If Do-Zun cannot enter, what are we waiting for? Charge!" The crowd surged into a flurry, dozens of figures darting like locusts toward the spatial vortex. Indeed, this time, the Do-Huang and Do-Zong experts slipped effortlessly into the seven-colored aura, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the Do-Zun experts could only remain behind, their faces ashen, helpless. Hunsheng and Xiao Yixian exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. "Let's go." They both moved simultaneously, blending into the crowd as they rushed toward the entrance of the secret realm. As they passed through the layer of seven-colored aura, Hunsheng distinctly felt a powerful scanning force sweep over him, as if assessing his own age and energy level. But its intensity was trivial in comparison to his fully realized spiritual realm. With a mere thought, he easily concealed his past. Xiao Yixian also passed through without hindrance. After a disorienting sensation of spatial transmission, their feet once again touched solid ground. The scene before them opened up dramatically. But it was not the idyllic paradise of birdsong and fragrant flowers they had imagined, but rather a desolate, crumbling wasteland suffused with an ancient, lifeless aura. The sky was a somber shade of dark yellow, the earth cracked and parched, with the remnants of collapsed palaces, shattered colossal pillars, and half-buried bones scattered throughout. The air was permeated with a pure, yet extraordinarily ferocious energy of heaven and earth, intertwined with a faintly discernible devouring characteristic, causing the fighting spirit within the human body to stir restlessly. Those who had entered before them had already dispersed, akin to sharks detecting the scent of blood, rushing towards the dilapidated structures that seemed to harbor treasures, with the sounds of conflict and contention erupting intermittently. Hunseng and the little medical sage remained stationary, not hastening to act. Hunseng's soul power, having reached the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, spread forth like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping a vast expanse of several dozen miles. In that moment, the fighting emperors and sovereigns, engaged in their frantic quests, found their bodies abruptly stiffening. An indescribable terror, seemingly emanating from the deepest recesses of their souls, suddenly descended upon them. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, they felt as insignificant as ants, their very souls trembling, nearly gasping for breath. Some of the relatively weaker peak fighting emperors turned pale, spitting blood in fright, their eyes filled with boundless terror. Who is it? Such a terrifying soul pressure. We must flee. No one knew the source of this oppressive force. But the absolute suppression stemming from a higher realm of existence extinguished any thoughts of resistance within them, compelling them to escape in horror, rolling and crawling away from the core area enveloped by Hunseng's soul perception, as if fleeing from a plague towards the edges of the secret realm. In an instant, centered around Hunseng and the little medical sage, the vicinity became eerily tranquil. Standing beside Hunseng, the little medical sage felt the vast, abyss-like soul power, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Such is the might of the perfected spiritual realm. It is clear now, Hunseng murmured, retracting the outwardly projected soul pressure, focusing on his perception. Within his soul vision, the topography of the ruins, the flow of energy, and even some hidden faint fluctuations became vividly discernible. He discovered that remnants of various objects lingered throughout the ruins, such as broken weapons, jade slips, and even some alchemical pills that had not entirely decayed, yet to him, their value was minimal. The true core was likely to be found deep within these ruins. Follow me. Hunseng set his sights on a particular direction, where the energy fluctuations were most peculiar and the devouring characteristic was most pronounced. The two of them deployed their agility, avoiding the useless ruins, and swiftly pressed deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, Hunseng's soul perception swept over, uncovering several rare medicinal herbs thriving at unique energy nodes, each possessing astonishing potency. He deemed them unworthy of collection, merely noting their locations. After advancing for about several dozen kilometers, a silhouette of a relatively well-preserved, massive architectural complex emerged at the end of their vision. The closer they drew, the clearer the devouring power became. Ultimately, they halted before a colossal, dilapidated mountain gate constructed of some black monolithic stones. Though the gate had partially collapsed, one could still envision its former grandeur. A large broken plaque lay askew on the ground, inscribed with 3 ancient characters, which despite being weathered by time, still exuded a chilling aura. Soul-devouring sect. Beside the mountain gate stood a relatively intact black stele, densely inscribed with numerous characters. Hun Seng and the little medical sage approached to scrutinize it closely. The inscriptions on the stele recounted the origins of the soul-devouring sect, an ancient sect renowned for its esoteric techniques in devouring souls and energy, which had once dominated its region during its peak. The sect was divided into 3 pavilions. The outer pavilion, which provided living quarters and training for outer disciples. The inner pavilion, housing inner disciples and core inheritances, further subdivided into the scripture pavilion, alchemy pavilion, task pavilion, and the main pavilion, a retreat for the sect's elders and the sect master where ordinary disciples were forbidden entry. Upon reaching the conclusion, Hun Seng's gaze sharpened. The stele also mentioned that beyond the main pavilion lay a forbidden zone, where the supreme elder of the sect would enter seclusion. And when the time came for each generation's sect master, they would also need to enter this forbidden zone to attain enlightenment. The inscription vaguely alluded to the fact that while the sect's techniques could yield rapid advancement, enabling nearly every sect master to reach the pinnacle of the fighting sovereign level, they bore a fatal flaw that rendered no one in the sect capable of breaking through to the level of fighting saint, leading to the sect's gradual decline and eventual obliteration from history. Devouring souls and energy, the pinnacle of fighting sovereign, yet unable to transcend to fighting saint, Hun Seng murmured, a glimmer of wisdom sparking in his eyes. It appeared that the true treasures lay within the inner pavilion, main pavilion, and ultimately the forbidden zone. The inheritance of the soul-devouring sect bore striking similarities to his own soul-devouring technique, potentially offering immense benefits and even inspiration. Moreover, the flaw that had shackled the sect masters throughout history piqued his intense curiosity. Let us proceed in order, starting with the outer pavilion. Hun Seng suppressed the fervor within him, his tone regaining its calmness. The more they ventured into this ancient sect's ruins, the more cautious they needed to be. The 2 stepped through the crumbling mountain gate, officially entering the domain of the outer pavilion of the soul-devouring sect. What unfolded before their eyes was a denser cluster of dilapidated structures, with streets crisscrossing, faintly revealing the once thriving sect. The devouring power that hung in the air seemed to intensify slightly. The exploration had formally commenced. True opportunities and dangers perhaps lay hidden within these seemingly ruined remnants. Chapter 59. Ordinary in the outer pavilion, winds rise in the inner pavilion. Upon entering the outer pavilion area of the soul-devouring sect, an even more profound sense of desolation and silence assailed them. Amidst the crumbling walls, one could barely discern the outlines of former disciple residences, training grounds, and lecture halls, now all in utter ruin, cloaked beneath thick layers of dust and the scars of time. Hun Seng's soul power, perfected to the utmost, swept through every inch of land like invisible tendrils. He could distinctly sense 2 peculiar energies permeating the air. One was exceedingly faint, yet carried a familiar devouring characteristic, seemingly a weak remnant of the sect's techniques, while the other was a subtle, colorless gas, emanating from certain crevices and depths of the ruins. This toxic gas caused Hun Seng to frown slightly, as it evoked a faint sense of familiarity, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. The toxicity was not particularly potent, posing little threat to those at or above the fighting emperor level. It was likely due to either poisonous substances or formations having leaked over the years since the sect's downfall. He paid it little heed, as both he and the little medical sage possessed a formidable resistance to toxins, rendering such gas as gentle as a breeze. His sole perception focused primarily on seeking out valuable items. However, after a thorough investigation, the results were disappointing. The outer pavilion area evidently held the lowest status within the sect, having been ravaged by time and possibly multiple rounds of plundering, leaving behind only remnants of refuse. Occasionally, he might find a few lifeless weapon fragments, some barely legible low-tier technique scrolls, or remnants of pills that had long lost their potency. To ordinary fighting emperors or low-tier fighting sovereigns outside, these items might have been treasures, but to Hun Seng, who possessed the soul-devouring technique, Tai Chi Soul Technique, and the ability to exchange through the system, they were akin to mere rubbish. The little medical sage couldn't even be bothered to glance at them. It seemed that valuable items would not be found in such a place. Hun Seng shook his head, directing his gaze deeper into the ruins, where a relatively intact architectural complex, surrounded by taller black walls, stood. At the entrance of the walls was a more magnificent yet closed black stone door, inscribed with 2 ancient characters. Inner Pavilion. That was the core area of the soul-devouring sect. The 2 no longer wasted time in the outer pavilion. With a swift motion, they arrived before the massive black stone door. Before the door, a dozen figures had gathered, those earlier fleeing from Hun Seng's soul pressure, yet unwilling to depart. Stronger fighting sovereigns who had evidently also discerned the lack of treasure in the outer pavilion and set their sights on the inner pavilion. However, the tightly shut stone door barred their entry. Upon the door, runes glimmered, exuding powerful energy fluctuations, evidently fortified with formidable seals. Let us strike together. Break it open. A 3-star fighting sovereign bellowed. The crowd nodded in unison, gathering their fighting spirit, various colors of combat techniques shimmering, prepared to unleash a joint assault on the stone door. However, just as their attacks were about to be released, with a creaking sound, the heavy black stone door unexpectedly slid open slowly to either side. Instead of the anticipated grand hall, a deep and shadowy passage lay beyond. Even more disconcerting were the 5 towering figures, rigid and forged from some dark metallic substance. Their eye sockets pulsating with a crimson glow, standing sentinel at the threshold of the passage like guardians. The energy fluctuations emanating from them unmistakably reached the level of 5-star Dozone. Guarding puppets. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The 5 puppets seemed to have been activated by the sound of the door opening, their scarlet gaze instantly locking onto the crowd outside, and without any flourish. They simultaneously launched their assault. The winds of their fists, the imprints of their palms, and beams of energy, all imbued with a chilling intent to kill, surged towards the crowd in overwhelming force. Block them. The expressions of the dozen or so Dozone at the entrance changed dramatically as they hastily employed their techniques to defend. An explosive roar erupted at the stone door. Energy ripples expanding outward. These 5-star Dozone puppets, devoid of pain and fear, with formidable defenses and equally potent attacks, forced the crowd at the entrance into a frenzy, making it difficult for them to break through. Hunchung and the little medicine fairy stood at a slight distance, observing the chaotic battle with cold detachment. 5-star Dozone puppets. The soul-devouring sect certainly possesses some depth, Hunchung remarked, his tone unperturbed. Such puppets, before my soul in the spirit realm, are riddled with flaws. Even in a direct confrontation, I am confident I could dismantle one in a short time. The little medicine fairy's expression was even more indifferent. If her 9-star Dozone poison potency were to fully erupt, these metallic monstrosities would likely not withstand corrosion. At that moment, while the Dozone and puppets were embroiled in fierce combat and unable to break through, Hunchung made his move. He did not directly attack the puppets, but instead executed the Tianyu step to its utmost, transforming his figure into an almost invisible shadow, akin to a wraith. Slipping through the gaps between the 2 attacking puppets and the chaotic melee of Dozone with incredible agility, narrowly penetrating into the shadowy passage. Almost simultaneously, the little medicine fairy transformed into a radiant streak of 7 colors, moving even faster, effortlessly crossing the defensive line. Their actions were so swift and unexpected that by the time the battling Dozone and puppets reacted, they had already vanished deep within the passage. Brutes! They've gone in. Quickly! Don't bother with those puppets. Charge inside. The crowd at the entrance erupted in shock and fury, unleashing their full strength in an attempt to escape the puppets and rush in. Meanwhile, the 5 puppets clung tightly to them, the battle growing even more intense. The passage was not long, and soon Hunchung and the little medicine fairy emerged, revealing a breathtaking vista. The scene of the inner cabinet was starkly different from that of the outer cabinet. Although the architecture here also bore an ancient quality, it was mostly well-preserved, with pavilions and halls arranged in a harmonious layout, and the air was thick with a more concentrated energy. The subtle power of devouring and faint traces of poison becoming markedly more pronounced. Directly ahead stood 3 of the most magnificent halls, their entrance plaques, though dusty, still discernible: Scripture Pavilion, Alchemy Pavilion, Task Pavilion. Before the 3 pavilions lay a vast square of blue stone. At that moment, 2 or 3 dozen individuals had already gathered on the square. These individuals had evidently entered the inner cabinet through other entrances or means, each emanating a robust aura. Their eyes, sharp and greedy, standing vigilantly against one another. Their gazes fervently concentrated on the tightly shut doors of the 3 pavilions. The sudden appearance of Hunchung and the little medicine fairy immediately drew the attention of everyone on the square. Dozens of eyes turned towards them, filled with scrutiny, surprise, and unabashed hostility. Another pair trying to stake their claim, and these 2 exude a peculiar combination, one at 8-star Do Huang and the other enigmatic beyond measure. Hunchung scanned the square, his soul power instantaneously perceiving the situation. Most of those present were above 6-star Dozone, with 5 individuals radiating the strongest auras, likely at the pinnacle of 9-star Dozone, akin to the little medicine fairy. However, Hunchung felt no fear. Setting aside his own perfected soul power in the spirit realm that rendered him invulnerable against those below Dozone. The little medicine fairy's exceptional toxic body allowed her to effortlessly engage in cross-boundary battles. He smiled amiably at the crowd. choosing not to approach the three pavilions, but instead leading the little medicine fairy to a relatively secluded corner of the square, adopting an air of nonchalance, as if merely a spectator, not intending to contest with them. Yet, everyone understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. The three pavilions lay tantalizingly close, potentially housing the soul-devouring sex techniques, elixirs, and treasures. No one would genuinely relinquish their claim. The atmosphere in the space became increasingly delicate and tense with the arrival of Hunsheng and the little medicine fairy. An invisible powder keg of tension permeated the air, and chaos was on the verge of eruption. Hunsheng stood leisurely in the corner, yet his soul power in the spirit realm had already unfurled like an invisible net, quietly enveloping the entire square, awaiting the opportune moment to strike or for some individuals to lose their composure and act first. The treasure hunt within the inner cabinet had merely begun. Chapter 60, Treasure Hunt in the Inner Cabinet, Main Hall Threshold. The inner cabinet square was rife with murderous intent. The three tightly shut pavilions resembled three choice morsels, drawing a pack of wolves, their breaths heavy with anticipation. The brief stalemate shattered with a greedy roar. Attack. A hasty dozone was the first to strike at the alchemy pavilion's grandeur. Boom! The thunderous sound acted like a starting gun, igniting the fuse for chaos. Dozens of figures, eyes ablaze with desire, surged toward the three pavilions, various attributes of combat techniques colliding wildly. The square soon filled with screams, roars, and the explosive sounds of energy. Driven mad by the potential techniques, elixirs, people descended into frenzy. Yet Hunsheng and the little medicine fairy stood like rocks amidst the torrent, observing with cold detachment. Hunsheng's perfected soul power in the spirit realm acted as the most precise radar, scanning the entire scene instantaneously. The alchemy pavilion's defenses were the strongest, followed by the scripture pavilion, and the task pavilion the weakest, but within the task pavilion, there seemed to be something of interest. Hunsheng's gaze narrowed as he honed in on the relatively inconspicuous task pavilion. He sensed a faint yet pure devouring aura emanating from deep within. To the task pavilion, the two figures darted like lightning, evading the chaotic battle, and in an instant, they stood before the task pavilion's door. At that moment, two three-star dozone were fiercely assaulting the already wavering barrier on the grand door. Get lost. This place belongs to us. The two dozone barked sharply at the newcomers, their attacks relentless. Hunsheng's eyes turned cold. He needn't lift a finger. His perfected soul pressure descended like an invisible mountain, crashing down upon the two. The two three-star dozone felt their souls quaking as if being targeted by a primordial beast, an overwhelming fear instantaneously drowning their rationality. Their do-chi faltered, and they spewed out mouthfuls of blood, retreating in terror, no longer daring to approach even a fraction closer. Hunsheng raised his hand, revealing a dark vortex in his palm, gently pressing against the barrier. As the soul-devouring technique activated, the energy of the already crumbling barrier was swiftly consumed. The grand door creaked open. The two slipped inside, reversing their motion to close the door, isolating themselves from the clamor outside. Inside, dust covered everything. Numerous J-platforms lay in ruins, and most scrolls recording tasks had succumbed to decay. Hunsheng's soul power precisely sought the source of the devouring aura, leading him to a remarkably concealed hidden compartment in the wall. Breaking open the hidden compartment, a palm-sized token, entirely ebony and chilling to the touch, inscribed with countless intricate, devouring runes, quietly lay within. At the center of the token, an ancient character for devour faintly glowed. Just as Hunsheng grasped the token, a fierce gust of wind suddenly surged from behind him. An ancient figure, whose presence had stealthily infiltrated the scene and reached the formidable level of the 9-star dozone, flickered with avarice and ruthlessness in his eyes, aiming directly at the token in Hunsheng's grasp. Boy, such a treasure is far beyond your reach. Hand it over. The ambush was executed with astonishing suddenness and malice. Yet, Hunsheng appeared to possess a sixth sense, deftly employing the Tianyu step at the very brink of peril, his form twisting like a wraith, narrowly evading that lethal strike. Simultaneously, the petite physician beside him had long been poised for action, seeking death. The vibrant, poisonous mist erupted instantaneously, coiling towards the 9-star dozone elder as if it possessed a life of its own. The ferocity of the toxic fog far exceeded the elder's expectations, rapidly corroding and dissolving his protective do-chi. The elder's visage changed dramatically as he hastily retreated, but the petite physician's assault was relentless, her jade fingers flicking, unleashing a barrage of exquisitely refined, colorful poison needles that sealed off all avenues of escape. Hunsheng let out a cold snort, channeling his soul's power into an intangible hammer that struck fiercely at the elder's very essence. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the elder felt a searing pain in his soul. His movements distorted in an instant, and he was pierced by one of the poison needles through his shoulder. The elder let out a wretched scream, his wound instantly turning pitch black and rotting, the terrifying toxin surging violently into his body. Horror and fear flickered in his eyes as he abandoned all thoughts of the token, crashing through the window of the mission hall in a frenzied escape. Not even leaving behind a harsh word. A 9-star Dozong, reduced to a state of heavy injury and retreat at the hands of 2 individuals in the blink of an eye. Hunsheng paid no mind to the fleeing figure, his gaze fixated upon the black token in his hand. The devouring runes inscribed upon it seemed to pulsate with life, emanating an aura that resonated faintly with his own Shiling Ju. Such pure devouring power. This was no ordinary token. Perhaps it was the key to unlocking some pivotal location. Hunsheng carefully stowed the token deep within his spatial ring. At that moment, the chaos outside in the square was drawing to a close. The doors of the Dan Pavilion and the Scripture Pavilion were forcefully breached. The sounds of fiercer competition and furious curses emanating from within, clearly indicating that the treasures were enticing, and the internal conflict was growing ever more ferocious. Hunsheng and his companion emerged from the mission hall. The square lay in disarray, with only a few survivors remaining, most of whom were injured, vigilantly seated to recuperate or inspect their gains. Upon witnessing Hunsheng and the petite physician emerge unscathed from the mission hall, a deep sense of trepidation flickered in their eyes. Hunsheng's gaze was drawn directly towards the depths of the inner pavilion. Amidst the clouds and mist, the imposing, pitch-black main pavilion exuded a disquieting pressure. At the end of the white jade steps leading to the main pavilion stood 3 puppets, reminiscent of metallic demigods, looming ominously, their dark golden bodies grotesque forms, and the terrifying aura they emitted surpassed that of any previous puppets. Standing at the threshold of a half-step Dozun, the 3 puppets formed a triangular formation, steadfastly guarding the entrance to the main pavilion. Behind each puppet, there was a small teleportation array capable of accommodating only 2 individuals, emitting faint spatial fluctuations. A latecomer, an uncomprehending 7-star Dozong, was overwhelmed by the allure of the main pavilion and attempted to force his way in. The central puppet merely raised its arm, launching a punch through the air. The fist's wind tore through space, and the 7-star Dozong had no time to react. His protective Do-Chi instantaneously collapsed. His chest caved in, blood erupting like a mist as he was sent flying, his fate uncertain. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. All greed evaporated in an instant, leaving only sheer terror. At that moment, an ancient rule materialized upon the shimmering barrier of the main pavilion. The main pavilion is a sacred ground. Entry is forbidden for the unworthy. 3 guardians, each defending a domain. Challengers must form pairs and select 1 puppet to confront. Defeating the guardian will activate the teleportation array, granting 2 the right to enter the main pavilion. Each array accommodates only 1 pair, with a time limit of 1 incense stick. The rules were cold and merciless. 2 individuals per group, challenging half-step Dozun puppets. This effectively announced the complete exclusion of all below the 9-star Dozong level. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, their faces pale. At that moment, aside from Hunsheng and the petite physician, there were precisely 5 remaining strong individuals, all of whom had survived or emerged victorious from the recent melee, their strength uniformly reaching the 9-star Dozong level. 7 individuals, 3 group slots, leaving 1 extra. The gazes of the 5 9-star Dozong involuntarily focused with malice upon the seemingly weakest Hunsheng. What qualification did an 8-star Do Huang possess to stand among them? Moreover, they had not witnessed the fate of the 9-star Dozong who had fled from the mission hall. Among them, a sinister-looking elder at the pinnacle of the 9-star Dozong, his eyes flashing with cold light, unabashedly revealed his murderous intent as he stepped forward, speaking coldly. Boy, this is no place for someone of your cultivation. Self-destruct your arm and roll out, or face death. The other 4 9-star Dozong subtly closed in, their intentions unmistakable, aiming to eliminate this surplus and weakest competitor first. The petite physician's complexion turned icy as she stepped forward, her poison aura of the 9-star Dozong unrestrainedly emanating, the colorful mist swirling about her form, her tone frigid. If you wish to harm him, you must first contend with me. The sinister elder's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of wariness flashing within, but upon glancing at his 4 companions, his confidence swelled. Humph. What a 9-star Dozong. With our 5 combined, we need not fear you. Before he could finish his sentence, Hunsheng gently grasped the petite physician's hand. He stepped forward, his gaze calm as it swept over the 6 9-star Dozong, and a peculiar smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Why complicate matters? As his words fell, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The sole power of his perfected spiritual realm surged forth without reservation, not as a broad suppression, but coalescing into a singular force, akin to an invisible battering ram, fiercely crashing towards the most vociferous elder. Hunmi Finger. Ultimate assault. The sinister elder had not anticipated that an 8-star Do Huang would dare to take the initiative, nor that the attack would come with such eerie terror. He felt as if his soul were pierced by countless steel needles, darkness enveloping his vision, consciousness plunging into an abyss, unable to emit even a scream. Blood streaming from all 7 orifices, his body stiffly collapsing backward, his vitality waning to its nadir. Although not dead, he had completely lost consciousness. Gravely injured and on the brink. Silence. A deathly stillness. The sinister smiles on the faces of the remaining 5-9-star Do Zone froze, replaced by boundless shock and fear. They had not even seen what transpired, yet a peak 9-star Do Zone had inexplicably fallen. What manner of power was this? The 5 retreated a few steps as if doused with ice water, their gazes towards Hunsheng filled with trepidation, no longer daring to harbor any ill intentions. Hunsheng nonchalantly withdrew his gaze, as if merely having accomplished a trivial task. He turned toward the 5 now, silent 9-star Do Zone. Now, the numbers aligned perfectly, just right for 3 groups. The 4-9-star Do Zone, no longer daring to voice any dissent, nodded in unison, automatically dividing into 2 groups. Casting awed glances towards the 3 half-step Do Zune puppets, Hunsheng exchanged a glance with the petite physician, their eyes locking onto the leftmost puppet, which wielded a massive axe. The true challenge was only just beginning. 2 against half-step Do Zune puppets. Chapter 61. Sect Master S Legacy, Devouring Life Technique. The 3 dark golden puppets stood resolutely, akin to 3 insurmountable peaks. The aura they exuded filled the entire white jade stone platform, suffocating all who dared to breathe. The central puppet, slightly larger than its flanking counterparts, was adorned with more complex and ancient runes upon its dark golden body, and within its lifeless eye sockets flickered a depth far beyond that of the other 2. Merely standing there, the surrounding space warped slightly, the oppressive force it emanated unmistakably reaching the pinnacle of half-step Do Zune, seemingly just a step away from the true Do Zune realm. Though the 2 puppets on either side were also at the threshold of Do Zune, their aura was evidently weaker. Hunsheng's gaze was instantly captivated by the strongest puppet in the center. An intuition derived from the devouring soul technique and the realm of spiritual souls informed him that this most formidable guardian was undoubtedly connected to the most vital inheritance. We shall select the one in the middle. Hunsheng spoke with calmness, yet his tone carried an undeniable resolution. The little medical fairy nodded without hesitation, her trust in Hunsheng's decision unwavering. Upon hearing this, the 2 groups of 9-star Do Zone, who were preparing to choose their opponents, cast looks of disbelief, akin to that of fools. The ominous elder's previous misstep rendered them hesitant to mock, yet the derision and schadenfreude in their eyes were unmistakable. The terrifying aura emanating from the central puppet made their very souls tremble, causing them to instinctively recoil. Were these 2 truly seeking their own demise? They had been intoxicated by their previous victories. They are courting death. Good. This saves us the trouble of cleaning up. The 2 groups chuckled softly, swiftly opting for the puppets on the left and right as their adversaries. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted, the roar of energy reverberating through the heavens. Hunsheng and the little medical fairy could not afford to divert their attention. All their focus was fixed upon the dark gold puppet in the center. Just as they stepped into its attack range, a hum echoed. The eerie light in the puppet's eyes flared dramatically, and a terrifying momentum, far mightier than that of the 9-star Do Zone, surged forth like a tangible tsunami, crashing down upon the 2. Under this pressure, the previously confident 9-star Do Zone appeared as mere streams in the vast ocean. It moved, without employing any ostentatious Do techniques. It simply unleashed a straightforward punch. The wind from the punch caused the very fabric of space to groan under the strain, distorting and collapsing, forming a visibly apparent vacuum imprint. This was pure power and energy compressed to the utmost. Hunsheng's expression grew gravely serious, activating heavenly shadow steps to its limits. He transformed into numerous afterimages in a hasty retreat, while simultaneously executing soul extinguishing finger, condensing the power of the spiritual soul into an invisible spike that struck fiercely toward the puppet's head. Yet that strike, capable of severely wounding a 9-star Do Zone soul, merely caused the puppet's movement to falter slightly. The eerie glow in its eye dimmed for but a moment before returning to normal. It possessed an extraordinary resistance to soul attacks. The little medical fairy let out a delicate shout, unleashing a torrent of colorful toxic mist that coiled like a giant serpent around the puppet's arm. The corrosive poison clashed violently with the puppet's punch wind, producing a hissing, piercing sound, yet the ferocious punch wind dispersed most of the toxic mist. Boom! Although the 2 made every effort to evade and block, the residual force of the punch still swept over Hunsheng. He felt as though he had been struck head-on by a mountain hurtling through the sky, his blood surging, a metallic taste flooding his throat, and his body uncontrollably sent flying, crashing against the distant light barrier. The cultivation of an 8-star, Do Huang, appeared so feeble in the face of such overwhelming power. The disparity was immense. The gap between Do Zong and the threshold of Do Zun, though seemingly a mere step, was in reality a chasm. It was a realm that had begun to touch the power of space, where the very essence of strength underwent a transformation. Hun Sheng, the little medical fairy exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and concern. I'm fine. Hun Sheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharpening with a wild intensity. We cannot confront it head-on. Sinner, I need time to prepare a soul impact to disrupt it and create an opportunity for you. You must use your most powerful methods. Understood. The little medical fairy nodded without hesitation, comprehending Hun Sheng's intent. In the face of such a monstrosity, one could only take bold risks. Hun Sheng took a deep breath, the consolidating soul technique within him operating frantically, the soul power of the perfected spiritual realm coalescing and compressing at an unprecedented pace. An invisible ripple of spiritual energy radiated around him, and his gaze deepened profoundly. The dark gold puppet advanced a step, raising its other arm, palm open, as a beam of dark golden energy capable of annihilating an ordinary 9-star Do Zong began to coalesce. At this critical juncture, Hun Sheng abruptly lifted his head, a vortex seemingly exploding in his eyes. Soul extinguishing finger, devouring 10,000 souls. This was not merely a single strike of energy. It was the unreserved release of his spiritual soul power, transforming into countless invisible soul spikes that surged toward the puppet's head like a torrential storm. This was a strategy that risked inflicting self-harm while wounding the enemy. Buzz. The dark gold puppet's energy-consolidating motion abruptly froze, the eerie glow in its eyes flickering violently, uncertain, its entire form trembling slightly. Hun Sheng's soul impact, surpassing his limits, finally caused a significant disturbance to it. Now, Xianea. Blood flowed from Hun Sheng's 7 orifices, his face as pale as paper, as he shouted hoarsely. The little medical fairy was already prepared. She formed a peculiar ancient seal with her hands, her eyes instantly transforming into a pure spectrum of colors. Evil poison body, activate. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying poison force erupted from the little medical fairy's body like a dormant volcano, unleashing a thick, colorful toxic mist that transformed into a viscous, lifelike torrent of venom. The white jade slab beneath her feet was instantly corroded and dissolved, the surrounding air twisting with lethal toxins. At that moment, her aura surged uncontrollably, nearing the level of a half-step ozone. Toxicity reigned supreme. The little medical fairy pointed delicately, and a vast torrent of colorful venom morphed into a gigantic 7-colored phoenix, releasing a soundless shriek, carrying the terrifying poison force that could obliterate all, and fiercely collided with the dark gold puppet, which was still reeling from the soul shock. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded. The colorful toxic rays and the dark golden light intertwined and eroded violently, the shockwaves causing the entire platform to shake violently. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, the once mighty dark gold puppet was revealed to have a massive hole corroded into its chest, its runes dimmed, and the eerie glow in its eyes extinguished, standing motionless in place. However, the small teleportation array behind it glowed softly. We have one, albeit at a heavy cost. Staggering. Hun Sheng made his way to the little medical fairy's side, who had forcibly undone the majority of her seals, her complexion somewhat pale. Yet her eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing Hun Sheng unharmed. Without hesitation, the two stepped into the teleportation array. The spatial fluctuations enveloped them, and they vanished in an instant. It was only after their disappearance that the two groups of 9-star Do Zong, still embroiled in fierce combat with the puppets, returned to their senses, filled with trepidation and disbelief. Had they truly defeated the strongest puppet? A flash of white light later, Hun Sheng and the little medical fairy found themselves in an ancient chamber. The room was modestly sized and simply arranged, yet retained an unsettling air of authority. However, at this moment, the room was in disarray, with furniture broken as if it had endured a great battle. In the center of the room stood a stone table, engraved with a complex array pattern, but apart from that, it was devoid of anything else. This seemed to be the living quarters of the sect leader. The little medical fairy surveyed the surroundings, somewhat disappointed, as if there were nothing of value. Yet, Hun Sheng's gaze sharpened, feeling a slight warmth emanating from the storage ring on his finger. With a thought, the black token obtained from the mission hall flew out on its own. The token hovered in midair, the character Devour on its surface emitting a faint glow. A stream of eerie light shot forth from the token, precisely landing on the array pattern on the stone table. The array was activated, radiating a soft glow. A somewhat ethereal, yet supremely dignified figure of an elder gradually emerged from the array. The elder's gaze was weathered. He first swept over the little medical fairy, pausing for a moment on her still simmering toxic energy, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before his gaze settled on Han Sheng. Upon sensing Han Sheng's mere 8-star Do Huang cultivation, the face of the ethereal figure displayed evident astonishment. However, immediately, he sensed the ethereal yet inherently profound soul of Han Sheng, albeit weakened, along with the devouring power circulating within him, which shared a common origin. An 8-star Do Emperor, with a soul at the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, and having cultivated a technique akin to the soul-devouring art, the Phantom of the Elder, a remnant soul of the soul-devouring sect's leader, was filled with astonishment as he spoke. "Little one, you truly surprise our sect. Junior Han Sheng, I pay my respects to the sect master." Han Sheng bowed, neither servile nor arrogant. "Very well." The remnant soul of the sect master nodded in satisfaction. "You are fortunate and have made the most prudent choice. The 3 puppets guarding the teleportation array lead to the Great Elder, the Second Elder, and the sacred inheritance site of our sect. Only by choosing the strongest guardians can one reach this place. Our sect's legacy is the Tao-protecting technique of the soul-devouring sect, soul-devouring art." The remnant soul's tone turned grave. "This technique is immensely domineering. Practicing it requires formidable soul power and unwavering will, and must be accompanied by the soul-devouring pool within the sect's forbidden grounds to truly master it. The token you hold is the key to entering the forbidden ground." Just then, a long-lost, cold, and mechanical voice resonated within Huanxing's mind. "Ding. Detected high-level earthly technique soul-devouring art. Detected that the host has already cultivated the high-level earthly technique soul-absorbing art. Conditions for fusion met. Fusion function activated. Soul-absorbing art, soul-devouring art, life-devouring art." Reminder: the singular soul-absorbing art or soul-devouring art leans towards devouring and plundering with a sinister attribute. Life-devouring art leans towards balance and completeness, converting all energies into personal use while simultaneously nurturing the vitality of the world. It can absorb the energy and vitality of others, and also output vitality to heal others or nourish all things. A surge of ecstatic waves erupted within Huanxing's heart. Imperial-level potential. The coexistence of devouring and nurturing. This was nothing short of a transformative rebirth. The sect master's remnant soul, unaware of the system's existence, continued. "After acquiring the technique, you must proceed to the forbidden ground for cultivation. Before that, this remnant soul of our sect shall lend you one last assistance. Absorbing it will enable you to break through to the 9-star Do Emperor." Having spoken, the remnant soul infused the cultivation method of the soul-devouring art into Huanxing's mind, gradually becoming more ethereal, transforming into an incredibly pure essence of soul power that drifted toward Huanxing. Seated cross-legged, Huanxing activated soul-absorbing art and gathering soul art, beginning to absorb this pure power. His aura rose at a visibly rapid pace, swiftly recovering the previous loss of soul power and striving toward a higher level. Beside him, the little medicine fairy safeguarded him, sensing Huanxing's increasingly potent aura, her eyes filled with tenderness. Soon after, Huanxing's aura suddenly trembled, successfully breaking through the barrier and ascending to the 9-star Do Emperor. He opened his eyes, brilliance radiating from them. At that moment, however, the little medicine fairy slightly furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes gazing curiously at what appeared to be an ordinary wall deep within the room, softly saying, "Huanxing, I seem to sense something calling me from behind it. It feels familiar, warm, yet tinged with sorrow." Behind that wall lay the forbidden ground mentioned by the sect master. Huanxing's gaze sharpened as he looked at the wall. The obsidian token in his hand began to emit a slight warmth once more. Chapter 62. Secrets of the Forbidden Ground. Essence of the Poison Body. Holding the black token inscribed with the character devour, Huanxing and the little medicine fairy stood before the seemingly ordinary wall. The faint glow from the token resonated weakly with a certain spot on the wall as Huanxing slowly pressed the token against it. With a hum, the wall silently slid inward, revealing a narrow passage that could only accommodate one person. A far denser aura, mingling with ancient dust and strange energy fluctuations, rushed forth, tinged with a faint yet chilling toxicity. The passage extended downward, with Huanxing leading the way and the little medicine fairy closely following, both proceeding cautiously. After about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, they emerged into a vast underground cavern. The ceiling of the cave was adorned with long-dimmed moonlight stones, casting a faint, pallid light. At the center of the cavern lay a colossal black pool, its waters thick as ink, silent and undisturbed emanating an unparalleled devouring power. This must be the soul-devouring pool spoken of by the sect master. However, the most striking feature was the dozen or so complete human skeletons seated in meditation around the pool. These skeletons, having endured countless years, remained as lustrous as jade, even faintly radiating varying levels of energy pressure, clearly once formidable beings. They maintained their meditative postures, as if they were quietly transmuting their essence in this place. This was, indeed, the resting place of the past leaders of the soul-devouring sect. A solemn and desolate aura permeated the air. Huanxing's gaze swept over the skeletons, feeling a chill within. These were predecessors who had cultivated the soul-devouring art to profound heights. His eyes suddenly fixed upon one particular skeleton. Unlike the others, which were white as jade, this one exhibited an eerie purplish-gray hue. More startling still, wisps of faint purplish-gray, poisonous gas emanated slowly from within the chest cavity of the skeleton, as if it possessed a life of its own. The color and aura of this poisonous gas caused Huanxing's pupils to constrict, instantly recalling the strange toxic mist encountered in the outer pavilions that corroded Do Chi and souls. So the source lay here. The little medicine fairy also sensed it. Her calamity-poisoned body reacted violently to this power, which was of the same origin yet of a different quality. Just as she turned her gaze toward the purplish-gray skeleton, an unexpected change occurred. The calamity poison within the little medicine fairy surged forth uncontrollably, as if responding to some supreme summons. A dense rainbow-colored toxic mist transformed into a torrent, actively rushing toward the purplish-gray skeleton, gently enveloping it. The rainbow mist and the purplish-gray poison gas emitted from the skeleton did not erode one another. Instead, they began to slowly merge, akin to raindrops converging into the sea. Huanxing's heart tightened as he was about to step forward, yet he was halted by the unfolding scene before him. The purplish-gray skeleton, wrapped in the rainbow toxic mist, began to gather a faint purplish-gray glow at the head, gradually coalescing into an extremely ethereal image of a female remnant soul, seemingly on the verge of dissipating. Her features were blurred, yet hints of her former unparalleled beauty could be discerned. Her gaze fell upon the little medicine fairy first, filled with boundless sorrow, melancholy, and an indescribable sense of solace. After countless years, at last, she awaited another kindred spirit who could reach this place. The remnant soul's voice was ethereal and haunting, tinged with a hint of liberation. Child, you too possess the calamity-poisoned body, and you seem to have found a way to control it, unlike me. The little medicine fairy's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Filled with shock, Senior, you are also a calamity-poisoned body? Upon hearing this, Huanxing's mind was struck by a lightning bolt of memory long sealed away. The original text, indeed, mentioned a female powerhouse who had cultivated the calamity-poisoned body to an exceedingly high level, seemingly at the Dozun tier, yet ultimately could not escape the fate of backlash from her own body, leading to a great calamity in the central state before fading into obscurity. Could it be this very figure before him? Indeed, I too am a bearer of this cursed constitution. The female remnant soul's voice carried a deep sense of lament and sorrow. I once cultivated it to nearly the level of a Do Shang, yet ultimately could not withstand its backlash. As for why I am here, her remnant soul's gaze gently and remorsefully swept over the surrounding jade-white skeletons, finally resting on the most towering skeleton in the center, her tone filled with pain and affection because he and I, the current leader of the soul-devouring sect, were deeply in love. Back then, I reached the half-saint level and prepared to break through to Do Shang when the calamity-poisoned body spiraled out of control. As the imminent eruption approached, he, in a bid to save me, unhesitatingly tapped into the profound resources of our sect, leading me into this core forbidden zone. He intended to harness the devouring power of the soul-devouring pool, along with the pure energy residuals left by past sect leaders after their demise, attempting to absorb the toxic force within me that could annihilate an entire realm to a level where I could regain control. Alas, he underestimated the vastness of the toxic power I possessed, which was nearly at the saint level, and overestimated his own limits. The voice of his remnant soul choked, and ultimately he was unable to succeed. Instead, he was gravely injured by the backlash of my toxicity. My toxic body also erupted uncontrollably in this place. Though he desperately suppressed it within this forbidden land, the escaping toxic gas still obliterated the entire sect's secret realm. It was I who had caused him harm, who had harmed all the disciples, an endless wave of remorse and sorrow enveloping the remnants of his soul. She gazed at Soulborn, her eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. You are commendable, having inherited the soul-devouring art, and your partner also possesses the cursed toxic body. How eerily similar, yet fortunate, is this fate. Her words confirmed Soulborn's previous suspicions. that the unusual gaze from the remnant soul of the sect leader was indeed due to the recognition of the little medical fairy's constitution, recalling past events. Finally, her gaze once again focused entirely on the little medical fairy, becoming exceedingly gentle and resolute. Child, since you have discovered the path to control it, I shall bestow upon you the last remnant of the cursed toxic body's origin that remains within this frail form. Absorb and refine it. Your cursed toxic body will undergo a complete evolution, breaking free from its inherent shackles. As for the form of the more powerful constitution it may evolve into, I cannot say. That will require your own exploration and comprehension in the future. As her voice fell, the purple-gray skeletal remains suddenly emitted a dazzling purple-gray light, a pure, ancient, and overwhelmingly vast source of toxic power, slowly peeling away from the bones, transforming into a slender stream of purple-gray light, akin to a fledgling returning to its nest, merging into the little medical fairy's brow. The little medical fairy trembled, her eyes instantly transforming into a pure purple-gray hue, an immense power erupting within her body, compelling her to sit cross-legged, fully channeling and absorbing this higher-level power of the same origin. Soulborn stood by, watching as the little medical fairy's aura surged, her body undergoing a profound metamorphosis, feeling joy for her while also reflecting deeply. This opportunity had evidently been predestined long ago. Chapter 63. Twin Stars Breaking Through. Within the soul-devouring pool, the little medical fairy sat cross-legged before the purple-gray skeletal remains, her eyes tightly shut, enveloped by a vast and ancient purple-gray energy. At times, this energy surged like a tidal wave, while at others, it flowed gently like a stream, slowly merging into her limbs and bones, intertwining and fusing with her own seven-colored cursed toxic force, undergoing a fundamental transformation. Her aura climbed steadily during this fusion process, having already surpassed the limits of the 9-star Do Zone, launching an assault towards the elusive Dozun realm. A fleeting shadow of pain occasionally crossed her exquisite features. Yet more prominently was a focus and tranquility immersed in the elevation of power. Soulborn stood quietly nearby, his soul strength at the pinnacle of the spirit realm, constantly perceiving the little medical fairy's state. 3 days passed in a blink. He confirmed that while the absorption process was immense, it was remarkably steady, with no signs of her losing control. However, this complete evolution and breakthrough would require considerable time. Clearly, CNRS opportunity was extraordinary, necessitating a substantial duration. Soulborn's mind settled, and he turned his gaze towards the pitch-black soul-devouring pool at the cave center. The pool's water was deep and viscous as ink, emanating the purest devouring power. Simultaneously, the remnants of energy from the skeletal remains of past sect leaders, despite the passage of time, still faintly radiated their residual energy, permeating the entire forbidden zone, intertwining with the power of the soul-devouring pool, forming a unique and potent energy field. It was time. Soulborn's gaze sharpened, no longer hesitating. He stepped slowly to the edge of the soul-devouring pool and leapt into its depths. Splash! As his body submerged in the viscous waters, he did not experience the anticipated sensation of suffocation. Instead, he felt an icy yet profoundly harmonious power surging through his pores, flooding into his body. This force was domineering and pure, imbued with a potent devouring attribute, making it an exceptional aid for cultivating the soul-devouring art. Soulborn held his breath and focused, the essence of the soul-devouring art imparted by the sect leader surfacing in his mind. Having already cultivated the soul-absorbing art to perfection, both arts shared a common devouring attribute, and, at this moment, practicing the soul-devouring art came naturally, without any sense of obstruction. The vast devouring energy from the pool was effortlessly guided into his body, circulating through the channels as per the soul-devouring art's pathway. Within just a few hours, he successfully condensed a strand of pitch-black, ink-like, yet far more domineering and pure soul-devouring Do-Chi. This new Do-Chi did not conflict with the existing soul-absorbing Do-Chi. Rather, it resembled a meeting of sovereigns, with the soul-devouring Do-Chi naturally assuming dominance and greedily absorbing and transforming the soul-absorbing Do-Chi, causing its essence to leap to new heights. The soul-devouring art had successfully been initiated. However, Soulborn's aspirations extended far beyond this. System, fuse the techniques. He silently intoned. Ding. Detection indicates that the soul-absorbing art and the soul-devouring art meet the fusion criteria. Commencing fusion. Fusion successful. Acquired the heavenly tier advanced technique. Soul life art. A surge of even more profound and arcane information flooded into Soulborn's mind, far surpassing the sum of the soul-absorbing art and the soul-devouring art. The new technique began to operate autonomously, causing the nature of the Do-Chi within him to to undergo a radical transformation. Originally leaning towards a dark, predatory, devouring attribute, it became more balanced and harmonious. Yet the devouring power grew even more terrifying, now imbued with nurturing and transformative properties. He felt as though he had become a conduit of energy, capable of violently consuming all energy, while also transforming it into pure vitality to be released. The moment the technique fusion was successful, Soulborn immediately sensed the difference. His perception of the surrounding energy and absorption efficiency soared exponentially. Now was the time. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Soulborn's eyes as he operated the soul life art with all his might. Simultaneously, he did not abandon the already perfected soul-absorbing art. Under his control, both techniques remarkably operated concurrently, creating a wondrous resonance. Boom! A massive energy vortex suddenly formed around Soulborn within the soul-devouring pool. The pure, devouring energy that had accumulated over countless years surged into his body like a deluge. At the same time, the residual energy from the skeletal remains of past sect leaders, which had permeated the air in the Forbidden Zone, was drawn by this immense suction, transforming into visible streams of energy, converging into the vortex, which Soulborn ravenously consumed and refined. His aura began to soar at an astonishing speed. The pinnacle of a 9-star Do Huang, half a step into the Do Zone. The barrier that had obstructed countless cultivators began to tremble violently under the onslaught of this vast energy, teetering on the brink of collapse. Soulborn steadfastly maintained his focus, directing the immense power toward a fierce assault on the Do Zone realm. Within the Forbidden Zone, a peculiar silence enveloped the atmosphere, leaving only the hum of energy flowing. On one side, the little medical fairy, encased in a purple-gray energy cocoon, continuously elevated her aura, clashing against the Do Zone realm. On the other side, the soul-devouring pool stirred an energy storm, assaulting the Do Zone realm. One in stillness, the other in motion, both were undergoing crucial transformations and breakthroughs. This undoubtedly required a significant passage of time. Chapter 64. New Beginnings in a Blessed Land, the Grand Vision of a Sect. Time flowed silently. Within this secluded, forbidden zone of the soul-devouring sect, both Soulborn and the little medical fairy were immersed in profound transformations, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months passed quietly. Within the soul-devouring pool, the once tumultuous vortex of energy has long since calmed, revealing a profound ink-blue hue in the dark waters. Hunsing sits quietly at the heart of the pool, his aura as still as an ancient well. Yet a keen perception of the soul would unveil the volcanic power simmering within him, poised to erupt. His body resembles an unfathomable abyss. For 2 months, the soul-devouring technique and life-devouring technique have been operating in tandem, ravenously consuming the foundational devouring power that has accumulated in the soul-devouring pool over countless years. They have also plundered the pure energy particles that have dissipated into the air from the bones of past sect leaders. As a celestial-level advanced martial art, the profundity of the life-devouring technique is incomparable to any previous technique. It transcends mere plunder and consumption. It engages in a subtle transformation and refinement simultaneously. The energy flowing into Hunsing's body is meticulously refined by the workings of the life-devouring technique, purging impurities, neutralizing harmful malice and chill, ultimately transforming into the most refined, foundational, fighting energy and an extraordinary life force. This life force nourishes both his corporeal and spiritual forms, while another portion uncontrollably radiates outward, altering the surrounding environment. On this day, the fighting energy within Hunsung, which had already reached its zenith and was continuously compressed and refined, finally reached a critical point. A thunderous roar erupted from deep within his dantian, a sound only he could perceive, akin to the chaos of the universe exploding into existence. The formidable barrier of Do Zone, which had thwarted countless talented cultivators, crumbled effortlessly before the unimaginable torrent of energy accumulated over 2 months, as fragile as a paper window. The oceanic force surged forth, unshackled, coursing through his limbs and bones, meridians and acupoints, down to the most minute cells. His body crackled with subtle sounds, as bones reinforced, meridians expanded, and flesh was reborn. The overwhelming aura surged from his center, uncontrollably escalating, like an awakening ancient beast proclaiming the birth of a newly ascendant powerhouse. 1-star Do Zone. The aura flowed smoothly, rapidly solidifying and continued to surge upward. 2 stars Do Zone. The torrent of energy slightly waned but steadfastly propelled his ascension. Early stage 3 stars Do Zone. Mid-stage 3 stars Do Zone. Peak 3 stars Do Zone. Until he reached the consummate pinnacle of 3 stars Do Zone. The galloping power finally began to settle, fully stabilizing. Hunsing slowly opened his eyes, which had been closed for 2 months. Deep within his gaze, a fleeting dark vortex vanished, transforming into a serene depth. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the majestic fighting energy within him, flowing like mighty rivers, filling his heart with an unprecedented sense of strength. A slight shift in his consciousness caused ripples in the surrounding space, a sign of his initial attunement to the power of space. Indeed, the realm of Dozong is fundamentally different. He murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a hint of satisfaction. At this moment, should he confront the 9 stars Dozong from that day, he is confident that he could contend directly, even without invoking the power of the soul. However, the surprises brought by his breakthrough do not end here. He soon noticed a dramatic transformation in the environment of the entire forbidden area. Previously, though abundant in energy, the place was pervaded by a chilling, deathly, and slightly corrosive aura due to the nature of the soul-devouring technique and the influence of the poisonous body of the ancient predecessor's remains, which could harm those who lingered too long. Yet at this moment, the discomforting aura had entirely dissipated, replaced by a fresh, humid energy fluctuation brimming with life. Wherever he looked, the formerly barren black rock walls were now covered with a layer of gentle green moss, and in the crevices, a few tender green spiritual herbs, faintly glowing, defiantly peeked out. The ground, once hardened like iron from the corrosive gases, had softened somewhat, with hints of burgeoning greenery. Even the waters of the soul-devouring pool, though still deep, no longer conveyed a sense of deathly silence. Instead, they resembled a pool brimming with infinite vitality. The entire forbidden area seemed to awaken from a prolonged, death-like slumber, radiating newfound vigor. Is this the power of the life-devouring technique? To consume death and transform it into life? Hunsing was profoundly shaken. He could distinctly sense that this area had now become an exceptional cultivation haven, where one could not only absorb pure energy, but also be nourished by the life force, yielding twice the results with half the effort. He gazed down at the black token in his hand, which now felt warm and increasingly connected to the entire forbidden area. To wield this token is to command the gateway to this newly revitalized land of fortune. An unprecedented, grand ambition, like a seed sown in fertile soil, took root and burgeoned within his heart. This place is the core forbidden area of the ancient soul-devouring sect, its legacy still intact. After my life-devouring techniques, nurturing transformation, the cultivation environment here is likely on par with some first-rate sect's secret realms in Zhongzhou. Once Sienna emerges from her seclusion, leveraging the essence of the poisonous body, her strength is bound to soar, making her ascend to Dozun virtually a certainty. A Dozun powerhouse who commands an evolved unknown poisonous body within an ancient sect's relic transformed into a cave of fortune. Why not use this as a foundation? With Sienna ostensibly at the helm, to establish a brand new sect? The more he contemplated, the clearer and more refined this plan became. The strength of the little medical fairy would serve as the pillar of the sect, instilling awe in all directions. Meanwhile, he himself possesses a mysterious system marketplace, martial techniques, fighting skills, pills, and an abundance of resources, more than sufficient to support the foundation of a large sect, attracting and nurturing powerful individuals with ease. In Zhongzhou, the prevailing power structure consists of 1 tower, 1 hall, 3 valleys, and the 4 pavilions. Should this sect be established, with its foundation and potential, given some time, it would be no mere fantasy for the 4 pavilions to evolve into 5. Ambition sparkled in Hunsing's eyes. This pursuit is not merely to possess his own power, but also to ensure that he has adequate capital and influence to confront the Soul Palace and even stronger adversaries in the future. Just as he was swept away in a tide of excitement, sketching the details of the future sect's blueprint, a slight tremor coursed through his mind as 2 familiar, yet significantly enhanced thoughts traversed endless space, clearly conveying their messages. Avatar 1, reporting to the main body. I have successfully broken through, current cultivation, 3 stars Dozone. Avatar 2, reporting to the main body. I have successfully broken through, current cultivation, 3 stars Dozone. Thanks to the miraculous 3-soul divergence technique, the avatars share the same source of soul and identical techniques. Their breakthroughs not only brought insights into their realms, but also a portion of pure foundational energy instantaneously relayed back to the main body, disregarding spatial distance. Just as Hunsing's aura stabilized at the pinnacle of 3 stars Dozong, the infusion of these 2 identical energies acted as a final catalyst, causing a sudden surge. Boom! 4 stars Dozong, and not merely at the initial stage. It surged directly to mid-stage 4 stars Dozong before finally stabilizing. Simultaneously, the 2 distant avatars also benefited, their auras rising in tandem, synchronously ascending to the level of 4 stars Dozong. Such unforeseen joy. Hunsing was overjoyed as he felt his internal power swell once more. The 3-soul divergence technique is far more potent than he had imagined. The avatars not only operate independently for training, but their cultivation results can be relayed back to the main body in real time, effectively doubling his cultivation speed without any risks. At this moment, Avatar 1 relayed more detailed information. Target Xiao Yin has emerged from seclusion 3 days ago, successfully breaking through to the level of 1-star Do zone. His aura is solid, seemingly due to another fortuitous encounter. Now, he has departed from the region of the blood pool in Tianshan. Based on his conversation and direction of movement, it is inferred that his next destination is the Fenglei Eastern Pavilion, where the upcoming Sifong Pavilion Conference will be held. Aiming to take this opportunity to seek out the whereabouts of the Wind Elder, Huanxing's gaze flickered, momentarily withdrawing his thoughts from the construction of the sect. Xiao Yan's trajectory of growth remains remarkably rapid. The Sifong Pavilion Conference is a grand event for the younger generation of the Central Continent, inevitably fraught with turmoil. He shall continue to track, concealing himself, and refrain from taking action unless absolutely necessary. The focus will be on the developments surrounding the Sifong Pavilion Conference, particularly the conflict between Xiao Yan and the Fenglei Pavilion, as well as the reaction of the Wind Elder. Any significant developments must be reported immediately. Huanxing calmly issued his command. Understood, came the respectful response from his avatar before it vanished. Huanxing took a deep breath, momentarily setting aside matters of the distant future. He turned his gaze towards the radiant, purplish-gray cocoon enveloping the little medicinal fairy. The energy emanating from the cocoon grew, increasingly vast and profound, subtly exuding a disquieting air of noble pressure, indicating that the little medicinal fairy's transformation had reached a critical juncture. He sensed the formidable power within him. The mid-stage of the 4-star Do zone, alongside the nascent plan for the sect forming in his mind. Strength, territory, foundation, and the potential for future peak combat power were all in place. A confident smile graced Huanxing's lips, with everything prepared. He awaited Sienna to emerge from her cocoon and ascend to greatness. At that time, this land of tumult in the Central Continent shall also belong to me, Huanxing, no, to us. Chapter 65. The Profound Techniques and the Poison Sovereign emerges. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Huanxing sat cross-legged in the vibrant sacred ground, his aura harmonious and restrained, akin to a polished jade, with brilliance concealed within. He meticulously consolidated the power gained from his breakthrough, thoroughly solidifying his mid-stage 4-star Do zone cultivation, each fragment of Do Qi responding to his will with grace and ease. The operation of the devouring life technique became increasingly fluid. With a mere thought, he could effortlessly switch between the modes of devouring and nourishing, profoundly intricate. However, the enormous purplish-gray energy cocoon beside him remained steadfast, radiating an unsettling energy. The little medicinal fairy's transformation was evidently not yet complete. As Huanxing's thoughts stirred, the long-lost system attribute panel quietly unfurled in his mind. Host, Huanxing, Realm, 4-star Do zone, Technique, Devouring Life Technique, Secret Art, Soul Condensation Technique, Dueling Techniques, Celestial Shadow Step, Poison Palm, Soul Extinguishing Finger, Ghostly Lock, 10,000 Poison Celestial Sorrow, Phantom Clone, Soul Realm, Great Perfection of Spiritual Realm, Fortune Value, 394,000, Special States, Blood Fiend Resistance, Frost Resistance, 3 Souls Differentiation Technique, Special Item, Token of the Master of the Devouring Sect. Upon seeing the Techniques section display Devouring Life Technique, a surge of curiosity and a desire for exploration welled up within Huanxing. This newly birthed celestial level technique held many mysteries regarding its specific powers and applications that he had yet to uncover. System, please elaborate on the specific effects and applications of the Devouring Life Technique, he silently intoned. The cold system prompt immediately responded, ding. The celestial level advanced Technique Devouring Life Technique has been analyzed for the host. The Devouring Life Technique is derived from the plundering nature of the soul devouring technique and the consumption aspect of the Devouring Soul Technique, refined to eliminate the superfluous, merging and transcending towards the path of energy circulation. The core effects are as follows. 1. Devour all, capable of consuming the energy of heaven and earth, Do Qi, soul power, and even the essence of flora and minerals, transforming nearly all forms of energy into the purest devouring Do Qi for the host to absorb. The efficiency and conversion rate far exceed the techniques preceding the merger. 2. Nurture life. The energy obtained through devouring, once channeled through the technique, can refine pure life essence. This essence nourishes the host, accelerates injury recovery, delays aging, strengthens both body and soul. It can also be released to nourish all things, improve the environment, enlighten spiritual plants, and even heal others' injuries, replenishing their life essence. 3. Devour and bestow life. This is one of the core mysteries. It can unilaterally plunder the life essence and cultivation of the target, or conversely, Inject one's own life essence or do qi into a designated target, healing them, prolonging their life, or even temporarily enhancing their state. Note: large-scale life bestowal on others will consume the host's own cultivation. 4. Energy purification. The mixed energies, toxins, and malevolent energies devoured can be gradually refined and purified through the technique's operation, transforming into pure nutrients, significantly reducing the risk of deviating from the path. 5. Growth potential. The devouring life technique possesses immense growth potential. As the host increases the quality and quantity of devoured energy and deepens their comprehension of life principles, the technique's level can autonomously evolve, with the potential reaching imperial level. Application suggestions. It can be employed in combat, cultivation, alchemy, healing, nurturing medicinal materials, and crafting blessed lands, among many other fields. Upon absorbing the system's detailed explanation, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Huanqing's eyes, and he was overwhelmed with astonishment. The efficacy of the devouring life technique is nothing short of miraculous. It not only boasts a terrifying speed of devouring and cultivation, but also possesses the capabilities of creation and healing. This utterly subverts his previous impressions of devouring techniques, elevating it from a mere plundering dark art to an unparalleled method of seizing the very essence of heaven and earth, bestowing life upon all. The coexistence of devouring and nurturing lays the foundation for a grand endeavor, with this technique to heal and cultivate disciples. How could the sect not flourish? Huanqing became increasingly exhilarated as he contemplated this. His original plans, now bolstered by the existence of the devouring life technique, had transformed into something more feasible and magnificent. Suppressing the urge to immediately explore the profundities of the technique, Huanqing rose, deciding to venture outside first. He activated the passage to the sacred ground using his token, returning once more to the plaza before the main pavilion. The plaza still bore the remnants of past battles. The 3 defeated half-step do zone puppets lay scattered like abandoned metal statues upon the stone steps, their bodies marred with cracks and pits, devoid of luster. As Huanqing's gaze swept over these formidable puppets, a thought suddenly struck him. The devouring life technique can consume energy and also bestow life. I wonder if this life-giving power can restore such energy-driven puppets? With that thought, he proceeded. He approached the severely damaged giant axe puppet in the center, extending his palm and gently pressing it against its cold, dark golden torso. The devouring life technique activated, however. This time was not for consumption, but for a reverse output, pure and gentle life essence, mingled with his unique devouring do qi, flowed like a gentle stream into the puppet's body. A miracle occurred. The previously dull and fragmented runes began to flicker back to life upon contact with this life-infused energy, as if parched earth were meeting nourishing rain, gradually rekindling a glimmer. The cracks on the puppet's body healed at a slow, yet visibly discernible pace. Indeed, it was effective. Huanqing was overjoyed. This life essence could activate the residual energy imprints within them and repair the damage. He immediately increased the energy output, applying the same operation to the other 2 half-step do zone puppets, as well as the 5 5-star do zone puppets discovered later in the Pavilion Plaza. The entire process consumed nearly 70% of his do qi, but when the last 5-star do zone puppet's eyes reignited with brilliance, Huanqing felt that all the expenditure was worth it. 8 fully restored puppets stood in neat rows before him, the terrifying aura of the half-step do zone intertwining with the formidable pressure of the 5-star do zone, forming an overwhelming force that was almost suffocating. They stood silently, awaiting the commands of Huanqing, the bearer of the sect master token. Ha ha ha! Heaven is aiding me! Huanqing could not contain his exuberant laughter. 3 half-step do zone and 5 5-star do zone. This was nothing short of a puppet army capable of sweeping through any first-rate power, an excellent support for his future establishment of a sect and the protection of the Mountain Gate. However, just as he was swept away in excitement, a terrifying wave of energy suddenly erupted from the direction of the sacred ground behind him. Boom! Even across corridors and vast expanses, Soulborn could distinctly perceive an overwhelming force surging skyward, stirring the energies of heaven and earth. Above the forbidden ground, a colossal energy vortex suddenly materialized, ravenously consuming the celestial energies within a 100-mile radius. At the vortex's core, a majestic pressure radiated, sending shivers through the soul, accompanied by a peculiar venom that seemed capable of obliterating all existence. She succeeded. Soulborn was both astonished and elated, immediately gesturing to temporarily retract the 8 puppets into a spatial ring, and with a flash of movement, he dashed back into the forbidden zone. There, at the center of the forbidden ground, the immense violet-gray energy cocoon had vanished. Little medical fairy floated in mid-air, exuding a brilliant and mysterious glass-like radiance. Her aura was as vast as the ocean, unfathomable, having directly transcended the threshold of Dozun, soaring to a realm that left Soulborn utterly astounded. 4-star Dozun. The formidable pressure gradually receded as little medical fairy slowly opened her eyes. Those once clear orbs now seemed to contain the infinite cosmos. In their depths, they occasionally shimmered with the purity of glass or the profundity of a toxic abyss, naturally exuding an unprecedented aura of nobility and power. She gracefully descended, standing before Soulborn, and with a charming smile, the very heavens seemed to dim in her presence. Soulborn, I have succeeded. Her voice was ethereal, imbued with a hint of magnetism, melodious and enchanting. Soulborn suppressed his astonishment, keenly attuning himself to her state, and curiously inquired, Fairy, congratulations. To leap directly to 4-star Dozun is nothing short of miraculous. It appears your eerie poison body has undergone a fundamental transformation. Little medical fairy raised her jade-like hands, observing the swirling energy at her fingertips, now transformed from a spectrum of colors to a chaotic glass-like hue of venom. She smiled. Indeed, having fused with the essence left by my predecessor, my eerie poison body has completely evolved, breaking free from past shackles. I shall call it the 10,000 Eerie Poison Glass Body. 10,000 Eerie Poison Glass Body? Soulborn savored the name thoughtfully. Yes, little medical fairy explained, her tone tinged with excitement. The previous Eerie Poison Body, while powerful, was difficult to control, often backfiring with its overwhelming toxicity. However, the 10,000 Eerie Poison Glass Body has undergone a qualitative enhancement, becoming more concentrated and pure, even acquiring a hint of divine purification characteristics. With a flick of her fingertip, a stream of glass-colored venom shot forth, striking a nearby rock, rather than eroding it. The rock was instantaneously transformed into a translucent glass sculpture, its internal structure crystal clear, as if all impurities had been instantaneously purified and reshaped. It still possesses formidable toxicity, yet I can now control it flawlessly, wielding at will. It can annihilate all things or refine them into the purest energy or materials. She paused, an unusual glint flashing in her eyes. Moreover, I sense it can absorb various toxic energies from the world, miasmas and malevolent auras to enhance itself, converting them into a higher-grade poison glass source energy. This source energy is a great boon for me, yet for others, it possesses formidable corrosive and assimilative powers. Furthermore, after my ascension to Dozun, my mastery over spatial forces far surpasses that of ordinary Dozun. Combined with the 10,000 Eerie Poison Glass Body, my strength should exceed that of others of the same star level. Soulborn listened, his heart racing with anticipation. This evolved physique was indeed immensely powerful, controllable, and full of potential. Excellent. Fairy, with this, the success of our planned endeavor is even more assured. He grasped her hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement and ambition. Little medical fairy gently returned the grasp, nodding resolutely. No matter what you wish to pursue, I shall stand by your side. The two exchanged smiles, an invisible yet potent aura radiating from them. With little medical fairy now a 4-star Dozun wielding the 10,000 Eerie Poison Glass Body alongside Soulborn, who commanded the Puppet Legion through the soul-devouring art. Their alliance had already acquired the initial capital to stir the winds and clouds of the central region. Chapter 66. The emergence of the glass, the souls return to their roots, and the sword points in all directions. Within the forbidden ground, vitality flourished. With little medical fairy's successful emergence, her powerful 4-star Dozun aura was smooth and harmonious, and the unique qualities brought forth by the 10,000 Eerie Poison Glass Body made her appear as if she had stepped out of a painting, a celestial being of poison, both ethereal and imbued with a disquieting majesty. Soulborn gazed at her, filled with joy and pride, and began to articulate the plans that had long occupied his thoughts. Fairy, you have now ascended to Dozun, your strength sufficient to command respect in any realm. I observe that the remnants of the soul-devouring sect, having been transformed by my soul-devouring art, have become a paradise of opportunity. Moreover, we possess several powerful puppets and numerous resources. I propose that we establish a sect of our own, based in this location. Would you be willing to serve as the public sect master? He paused briefly to elaborate. You have led the poison sect and possess ample experience. It is most fitting for you to take the lead. I shall remain in the shadows, providing resources and support. Our sect shall not be confined to this small corner. The landscape of the central region is due for a change. Upon hearing this, little medical fairy's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. She had never imagined Soulborn harbored such grand ambitions, but upon reflection, given their current capabilities and potential, it was far from mere fantasy. She recalled the years spent managing the poison sect in the Outcloud Empire. Although arduous, it had brought a profound sense of accomplishment. Now, The prospect of building a greater legacy alongside her beloved filled her heart with boundless yearning and vigor. I am willing. Little medical fairy nodded without hesitation, her tone resolute. Wherever you are, I shall be. If you wish to establish a sect, I shall be your sect master and the lady of the sect. Her words carried a playful undertone, yet were imbued with unwavering support. Upon hearing Little Medical Fairy's agreement, Soulborn felt a deep sense of assurance, smiling. Excellent. Our foremost task is to bestow our new sect with a resounding name. After a moment's contemplation, he looked tenderly at the glimmering glass-like radiance enveloping Little Medical Fairy and declared, You bear the 10,000 eerie poison glass body. The term glass symbolizes your rebirth and strength, embodying clarity, resilience, and the brilliance within. How about we name it the Glass Pavilion? Glass Pavilion, Little Medical Fairy softly repeated, growing increasingly fond of the name. She had not anticipated that Soulborn would be so thoughtful, naming their sect after the characteristics of her evolved physique. Her heart swelled with sweetness and gratitude. Her eyes shimmering with emotion. Yes, let's call it the Glass Pavilion. This is the most beautiful name I have ever heard. With the name of the sect established, the two of them eagerly commenced planning the specifics. Soulborn took the initiative, soaring into the air above the inner courtyard, fully activating the soul-devouring art. This time, it was not about devouring, but rather about exerting full force to release and transform. A vast and majestic source energy surged forth like a green tide, enveloping the dilapidated remnants of the sect with gentle grace. Miracles unfolded in its wake. The filth and gloom clinging to the ruins were swept away, and the shattered stones appeared to heal and restore as if time itself rewound. On the ground, spiritual herbs and celestial flowers burst forth from the earth at a visible speed, rapidly spreading to transform the desolate land into a vibrant green carpet. The lingering malevolent aura was completely purified, replaced by an extraordinarily fresh atmosphere, infused with pure energy. In less than half an hour, the entire sect's ruins were revitalized. While the architecture retained its ancient charm, the sense of decay had vanished, resembling an ancient paradise that had just awakened from a long slumber. The Pill Pavilion, Mission Pavilion, and Scripture Pavilion, the three main edifices, had been completely restored, standing tall and majestic. Little Medical Fairy gazed upon this miraculous transformation, her eyes sparkling with wonder, deepening her understanding of the marvels of the soul-devouring art. Subsequently, Soulborn communicated with the System exchanged for several high-grade, Earth-level combat techniques, suitable as treasures for our sect, with no restrictions on attributes, but requiring formidable power and alignment with the righteous path. Ding! 200,000 points of fortune value deducted. Successfully exchanged for the following high-grade, Earth-level combat techniques. 1. Glaze Purification Technique. A martial art of light attributes, when cultivated to perfection, can unleash the glazed, purifying flame that cleanses the impurities of the world. It possesses formidable restraining power against malevolent entities, toxins, and restless spirits, and can also be employed in alchemy and artifact crafting, aiding in cultivation. Its might is immense, radiating righteousness. 2. Nine Nether Jail-Keeping Palm. A martial art of dark attributes. It harnesses the essence of the Nine Nether to forge the jail-keeping palm. The force of the palm is weighty and profound, imbued with the power to suppress and seal. Those struck by it feel as though they have plummeted into the Nine Nether, their fighting spirits sluggish, their bodies and souls both under subjugation. 3. Tidal Sword Art of the Phantom Sea. A martial art of water attributes. Its sword strikes forth like the tides of a vast ocean, with an endless offensive that intertwines reality and illusion. It harbors the power to disturb the soul, rendering defenses nearly impossible. When mastered to its zenith, it can summon the vapors of heaven and earth to form a domain. 4. Indestructible Body of Stone. A martial art of earth attributes for body refinement. It draws upon the power of the earth to temper the self. Once perfected, the body becomes as resilient as metal and stone, possessing immense strength and formidable defense that is difficult to breach at the same rank, and it boasts remarkable self-healing capabilities. Looking at the 4 advanced martial arts of the earthly tier that emerged in his mind, Hunching nodded in satisfaction. Each of these techniques boasts distinct attributes and immense power, and they do not seem to encompass any malevolent or sinister arts, making them perfectly suited as the foundation for a new sect. He produced 4 blank jade slips, channeling his soul power to imprint the cultivation methods of the glazed purification technique, Nine Nether Jail-Keeping Palm, Tidal Sword Art of the Phantom Sea, and Indestructible Body of Stone into them. Subsequently, he also inscribed the soul-devouring technique and the spirit-devouring technique. He solemnly presented these 6 jade slips to the Little Medical Fairy, saying, "Sienner, these 4 advanced martial arts of the earthly tier along with the soul devouring technique and the spirit devouring technique, will serve as the foundational techniques and martial arts for our glazed pavilion in its initial stages. How to allocate their use is for you to decide. Taking the jade slips, the little medical fairy lightly scanned them with her soul power and was immediately struck by the profound content within, especially resonating with the glazed purification technique, which seemed to harmonize faintly with her own constitution. She understood the immense value of these techniques, sufficient to incite a frenzied competition among the foremost powers of the continent. With such a foundation, how could the sect not thrive? Her confidence soared. Hunching added, the sect's defenses must not be neglected. He once again communicated with the system. Exchange for a powerful protective array for the sect, capable of withstanding the full force attacks of any below the 3-star battle saint. Ding! 50,000 points of fortune value deducted. Successfully exchanged for the Celestial Star Guardian Array. This array operates on the power of the Earth's veins and celestial stars, featuring formidable defensive capabilities. It can autonomously absorb energy to maintain itself, and can also rebound a portion of incoming attacks. The core array disk has been dispatched to the system space. Huncheng retrieved a compass-like array disk adorned with celestial trajectories and informed the little medical fairy of its activation method. Once the main hall's location is selected, this powerful shield can be established. At that moment, the little medical fairy recalled something and said, "When I left the poisoned sect of the Outcloud Empire, there were several loyal elders and disciples by my side, all of whom can be trusted. I can write to them, inviting them to come as the first batch of our Glazed Pavilion's foundation." That sounds splendid. Hunching concurred. Having reliable personnel on hand would spare them countless troubles in initial training. The little medical fairy promptly took out a specially crafted poison jade, inscribing the message with her soul power. The jade transformed into a wisp of ghostly light, soaring through the air towards the Outcloud Empire, with the preliminary arrangements in place. The two were about to discuss the next steps when Hunching suddenly sensed a communication from his first avatar. Main body. The Foursquare Pavilion assembly will commence in 10 days at the Wind Thunder Easter Pavilion. Xiao Yin has arrived in Tianbei City, and there seem to be signs of conflict with the Wind Thunder Northern Pavilion. During the assembly, it is highly probable that the heads of the Foursquare Pavilion will make an appearance. A glint of brilliance sparkled in Hunching's eyes. The Foursquare Pavilion Assembly, a grand gathering for the younger generation of the Central Plains, where talents converge, is the perfect opportunity to make a name for oneself. He turned to the little medical fairy, saying, "Sinner, the construction of the sect is not a task that can be completed in a day. The Foursquare Pavilion Assembly 10 days from now is a splendid stage for our Glazed Pavilion to make its debut in the Central Plains and establish our reputation. We must personally attend." The little medical fairy, of course, had no objections. She too was eager to witness the so-called genius gathering of the Central Plains. However, with the sect newly established, many matters required management. Hunching's thoughts raced, and he suddenly recalled another mysterious aspect of the three-soul divergence technique. "Sinner, please wait a moment. I shall attempt a secret method." Taking a deep breath, he silently chanted, "Three souls diverge, one soul returns." Hundreds of miles away at the Wind Thunder Eastern Pavilion, the first avatar, engaged in covert reconnaissance, suddenly became ethereal before dissipating like smoke. In that moment, all the power, memories, and insights gathered during this time surged back to the main body across space. Boom! Hunching's body jolted violently, and overwhelming and pure power flooded through his limbs and bones. His aura skyrocketed, as if propelled by a rocket. 5-star battle zone, 6-star battle zone, 7-star battle zone. Finally, it stabilized at the pinnacle of the 7-star battle zone. Moreover, the power felt extraordinarily harmonious, as if it was naturally derived from his own arduous cultivation, devoid of any sense of superficiality or discomfort. The experiences and insights of the first avatar seamlessly merged into his memory. What a marvelous sensation. Huncheng savored this state, feeling his power surge, yet completely under control, with his soul unburdened. According to the technique's information, this state of fusion could last about 5 hours, which was ample time. 5 hours would suffice to handle most high-intensity battles. With my current trump cards at the 7-star battle zone level, combined with the spiritual realm and various methods, I could contend with even the 2-star or 3-star battle sovereigns. He willed again. Divergence. The recently returned power separated once more, coalescing into the form of his first avatar, which still retained the strength of a 4-star battle zone. Meanwhile, Hunching's main body instantly dropped back to the mid-level of 4-star battle zone. Yet there was no sign of weakness or aftereffects. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. The application of this three-soul divergence technique in actual combat is far more potent than I had imagined. An instantaneous boost in strength with no side effects. It's almost more outrageous than Xiao Yan's heavenly fire transformation. Hunching's heart brimmed with joy. He summoned the first avatar before him and instructed, You shall remain at the sect to oversee the preliminary construction. Once the individuals from the Outcloud Empire's poison sect arrive, assist the little medical fairy in accommodating them, and begin planning the layout of the sect, familiarizing yourself with the protective array. All matters can be decided upon our return from the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Understood, main body. The first avatar respectfully accepted the command, its gaze indistinguishable from that of the main body. With arrangements in place, Hunsheng and the little medical fairy exchanged smiles. Let us go, Siener, to meet the heroes of the Central Plains and let the world know that our glazed pavilion has emerged. As Hunsheng wrapped his arm around the slender waist of the little medical fairy, the two figures transformed into streaks of flowing light, dashing out of the ruins towards the Wind Thunder Eastern Pavilion. Gazing at the distant horizon, Hunsheng's heart surged with excitement. The Central Plains landscape, a hall, a tower, 3 valleys, and 4 squares. It won't be long before this 4-square pavilion transforms into a 5-square pavilion. And within that hall, my second avatar lies in wait, silently accumulating power, destined to stir the pot from within in the future. The 4-square pavilion assembly will be the first thunderclap heralding the arrival of the glazed pavilion upon the stage of the Central Plains. Chapter 67. Temporary respite in Tianbei. The Soul Hall's Dark Chess. 3 days later, in Tianbei City. As one of the major cities near the Wind Thunder Eastern Pavilion, the city was already bustling with excitement. Filled with cultivators from all corners of the Central Plains, all eager to witness the grandeur of the upcoming 4-square pavilion assembly. The air was thick with excitement and restlessness, with inns and taverns packed to capacity, making a room a rare commodity. 2 streaks of light descended from the sky, landing in a relatively secluded area outside the city, revealing the figures of Hunsheng and the little medical fairy. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the little medical fairy had already suppressed her astonishing battle sovereign aura, revealing fluctuations around the 5-star battle zone level. Even so, their exceptional demeanor and cultivation still drew the attention of passersby. What a lively Tianbei city. It far surpasses the capital of the Gamma Empire in terms of prosperity. The little medical sage gazed at the incessant flow of people, softly reflecting on the vastness and strength of the Central Plains, which was evident in this scene. Soulborn nodded, and with a subtle sweep of spiritual energy, he scanned the entire city, quickly grasping a general understanding of the distribution of powerful individuals within. There were as many Do Emperors as there were blades of grass, and numerous Do Zong experts as well. There were even faint, obscure auras that hinted at the presence of some elder powerhouses from significant factions who had arrived ahead of time. Let us find a place to settle first. The 2 figures flickered, avoiding the most congested thoroughfares, and after a brief search within the city, they finally located a relatively elegant inn with an independent courtyard. Although the price was steep for Soulborn, who possessed a substantial fortune, it was but a trifling expense. Once settled, Soulborn erected a simple soul barrier. Immediately, his expression became slightly serious as his consciousness plunged into his inner self, utilizing the enigmatic connection of the 3-soul differentiation technique to traverse endless space and communicate with his second avatar residing within the Soul Palace. In a certain dark and eerie subchamber of the Soul Palace, the second avatar sat cross-legged in a training room shrouded in black mist. The energy here was suffused with a chilling aura and fragments of souls, which would be toxic for ordinary cultivators. Yet for the second avatar, who had practiced the soul-devouring technique, it was a fine supplement, easily transmutable into pure, fighting energy through his cultivation method. Suddenly, the second avatar felt a stirring in his heart, sensing the summoning from his main body. He immediately held his breath and focused, sinking his consciousness deep into his soul. Main body, the thoughts of the second avatar convey their respect, came the message. How have things been of late? Soulborn inquired through his consciousness, reporting to the main body. All is proceeding smoothly, even exceeding expectations. The second avatar replied with a hint of excitement. As you have continuously broken through, my strength as an avatar has concurrently risen to the 4-star Do Zone level. This has caused quite a stir within the subchamber. The second avatar detailed his report. Achieving the 4-star Do Zone realm at my age is considered top tier, even within the Soul Clan. The elders of the subchamber regard me as a rare prodigy, with immense potential, and they hold me in high esteem. Several days ago, I was formally promoted to a 2nd-level inspector, significantly increasing my authority and resource allocation. More importantly, the second avatar's tone grew solemn, due to my demonstrated potential. The palace has assigned an elder to be my direct protector and guide, though he is merely a low-ranking elder at the early stage of 1-star Do Zone. This signifies my official entrance into the mid-to-high ranks of the Soul Palace, granting me the authority to recruit and form my own team. During missions, this elder will secretly accompany me for protection. Upon hearing this, Soulborn felt a surge of joy in his heart. This elder, sharing the same surname as the Protector Wu, was indeed a fortuitous alignment. This progress was even faster than he had anticipated. Having a powerful elder ostensibly protecting him would greatly facilitate the second avatar's activities within the Soul Palace, enhancing his safety significantly. Excellent. What is the disposition of this elder? Have you had the opportunity to showcase your strength before him? Soulborn pressed for details. The elder possesses a rather reclusive personality, taciturn in nature. Yet he seems to value exceptionally gifted juniors, which is why he is willing to act as my guide, the second avatar analyzed. I once inadvertently displayed an earth-level Do technique before him and resolved a tricky task target using my soul power. Though he did not speak much at the time, there was a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Well done, Soulborn commended. Remember, your advantage lies not in your current absolute strength, but in your age and potential. The young lords of the Soul Clan, those top-tier talents, may currently surpass you in cultivation, yet most are at least 10 years your senior. You must demonstrate to Elder Wu and others that achieving 4-star Do Zone at your age means your future accomplishments will not only match theirs, but may even exceed them. I understand, the second avatar replied solemnly. I will seek opportunities to appropriately showcase my cultivation speed, soul power, and comprehension of advanced Do techniques, without exposing my trump cards. This will lead Elder Wu to see investing in me as an exceptionally promising venture, thus genuinely supporting me and laying a preliminary foundation within the Soul Palace. That is indeed the right approach. Soulborn affirmed. The internal factions of the Soul Palace are numerous, and competition is fierce. You need to quickly establish your own support base, starting with those you're authorized to recruit as a second-level inspector. Choose individuals who are discontented yet possess potential, or those who have grievances with existing major factions, and offer them benefits to cultivate them gradually. At the same time, strive to maintain a good relationship with Elder Wu to gain his further support. Our goal is to secure the qualifications and power to compete for the position of clan leader in the future. Yes, rest assured, main body, I know what to do. The second avatar replied with determination. As an avatar, he shared the same wisdom, ambition, and means as Soulborn, fully aware of the long-term significance of this task. Your safety must always come first. In case of emergencies, notify me immediately through our soul connection. Soulborn concluded with a final reminder. Understood. Severing the connection with the second avatar, Soulborn's consciousness returned to the inn room, his eyes glimmering with profound light. The little medical sage quietly observed him from the side. Although she had not heard the specifics, she sensed his buoyant mood and gently inquired, "Is everything going smoothly?" "Indeed, it has surpassed my expectations." Soulborn replied with a slight smile, briefly informing the little medical sage of the second avatar's progress within the Soul Palace. A foothold had already been tentatively established. Given time, it might yield remarkable results. A flicker of astonishment crossed the little medical sage's eyes as she realized that Soulborn's avatar was thriving in such a formidable establishment as the Soul Palace. She softly remarked, "That is certainly good news. Shall we observe the developments over the next few days?" "Precisely," Soulborn stated as he moved to the window, gazing toward the direction of the Wind and Thunder East Pavilion, his eyes seemingly penetrating through space to behold the colossal structures looming atop Thunder Mountain, where the storm clouds gathered ominously. The upcoming conference of the Four Directions Pavilion in 7 days would undoubtedly be a spectacular event. And he turned to face the little medical sage, his smile radiating unparalleled confidence and anticipation, will be the most unexpected variable of this grand gathering. This vast stage of the Central Plains was finally poised to welcome their entrance. Chapter 68. The conference's turmoil, Soulborn takes action. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On this day, atop Thunder Mountain, where the Wind and Thunder East Pavilion was located, the air buzzed with excitement, reaching a fever pitch. The Four Directions Pavilion Conference, a grand assembly for the youth of the Central Plains, had finally arrived as scheduled. In an expansive square, throngs of people surged like a dark tide, with representatives from various factions of the Central Plains and countless wandering cultivators gathered, the noise echoing to the heavens. At the center of the square stood a gigantic arena constructed from solid blue steel, its surface shimmering with runes, clearly protected by formidable defensive formations. On the high platform to the north of the arena, four magnificent golden chairs were prominently displayed. The four individuals seated upon them radiated an aura that could naturally subdue the clamor of the crowd below. These four were none other than the illustrious leaders of the Four Directions Pavilion, the Starfall Pavilion, Elder Foam, whose essence flowed like the wind, his demeanor refined and his gaze profound. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion, Elder Lay, a towering figure with flickering bursts of lightning surrounding him, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. The Myriad Swords Pavilion, Elder Jian, whose posture was as straight as a sword, his eyes sharp enough to pierce the hearts of others. The Yellow Springs Pavilion, Elder Huang, whose aura was shadowy, his complexion slightly pale, and a faint, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The simultaneous appearance of these four Do-Zun powerhouses elevated the atmosphere to a climax. The conference commenced in a chaotic free-for-all format. Young talents from various factions eagerly leaped onto the arena, unleashing their fighting energies, with vibrant and colorful techniques clashing fiercely, eliciting waves of cheers and gasps. While the scene was exhilarating, the four elders on the high platform mostly maintained calm expressions, clearly unimpressed by these displays. Among the crowd, Soulborn and the little medical sage concealed their auras, blending in as ordinary spectators, quietly observing the unfolding events on the arena. The gaze of the Soulborn fell predominantly upon an inconspicuous young man clad in black robes at the edge of the arena, Xiaoyan. Indeed, as reported by the Avatar, and in accordance with the original narrative, Xiaoyan had no intention of participating in this chaotic battle. However, upon witnessing his old friend Lin Yan, who now represented the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, being cornered by the ruthless Wang Chun of the Yellow Spring Pavilion, with death imminent, Xiaoyan was compelled to act. A shadow flitted onto the stage like a spectre, wielding an unadorned yet formidable weapon that disrupted Wang Chun's lethal strike, thus saving Lin Yan. Who dares to intervene in this grand tournament? Wang Chun glared coldly at the suddenly appeared young man in black. I merely cannot stand idly by, Xiaoyan replied, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unwavering resolve. In an instant, conflict erupted. Xiaoyan, possessing the cultivation of a one-star Do-Zone, faced off against Wang Chun, who was a half-step Do-Zone with insidious tactics. The outcome was predictable, with the tumultuous power of his and fierce techniques. Xiaoyan ultimately triumphed with a singular, devastating strike of the flame-splitting wave, sending Wang Chun crashing off the stage. The audience erupted in astonishment. Yet, before they could fully appreciate the prowess of the young man in black, Fei Tian, the master of the Wind and Thunder North Pavilion, abruptly rose, his gaze locking on to Xiaoyan with fierce intensity. It is you, Xiaoyan, the thief who killed an elder of my Wind and Thunder North Pavilion and stole the 3,000 Thunder movement technique. How dare you show your face here? With his identity exposed, a sudden silence enveloped the arena, all eyes fixed upon Xiaoyan, unfazed by Fei Tian's accusations and the overwhelming aura of hostility. Xiaoyan took a deep breath, turned, and bowed deeply to the elegant Wind Elder on the high platform. I am Xiaoyan, here on the behest of my master to pay my respects to the Wind Elder. The Wind Elder furrowed his brow. And who is your master? Xiaoyan raised his head, his voice resonating throughout the venue. My master is Yao Chun. What? The Wind Elder's previously composed demeanor transformed dramatically. He sprang from his seat, disbelief and excitement flooding his features. You say Yao Chun is alive? What proof do you have? Without further ado, Xiaoyan flicked his finger, and a sphere of icy white flame surged forth, radiating a unique aura of chilling heat, bone spirit, cold fire. Simultaneously, he revealed a seemingly ordinary black ring on his finger, causing the Wind Elder's pupils to constrict in shock. Bone spirit, cold fire in this ring. The Wind Elder's voice quivered with conviction, joy, and complexity surging forth. Good, good, good. So the old fellow is indeed still alive. He abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as he addressed the Thunder Elder. Thunder Elder, this young man is the sole disciple of my late friend, the Medicine Elder. Should anyone harm him, it would be tantamount to declaring war against my Wind Pavilion. My Starfall Pavilion shall stand in solidarity. The Thunder Elder's countenance darkened considerably. The strength of the Wind Elder surpassed his own, and the overall might of the Starfall Pavilion was not inferior to that of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Engaging in conflict over Xiaoyan would be an unwise decision. Nevertheless, allowing this to pass would tarnish the dignity of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. His gaze flickered before he coolly stated, Wind Elder, it is a fact that this youth killed an elder of our pavilion and stole the foundational technique. While he may escape death, he cannot evade punishment. At this, Fei Tian stepped forward. Elder, you have fought Xiaoyan once. Should he prevail, we shall cease our pursuit of the 3,000 Thunder movement and forbid its dissemination. If he loses, he must forfeit his cultivation and return both techniques in their entirety. Thunder Elder, Fei Tian is an 8-star Do-Zone. How can such a disparity be deemed a fair contest? The Wind Elder retorted angrily. In the midst of this stalemate, a proud and aloof young woman clad in a colorful skirt, Feng Qinger, slowly rose. Her beautiful eyes swept across Xiaoyan, a glimmer of scrutiny and battle intent evident within. Master, if the Wind Elder deems this unfair, then allow Qinger to represent Pavilion Master Fei in this contest. A battle among peers should be beyond reproach. No? Xiaoyan regarded Feng Qinger, sensing her aura, no less formidable than his own, even exuding a subtle pressure. His battle spirit surged as he proclaimed, very well, I accept. Thus, yet another fierce battle commenced. Xiaoyan faced off against Feng Qinger. Both were prodigious talents of the younger generation, unleashing their full arsenal. Tiens aux phoenix wings, sonic combat technique. And terrifying weaponry. The ferocity of their clash transcended any previous contest, leaving the spectators in awe and trepidation. After hundreds of perilous exchanges, Xiao Yan, through sheer determination and an array of innovative techniques, narrowly defeated Feng Qing. Yet, just as he took a moment to catch his breath, his energy nearly depleted, the ring on his finger suddenly trembled violently. The drop of ancient Tian, Yao Phoenix blood within, sensing the defeat and aura of Feng Qinger's pure bloodline, became frenetically active, aggressively straining against the confines of the ring. Xiao Yan's expression shifted as he hastily summoned the dwindling bone spirit cold fire to suppress it. Veins bulging on his forehead. Feng Qinger, already incensed by her defeat, keenly sensed the fleeting yet profoundly pure aura of her bloodline. She abruptly pointed at Xiao Yan, exclaiming to the Thunder Elder, "Master, he possesses something in his ring. That is the aura of my clan's blood. He must have stolen something of great importance from the Tian Yao Phoenix clan." The Thunder Elder's eyes turned frigid instantaneously. If it were merely a matter of sect grievances, there might be room for negotiation, but involving the Tian Yao Phoenix clan altered the situation entirely. He swiftly turned to Fei Tian. Fei Tian, seize him. Inspect the ring. Fei Tian, unable to contain himself, surged forward, unleashing the formidable aura of an 8-star Do Zone towards the already exhausted Xiao Yan, his hand reaching directly for the ring. The Wind Elder's expression changed dramatically. He was about to intervene when someone moved faster. Just as Fei Tian's hand was about to touch Xiao Yan, a shadow appeared before him, as if teleporting. The newcomer didn't even turn around, casually striking out with a single palm. That palm, seemingly light and devoid of force, triggered no significant energy fluctuation. Yet Fei Tian, propelled by overwhelming momentum, collided with an invisible wall, his face paling as he was sent reeling backwards, tumbling through the air for several rotations before barely regaining his balance. A bitter taste of blood rising in his throat, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. An instant silence enveloped the arena. All gazes converged upon the black-robed youth who had appeared so suddenly. He had effortlessly repelled an 8-star Do Zone with a mere gesture. What kind of strength was this? On the platform, the 4 elders' expressions turned grave, fixating intently on this uninvited guest. Soulborn stood with arms crossed before Xiao Yan, his gaze sweeping over the Thunder Elder and Fei Tian, his voice tranquil yet laced with icy derision, resonating throughout the venue. The esteemed Wind and Thunder Pavilion conducts itself in such a despicable manner. Engaging in a wheel battle and taking advantage of others is one thing, but to have the illustrious North Pavilion Master, an 8-star Do Zone, personally attempt to forcibly seize a Junior S ring? Today, the dignity of the 4 great pavilions of the Central Continent has been utterly tarnished by your Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Chapter 69, The Glorious Glaze. The pinnacle of the 5 pavilions? The atmosphere remained hushed. A pin drop could be heard. All eyes were fixed on the suddenly appeared black-robed youth, shock, confusion, and disbelief intermingling on countless faces. That palm strike, seemingly casual, concealed an unfathomable power and subtlety that had caused the formidable Fei Tian to suffer such a substantial setback. Such was no ordinary tactic, and as Soulborn ceased to restrain himself, fully unleashing the aura of a 4-star Do Zone, the uproar among the crowd reached a fever pitch. For a 4-star Do Zone, at such a young age, examining his bone age, one might conjecture he is scarcely past the tender age of 20. A 20-year-old 4-star Do Zone? Which formidable faction has nurtured such a prodigy? To repel an 8-star Do Zone with a mere palm strike? Am I ensnared in a dream? The prowess to engage in such transcendent combat is simply astonishing. Countless gazes, ablaze with intensity, scrutinized the remarkably youthful visage of Hunsing, endeavoring to uncover any signs of disguise. Yet the conclusion drawn left them even more astounded. This was indeed his authentic age and cultivation. Fei Tian steadied himself, his internal vitality still churning restlessly. He fixed his gaze upon Hunsung, his complexion a grim shade of ashen, his eyes brimming with astonishment and a subtle hint of trepidation. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he spoke in a voice that was low and frigid. "Esteemed one, may I inquire as to your identity? Even with your formidable strength, to so brazenly insult my Wind and Thunder Pavilion, you must provide us with an explanation." At that moment, the Wind Elder had also swiftly appeared beside Xiao Yan, shielding him from harm. Xiao Yan suppressed the tumultuous energy within him and the restless essence in his spatial ring, and with solemnity, he clasped his fists before the imposing figure clad in black robes. "I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, noble one. Might I inquire your esteemed name? This favor shall be forever etched in my heart." Hunsing slightly tilted his head, casting a glance at Xiao Yan. In this close proximity, the indomitable spirit of Xiao Yan, who rises in the face of despair, became even more palpable, perhaps due to the transformation of his mindset brought forth by the devouring life technique. The shadow of insatiable ambition that once loomed over him had dissipated considerably, replaced by a broader and more tranquil outlook. He suddenly felt that opposing this individual, scheming to manipulate his fortunes, might not be the sole or most prudent option. In the original narrative, although Xiao Yan had amassed countless enemies, he also gathered numerous true friends and allies willing to lend their aid. This charisma was not to be underestimated. Now that he had established the Liuli Pavilion, fostering benevolent connections was imperative. Cultivating a good relationship with his future emperor, Yin, could prove far more advantageous than seizing his opportunities. Moreover, should his presence provoke a significant deviation in the storyline, leading to Xiao Yan's premature downfall due to the loss of the invaluable support from Xiao Yixian, it would indeed be a case of losing far more than one could gain, for both personal and pragmatic reasons. Extending a hand to preserve him and forge a friendly bond appeared to be the more prudent course of action. Amidst this contemplative turmoil, Hun Seng's initially playful demeanor subtly shifted towards sincerity. He offered Xiao Yan a light chuckle, his voice imbued with a trace of soul energy. Whispering only to Xiao Yan's ears, "I am your friend, and you shall soon discover why." This seemingly nonsensical declaration momentarily stunned Xiao Yan. A friend? He scrutinized Hun Seng's silhouette for any semblance of recognition, yet found none. However, the benevolence in his smile and his willingness to assist were unmistakable. His heart brimmed with curiosity, yet he slightly relaxed his vigilance. Having conveyed his message, Hun Seng turned back to face Fei Tian and the increasingly sour-faced lay elder atop the platform. His smile remained, albeit tinged with unmasked arrogance. "Ha! The Wind and Thunder Pavilion? Is it truly remarkable?" His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear, laced with an insufferable disdain. "Your pavilion master is merely a 2-star dozone. Words are but words. What can you truly do against me?" A collective gasp of shock echoed throughout the arena. A mere 2-star dozone? Such brazen audacity. To the vast majority present, a dozone was a legendary figure, a titan to be revered. Fei Tian trembled with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Hun Seng. Arrogant whelp. Above, the lay elder's countenance darkened to an almost palpable degree, the very air around him crackling with uncontrolled lightning, a terrifying pressure unfurling like a storm cloud overhead. Yet Hun Seng appeared oblivious, continuing to speak languidly. "Curious about my name, are you? Very well. I shall generously divulge it today, so you may know who it is that will make you suffer in the future." He paused for effect, then declared loudly, "You may call me Hun Seng." Hun Seng? The name was peculiar and unfamiliar. No one in attendance had ever heard it before. However, what followed next was akin to a stone cast into a still lake, creating ripples of monumental proportions. "I am a disciple of the Liuli Pavilion. Our pavilion master is honored as the Liuli Elder." Hun Seng's voice escalated, exuding boundless confidence and pride. "In my view, from this day forward, this central state can no longer be referred to as the 4 pavilions. It shall be the 5 pavilions." Moreover, his gaze swept over the 3 elders atop the platform, finally settling on the lay elder. As he enunciated each word deliberately, "Our Liuli Pavilion not only aspires to be one of the 5 pavilions, but we shall also claim the title of the foremost among them." Such insolence, such arrogance, such ignorance of one's limitations. As these words left his lips, not only did the members of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion react, but disciples from the Wanjian Pavilion, Huang Quan Pavilion, and even some from the Xinyan Pavilion could not help but voice their indignation. The 4 pavilions had stood tall in the central state for many years, steeped in profound heritage. How could an obscure Liuli Pavilion dare to insult them, to audaciously claim to be the foremost among the 5 pavilions? The lay elder could no longer contain his fury, springing to his feet. The terrifying aura of a 2-star dozong descended like a mountain upon Hun Seng in the arena. The temperature of the entire square plummeted as if the very air had turned frigid. Those of lesser cultivation struggled to breathe, trembling uncontrollably. "You insolent child! I have never heard of your Liuli Pavilion, nor do I recognize your Liuli Elder. To speak such nonsense here, provoking the dignity of the 4 pavilions, is tantamount to seeking death." The lay elder's voice boomed like thunder, laced with unrestrained anger. "Today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson." With that, he prepared to strike, a colossal hand of silver lightning materializing from the void, radiating a destructive aura as it descended upon Hun Seng. When a dozong raged, the heavens themselves seemed to change. Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently called out, "Brother Doru, be careful." His do chi surged wildly within him. Even knowing he was outmatched, he resolved to fight to the bitter end. The Wind Elder furrowed his brow, a gentle breeze swirling around him as he readied to intervene. Regardless of the circumstances, this young man had just aided Xiaoyan. However, in the face of his thunderous hand capable of obliterating ordinary duzongs in an instant, Hunsing remained unfazed, his expression serene, his smile undiminished. He did not even glance at the impending attack, instead directing his gaze toward a specific spot among the crowd, nodding slightly, just as the thunderous hand was about to strike down. Boom! A presence far more majestic, profound, and capable of sending shivers through the very souls of all present erupted from the crowd, as though an ancient behemoth had awakened without warning. This aura was both sacred and noble, yet bore a peculiar dignity that seemed capable of annihilating all existence. It was not violent. Rather, it surged like an invisible tide, sweeping across the entire square and effortlessly dissipating the oppressive, thunderous pressure. The thunderous hand trembled violently, as if it had encountered its nemesis. And with a faint glimmer of Lioli light, it crumbled and disintegrated into countless flickering arcs of lightning that vanished into the ether. What? The lay elder's pupils constricted, a look of shock finally crossing his face as he abruptly turned to gaze at the source of this overwhelming force. All eyes in the arena, as if drawn by an unseen magnet, swiveled toward that direction. From the throng emerged a captivating figure clad in a simple white gown, gliding forth like a vision. Her silhouette was graceful, her beauty unparalleled, and an ethereal, Lioli luminescence enveloped her, as if she held within her eyes the vastness of the cosmos and the depths of the abyss. With each step she took, the ground beneath her shimmered with fleeting, Lioli brilliance. The terrifying aura that had caused all present to shudder radiated from her being. Its intensity was undeniably beyond that of the two-star Dozong lay elder. The little medicine sage, or more appropriately referred to as the glazed ruler at this moment, cast a serene gaze across the high platform, ultimately settling upon the drastically pale-faced Thunder Ruler. Her crimson lips parted, and an ethereal yet authoritative voice resonated throughout the venue. You dare to harm those of the Glazed Pavilion, Thunder Ruler? How do you wish to meet your demise? Chapter 70. The Glazed Ruler's Might, the Puppet's Astonishment. The little medicine sage, now worthy of her title as the Glazed Ruler, moved gracefully amidst the multitude of shocked gazes. Her steps light as she shimmered with a radiant, glass-like aura. She ascended into the air with the elegance of a celestial maiden, landing effortlessly beside Soulborn. Standing shoulder to shoulder, one exuded an aura of refined elegance and profound depth, while the other, clad in a billowing black robe, though slightly inferior in cultivation, radiated an imposing presence. Together, they formed an undeniable force, captivating all attention. A little medicine sage. Below, Xiaoyan, having finally caught his breath, was rendered utterly speechless upon recognizing her visage, as if struck by lightning. The delicate features etched in his memory now emanated an overwhelming pressure that sent tremors through his very soul. How could it be you? You have broken through to the Dozun realm. This revelation shocked him even more than witnessing Soulborn repel Feitian with a single strike. Back in the Jiama Empire, the little medicine sage's cursed physique had been a source of great concern. Yet now, she appeared to have mastered her condition and had ascended to the pinnacle of the continent as a formidable Dozun. The circumstances surrounding this transformation were beyond Xiao Yan's comprehension. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's exclamation, the little medicine sage turned her head slightly. Her exquisite face graced with a gentle yet familiar smile, and nodded softly. Xiao Yan, it has been a long time. This tale is lengthy, and once this matter is concluded, I shall find a place to discuss it with you in detail. Her voice retained the tenderness of old, yet now carried an undeniable authority and confidence. With that, her gaze shifted back to the high platform, the softness transforming into a chilling sharpness that locked onto the increasingly distressed Thunder Ruler. Thunder Ruler, her voice was ethereal and frigid, echoing clearly across the silent square. Did you intend to strike at my glazed pavilions, people, just now? The Thunder Ruler squirmed under her piercing gaze, as if targeted by an immensely dangerous primordial beast. Yet, his dignity as a formidable figure compelled him to maintain composure as he replied in a deep voice, Glazed Ruler? It matters not who you are. This child provoked my wind and thunder pavilion first, and only after did he insult me. I am merely administering punishment. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that? The little medicine sage echoed softly, a chilling smile curving her lips. Let me inform you, he is in my glazed pavilion. To harm him is to provoke my glazed pavilion. She slightly raised her jade-like chin, her tone calm, but laced with an overwhelming dominance. Should you harm even a single hair on his head today, your wind and thunder pavilion shall no longer have any reason to exist. I speak with conviction. A cacophony erupted throughout the crowd, as all present were rendered speechless by such audacious words. To annihilate the wind and thunder pavilion? The Wind and Thunder Pavilion was one of the 4 great pavilions of the Central State, with profound roots and numerous branches. Not even a high-ranking Dozun would dare to speak of its obliteration. Who was this glazed ruler, so audacious as to make such a claim? The Thunder Ruler's countenance turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead as lightning crackled around him, clearly pushed to the brink of fury. He glared at the little medicine sage, his voice icy. Glazed ruler, I concede that your strength is formidable, but do you believe that with only yourself, you can infiltrate the ranks of the 4 pavilions of the Central State, even daring to claim the position of the 5th pavilion? You underestimate the deep-seated legacies of our 4 pavilions, which have endured for hundreds or even thousands of years. He scanned the audience, his voice rising as he sought to rally the other 2 pavilions. Moreover, your glazed pavilion has only recently been established, has it not? Besides you, who else is strong within your ranks? Do you rely solely on that 4-star Dozone brat? As for our 4 pavilions, aside from the ambiguous stance of the Starfall Pavilion, my Wind and Thunder Pavilion, the Myriad Sword Pavilion, and the Yellow Spring Pavilion all boast a long heritage, countless disciples, and numerous Dozone elders, not to mention a plethora of Dohuang. Such depth is not something a nascent force like yours can compare to. Fei Tian seized the opportunity to chime in sharply. Indeed, the ruler speaks the truth. You boy merely took advantage of sneak attack. Do you truly believe my Wind and Thunder Pavilion cannot deal with a mere 4-star Dozone? What other strong figures does your glazed pavilion possess besides the glazed ruler? In the face of this barrage of skepticism and overwhelming pressure, Soulborn stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with the little medicine sage, his expression still adorned with that infuriatingly relaxed smile. Oh, you wish to compare the number of strong figures? Soulborn feigned cleaning out his ears, as if he had heard something amusing. Aside from you few pavilion masters who are Dozuns, your underlings are likely only at the peak of 8 or 9-star Dozone, correct? Is that truly impressive? Arrogance. Ignorant youth. Elders from Fei Tian and the Yellow Spring Pavilion erupted in indignation. Yet, Soulborn paid them no mind, merely smiling slightly as he proclaimed, since you wish to see, allow me to show you what true depth looks like. Before his words had fully settled, he waved his arm, with a resounding hum. Brilliant lights erupted from the storage ring in his hand, crashing down upon the arena like falling stars. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy thuds resonated continuously, causing the entire arena to tremble. As the dust settled, 8 figures, resembling metallic titans, emerged before all eyes. 5 of them, entirely dark gold, bore a fearsome appearance and radiated the powerful fluctuations of 5-star Dozone. The other 3 were even larger, their dark golden bodies inscribed with ancient, intricate runes, their eye sockets glowing with an emotionless light. Simply standing there, they distorted the surrounding space, exuding the aura of half-step Dozun. 5 5-star Dozone puppets, 3 half-step Dozun puppets. The powerful energies converged, forming a suffocating, terrifying pressure that swept through the entire venue in an instant. That chilling aura of slaughter even caused the dignitaries on the high platform to change color slightly. In that moment, the entire arena fell into an extreme silence. All present stared with wide eyes and agape mouths, as if they had been throttled by an unseen hand, unable to utter a sound. Their gazes were fixated on the 8 suddenly appearing puppets, particularly those 3 exuding the aura of half-step Dozun. Their eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. 5-star Dozone puppets were already incredibly rare, each worth a fortune, and those half-step Dozun puppets were almost the stuff of legend. The difficulty of their creation and the materials required were unfathomable. Possessing even one would significantly enhance the foundation of a first-rate power. Yet now this previously unknown glazed pavilion, represented by a mere 20-year-old 4-star Dozone youth, had summoned 5 5-star Dozone and 3 half-step Dozun puppets with a simple wave of his hand. What on earth was this glazed pavilion? Had some reclusive, ancient sect resurfaced? Fei Tian's complexion turned ashen, his lips trembling, unable to utter another word in rebuttal. The Thunder Ruler, Sword Ruler, and Yellow Spring Ruler's expressions also grew exceedingly grave, their eyes flickering, clearly overwhelmed by this sudden display of power. Soulborn reveled in the effect he had created, surveying the now silent square, before finally resting his gaze on the troubled Thunder Ruler, smiling as he asked, Thunder Ruler, do you now believe that the number of strong figures in my glazed pavilion is sufficient? Do we have the qualifications to claim the position of the 5th pavilion, or even the foremost position among the 5 pavilions? No one responded. Those 8 cold and powerful puppets were the best answer. At that moment, the little medicine sage spoke once more. Her gaze remained tranquil as she addressed the Thunder Ruler. Thunder Ruler, your earlier intent to strike at my pavilion's disciple cannot simply be overlooked. I offer you and all present an opportunity. We shall determine the victor through a best-of-3 series. Should my Lioli Pavilion emerge triumphant, the 5 pavilions of Zhongzhou shall coexist, with my Liuli pavilion taking the lead. And you will be required to offer a formal apology to Sol Doloa. Conversely, if we fall short, Xiao Yixian paused, gesturing towards the 3 half-step Dozong puppets, declaring that these puppets shall belong to you, and my Liuli pavilion will withdraw immediately, never to mention the matter of taking the lead in Zhongzhou again. What say you? 3 half-step Dozong puppets. Such a wager cannot be deemed trivial. Even Master Feng is stirred by it. This temptation is sufficient to drive any faction to madness. The 3, Master Lei, Master Jian, and Master Huangquan, exchanged furtive glances, each discerning the other's intrigue and resolve. The value of those 3 half-step Dozong puppets is incalculable. Moreover, they did not believe they would face defeat. Master Lei suppressed his avarice and spoke gravely. Very well. However, since it is a best-of-3 format, if the combatants face you, Master Liuli, to ensure fairness, I, Master Jian, and Master Huangquan shall jointly test your esteemed skills. At this proclamation, the audience erupted once more in astonishment. 3 venerable Dozong warriors joining forces against a newly ascended Dozong. This is the height of shamelessness. Master Feng's expression darkened, and he immediately interjected. Master Lei, are you 3 truly going to join forces against Master Liuli alone? Have no shame. Yet, Master Lei remained unfazed, responding with a cold smile. Master Feng, your Xingyan pavilion has long been flirtatious with them, naturally favoring their cause. Master Liuli's strength is unfathomable. As you all have sensed, she far surpasses us. Our collaboration is merely a precaution. Where is the question of shame? Furthermore, he turned to Xiao Yixian, provokingly asking, I wonder, Master Liuli, do you dare to accept? All eyes converged upon Xiao Yixian's breathtaking visage, eager to witness how she would respond to this near-insulting onslaught. Yet, her reaction once again exceeded all expectations. Upon hearing his words, she not only refrained from anger, but instead smiled softly, her smile akin to the thaw of ice and the bloom of spring flowers, stunningly beautiful, yet imbued with an absolute confidence that looked down upon the world. Her silken hair danced gently, the radiance of Liuli flowing slowly from her being. She parted her crimson lips, her voice soft yet imbued with unparalleled dominance and resolve, clearly resonating in every ear. All 3 esteemed warriors together. So what? I shall accept. As her words fell, a more terrifying aura than before erupted from within her, surging skyward. The battle was imminent. Chapter 71. 1 against 3? 4 stars battle 8 stars. Xiao Yixian's audacious acceptance of the staggering wager to fight against 3 esteemed warriors had tautened the atmosphere of the Fenglei Square to its utmost limit. All gazes were fixed upon the heavens, anticipating a battle that would surely be etched into the annals of Zhongzhou history. However, according to the rules of best of 3, the first match would not be a contest of the esteemed. Huncheng stepped forward, his black robe billowing without wind, his gaze sweeping towards the Fenglei Pavilion, Huangquan Pavilion, and Wanjian Pavilion, ultimately pointing at 3 individuals. The first match shall be mine. His voice was calm, yet carried a disquieting confidence. As for the opponents, Fei Tian, along with the 2 from Huangquan Pavilion and Wanjian Pavilion, do not hide, come forth. The ones he named were indeed Fei Tian, and an elder cloaked in gray from Huangquan Pavilion, exuding a chilling aura, alongside a cold-faced middle-aged man from Wanjian Pavilion, bearing a heavy sword. Both were, without question, of 8-star Dozong strength. A smirk graced Huinxing's lips as he uttered words that plunged the audience into another silence. I shall also grant you an opportunity. The 3 of you may come at me together. Following a brief stillness, the crowd erupted like a volcano. What did he just say? 1 against 3? His opponents are 3 8-star Dozong. Madness. He is but a 4-star Dozong. Even if he had just repelled Fei Tian, that was largely a surprise attack. Was it not? Arrogant. This is perhaps the most audacious claim I have ever heard. Does he believe himself to be a Dozong? Gasped doubts, and jeers surged like a tide. Everyone wondered if this youth, claiming to be Sol Doloa, had lost his mind. To challenge 3 with 4 stars is already astonishing. To do so while pitting against 3, that is sheer folly. Upon the platform, Master Jian and Master Huangquan wore grim expressions. For the other party's actions were undeniably a blatant affront. Master Lei huffed in irritation. Fei Tian's face flickered between shades of blue and white, enraged to the point of laughter. Good, good. One arrogant young pup. You merely succeeded in a surprise attack. Do you truly believe I, Fei Tian, fear you? Since you seek your own demise, do not blame us for joining forces against you, this reckless lad. Though to employ 3 against 1, especially 3 8-star Dozong against a mere 4-star, would sound disgraceful, they cared little for such considerations at this moment. Should they seize the opportunity to thoroughly incapacitate this peculiar youth, not only would they restore their dignity, but they would also deal a blow to the brashness of Liuli Pavilion. The gray-robed elder from Huangquan Pavilion and the stoic swordsman from Wanjian Pavilion exchanged glances, each recognizing a hint of ruthlessness in the other's eyes. Their figures moved in unison, joining Fei Tian as they descended upon the devastated arena below, where Xiao Yin and Feng Qing'er had previously clashed, forming a triangular confrontation against Hunsheng. "Young man, you shall pay for your arrogance," the gray-robed elder hissed, his voice raspy like a serpent's hiss. The stoic swordsman remained silent, slowly gripping the hilt of his heavy sword, a fierce sword intent beginning to coalesce. Amidst the ruins, Hunsheng stood facing the three malevolent 8-star dozong, his expression still calm, even taking a moment to adjust his sleeves. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. Let the battle commence." As his words fell, ferocity ignited in the eyes of Fei Tian and his companions, and they unleashed their attacks simultaneously. 3,000 thunderclaps. Huangquan finger. Myriad swords split the mountain. Fei Tian transformed into a bolt of lightning, his speed unparalleled, closing in with a thunderous clap in his palm. The gray-robed elder pointed, sending forth a massive gray-black energy finger, imbued with a venomous aura capable of corroding the soul. The stoic swordsman drew his heavy sword, unleashing a formidable yellow sword chi that cleaved through the earth with ferocity. The combined fury of these three 8-star dozong was potent enough to obliterate mountains in an instant. Even before the energies reached him, the overwhelming pressure had sealed the space surrounding Hunsheng, leaving him no avenue for escape. The audience erupted in gasps, many even shutting their eyes, unable to bear witness to the imminent obliteration of the black-robed youth. However, confronted with this lethal onslaught, a glimmer of brilliance crossed Hunsheng's eyes. "Ethereal steps," he inwardly chanted, executing the earth-level low-grade movement technique to perfection, his form seeming to transform into a true phantom, leaving behind an almost lifelike afterimage. While he deftly weaved through the narrow gaps between the three attacks, his speed rivaled that of Fei Tian, who had just unleashed his 3,000 thunderclaps. "What?" The trio, witnessing their combined assault miss its target, were taken aback. Such an eerie movement technique. Soul shock. Hunsheng would not grant them the luxury of time to react. The soul power, perfected to the pinnacle, coalesced into an invisible spear, splitting into 3 torrents, silently crashing into their souls. Ugh. Oomph. Fei Tian and his companions felt as though their heads had been struck by a heavy hammer, darkness clouding their vision, their souls in excruciating pain. The gathered Duki spiraling into chaos. The movements momentarily halted, particularly for the gray-robed elder and the stoic swordsman, whose soul power paled in comparison to Fei Tian's. They groaned, a trickle of blood escaping their lips. Such terrifying soul power. On the platform, Master Feng's eyes glimmered with astonishment. Seizing this opportunity, Hunsheng sprang into action. He did not choose to strike at the strongest, Fei Tian. Instead, he flashed like a spectre, appearing behind the gray-robed elder from Huangquan Pavilion, who had been most affected by the soul shock. Soul bind, an earth-level intermediate technique. A multitude of pitch-black chains, forged from pure shadow energy, slithered forth like venomous serpents, ensnaring their target with breathtaking speed. Not only did they bind his movements, but they also burrowed deep within, obstructing the flow of energy. The elder in gray robes was struck with sheer terror, frantically channeling his energy in a desperate bid for freedom. Yet those chains proved extraordinarily resilient, imbued with a strange, devouring force that rendered his energy increasingly sluggish. "How dare you!" roared Fei Tian and the cold, stoic swordsman, charging forth once more. The sound of thunderous sword energy howled through the air. However, Hunsheng remained undeterred, his left hand maintaining the spectral chains to suppress the elder, while his right hand suddenly pointed forth. The soul destruction finger, though still an advanced technique of the profound tier, its power had undergone a qualitative transformation under Hunsheng's fully realized spiritual prowess and the infusion of devouring energy. A meticulously condensed dark wind surged forth, striking with uncanny precision at the vulnerable side of the swordsman's formidable sword energy. Boom! What appeared to be an overwhelming sword energy was deflected by this singular strike, crashing down onto the ground beside, leaving behind a deep gorge. Seizing this opportunity, Hunsheng deftly maneuvered, skillfully evading Fei Tian's lightning strike. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, as if it had all been meticulously calculated. Striking the strong with the weak, leveraging force against force, he executed his moves with pinpoint accuracy and ruthless finesse. Damn it! His combat awareness is terrifying. Fei Tian's heart raced with dread. Their adversary consistently exploited even the most minute vulnerabilities in their combined efforts, neutralizing threats and countering with minimal cost. "First, save Elder Huangquan," the cold swordsman shouted, swinging his heavy sword, unleashing waves of sword energy to seal Han Seng's retreat. Fei Tian also summoned a lightning serpent, launching an assault from the side. Han Seng's gaze turned icy. He would no longer hold back. Devouring technique, consume. With a single thought, every pore on his body transformed into countless minuscule whirlpools, unleashing a terrifying force of absorption. The energy from the surroundings, including that which had dissipated from Fei Tian and the swordsman's attacks, surged into him like rivers converging into the sea. The energy he had just expended was swiftly replenished. Simultaneously, he stomped his foot. 10,000 poisons heavenly grief, an advanced earth tier technique. Although he lacked a poisonous constitution, imbuing it with devouring energy still unleashed a fearsome might. A dense, ink-green toxic fog erupted from his center, rapidly enveloping nearly half of the training grounds. The noxious mist not only possessed a potent corrosive quality, but also interfered with spiritual perception. This is bad. Retreat. Fei Tian and the swordsman's expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily fell back, holding their breath and reinforcing their bodies with energy to withstand the encroaching poison. Meanwhile, the elder, ensnared by the spectral chains, let out a wretched howl as his protective energy was swiftly eroded, the poison invading his body, turning his complexion a ghastly green. Now is the moment. Han Seng, like a shadowy predator in the night, disregarded the toxic fog and lunged forward, exploiting the swordsman's momentary disarray caused by the poisonous haze. Poisonous Death Palm, an advanced technique of the profound tier, perfectly timed for this very instant. With a strike, he aimed directly at the critical juncture of the swordsman's energy flow. The swordsman hastily raised his sword to block. Bang! The clash of palm and sword sent Han Seng swaying slightly. Yet the swordsman felt an eerie force surge through his weapon, causing his blood to boil and making his hand tremble with numbness. Alarmed, he realized that the quality of Han Seng's energy far surpassed that of a high-ranking dozone. Let end. Han Seng's voice was frigid. Rather than pursue the swordsman,